Chapter 1237. Distribution. As the golden rays of light shone down, Klarman, a shaman king, who had lived for more than 1,000 years, collapsed into pieces at the entrance of the Evernight Cathedral. Every part of his body was charred black, completely drained of its blood. Amongst them, something fell out of his black robe ashes. It was a normal-sized palm. Its skin's texture didn't appear human at all, and it had a dim luster. Its fingers were slender with balanced amounts of flesh and bone. If he hadn't seen it on such an occasion, Emlyn definitely would have believed that the palm was a part of an exquisite doll. Another head in Reinette Tinaker's hand swung forward as it quickly bit the palm. At the same time, Sharon's figure turned incorporeal as she entered the remains of Shaman King Klarman, speeding up the expelling of his Beander characteristic. Emlyn composed himself and looked at the door of summoning created by Lilith's ring. His body suddenly turned into a hazy moonlight. The crimson moonlight shattered into countless fragments of light. The bright and devilish red scales swam around the area enveloped by the moonlight, restructuring beside Klarman's corpse into Emlyn White in his tuxedo and bow tie. Without looking at the Beander characteristic that had seeped out, he dispelled the unshadowed crucifix, bent down, and picked up the vision of white that he had previously thrown to the side using his black velvet glove. His other hand shook Limano's Travels as he flipped the book to one of the pages. The symbols and mysterious patterns on it all belonged to traveling. Emlyn's figure turned transparent as he vanished from the scene. He followed the plan and was the first to leave after the operation ended. He didn't interfere with Sharon and company's cleanup of the scene and their clearing of traces. After all, he was the weakest one there. He had used up a considerable amount of energy in battle while relying on the sealed artifacts and mystical items. As for the spoils of war, they would be distributed once they returned to Backland. In this aspect, Emlyn fully believed in Gehrman Sparrow's promise and the Rose School of Thought's Temperance Department's credit. After teleporting back to an empty house in Backland, he suddenly threw down Limano's Travels. He took out a bronze box with many red gems embedded in it, and he placed the vision of white inside. Only after doing this did Emlyn have the energy to take off the glove on his left hand. He saw that his fingers were filled with blisters, swollen. With the sanguine's regenerative ability, damage at such a level should have long been healed, but in reality, it hadn't improved at all. The burns brought by the vision of white will last at least 7 days. Emlyn took out ointment he had stored in a metal tube and squeezed out some of it to apply it on his wound. The soul-stabbing pain was immediately eased by the cooling sensation. Emlyn slowly exhaled as though he had finally resurrected. He had used a great deal of willpower to restrain himself from throwing the vision of white onto the ground. This was because once the sealed artifact left his control, it would automatically absorb the light around it and emit a radiant glow. To a sanguine, this was an excellent way of committing suicide. Right on the heels of that, Emlyn took out a bottle of his blood that he had extracted beforehand and smeared it on the surface of Limano's Travels. Then, he drank another bottle of blood to ease the bloodthirst that Lilith's ring brought about. After such an operation, he finally removed the negative effects the sealed artifact had on him. Only at this moment did Emlyn have the time to recall the accident that had happened during the battle. The door of summoning that he projected with. Lilith's ring didn't summon creatures from deep in the spirit world, but he ended up summoning a strange moon. The moon hung behind the door of summoning and silently illuminated Shaman King Klarman, suppressing the various Beander powers that belonged to the moon domain. If not for this change, even if Lilith's ring had summoned a saint-level spirit world creature, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. Perhaps they would have had to wait until the Rose School of Thought Temperance Angel descended to gain an overwhelming advantage. A silvery white moon, could it be that the ancestor had provided me with some help? Emlyn had a thought and made a corresponding guess. This matched the identity of the sanguine savior that the ancestor had appointed. After careful consideration, Emlyn no longer had any doubts about this guess, but unlike the past, he wasn't that excited or thrilled. After experiencing a battle at the demigod level and confirming that he was shouldering such an important responsibility, he felt no sense of pride. His heart was heavy from the pressure. A few seconds later, Emlyn opened his mouth and whispered, "I'm the savior of the sanguine." When he said this, his expression was abnormally solemn, somewhat dignified, without any hesitation. In the house where Emlyn met Marich and Sharon, when the sanguine saw the perfect doll-like lady take out 2 items, he heard her slightly ethereal voice say, "According to the agreement, we will only take one thing. This is the rest." The 2 items were a fist-sized gem condensed from thick blood. It emitted a crimson glow, like a miniature crimson moon. The other item was an exquisite male doll with 2 black holes as its eyes. Shaman King's Beander characteristic, General of the Pupil-less Eye. Emlyn nodded and saw that the two items seemed to have a life of their own as they flew over. Just as he reached out to catch it, he heard Miss Sharon add, "The Shaman King Beander characteristic has some strange traces of corruption. Even the unshadowed spear was unable to cleanse it. It means that I need to find an angel to help me shatter it to remove the corruption." Emlyn completely understood what Sharon was saying as he nodded slightly. "I understand what to do." Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet, immediately floated up and gave a curtsy. Likewise, Emlyn took off his hat and bowed in return. Klein looked at the wisps of black gas emanating from his body, shook his head, and sighed. "I actually got cursed by the abomination without realizing it. The projection of the chained god could be the culprit as well. I was even separated by a historical projection. If it were any saint without Saphira Castle, they would probably experience a sudden death after thinking they were safe. As for Miss Messenger, there wasn't much of a problem even without the historical projection in between because she was a real angel." Therefore, Klein wasn't worried. After the black gas dissipated, Klein waited for a while. He waited until Emlyn sacrificed the items and requested Mr. Fool to help purify the Shaman King Beander characteristic. Strange corruption, from the mother tree of desire or the primordial moon. Klein picked up the miniature crimson moon and carefully observed it for a few seconds. During this process, he was on high alert, constantly preparing to mobilize Saphira Castle's powers. If he wasn't at the level of an angel level here, he wouldn't have agreed to Emlyn's sacrifice. Instead, he would have chosen to smite down with power at the sequence 2 level, shattering the characteristic and separating the corruption remotely. Back then, Klein didn't even dare to divine the werewolf Beander characteristic that had been slightly influenced by the mother tree of desire. He had even hurriedly sold it. After examining it seriously, Klein pressed his right hand, causing the entire mysterious space to vibrate. The miniature crimson moon shattered with a crack, splitting into tiny red dots of light. Amongst these light dots, there was a small amount of red mist that evaporated, eventually forming a drop of fresh blood. Then, the red light dots gathered again, constantly condensing before transforming into the miniature crimson moon. However, compared to before, it was more translucent and pure. Klein conjured a fake hand, picked up the drop of seemingly fresh blood, and discovered that it contained immense vitality. It's not at the angel level, but it's a little strange. It seems to have received an evil god's blessings. As Klein cut off all the invisible connections that resulted from the blood, he took a paper figurine and attempted to press the drop of blood onto it. The moment the blood came into contact with the paper figurine, it immediately seeped in. In the next second, the paper figurine's stomach strangely bulged and exploded. At the moment the paper figurine tore apart, a new paper figurine with a hint of crimson crawled out from its stomach. It seemed to have fully developed features. The power of reproduction. Klein frowned slightly as he stabbed with his right hand, reducing the newly born paper figurine into powder. A tiny amount of blood-colored mist emanated again, condensing into a drop of blood. The characteristic and spirituality were only slightly weakened. It needs to be repeated more than 100 times before it can be completely removed. Klein silently assessed as he gathered the powers of Saphira Castle to seal the drop of blood. He then looked up and cast his gaze at the male doll on the long-modeled table. The palm-sized doll in a formal suit was prostrating. It didn't dare to look up. "Oh, how easy is it to deal with those with living characteristics?" Klein chuckled as he gathered the sealed drop of blood and brought it close towards the doll named General of the Pupil-less Eye. General of the Pupil-less Eye pushed itself up with all 4 limbs and quickly retreated. After a pause, it pressed its forehead against the table, emitting a sound indecipherable to humans. "Declaring your subservience." "Very good," Klein replied with a smile and casually instructed, "Show me your abilities." After a series of demonstrations, he confirmed that General of the Pupil-less Eye could possess a target and affect lifeless items. It also had some level of control over mystical items that no one possessed or had spirituality injected into. The latter power might be very useful at certain times. Klein nodded slightly and beckoned for it to jump into a box he conjured. After carefully sealing it, Klein threw the box and the drop of blood into the junk pile to let them familiarize themselves with their future lives. As for the negative effects of General of the Pupil-less Eye, Klein believed that they could discuss and resolve it amicably and normally. Chapter 1238, Hypothesis. After dealing with the spoils of war and bestowing the purified Shaman King Beander characteristic to Emlyn White, Klein was in no hurry to leave Saphira Castle. He simply reviewed the battle today. One thing he focused on was Abomination Sue's performance in various aspects, so as to assess how powerful an angel was. If I encounter him head-on and do not hold back, I might not even have a chance to summon an angel projection. Unless I succeed on my first attempt, of course, my target, Dark Demon Wolf, is a Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker. As for Abomination Sua, he is already a Sequence 1. The gap between the two is likely quite significant. However, Dark Demonic Wolf shares the same seer pathway as me. He suppresses me in every aspect. I can only be thankful that he hasn't completed the ritual and advanced to Sequence 1, or I wouldn't have any hope of winning. Sequence 1. As his thoughts raced, Klein's gaze suddenly constricted as he sat straight. He had thought of a possibility in a moment of inspiration. Could the Dark Demonic Wolf, Kotar, have advanced and become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries? He created a marionette city to mislead possible trackers, such as Angel of Time Aemon. It can't be ruled out. Yes, there's another possibility. The Dark Demonic Wolf Kotar is in complete control of that curtain, and has the strength of a quasi-Sequence 1. The more Klein thought about it, the more he realized that the operation was more dangerous than he imagined. The Dark Demonic Wolf has survived in the forsaken land of the gods for so many years. Even a god of trickery like Aemon is unable to capture him. This means that his strength and intelligence has reached a rather high level. I still have to make more preparations for hunting him. Klein frowned slightly and slowly exhaled. Emlyn sat on a leather sofa in the living room, crossed his right leg, and placed it on his left thigh, patiently waiting for Baron Cosme to enter. Before long, the middle-aged sanguine Baron entered the living room and swept his gaze across Emlyn. "Viscount White, why are you visiting so late at night?" Emlyn smiled and said, "Isn't this just the beginning of a day? Look, the crimson moon outside the window is so beautiful." Cosme wanted to retort to the young sanguine, pointing out how Emlyn followed the good practice of waking up at 7 in the morning and sleeping before 11 back when he went to the harvest church. After a moment of hesitation, he resisted the urge and said, "What's the matter?" Emlyn raised his hand to pat the gown, tugged at his bowtie, and slowly got up. He raised his chin slightly and said, "Tell Lord Nibs that he can begin preparing for the Earl Conferment ritual." Cosme instinctively asked, "What are you talking about?" Just as he said that, he suddenly came to a realization as he recalled Emlyn's previous application. "Why, you obtained an Earl, no, a Shaman King's Beander characteristic." Emlyn enjoyed this very moment as he replied with a smile, "Did you think I was just joking when borrowing Vision of White?" As he spoke, he took out the bronze box inlaid with many ruby gems. He opened it and revealed the eyeball-shaped glass sphere inside, indicating that he hadn't lost it and was about to return it. Cosme's eyes flickered as he said, "The Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction still has such powerful strength. Then why did they cooperate with you?" The upper echelons of the Sanguine in Backland, which was also the grandfather of Cosme, Marquis Nibs Odora, didn't think highly of Emlyn's previous application. He wanted to wait for the cooperation with the Rose School of Thought to fall through before Emlyn had no choice but to seek help from him or their demigods. Emlyn glanced at him and replied with a smile, "It's a secret." This was the tone he learned from Gehrman Sparrow. He found it cool and thought that it suited his preferences. At the same time, this was the key point that the Hanged Man had repeatedly told him during the free exchange of the Tarot Club. Only by maintaining a sense of mystery would the upper echelons of the Sanguine experience certain fear. This prevented them from finding excuses or using their status to take away the Shaman King characteristic. Without waiting for Cosme to respond, Emlyn threw the bronze box containing the Vision of White and buttoned up his suit. He walked past the Baron and walked to the door of the living room. As he was about to leave, Emlyn stopped. Without turning his head, he straightened his back and looked straight ahead. "Remember to address me as Earl next time." With the ancestors' blessings and the importance the moon had placed on him, he was filled with confidence in becoming a Shaman King. Cosme's facial muscles twitched, but he maintained his silence. Only after Emlyn left did he find it difficult to control his warped expression. As a sanguine who had existed since the time of Russell, he was many years older than Emlyn, but he remained a baron. He was just slightly better than those without a noble title. As for Emlyn, who was considered a laughing stock amongst the younger generation of the Backland Sanguine, he was about to cross the border separating mortals and gods. He would become a Sequence 4 Shaman King, a Sanguine Earl. How could Cosme not lose his composure? How could he not be jealous? How could he not be shocked? After spending a few minutes to control his emotions, he headed down to the basement. Passing through several secret doors, he arrived at the grey hall where Nibs was sleeping. "Grandfather, Emlyn's operation has succeeded." Inside the black iron coffin, there was a brief silence. After 3 or 4 seconds, Nibs finally said, the faction backing him is beyond our imagination. This sanguine marquise's voice was deep and old, with a hint of hoarseness as it echoed in the hall. Grandfather, Emlyn succeeded by relying on the vision of white. A portion of the items he obtained rightfully belongs to the race, Cosme said with some anticipation, feeling somewhat indignant. Nibs's voice grew louder. Buffoon. To be able to hunt a shaman king while the Rose School of Thought was clearly prepared, is that something any faction can do? The Rose School of Thought's temperance faction has been in shambles for years, so how much strength can it have left? At most, they have an angel in a poor condition, or a grade 0 sealed artifact, as well as 2 to 3 demigods. All these put together wouldn't be able to restrain Abomination Sua and the Rose School of Thought's other angels, other grade 0 sealed artifacts, a sizable number of demigods, as well as the chained god's projection, and the blessings of the Mother Tree of Desire. If Emlyn's operation succeeded, then you can count how many angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts are needed at the very least. This is a power that can match ours. In the future, don't deliberately investigate Emlyn and his other companions. After shouting a few more times, Nibs coughed twice, clearly struggling. Cosme's face turned pale as he finally calmed down. Then, are you really going to prepare a ritual for him? What else? Nibs returned with a question before sighing. Perhaps after Emlyn took the risk for the Sanguine's future, the ancestor has truly begun showing her concern for him. Fog Sea, Lacha Island. After leaving the future on the safe sea route, Admiral of Stars Catalia used her fairytale magic to arrive at a mountain peak. She recited a passage in Jotun to an empty cliff. Open sesame. A path immediately appeared on the cliff as though it was real and illusory. It was unknown where it led to. Catalia made use of her prophetic means to make a simple assessment of any danger. Then, she stepped onto the path and ventured deep into the cliff. As she walked, her vision cleared up. She saw the sea that appeared clear like sapphires and a beautiful castle made of pure emerald. This was Queen Mystic Bernadette's Emerald City. Catalia wasn't unfamiliar with this place. She easily passed the questions and tests of the magical guards and came to the half-open room that provided the best vista in the castle. The tall queen was standing behind the railing, looking at the waves that surged forward. For some reason, Catalia's hidden excitement, thrill, and joy suddenly calmed down at that moment as she felt a sense of security and freedom. Back when she cruised the seas, she would occasionally feel lonely and sad, like a leaf that had left its tree, allowing the wind to bring her to different places. Now, she seemed to have fallen back to the ground, right beside the tree. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, she nudged the heavy glasses on her nose and simply greeted, "Good afternoon, Your Majesty." Bernadette turned around and nodded. "I summoned you back to Emerald City because I have some things to hand over to you." Catalia instinctively asked, "Why are you handing them over to me?" The Queen had a secret organization like Element Dawn and a group of pirates under her. Bernadette didn't directly answer Catalia's question as she said, "I previously received a clue and left Backland in a hurry." "I remember the matter," Catalia interjected. Bernadette's long and straight eyebrows twitched slightly. "Through this clue, I managed to piece together an incomplete sea map from the descendants of Edwards, William, and Polly. It records the area my father had explored in the Fog Sea those years. With the help of this sea map and my prophetic abilities, I can roughly guess that a particular area out at sea that is far away from the safe sea route might be hiding his secret. I plan on heading there on the dawn to do an extended search. I'm not sure when I can return. Perhaps I will never be able to return. Therefore, I have to hand over some items and matters to you in advance." After listening carefully, Catalia said without hesitation, "I'll go with you. It is my father. This is something I have to do, alone." Queen Mystic Bernadette slowly shook her head. Catalia fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "If you don't return, I would do the same." Chapter 1239. Legacy. Upon hearing Catalia's words, Queen Mystic Bernadette looked at her silently for a few seconds before saying, "That is your choice, and also your freedom." Catalia stared straight at the Queen before pursing her lips and saying, "I know. You must have destroyed all the clues that will allow me to pursue your tracks. To you, this is to end the past, all of it, regardless of whether you return." The chestnut-colored hair casually draped over Bernadette's shoulders as she maintained her silence as if she was using this method to confirm the Admiral of Stars' guess. When Catalia saw this, she smiled bitterly and said, "I won't harp on how I'll do everything I can to find you if you were to remain lost for half a year or a year. I just want you to remember to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name when the danger is gravest. She said the title frankly. Queen Mystic Bernadette slowly nodded and said, I will keep that in mind. Catalia immediately revealed a smile as she said with misty eyes, what items and matters need to be handed over to me? With a flip of her hand, Bernadette took out an item from somewhere. The item was entirely gold in color, like a miniaturized kettle. Its surface was covered with mysterious and complicated symbols, and a part of a lamp's wick extended out from the mouth. Its name is the Magic Wishing Lamp. Its serial number is 005. It might have originated from the first epoch, and even a true deity can't shatter it. Normally, it wouldn't cause any harm, nor would it be of any use. However, it will constantly tempt you to rub it through dreams and illusions, to summon the genie. Queen Mystic Bernadette simply introduced the item's origins and effects. The genie claims to be eternal and can grant you any 10 wishes, but often, they are fulfilled in an extremely warped manner or with terrifying consequences. My father told me that the holder can avoid the harm brought by the first 2 wishes through proper wording and preparations, but the third wish is absolutely forbidden. At this point, Bernadette emphasized, absolutely forbidden. It sounds easy to get around it, Catalia thought for a moment before saying, can't you make 2 wishes before giving it to me? I'll make another 2 wishes, then give it to Frank, Heath, and the others. This will allow for many things to be done. She was only using Frank as an example. She had no intention of letting him come into contact with something so dangerous. Holding the magic wishing lamp, Bernadette shook her head indiscernibly and said, the owner is different from the wielder. Before I die, even if you obtain the magic wishing lamp, you will only be a wielder. The first wish you make will also be counted as my third wish and your first wish. Also, although we can craft our words and make preparations to avoid the damage caused by the fulfillment of the wishes, this does not mean that the genie isn't intelligent. On the contrary, he is very smart, very cunning, and has a very strong sense of autonomy. Then, is there any wish that he cannot fulfill? Nothing at the moment, but if it involves the level of a true deity, the distortion of the wish will exceed your imagination. To put it simply, if you wish to become a sequence 0 true deity, then your body and soul will meld into one with an unknown evil god. Remember, the genie's requirement is that the wish has to be simple and concise. Otherwise, he will reject it and treat it as if you have already made a wish, Bernadette explained. With that said, she got an invisible servant to fly towards Catalia with the terrifying sealed artifact 005. After Catalia reached out her hand to grab the magic wishing lamp, Bernadette continued, if you dream of the genie and are bewitched by him to make a wish, that means that I can no longer return. Following that, you will be its owner. I hope that your first wish is to retrieve all the items that were carried on Bernadette Gustave's person before she headed out to sea, including her own Beander characteristic. Yes, it's best to add the exact date when making a wish. Catalia looked down at the golden lamp and blurted out, can I make a wish to bring you back to life? After a few seconds of silence, Bernadette said, the resurrected me might just be a monster. If you really wish to do so, you can ask Mr. Fool for his opinion. This is the item I'm giving you and the matters I need to settle. I'll leave the rest to the element Dawn. They will have a new leader and won't collapse because of a person's disappearance. Bernadette didn't beat around the bush, indicating that this was the main reason she had summoned Catalia to Emerald City. The level of the divine lamp was extremely high, making it impossible to pass it through a messenger. Without waiting for Catalia's reply, Queen Mystic's expression suddenly softened. Haven't you always wanted to share what happened all these years with me? Catalia was taken aback as she nodded. She then walked to the queen's side, pulled a chair over, and sat down, facing the blue sea beyond the emerald railing. Bernadette sat beside her and listened to her talk about all the encounters after she left the Dawn. These matters had been mentioned in the letter by Catalia, but due to the limited length, she didn't provide any detailed descriptions. There were some that she was sharing for the first time. At some point in time, Catalia fell asleep and dreamed of a time many years ago. At that time, she was just a maiden who stubbornly left the Dawn without looking back. Suddenly, she woke up and realized that there was no one beside her. She realized that it had already turned dark at some point in time, and dawn was even approaching. Catalia suddenly reached out and threw out an illusory ball of yarn. The ball of yarn rolled into the void, leaving behind a bright-colored thread. Following this thread, Catalia walked through the spirit world as though she had mastered teleportation, and arrived at the periphery of Lacha Island. She stood at the edge of the cliff and cast her gaze into the distance. She saw that on the dark blue sea, a gorgeous and huge sailboat, which was tinted with an orange glow, was steering towards the horizon. Catalia slowly sat down and leaned forward slightly. She hugged her knees and looked in that direction for a long time. The sun gradually rose and shone on her. In Backland, at a soup kitchen, the veil-wearing Stellan Sammer no longer lowered her head like the previous few months, afraid that others would recognize her. The only worry on her mind as she anxiously looked ahead was if the free food would last until it was her turn. She could vaguely hear gunshots echoing in the distance. She didn't know if the armies of Fasak, Intis, or Fainapotter had breached the final line of defense, or if the police were dealing with a looter. Please end it, please end this war quickly, Stellan, who had gone to 3 soup kitchens, silently prayed. At this moment, a staff member raised his voice and said from a few meters away, "All the food here has been handed out." Stellan's face turned ashen. She looked up at the dark sky and dragged her feet in despair and numbness before returning to the house at 17 Minsk Street. The moment she opened the door, her 2 children rushed over and raised their innocent faces. "Mommy, did you get any bread? Mommy, I'm hungry." They were twins, a boy and a girl. Both of them were very adorable. Stellan held back her tears and forced a smile. She then entered the house, took out some pieces of bread she had stashed, and split it among the 2 children. As she watched the 2 children eat the bread without any regard for etiquette, Stellan's expression kept changing. It cycled between sorrow and pain. Not long after, her husband, Luke Sammer, returned home, but he, too, didn't have any food in his hands. Ever since the Koim company was taken over by the military during the war, this former manager had lost his job. He could only rely on their past savings and maintain his family via government aid. "I didn't manage to." Seeing his wife's hopeful gaze, this burly man with a messy beard lowered his head in shame. Stellan, who still looked rather pretty while in her 30s, took a deep breath and said, "Me too, I'll go out and queue again. There should still be places that haven't finished distributing food." Without waiting for her husband to respond, she rushed out of the door. Luke immediately turned around and said to her back, "I'll find another one too." Stellan didn't stop. She walked 2 streets and arrived in front of a house with a garden. Not long after, she saw the owner of the place, a tycoon in his 50s. "I want to buy some food." Stellan took out a stack of crumpled bills. The grizzled elder smiled and said, "And why should I sell it to you? I remember that you rejected me last time." Stellan's face paled. Without a word, she lowered her head and unbuckled her belt with her other hand. With a snap, the leather belt that was originally very exquisite but now had quite a few stains fell to the ground. Luke Sammer wandered aimlessly on the streets, unsure where he could find food. Looking at the small number of pedestrians passing by, and the bags that they were trying their best to protect, the scholarly gentleman's eyes gradually turned red. Unknowingly, he followed someone and turned into a street. In less than an hour, the curfew would begin. This was a rare opportunity for him. That person stopped outside a house and walked towards the door feebly. At this moment, the person suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Luke subconsciously took a few steps back before quickly approaching to test the pedestrian's breathing. His gaze unconsciously fell on the paper bag in the man's embrace, and he could smell the aroma of bread. Luke gulped and reached out for the bag. As he moved his hand, he looked back in fear at the house that this pedestrian was trying to enter. He saw a child's drawing pasted on the oriel window. Luke's action stiffened. A few seconds later, he stood up, walked to the door of the house, and rang the doorbell. The house's mistress and child quickly opened the door and saw their weak father and the bag of bread. The curfew arrived very quickly, and Luke returned to Minsk Street dejectedly. Just as he opened the door, he saw his wife smiling at him. "I got food." "That's great." Luke heaved a sigh of relief and hugged her tightly. Audrey walked along the streets and alleys, with no one capable of seeing her. She didn't say anything and walked back to Empress Borough, all the way back into the luxurious mansion where she smelled the aroma of pan-fried foie gras and other delicacies. After staring silently for a while, she saw the maids coming and going. Finally, she headed upstairs to her room. In the middle of the night, she wore a cloak and entered her parents' bedroom before arriving at their bed. After staring at them for a long time, Audrey knelt down on one knee and pressed her forehead against her father's hand. Beads of water dripped onto the carpet. Then, the blonde, green-eyed noble lady slowly raised her head and said to her sleeping parents, choking, "Daddy, Mommy, thank you. Thank you for teaching me what pity, kindness, and virtue are." As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and stood up abruptly. Turning around, she walked towards the door, no longer wearing the slightest emotions on her face. Chapter 1240, The Tide. In the early morning, Earl Hall woke up at his usual time and took a stroll in his garden and lawn. By the time he finished looking at his beloved thoroughbreds, he returned to the third floor of the villa and changed out of his outing clothes. His wife, Caitlin, had already woken up and was instructing her lady's maid to relay her thoughts to the rest of the servants. "It's time for breakfast." Earl Hall stood beside the coat rack and smiled at his wife. At that moment, he heard a commotion outside, one that was getting closer and closer, but it did not quell. With a slight frown, Earl Hall turned his head to look at his valet. Without needing the noble to speak, the valet immediately walked to the window and drew open the thin curtain. With a swoosh, more light shone into the bedroom. It was clear. The valet then cast his gaze out the window and scanned his surroundings. His expression suddenly became solemn. He turned around and glanced at Lady Caitlin, who was still talking to the lady's maid. He walked quickly to Earl Hall's side and said in a low voice, "A protest. Many people are protesting." A protest. Earl Hall was no stranger to this term. As a powerful Lowen Kingdom noble, and the second largest shareholder of the Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, he had seen many workers protest in demonstrations, requesting for a rise in their weekly salaries, as well as stipulate for maximum working hours. During the past 2 months, Backland had also undergone several protests due to various problems, but they were quickly suppressed without causing too much of an impact. His gaze moved back and forth across his valet's face for a few seconds. Eyes narrowed, he acutely sensed that the protest today might be different from what he had imagined. Without batting an eyelid, he walked to the window. Looking out, Earl Hall's eyes suddenly froze. With the advantage of being on the third floor, he saw that the roads were filled with dense hordes of people, extending far into the distance. They gathered together and surged in this direction, as if they were a dark, gigantic cloud that was about to envelop Backland. "Bread, we want bread." The shouts of tens of thousands of people, and even more people, grew into a crescendo, one that was loud and clear. It made Earl Hall's scalp tingle. Having participated in the mass at Festival Square, he was no stranger to seeing large masses of people or hearing people booming in one voice. But back then, he could barely be considered a part of the crowd. And today, he was one of the targets of the surging, tidal wave. Earl Hall couldn't help but glance towards the end of the protesters, only to realize that there was no end to it. However, with his rich experience in handling matters, he could make a judgment based on the details he had observed. He could see that there were very few police and soldiers on both sides of the protesters. Compared to the large number of people, they were like the eddies created by a tidal wave, a negligible detail. Earl Hall believed that the protesters that targeted Empress Borough would definitely be clamped down upon with the greatest force possible. It would be impossible for large numbers of soldiers and police to be deployed. The current situation could only mean one thing. There were too many people participating in the protest. As such, the soldiers and police were spread too thin. A protest numbering more than 100,000 people, perhaps more, a protest arising from a food shortage can turn into a riot and looting at any time. It might still seem orderly now, because there are many organizers and leaders. Damn it, didn't MI9 and the various churches notice any signs? How could such a large-scale protest be organized overnight? Even if Backland has become a gunpowder keg, it would still require quite a number of matchsticks to light it. Thoughts ran through Earl Hall's mind as his expression grew graver. The shouting became louder and more uniform, as if there was a tsunami in the city. At that moment, the servants in Earl Hall's mansion sensed the commotion. All of them went to the windows and looked beyond the compound gates. Their faces turned pale, as though they had encountered a flood that could not be avoided. Countless voices converged together, as the dense masses exuded a suffocating presence. Earl Hall snapped to his senses. He subconsciously wanted to get someone to send a telegram to the royal family to get them to organize an army to suppress the protesters. However, after further observation, he realized that quite a number of protesters were wearing military uniforms and were disabled. The soldiers in charge of maintaining order looked at the protesters with pity and pointed their guns at the sky. Among those people were their old comrades, their parents and children, their friends, neighbors, and large numbers of people who simply desired the same right to live like them. They just didn't want to starve to death. How could they not feel pity and empathy? At first, such feelings might have arisen in a handful of soldiers and police, but it quickly spread to almost everyone. In the past, under their office's supervision at gunpoint, they would have accepted all orders without any protest. But now, many people were thinking, any son of a bitch who dares to get me to fire shall be fired upon. From the shouts and the impact of the huge crowd, the color in Earl Hall's face drained. He couldn't help but retract his gaze and look at the guards and bodyguards gathered outside the house. He looked at the Beyonders of the Church of Evernight who were responsible for protecting his family, and he realized that the reactions of the two were different. The guards and bodyguards were filled with fear. The expressions of the secretly hired Beyonders had already become rather solemn. As for the protectors from the Church of Evernight, their gazes were filled with pity and empathy. To the Church, I might be equivalent to 1,000 believers, but there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more. Earl Hall instantly came to a realization of the consequences of what he had planned to do. Even though they were armed to the teeth, there was no way they could fend off so many protesters with just a few bodyguards. Once the conflict erupted, the Beyonders of the Church of Evernight couldn't be counted on at all. It was already a blessing by the goddess if his family could escape Empress Burrow with the bodyguards he hired. For the first time, Earl Hall experienced the strength of the masses. He experienced the terror of the unity of people. As this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately turned his head and instructed his valet, "Send a telegram to the Prime Minister and send a telegram to the other nobles. Say that I'm willing to take the lead and donate most of our food. Get them to remain calm." As the radio signals exchanged across the air, the nobles living in Empress Burrow all learned of his attitude. The present Duke Negan looked out the window with a serious expression. After a moment of silence, he exhaled and said to the male secretary beside him, "Protect the mansion and give up any forceful stance. Follow Earl Hall's lead. Also, make the merchants who are hoarding food the first examples." By the time the upper-class society came to a consensus and came up with a solution, Earl Hall's heart finally settled back to its original position. He had the energy to head to the dining room to meet his family. When he passed through the dining hall's entrance, he subconsciously scanned the situation inside. His wife stood by the window, looking out the window with worry. His eldest son kept pacing back and forth, appearing very angry and anxious. His daughter stood beside his wife, watching the tidal wave-like protesters in silence. Fog Sea, Future. Catalia stepped on a resplendent bridge formed from starlight and returned to the deck. "Captain, you have to do something about Frank this time." Bosun Nina rushed over and shouted. Catalia's depressed and sorrowful mood was instantly shattered as she frowned slightly. "What did he do again?" Nina said angrily. "He asked me if I knew how to have children. He wants to study how life is born and how the soul is created." "Did you hit him?" Catalia fell silent for a second. "I did." Nina didn't hide anything. Catalia then looked at Frank, who was not far away, ignoring his bruised face. "You should first study how fish breed." "All right." Frank scratched his head and heeded his captain's orders. Following that, Catalia nodded at the shadow which extended out from the cabin, the pale-faced bloodless Heath Doyle. Heath Doyle clearly relaxed. "Yes, Captain." After this farce with her crew, Catalia finally returned to the real world. While they weren't paying attention, she rubbed her temples and flew into the captain's cabin. Following that, she sealed the cabin with magic and took out the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Magic Wishing Lamp. After finishing her preparations, Catalia sat at her desk and lowered her head. She used Jotun to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name to report to him about Queen Mystic. Holding a lantern in hand, Klein surveyed the surrounding area of the northern city ruins. He turned his head slightly and listened for a few seconds before following the process of entering the world above the gray fog. He then sat on the high back chair belonging to the fool at the end of the long mottled table, spreading his spirituality towards the crimson star representing the hermit. Queen Mystic has some preliminary clues to the primitive island. She plans on leaving the safe sea route to do an extended search. That primitive island was discovered by Emperor Russell by chance. It's very likely that one of his 9 secret mausoleums is hidden on it. This is the only one that hasn't been discovered and destroyed at the moment. It's the hope of the Emperor's resurrection. However, the living beings on that primitive island seem to worship an unknown power that comes from the cosmos. Just understanding the cosmos that will lead to corruption. I need to remind Ma'am Hermit to warn Queen Mystic. Magic Wishing Lamp, Magic Wishing Lamp. So this Grade 0 sealed artifact is in the hands of Queen Mystic. It's a combination of a miracle invoker's Beyonder characteristic and a characteristic of unknown origins. Even a true deity can't shatter it. Just as he finished listening to 005's description, he immediately adjusted his vision and enlarged the scene of the golden kettle-like Magic Wishing Lamp. Suddenly, the wick at the mouth of the Magic Wishing Lamp lit up. Chapter 1241. Genie. The light emitted by the lamp's core was extremely viscous, like water that had been infused with quite a bit of sugar. It spewed out, forming a distorted and blurry golden figure. This figure instantly occupied the crimson star representing the hermit, cutting off his ability to sense catalia. Sitting at the end of the long bronze table, Klein's eyes widened as a thought subconsciously flashed across his mind. As expected of a sealed artifact labeled 005, although the serial number of Grade 0 sealed artifacts was usually based on the order of the time the Orthodox churches obtained or understood them, it had to be known that this set of rules was officially established after the 7 churches truly ruled over the world, which was the late 4th epoch and early 5th epoch. Back then, most Grade 0 sealed artifacts had already appeared, and they had been learned of or obtained by the Orthodox churches. This resulted in a situation where the ones with smaller serial numbers being Grade 0 sealed artifacts that were more powerful, terrifying, and unimaginable. Then, the rest were labeled based on the order of appearance. In addition, although it wasn't wrong to say that an item was more powerful the more ancient it was, for an item from the first epoch that the ancient gods were unable to affect, it definitely meant that even deities didn't fully comprehend their secrets. This way, the smaller the number was, the more terrifying the Grade 0 sealed artifact was. Of course, based on this rule, the Grade 0 sealed artifacts with higher serial numbers weren't necessarily worse than the first 10. Perhaps it was simply because they were discovered or obtained by the church at a later date. Without any numbers left for them, they could only be serialized. Just as a thought flashed through his mind, the golden figure's gaze pierced through the crimson star representing the hermit and towards the ancient palace above the gray fog. Following that, his voice echoed in an unusually magnificent manner. Long time no see, long time no see. He knows the former owner of Saphira Castle, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. No, it should be him, a genie who claims to be eternal. He can actually use Mam Hermit's prayer to directly talk to me. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he tensed up. Based on his experience over the recent years, as well as his ability as a clown, his body suddenly relaxed and he leisurely leaned back into his chair. Following that, Klein replied, "Hey." He didn't give an affirmative answer, nor did he deny that he was a fake. He only showed a look of contempt and wore a supercilious look. The blurry golden figure harumphed. "You've actually been weakened so much. It's no wonder that I haven't heard of your honorific name in the past few millennia." Honorific name? Weak? He really knows the former owner of Saphira Castle, is that an existence who was active during the first epoch? Amidst his thoughts, Klein smiled and said, "What you see might not be the truth." "Ha ha." The twisted and blurry golden figure laughed and said, "You're still your usual self, always trying to scam others, but the condition of Saphira Castle cannot fool me. Under normal circumstances, there's no way for me to pass through the outer layers of protection to communicate with you." "How do you know that I didn't do it on purpose?" Klein asked in a relaxed manner. "There's no point in lying to me," the distorted, blurry golden genie immediately replied. "Why do I feel like the victim of fraud is saying that I'm penniless, to the point of having sold my kidney? Back then, what did the previous owner of Saphira Castle, the one suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, do to the genie? Part of the characteristics of this magic wishing lamp is that of a miracle invoker, using his lampooning to relieve the pressure in his heart." Klein smiled. "It's not up to you to decide whether there's any point." The blurry golden figure trembled slightly. "From the state of Saphira Castle, you seem to have a need for a miracle invoker beyond your characteristic." He did not harp on the topic and instead pointed out the situation he had observed. "This fellow can actually see through this matter. His level is really very high. He is able to separate the miracle invoker Beander characteristic from the magic wishing lamp." Klein's eyes narrowed as he nearly lost his composure. He immediately controlled his actions and expression and replied with a smile, "If you think so." The blurry and distorted golden figure once again made his magnificent voice echo above the gray fog. "We can make a deal. You will remove my seal and give me freedom. I will leave the miracle invoker Beander characteristic to you and only take away the portion that belongs to me. As for a witness, let's use our Sephiroth. Although both you and I have means to resist the backlash and reduce the damage caused by breaching the contract, it won't be without a price. We both need to consider the consequences. I promise I won't stay here any longer than necessary." Sealed. Sephiroth, the terrifying nature of the magic wishing lamp is a seal of an existence that's at least at the true deity level. With a thought, Klein quickly analyzed the viability of the matter. Soon, he made a decision. He was not to be bewitched. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, he wasn't the real owner of Saphira Castle. There was a limit to what he could do and handle. Secondly, he had received some mysticism education and had gleaned experiences as a nighthawk. He knew not to trade with unknown existences or bear any hope in being lucky. Having made up his mind, he calmed down and focused on how to gather more information. The genie was suspected to originate from the darkest, most chaotic, and most mysterious first epoch, so, he definitely knew a lot. After some thought, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up. Do you think such conditions can move me? He planned to see how high the chips the genie could offer, so as to pry into certain of his secrets. Upon hearing this, the flickering golden figure's eyes suddenly lit up in a literal manner. His gaze seemed to land directly on Klein as his magnificent voice quaked the ancient palace like thunder. You are not him. You are not him. At that moment, Klein was a little stunned and also a little frightened. It was as if he was performing a grand magic show only to have a member of the audience suddenly point out his trick. He didn't know what was wrong with his rhetorical question, nor did he know what exactly was wrong. It was difficult for him to analyze the pros and cons in a short period of time, and give a reaction that matched the current situation. Why did he suddenly realize that I'm not the former owner of Saphira Castle, the suspected, celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? Isn't my rhetoric question very reasonable? Since we're talking about a deal, bargaining should be allowed. The former owner of Saphira Castle that the genie knew wasn't like that. Impossible. Why would a person who's good at deceit show his hand so readily? How can there not be some level of negotiation and pressure? Shit, too many thoughts are running through my mind. Nearly 10 seconds have passed. I didn't immediately answer the genie's accusation, so it's a form of indirect admittance. When it came to being exposed, Klein didn't have much experience. He was momentarily unsure for a response. Just as he raised his vigilance and was about to produce the Staff of the Stars and activate Saphira Castle's powers to resist the possible attack from the genie, the golden and blurry figure suddenly laughed. This laughter seemed to stir his soul, causing Klein, who was inside Saphira Castle, to nearly show signs of losing control. It wasn't easy for him to remain calm. There's no intention to attack, but the influence of natural dissipation. What's the genie laughing about? What's so funny? Klein frowned as he thought of one possibility after another, but he felt that they didn't match reality. After a few seconds, the genie's laughter stopped and he happily quipped, even for existences at our level, fate is still so miraculous. Regardless of who you are, the deal I proposed is still on the table. As long as you remove the seal and release me, I will return to the cosmos with the portion that belongs to me. As for the rest, I will leave the miracle invoker Beander characteristic to you. In addition, I will grant you 3 wishes. How's that? Isn't that enough? Cosmos. When Klein heard that, his eyelids twitched as he sharply sensed danger. This was a warning from his spiritual intuition. He had originally thought that he could pretend to agree and obtain more information before using Saphira Castle to go back on his promise, but now he suddenly felt that he could not make the promise. Hence, Klein decisively said, leave. As he spoke, he cut off the connection between himself and the crimson star representing the hermit. The blurry and distorted golden figure suddenly expanded and dissipated, leaving only his voice echoing. You will eventually agree. Only when the world above the gray fog had its calm completely restored did Klein slowly let out a breath and silently muttered to himself, the genie is a powerful creature from the cosmos. Was it sealed within the magical wishing lamp in the first epoch or earlier? The person who sealed him might be the previous owner of Saphira Castle, the existence suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. This can be inferred from the ingredients used to form the magic wishing lamp's Beander characteristics. So, that's how the genie sensed that I wasn't the previous owner of Saphira Castle when he questioned me. But I did consider this point, so my question wasn't logically unsound. Unless, back then, the former owner of Saphira Castle and the genie had come to some sort of tacit understanding or had some secret. The bulk of the genie's powers likely can't extend out of the seal, but he can use the Beander characteristic that forms the seal. The unique characteristic of granting wishes is likely from the miracle invoker characteristic. Then, the genie uses his level to magnify it. Amidst his thoughts, Klein raised his head to look at the crimson star representing the hermit. He discovered that Catalya didn't notice anything unusual with the magic wishing lamp. Klein formed a stream of light that contained his warnings and threw it into the crimson star. Chapter 1242, the baffling actions of the human. The primitive island that the Emperor found by chance, the creatures on the island worship an unknown power that comes from the cosmos, without reaching the level of an angel. Just knowledge of it will result in corruption from the cosmos. Try not to make a wish to the genie, nor bring it to that primitive island. Catalia finally received feedback from Mr. Fool as she heaved a sigh of relief, even more worried about the Queen's quest. She turned her head to look at the unresponsive magic wishing lamp and quickly put it away. Then, she spread out a letter, picked up a fountain pen, and paraphrased the information she had just received, hoping that Queen Mystic Bernadette would take it seriously. In a dilapidated apartment in Backland, a man with a full beard was sitting on a chair with his hands cuffed behind him. Zio, who had become a middle-ranking MI9 member through her own capabilities, stood in front of the man, with a triangular blade in hand and her two subordinates flanking her. We already have enough witnesses and evidence to prove that you're one of the main organizers of the protest. If you wish to reduce your punishment, answer my questions honestly. Before Zio could say a word, the bearded man felt an extremely powerful suppressive force. When she finished speaking, even his mind began to tremble. It was as though bolts of electricity were generated and a pain and numbness that couldn't be perceived could explode at any moment. The bearded man suppressed the fear and weakness in his heart and said, "No one instigated me. I just did what I wanted to do. Don't you all know, the entirety of Backland has become a gunpowder keg. Even a tiny spark can set off the entire city. And there are countless sparks like me who are willing to take the risk. Those darn nobles and merchants hoarded so much food while there are already people in East Borough who are starving to death. You can do whatever you want to do to me. I've never believed in their promises. The reason why we agreed to end the protest was because everyone had received a lot of food." Zio was about to ask further when she suddenly turned her head to listen to the commotion in the distance. Sounds of rumbling could be heard from somewhere. It was deep, hoarse, and layered. Has the Faesac, Intis, or Phaenopotter army broken through our defenses and begun to attack Backland's defenses? Zio's expression instantly turned solemn. Back in the forsaken land of the gods, after Klein returned to the real world, he immediately attempted to reach out his hand to see if he could pull out the magic wishing lamp from the fog of history. Soon, he confirmed that he couldn't summon sealed artifact 005. Indeed, it involves a uniqueness, or should I say, Saphira. In short, the genie is indeed a high-ranking existence that was sealed. At the very least, he is a king of angels. There's no way to make use of him. Klein let out a breath and turned his attention back to the hunt of dark demonic wolf Kotar. He had made a lot of preparations during this period of time, and he ran through and confirmed the plan above the gray fog. However, he was in no hurry to take action. He spent quite a bit of time checking the loopholes and mending the imperfections. 2 to 3 days later, it was dark and silent in the wilderness. Wearing a silk top hat and a long black trench coat, Klein held a lantern that emitted a faint yellow glow. With a solemn expression, he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the world, illuminating it. Following that, he dragged out a figure. It was him holding the illusory staff of the stars in a lantern. Right on the heels of that, his true body entered the fog of history as he dashed to a time before the first epoch. He hid inside the old stacked cities. His historical void projection suddenly came alive as an area that he had been exploring recently had surfaced in his mind. He used the power of the staff of the stars to directly move to it. This was a huge distance away from where his actual body was. Even if there was a problem with the projection, no one would be able to lock onto the exact location of where his true body was when he returned to reality. Surveying the area, he took in the dried riverbed and a boulder that stood deep in the darkness like a monster. He no longer maintained his staff of the stars' historical projection, letting it quickly fade away and disappear with a shake of his right hand. After doing all of this, he walked to the boulder, put down the lantern, and began chanting an honorific name in Jotun. The Dark Lord that exists alongside history. The embodiment of countless miracles. The God of Wishes. This was the dark demonic wolf's honorific name that he had obtained from the Evernight goddess. Although the mythical creature might not be using it anymore, or had perhaps changed it a long time ago, it was undoubtedly referring to him. When it came to mysticism, deep within a mountain range, in an ancient castle, giants, elves, humans, and vampires each held the role as gardeners, chefs, servants, and guards. They all had different expressions and would whisper to each other when they met, making them appear lively and intelligent. However, once they returned to their rooms, they would immediately turn dull. Their eyes would no longer move as their bodies floated up and hung from the ceiling. In the depths of the castle, in a hall where only lightning could light it up from outside the window, a huge figure lay quietly in the darkness. Its body was like a tiny mountain that was covered in dark short fur. Its pitch-black pupils covered at least 3/4 of its eyes, and at its forehead was a tuft of grayish-white fur. Its head resembled a magnified, twisted feral wolf. This was none other than the god of wishes, dark demonic wolf Kotar. Suddenly, this demonic wolf, which was more exaggerated than an ordinary giant, raised his head. Every strand of his dark and short hair began to sway as all the servants in the castle followed his actions. Kotar's eyes moved slightly as he turned his head slightly, as though he was listening to something. In the next second, he opened his mouth and let out a soundless roar and summoned another him. As soon as this dark demonic wolf appeared, Kotar's body leapt into the grayish-white fog as he dashed to a certain historical spot of light in the second epoch. This was a piece of secret history that he knew. In the real world, the dark demonic wolf's historical void projection made a wish in a tongue-twisting language. Then, with a flash of his figure, he directly moved to a mountain near the northern city of Noise. After making the necessary preparations, the god of wishes allowed a strand of dark, short hair to fall off, turning into an illusory worm of spirit that expanded into the corresponding prayer point of light. With its help, Kotar saw who was praying to him. It was a young man wearing a strange hat and strange clothes. He stood beside a glass lantern and softly chanted the honorific name of the god of wishes. The dark demonic wolf's huge, pitch-black pupils turned and saw that the young man was covered in a layer of grayish-white fog. There were some things that could not be seen clearly in the fog. As a Sequence 2 angel of the seer pathway, this mythical creature could clearly sense that the fog was similar to the fog of history. It could sense a strong attraction force from something in the fog. Saphira Castle, having heard some matters from the ancient god, Phlegre, the king of demonic wolves, he instantly had a guess. Under this premise, he had many thoughts regarding the young man. Using Saphira Castle to attract me and make me attack him on my own accord, and then confirming my location. This is a bait. Indeed, he's just a historical void projection. It's unknown which time fragment his true body is hiding in. It's unknown where the ambusher is hiding. Previously, Saphira Castle clearly had an anomaly. I controlled myself and didn't attempt to search for the corresponding region or the clues that might be left behind. Why do they think I will fall for it? It's just an attempt, switching to another when it doesn't work. Or is there something wrong with this prayer? I've lived for thousands of years. After experiencing so many things, what kind of situation have I not seen? The best solution now is to ignore him and not spy on him. I'll just remember him. The dark demonic wolf quickly made a decision and planned to observe for a while longer before destroying that prayer point of light. At this moment, he saw the young man open his mouth again. The sun that is eternal. You are the embodiment of order. The dark demonic wolf was somewhat puzzled as to what the young man was trying to do. In this forsaken land, praying to the other true deities was useless. In the next second, Klein once again chanted another deity's name. The dark demonic wolf's pupils dilated slightly. He was confused by the actions of the human in the prayer light. Before he could make any guesses, Klein muttered the third honorific name. The clock hand that tampers with time. The shadow that roams across fate. The embodiment of deceit and trickery. Amen. He is praying to Amen. The dark demonic wolf was already completely at a loss as to what the other party was up to. He instinctively felt that something was amiss and immediately wanted to wipe away the corresponding prayer point of light. Suddenly, he saw the young man lift his head and smile. He then took out a crystal monocle and put it on his right eye. In just one prayer, Klein's historical void projection had turned into blasphemer Amon's avatar. Almost at the same time, the dark demonic wolf felt the other party's gaze pass through the prayer light and land on him. Then, Amen looked past him and into the fog of history where his true body was. Without any hesitation, he immediately destroyed the prayer light. As for his true body, he dispelled the gaze and removed the maintenance of the historical projection. In the fog of history, in the stacked city of old, Klein suddenly stood up. A scene surfaced in his mind. A few seconds before this scene took shape, he had severed the connection between his body and the historical void projection, doing so in order to avoid having Amen descent right beside him. the baffling actions that he had previously done were mainly to confuse the dark demonic wolf. He wanted him to continue observing after realizing that the supplicant wasn't the true body. This made him increase the time he spied on Saphira Castle. In the end, he prayed to Amen, using the possible descent and influence of the god of deceit to hide the tracks of Saphira Castle's reverse corruption of the dark demonic wolf. If Amen hadn't responded and merely watched by the sidelines, Klein would use the monocle he had prepared to deceive the dark demonic wolf. Chapter 1243. Hectic but not confused. Deep within a mountain range, in the ancient castle, as soon as dark demonic wolf Kotar returned from the fog of history, he instinctively removed all connections with the outside world. He was prepared to abandon this place and move elsewhere. Although he still hadn't figured out what had happened, with an accident already happening, his experience told him that he couldn't take any chances at all. He should retreat and give up as required of him. At the same time, a thought came to Klein's mind in the city of old. His figure instantly appeared in the ancient palace above the gray fog. At the seat belonging to the fool, he merged with the constantly distorted and scattered crimson figure and took form. In this mysterious space, the crimson stars that represented justice, the hanged man, the star, and the other members of the tarot club were constantly expanding and shrinking. They emitted layers of ripples that formed a mighty wave. This was one of the preparations that Klein had made in advance. In the name of Gehrman Sparrow, he had used different reasons to get the members of the tarot club to pray to Mr. Fool one after another, asking this existence to pass a certain answer to Mr. World. As such, the crimson stars resonated, affecting Saphira Castle in reverse, thus allowing it to summon the fool to resolve the problem. This was one of the key factors that could help him escape from Amon's clutches. It could help him remove the need to take 4 steps counterclockwise and recite the incantations. He could directly enter Saphira Castle without wasting any time, and in a battle at the level of angels, the difference a second makes would perhaps determine the difference in the outcome. To fight someone more powerful than him, Klein had to consider every detail. Sitting in the high back chair belonging to the fool, he beckoned for the staff of the stars and sea god scepter while observing the other changes in Saphira Castle. In the grayish-white fog, there was an additional crimson glow that was rapidly shrinking, almost disappearing in no time. Around the fool's seat, ripples of light bloomed as though they were forming a pure passageway. He could barely make out a gigantic demonic wolf's figure from the crimson glow. This was a result of Kotar's spying on Saphira Castle. Through the passage of time, he had gained a certain understanding of the situation and had unknowingly been invaded. As such, he established a preliminary connection with Saphira Castle. Of course, as an angel and a god of wishes of the second epoch, he had the right level and ability to sever such a connection and get rid of the corresponding corruption. If Klein didn't make use of these 1 or 2 seconds, he would lose his lock on the dark demonic wolf. And at the side of the fool's seat, the rippling lights reflected the figure wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat, Gehrman Sparrow. On his right eye was a crystal monocle. It was unknown what loophole this blasphemer's avatar could use to slow down the rate at which Klein's historical void projection dissipated. Then, he used the subtle connection between Gehrman Sparrow, Klein's actual body, and Saphira Castle in an attempt to invade the world above the gray fog from the special scene summoned by Saphira Castle. As the halo spread out, Gehrman Sparrow's long and powerful palm pierced through the barrier and suddenly entered the ancient palace, as though it had opened an invisible door, although Klein had already prepared for this and knew that it wouldn't be easy to get rid of Amen. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he saw this scene. He was afraid that in the next second, he would grab a crystal monocle and put it on his right eye. This was something that had to be resolved in 1 or 2 seconds. Otherwise, the ownership of Saphira Castle would be a question left in the air. Without any hesitation, distorted and transparent worms of spirit appeared on the surface of his skin. They quickly gathered together, forming another Klein. After catching the sea god scepter, Klein stirred the power of Saphira Castle. With the augmentation of the layers of invisible waves, the blue gems lit up, causing violent bolts of lightning to form silver balls that rolled into the rippling light. Amidst the crackling sounds, the palm that pierced through Saphira Castle instantly shattered and evaporated. The spherical lightning that was filled with destructive aura expanded outwards, descending into reality, enveloping the monocled Gehrman Sparrow. This historical void projection was only barely maintained with the use of loopholes, so it collapsed after suffering such a strike. He could only adjust the crystal monocle and shake his head in regret as he watched his figure rapidly fade away after being shattered by the electric bolts. As a small portion of the worms of spirit responded to Amon's prayer, Klein grabbed the staff of the stars with his actual body. He held the staff embedded with many gems and aimed the Grade 0 sealed artifact at the rapidly shrinking crimson light. At the same time, a scene appeared in his mind. The rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and pearls on the staff of the stars lit up one after another. The sound of a distant bell seemed to have transcended an infinite amount of time as it echoed within the grayish-white fog, reverberating within the crimson light. The pitch-black darkness in front of dark demonic wolf Kotar suddenly faded, revealing a huge stone wall clock. The wall clock was ancient and mottled, and its surface was grayish-white and bluish-black, split into 12 segments. Each segment had different symbols that represented the different times of the day. At the core of the wall clock, 3 needles seemed to be formed from worms of time of 3 different lengths, short, medium, and long, were filled with a feeling that time had left its mark on. This was a Beander power from Angel of Time, Amon. Using the Staff of the Stars, Klein had made it appear again. Normally speaking, a Beander power at this level wasn't something that could be understood by just witnessing once or twice. It wasn't so easy to record it, but Klein wasn't fighting alone. During this period of time, he had made use of Miss Magician's summoning to return to Backlund frequently. He went to the Star Leonard to chat directly with Pallas Zoroast, and he gained a deeper understanding of the corresponding mysticism knowledge and supernatural details. Although Pallas had already dropped to the Sequence 2 level and was unable to use the powers of the time domain, his experience and knowledge remained. On the ancient and mysterious stone wall clock, the second hand suddenly jerked, causing everything around dark demonic wolf Kotar to slow down. Even the deep darkness seemed to freeze. This miracle invoker, who was just about to completely cut off contact with the outside world and distance himself from where he was by granting his own wish, suddenly froze on the spot. There was a brief moment of him being fixed in place. There was no doubt that there was a huge gap in power between the original Beander powers and those replicated by the Staff of the Stars. However, for Klein, the effect was already enough. The moment he saw the dark demonic wolf being affected by the ancient wall clock, he immediately dropped the Staff of the Stars and made the worm of spirit he had just separated from his body to fly back into his body. With a thought, he returned to the City of Oil before the first epoch. Then, he appeared in the dark desolate plains with the lantern that emitted a faint yellow glow. His right hand extended forward and successfully pulled out a projection of the Staff of the Stars. This method could effectively increase the success rate of summoning the Staff of the Stars, but it would clearly reduce the might of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. After all, he was summoning a historical projection of a historical projection. Of course, as it was a race against time, making such a choice was very easy. Klein didn't enter the fog of history again. He reached out to grab his shoulder, and he used dream divination to outline the feedback he received from using Saphira Castle to reverse corrupt the dark demonic wolf. In the dark, unlit hall in the ancient castle, the mountain-like demonic wolf stood up. Quickly filling in the details, Klein slightly adjusted the details according to the scene of his frozen target. On the black staff, the corresponding gems lit up. In his mind, the scene that resembled an oil painting suddenly swelled up, interweaving with reality, making it impossible to separate from each other. He descended into that ancient castle's dark hall, landing in front of dark demonic wolf Kotar, who had just raised his body with his 8 legs. He had finally officially met the god of wishes that had been living since the second epoch. Without any hesitation, Klein took the opportunity of the dark demonic wolf having just escaped the influence of the ancient wall clock. As he dispelled the historical void projection, he took out an iron cigar case from his pocket and opened it. Inside the cigar case, there was a Lowen gold coin. Its surface flashed, reflecting Reinette Tinecare, who was wearing a dark and complicated long dress and holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. One of the preparations Klein made was to use the method that he had used to bring around Admiral of Blood Seigneur. This allowed him to bring Miss Messenger to the forsaken land of the gods. Reinette Tinecare was no doubt a wraith. Furthermore, she was an even more powerful wraith. She could also possess the smooth surface of a gold coin. In addition, she was a spirit world creature and was intrinsically a spirit. She could enter the world above the gray fog and descend upon the forsaken land of the gods, just like Justice Audrey. Based on this condition, in order to not expose the secret within Saphira Castle and not expose the fool's true identity, he first made Miss Messenger possess the gold coin before using the iron cigar case to seal it. Then, he sacrificed the item to the gray fog before bringing it to the forsaken land of the gods through a bestowment ritual. Of course, the prerequisite for these actions was that Klein had the level and strength of a Sequence 2 angel in Saphira Castle. Even if something went wrong with Reinette Tinekar, he could still handle it. As for Reinette Tinekar, she happily agreed to this matter because Gehrman Sparrow had just helped her retrieve a portion of her body. Silently, Miss Messenger left the gold coin and occupied the pitch-black pupil of the dark demonic wolf's eyes. Wraith's possession. Chapter 1244. Wish. Just as Reinette Tinekar's figure appeared in dark demonic wolf Kotar's pupils, she left the window to the heart and began expanding back to her original size. This meant that her Wraith's possession attempt had failed. The dark demonic wolf's body rapidly shrunk and thinned as he madly absorbed the light around him, becoming a translucent black velvet curtain. This was an item that Klein had seen via dream divination. It was ejected from the grayish-white fog and had landed in the hands of the dark demonic wolf. It was suspected to contain the Sequence 1 attendant of Mysteries Beyander characteristic of the Seer pathway. At this moment, dark demonic wolf Kotor had borrowed some of the powers of the curtain to dodge Reinette Tinekar's Wraith's possession at the critical moment via some unknown means, effectively avoiding the subsequent series of control. The curtain was stowed away after he used it, allowing the dark demonic wolf with his dark, short fur to appear in a spot that was originally empty. Reinette Tinekar wasn't surprised by the failure. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a golden-haired, red-eyed head in her hand spat out a rectangular, diamond-like charm. The other three heads used ancient Hermes, Jotun, and Elvish to say a word. The rectangular diamond-like charm was instantly engulfed in transparent flames as it fused with the void. Reinette Tinekar's body swelled as the four blonde, red-eyed heads flew up and landed on her empty neck, stacked upon one another. In the blink of an eye, Miss Messenger had transformed into a huge doll that could almost break through the dark demonic wolf's castle. She was wearing a black gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines. Her eyes were blood red and she exuded an aura that no human should possess. Dark demonic wolf Kotar didn't attempt to stop Reinette Tinekar from borrowing strength from her past, nor did he immediately show his complete mythical creature form. With 8 feet on the ground, he raised his neck and let out a roar. This roar seemed to be of a higher level, containing words similar to Jotun. It made the curtain float up and instantly expand, blanketing the ancient castle from top to bottom. The curtain quickly turned transparent and fused with the building. It was as though it had never appeared or had any effect on it. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this place was already isolated from the outside world. If he wanted to leave, he had to first break the invisible barrier. In other words, that curtain made the dark demonic wolf's castle become an independent kingdom. This was the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Klein, who had just failed and planned on continuing to summon angels to help him, had a spark of inspiration. He instantly changed his mind, reaching into the void and dragging out another hymn. It was Gehrman Sparrow, one who was holding a historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. Right on the heels of that, Klein controlled his historical projection to turn him into his marionette and transfer some worms of spirit over. While he was busy with these matters, Reinette Tinekar had already recovered to her peak condition. Her bright red eyes reflected the 8-legged demonic wolf. With a faint flash, the dark demonic wolf turned into a white goat. However, outside the dark hall, a giant holding a broom suddenly trembled and transformed into a demonic wolf with a tuft of gray hair on its forehead. At the moment when the curse was cast on him, a miracle invoker, he had swapped places with his marionette. He opened his mouth once again and let out a roar. This roar also contained words that mostly resembled the source of Jotun, describing a beautiful wish. I wish for all godhood here to dissipate. In the next second, as the god of wishes, the dark demonic wolf granted his wish. Klein immediately felt his godhood being repressed. The Beyander powers that stemmed from Scholar of Yore and Bizarro Sorcerer could no longer be used. Fortunately, the historical projection was maintained with spirituality. As long as the summoning was successful, it wouldn't be dispelled by the dark demonic wolf's wish. Similarly, as Klein had already turned his historical projection into a marionette and transferred a number of worms of spirit over, he could still swap locations with his projection. Apart from him, Rainet Tinakar and Dark Demonic Wolf were also affected by the wish that had been granted. Their Beander powers above Sequence 5 had vanished into thin air, making it difficult to use them. Of course, be it the demonic wolf marionette that had turned into a goat, or the gigantic doll like Rainet Tinakar, there was no change in their form. What existed was reasonable, so it couldn't be eliminated by the power of wishes. After making this wish, the dark demonic wolf arched his back and bent his body slightly. It looked like he was about to engage in a battle with Klein and Rainet Tinakar. At that moment, his mountain-like body was about the size of the castle-like doll. He looked down coldly at Klein, capable of crushing him with a single swipe of his claw. In addition, the castle had many marionettes rushing over. They consisted of giants, elves, vampires, humans, and deformed monsters. Only a number of them were at Sequence 5, but now, they had Kotar's worms of spirit in their bodies. In other words, in this special environment, all of them were at Sequence 5. After the dissipation of godhood, in this independent kingdom, Dark Demonic Wolf Kotar's advantage became obvious. More than 100 Sequence 5s were besieging 2 Sequence 5s. Furthermore, the Dark Demonic Wolf was itself a mutant. Even if he couldn't reveal any godhood, his massive size and terrifying strength made him adept at combat. He wasn't on the same level as a weak human like marionettist Klein. At this moment, the body of Rainet Tinakar, who was dressed in a black gothic dress that twined with sinister vines, suddenly turned incorporeal. First, she reflected on a floor-to-ceiling window, then it jumped into the pitch-black pupils of the dark demonic wolf. She had once again attempted Wraith's possession. However, dark demonic wolf Kotar swapped locations with another marionette in a timely fashion, preventing Rainet Tinakar from successfully possessing his body. Rainet Tinakar wasn't discouraged as she continued using mediums such as glass windows, chandeliers, and eyeballs to jump through the different marionettes in pursuit of the real dark demonic wolf. As for the dark demonic wolf, he relied on his numerous marionettes and had the advantage of copious numbers of worms of spirit. He swapped between different marionettes without any pause to avoid being forcibly possessed by the ancient bane. Amidst the two angels' silent conflict, a large number of the dark demonic wolf's marionettes had surrounded the two Kleins. Beander powers like a vampire's, abyss shackles, a giant's, hurricane of light, an elf's, wind binding, and a human's, psychic piercing, and holy light summoning, inundated their targets. They controlled, weakened, attacked, and purified Klein, acting with great rapport. Klein was only able to dodge a portion of the attacks before being drowned by the attacks. Plasma exploded as the light blasted out. Klein's staff of the stars holding figure quickly outlined itself to the side. At that critical moment, he had exchanged spots with his marionette in time. He imagined his traveling powers and had used the staff of the stars to complete the teleportation. In this special scenario, this was essentially a release of recorded powers. After dodging this round of attacks, Klein discovered that a marionette was controlling his spirit body threads before he could catch his breath. At the same time, a human marionette reached out his right hand under the influence of the dark demonic wolf and aimed at the miracle invoker's actual body. In the next second, the dark demonic wolf and another marionette switched positions. As for the marionette, it was possessed by Rainet Tinakar. This way, the human marionette's right hand was targeted at Rainet Tinakar. The marionette's palm clenched tightly as his wrist spun half a circle, stealing away the target's subsequent thoughts. Right on the heels of that, he jumped and pounced on an ally. Rainet Tinakar was momentarily rooted to the ground. When the dark demonic wolf saw this, he immediately got several marionettes to spread open their arms and summoned pure pillars of cleansing flames to surround them. In the holy light, Wraith Rainet Tinakar's body first began to melt. Following that, using mirror jump, she moved to a glass window situated high above the castle to avoid the subsequent purification. In just a few seconds, she and Klein inevitably fell into a perilous situation. The restricted environment, being on his home ground, and his trait as the god of wishes had magnified dark demonic wolf Kotar advantage to the extreme. If it were any other scholar of yore, there was only one problem he needed to consider: how to rely on Rainet Tinakar to escape, but Klein had his trump card. Just as he pulled back his spirit body threads, he didn't hesitate to stir the powers of Saphira Castle. This trait of his wasn't suppressed by the dark demonic wolf's wish. This was something even the forsaken land of the gods couldn't screen. In midair, grayish-white fog appeared. The ancient palace above the spirit world appeared faint, its appearance brought with it slight tremors. A certain power followed the connection and shook the demonic wolf's castle, causing the translucent black velvet curtain to jolt out of place a little, allowing the independent kingdom to intersect with reality. Seizing this opportunity, Klein opened his mouth and shouted out a name in Jotun. Leodoro. Thousands of thick silver lightning bolts descended from the sky, smiting dark demonic wolf Kotar's castle. The area transformed into a lightning forest that emitted a strong destructive aura. Chapter 1245. Help available even without summoning help. The bolts of silver lightning that were as thick as an anaconda struck the translucent black velvet curtain. It shook violently as it distorted. Taking advantage of this opening, Reinette Tinaker's figure, which was reflected on the castle's glass, jumped back into Klein's pocket and returned to the surface of the gold coin in the iron cigar case. The prepared Klein raised his right arm and calmly aimed the staff of the stars at the floor tiles in the hall. A scene surfaced in his mind. It represented one of the Beander powers of a druid. The ground beneath his feet instantly softened, turning into a marsh. It made his body sink like it had fallen into a sea, underground slink. The translucent black velvet curtain could no longer withstand the cleansing from the lightning storm the moment the marsh solidified. It curled into a ball and fell back into the castle. No longer restricted, the few thousand thick bolts of lightning rained down the ancient castle. A tower collapsed and the hall was left in shambles. One marionette after another burst into ephemeral illusions under the pricking of such a lightning strike. They were instantly charred black and reduced to ashes. When the silver light that illuminated the entire mountain range subsided, dark demonic wolf Kotar's castle was in ruins. Many spots were burning with red flames. Klein immediately emerged from the bottom of a deep pit and saw that the demonic wolf, covered in dark and short fur, had performed the same action, relying on the three druids among his marionettes. He had successfully hidden underground to avoid the lightning bombardment, and at that moment, the independent kingdom, created by the curtain, had completely disintegrated. However, the dark demonic wolf's wish hadn't completely expired. The return of godhood still needed some time. Without any hesitation, both parties engaged in another intense battle. Kotar allowed the crinkled curtain to fly up and drape him, so as to prevent the wraith's possession. After all, there were only 3 of his marionettes left. Of course, this way, he could no longer swap locations with his marionettes. At the same time, Reinette Tinaker left the gold coin in Klein's pocket and floated towards the 8-legged demonic wolf. She had given up on the idea of possession as her arms suddenly swelled. A few strands of gray hair grew from the back of her hand, and her nails became long, sharp, and firm. Werewolf transformation. This doll-like baneful entity became a huge werewolf. She kept moving at high speeds, waving her sharp claws as she engaged in an intense battle with the hill-like dark demonic wolf. Amidst the clashing sounds, Klein was attacked by Kotar's 3 remaining marionettes. One of them raised his head and roared, causing brown short hair to tear through his clothes. In an instant, he transformed into a terrifying giant bear that was twice the height of a person. One crouched down, pressing his palms against the ground, while the other raised his right hand and yanked his hair. At that moment, a crimson flame surged out of Klein's clothes, instantly devouring him. His figure appeared in a sea of flames to the side. Then, he jumped out, raised his staff, and charged straight at the huge brown bear. And at the spot where he was originally standing, dark green mutated vines pierced through the ground and grew wildly, stirring the remnant flames in the middle. The huge brown bear didn't back down. With heavy strides, it rushed towards Klein like a high-speed steam locomotive. It spread open its arms, trying to give him a passionate hug that could crush all his bones and squeeze all his chest muscles together. As his black trench coat flailed to his back, Klein didn't retreat. He was about to collide with the huge brown bear. Suddenly, he kicked his left foot and twisted his waist. He forcefully jumped up and flew past the brown bear diagonally. As the two crossed each other, Klein swung his black staff down and ruthlessly struck the brown bear's shoulder. Normally, such an attack wouldn't have been able to hurt the thick hide of the brown bear. However, with the staff of the stars, the physical attack would lead to random abnormal changes or strange effects. Of course, under the God of Wishes' suppression, these changes and effects wouldn't exceed that of a sequence 4 Beander power. As the sound of the staff's strike reverberated, the huge brown bear's shoulder tore open diagonally from its shoulder. The bottom half of its torso teleported more than 10 meters away while the remaining portion remained in place. The brown bear's internal organs and blood gushed to the ground in a rather shocking scene. However, the brown bear wasn't dead yet. Its two halves were squirming as it struggled to stabilize his center of mass and continued attacking. As a marionette, he had long died. Such damage was nothing. At this moment, Klein had already jumped behind the brown bear, his feet stepping on the ground. Another wave of scarlet flames surged out, drowning his figure. A flame that was about to be extinguished rose up as Klein leapt out and arrived close to the marionette, which had both hands on the ground. With his silk top hat, he ran past the marionette without turning his head as he swung the staff to the side. The marionette's body burst into golden flames as his figure instantly vanished. A flame surged into the sky as the marionette jumped down. However, the golden flames didn't extinguish, quickly burning him to ashes. Without even looking over, Klein had already rushed in front of the marionette that was yanking his hair. The marionette immediately threw out the hair in his hand. These strands of hair began to burn as they emitted black gases, sounding alarms to Klein's spirituality senses. Poison. An unknown poison. With a creak, he forcefully stopped using his ability as a clown. Using the inertia of his body, he extended his black staff. All sorts of thoughts rapidly reformed in his mind, quickly forming a scene. Before this operation, Klein had requested Miss Justice's help to hypnotize him. It made his brain unable to form scenes when he subconsciously thought of one. There would only be a single thought resonating in his mind, and he had to take the initiative to control it to construct the scene. This allowed him to use the staff of the stars for a long time without being affected by the negative effects. As for the flaws of thinking in such a manner, Klein felt that it was still acceptable under predetermined conditions. Without a sound, the gems embedded in the staff of the stars lit up. A pure white and holy pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the black gas and the corresponding marionette. The poison quickly melted under the sun's burning. It was the same with the marionette. With a remnant glow still in his eyes, Klein instinctively turned around and aimed his staff at the brown bear that was split into two. Silver lightning flashed spontaneously before the separated brown bear's body finally collapsed, unable to get up again. In just a few seconds, Klein had finished off the remaining marionettes of the dark demonic wolf. After Saphira Castle's anomaly, be it him or the god of wishes, time became abnormally precious. No one was willing to stall for time, because it wouldn't be long before high-level existences like the true creator and angel of time Amen in the forsaken land of the gods descended. Upon seeing this, dark demonic wolf Kotar trembled violently and flung out the translucent velvet curtain. The curtain first vanished into thin air before it suddenly appeared behind Klein. Just as his spirituality was about to send a warning, it covered him and wrapped him within it. Klein's vision immediately darkened as he felt his thoughts turn sluggish. His spirit body threads were being inoculated onto the curtain, one thread at a time. He attempted using flaming jump, softening his bones, and using the staff of the stars, but he was unable to succeed in such an abnormal state. The black velvet curtain became tighter and tighter, revealing the corresponding marks of his eyes, nose, and mouth, as though it was squeezing out a brand new person. Reinette Tinekar immediately jumped and appeared on the translucent curtain, purging it from Klein's body and teleporting elsewhere. The dark demonic wolf seized the opportunity and raised his neck, letting out a roar. The curtain stood up, as if it had become a cloak draped over an invisible person's body. A terrifying suction force was born, causing the spirit body threads of Reinette Tinekar and Klein to uncontrollably float over. If they didn't have the corresponding Beyonder powers, their spirit body threads would have merged into the cloak in just 3 to 4 seconds, while they would become its marionettes. Fortunately, Klein was a marionettist himself. He immediately focused his attention and controlled his and Miss Messenger's spirit body threads. He followed the method that he learned from Zeratul, allowing them to circle around him and return to their original positions, forming loops. The dark demonic wolf spat out a gas ball, sending it flying towards Klein like a cannonball. As he was focused on controlling his and Miss Messenger's spirit body threads, Klein could barely duck. Just as he was about to be struck, Reinette Tinekar floated over and stood in front of him. Reinette Tinekar's blonde hair scattered as the evil vines wrapped around her body broke apart. The dark demonic wolf's follow-up actions were one smooth continuous series of actions. Taking advantage of the moment when the curtain was desperately pulling at its target's spirit body threads, he launched repeated attacks on Klein, forcing Rhinette Tinacare to block them. It caused the tough ancient Bane to tremble under the attack of his claws, air blobs, and flaming attacks. More and more wounds appeared, making it look like she could not last any longer. At this critical moment, as Klein controlled the spirit body threads to resist the attraction of the curtain, he reached into his pocket and took out another iron cigar case. The seal was removed and the box was opened. Inside, there was also a gold coin lying quietly. There was also a wraith on the surface of the gold coin. This was a blurry female wraith, a true undying creature, and not a wraith from the mutant pathway. It was the strongest trump card that Klein had prepared. Previously, because he was inside the isolated kingdom that wasn't connected to the outside world, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain the desired effect. Only when the curtain targeted him and Miss Messenger did he feel that the opportunity was here. As the box was opened, the wraith suddenly jumped onto the surface of a glass fragment. On it were nearly illusory black tubes that extended into infinity, connecting to the unknown. This was the symbol of artificial death, and artificial death was equivalent to the Evernight goddess. This trump card of his was the reenactment of the time when the Evernight goddess had used God of Glory Bladel's corpse to foil Amon's attempt to snatch Saphira Castle. For this, he deliberately found a wraith-like monster in the forsaken land of the gods and imprisoned it, placing it together with the artificial death project's white feathers he summoned from the fog of history. Through his repeated experiments and prayers during his specific trips to Backland, this wraith had finally established a certain connection with artificial death, allowing the Evernight goddess to use this opportunity to exert a rather low level of influence. Chapter 1246. Following his true feelings cowardice, the dark demonic wolf that was attacking Rhinette Tinacare seemed to sense something. He slowed down and turned to look at the wraith that had just appeared. His pupils, which already occupied 2/3 of his eyes, had suddenly dilated, as if he caught scent of a familiar but dangerous aura. In the blink of an eye, the wraith raised her arms. The power of wishes in the surrounding area rapidly diminished at an accelerated rate. Godhood began to return, having reached the level of sequence 4. Under the soil beneath the dark demonic wolf's feet, pale white and illusory arms emerged. They were densely packed like a forest, grabbing onto Kotar's 8 legs, making this miracle invoker feel like he had fallen into a cold and dead silence. He was temporarily unable to break free. Using this opportunity, Rhinette Tinacare, who had turned sluggish due to her controlled spirit body threads, turned illusory as she vanished. In the pitch-black pupils of the dark demonic wolf, the blonde Miss Messenger in a dark and complicated long dress that was wrapped with vines suddenly phased into existence and completed the possession process. The actions of the god of wishes instantly stiffened, as if he had degraded from a living creature to a marionette. He attempted to influence Rhinette Tinacare's spirit body threads, so as to resist the wraith's possession. However, from time to time, he would be interrupted by the pale white arms created by the female wraith. Success eluded him. Klein maintained the looping of their spirit body threads as he slowly raised the staff of the stars, aiming it at the black velvet curtain that had turned into a cloak. He then constructed a scene in his mind. The surrounding darkness suddenly flowed, as if it contained an unimaginable secret. Bit by bit, illusory candles lit up in such an environment, illuminating a long table laid out with flesh and blood. On the 2 sides of the long table, 3 extremely blurry figures were holding up the flesh and blood, ravenously devouring them. In the next second, the 3 figures turned their heads simultaneously and cast their gazes at the translucent black velvet curtain. The crazy suction force emitted by the curtain came to an abrupt halt as it hovered in its original spot. It was as if it had momentarily forgotten who it was, whose side it was on, and what it should do. Feast of Betrayal. Fairy Tale Magic's Feast of Betrayal. The fairy tale magic that Klein had just used was the Feast of Betrayal that originated from the hermit Catalia. Its effect was to temporarily awaken the items in the target's hands or imbue them with intelligence, allowing them to carry out betrayals. This was a sequence 4 Beyander power, so it couldn't be used under the restrictions of the power of wishes. At the same time, as the staff of the stars' emulated spell was lacking compared to the original spell, as well as the fact that it didn't harbor any ill intentions towards the dark demonic wolf, it only appeared lost and didn't fervently attack its master. And the moment Klein extricated himself from the influence of the curtain, he immediately snapped his fingers, letting the scarlet flames drown him. In an instant, he appeared in a flame beside the dark demonic wolf wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. The scarlet flames soared up, transforming into a blazing flame that allowed him to easily leap out. He arched his back slightly and raised the staff of stars as he dashed towards the towering demonic wolf. Klein ran faster and faster, as though transforming into a strong gust of wind. What welcomed him was the dark demonic wolf that barely managed to lift up his front two claws that had broken free of the restraints. Klein waved his black staff to his left and right, accurately hitting the two front claws of Kotar, making them pause momentarily. At the same time, he crouched down and slid under the dark demonic wolf's two front claws. Amidst the howling winds, Klein turned around in midair and thrust upwards with the staff of the stars. With a poof, the gem-embedded black staff pierced through the dark and short-furred skin, driving deeply into the dark demonic wolf's body. A ludicrous gash tore open. Deep black blood with hints of red gushed out like a flood, spraying a substance with strong corrosive properties that belonged to a mythical creature at Klein. But at that moment, Klein's momentum had brought him flying under the dark demonic wolf. He was preparing to launch his second round of attacks. Suddenly, he heard an intermittent roar. This was from Wraith's possession. Due to the difficulty in moving, what dark demonic wolf Kotar meant was Leo, R.O. Klein's gaze froze as the dark demonic wolf's mocking smile appeared in his mind. He wasn't the only one who could stir the remaining divine powers. He could do so, but so could dark demonic wolf Kotar. Even though this miracle invoker didn't know that Wind Angel, Leodoro, had already become the Lord of Storms, he naturally knew what to do thanks to Klein's demonstration from before. Who wouldn't know how to do a simple imitation? Silvery white bolts of lightning smote down like gushing water from a water pipe. They rained over the ruins of the ancient castle, completely drowning all the figures. Klein didn't manage to react in time. After hearing the first half of the word, he had already used the powers of Clown to forcefully twist his body around. With a stomp of his right foot, he returned under the dark demonic wolf's body. As for Reinette Tinekere, she had jumped onto the gold coin in his pocket. Immediately following that, Klein genuflected and inserted the staff of the stars into the ground. The vast storm tore through everything in its way. By the time the terrifying lightning forest dissipated, the ancient castle that belonged to the dark demonic wolf couldn't even be considered a ruin. There were no traces of it at all, leaving only a charred crater. Within the deep pit, paper figurines were blown up as they were reduced to ashes. Without a sound, a piece of soil that shimmered with the glint of rainbow-colored glass softened. Klein's burnt hand reached out. With the dark demonic wolf suffering the brunt of the damage, he had used paper figurine substitutes and underground slink to barely survive. He could faintly smell the aroma of roasted meat exuding from his body. After returning to the ground, the tattered clothed Klein turned his gaze and took in the battlefield situation. The remnants of the dark demonic wolf's corpse were scattered everywhere. Its flesh was charred and lifeless. The curtain was curled into a ball, having fallen to the edge of the deep crater, motionless. The power of wishes had been completely wiped out, and godhood had returned to this region. The wraith that had a connection with artificial death had been destroyed. If it were any other Beander, they would probably think that the dark demonic wolf had chosen an outcome of mutual destruction, but as a demigod of the seer pathway, and having enjoyed the benefits of a miracle invoker ahead of time, something else flashed across Klein's mind. What is a miracle? A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead. When the dark demonic wolf saw that the situation wasn't right, he didn't hesitate to summon divine punishment in an attempt to kill everyone. Then, he could revive somewhere nearby. I almost used up my last revival. With regards to such matters, Klein had a certain contingency plan. He immediately used a charm engraved with the Fool's patterns, and used it as a proxy for praying to Mr. Fool in front of Miss Messenger. Then, he used the summoning of Saphira Castle that had yet to disappear to enter the world above the gray fog with a thought. He then relied on the prayer lights, true vision, to inspect the surroundings to seek out the resurrected dark demonic wolf. At this moment, Reinette Tinekere left the gold coin in Klein's pocket and appeared beside the curtain that was curled into a ball. Her voice was slightly ethereal as she said, "It has a miracle invoker Beander characteristic." A miracle invoker's Beander characteristic? That's right. The dark demonic wolf possesses one of the 6 Miss Miracle Invoker characteristics under the premise that all the attendants of mysteries are accounted for. Under normal circumstances, the remaining attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic also has one set of Miracle Invoker Beander characteristic. As Miss Messenger spoke, Klein's spiritual intuition also sensed it. After confirming her judgment, he connected it to Will Osepton's answer. there should be a total of 9 miracle invoker Beander characteristics, but under the premise that the attendant of mysteries are all filled, the 3 sequence ones would definitely each occupy 1 sequence 2 characteristic. The remaining 6 miracle invoker characteristics belong to Zeratul, Antigonus, the magic wishing lamp, theater with curtains that never draw, the last banquet, and the dark demonic wolf respectively. He had originally hoped to obtain the dark demonic wolf's characteristic, but he hadn't expected that the curtain not only had a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries characteristic but also a sequence 2 miracle invoker characteristic. It was also the one that had disappeared. It looks like the reason for its disappearance was also because of the gray fog. Later on, it was spat out, "Do I still seek out the resurrected dark demonic wolf? No, I don't know when the true creator and Amen will descend. Furthermore, I've already exhausted most of my preparations. The dark demonic wolf is still in perfect condition. He can make a wish, summon, and create miracles. After all, my goal has already been met." As his thoughts raced, Klein looked up and said to Miss Messenger, "I'll put this curtain away." He gave up the thought of chasing after the dark demonic wolf and decided to control the curtain, while it was still weak. Reinette Tinaker nodded slightly and turned her head, casting her gaze at the charred remains of the dark demonic wolf. The remains immediately emitted a faint glow, either turning into white rabbits or transforming into goats. They were the kind that smelled rich and flavorful. In a hidden area nearby, the dark, short-furred dark demonic wolf quickly took shape. He gave up on his original corpse and immediately made a wish and granted it. He teleported to a distant spot and then ran off without looking back. This god of wishes didn't even consider the loss of the curtain. He didn't choose to revive where he died, because he hoped to use the curtain to stall the fellow who was closely related to Evernight. This gave him plenty of time to escape. Since he could survive from the second epic until now, he had followed his true feelings, cowardice. He refused to be greedy when the situation didn't allow for it. With a flash, the demonic wolf with a gray tuft of hair on his forehead disappeared into the darkness. Klein didn't stop Miss Messenger from venting her anger. As he approached the curtain, he sighed inwardly. An angel is really hard to kill. It's especially so for the seer pathway. As this thought flashed through his mind, and just as he was about to drag his past self out to pick up the curtain, he suddenly felt a familiar aura descend. This aura was dark, foul, and full of degeneration. It immediately made him think of the true creator. The curtain suddenly floated up and turned into a cloak. Inside the cloak, the darkness turned into a whirlpool as it hummed. Mysteries. Chapter 1247. Finally. Mysteries. Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. He subconsciously wanted to return to Saphira Castle and leave the scene. However, no matter how much he tried, his spirit body remained inside his body without any changes. Man, this vexed Klein. He instinctively cast his gaze towards Reinette Tinaker, who was beside him. He saw that Miss Messenger had already floated over, looking like she was facing a terrifying enemy. And the surrounding darkness froze like a cold lake. Lightning stopped streaking across the sky. Mysteries. Klein felt a slight sense of security as he thought back to the title he had just heard. He was no stranger to that. However, the last person who addressed him in this manner was the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, from 2,000 years ago. Before he died, he sensed Klein's divination and shouted this out through an insurmountable distance of space and time. No way, the true creator is equivalent to the ancient sun god. No, he is only a sequence 0 true god, far from the level of the creator that I assumed. Furthermore, from Amon's attitude, the ancient sun god must have really perished. The true creator is the pitch-black infant that emerged from the ancient sun god's stomach and inherited some of the ancient sun god's characteristics and memories. He is the degenerated body of that creator. Klein composed himself and attempted to rapidly think of a solution to his present conundrum. At this moment, in the cloak formed by the curtain, the dark whirlpool made another sound. Go to the giant king's court and meet Sosrir. This sentence directly reverberated in Klein's mind. Then, in the form of an illusory word, it shrunk into a pitch-black membrane, forming a strange seed. The seed immediately fell into his body and spirit body, melting inside. Without waiting for a response, the dark whirlpool dissipated. The cloak formed by the curtain lost its support and fell back onto the ground. The The true creator's consciousness that descended had corroded a portion of my spirit body and some of my physical body. I'm compelled to go to the giant king's court and open the slumbering dark angel sorcerer's palace. This is a matter that many deities are paying attention to. After watching for a long time, the true creator has finally found an opportunity to force me to do it. Klein looked around and summoned his past self, picking up the curtain. Then, he said to Miss Messenger without hesitation, "Let's leave immediately." The true creator had already sent a sliver of his will over. Would Aemon still be far away? In addition, Klein also tried to seize the opportunity to enter the world above the gray fog, hoping to use the power of Saphira Castle to remove the corrosive influences that plagued him. All right, Reinette Tinekere nodded, allowing the numerous Beander characteristics left behind in the crater to fly over and be contained within her. According to their prior agreement, other than the spoils of war that involved the high sequences of the seer pathway, half of them would go to her, with her having the priority to choose. After all, Klein had also received some of the spoils back when dealing with Shaman King Klarman. As for the remaining half of the spoils, Klein planned on offering it to the Evernight goddess as a form of gratitude. Regardless of whether the deity needed it or not, he still needed to do the necessary procedures. He had to express his gratitude when needed. After clearing the battlefield, Reinette Tinekere entered the iron cigar case in Klein's pocket and possessed the gold coin surface. Klein didn't immediately seal her. Holding the staff of the stars, he conjured a scene in his mind. That was one of the scenes he had memorized during his inspection of the terrain. As the gems flashed, his figure disappeared from the crater as he teleported far away. A few seconds later, the air there fluctuated as a tiny creature that was difficult to see with the naked eye crawled out. The creature rapidly expanded, turning into Aemon, who wore a pointed hat and classic black robe. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up as he adjusted the monocle on his right eye and chuckled. Someone is finally opening that door. After 2 rounds of teleportation, Klein took out the iron cigar case that Miss Messenger was hiding in, and used the staff of the stars to create several layers of seals, the kind that would be removed the moment he touched it. Right on the heels of that, he entered the fog of history and dashed all the way to a time before the first epoch. He relied on the prayers he had yet to reply to and instantly entered the world. Above the gray fog through the summoning of Saphira Castle, as the roars and the ravings echoed, he felt the corrosion in his spirit body gather together, curling into a ball. Despite passing through layers of cleansing effects, it managed to maintain its stability and didn't completely evaporate. Is this the power and level of a true deity? Yes, and it's a true deity who wields the domain of degeneration, sitting in the seat belonging to the fool. Klein frowned slightly as he observed his state. The corrosion created by the true creator wasn't strong. If they were to leave the protection of Klein's spirit body, they wouldn't be able to last long above the gray fog. This was also the main reason why he had made the judgment and dared to directly enter Saphira Castle. However, unless he planned on dying again, there was no way he could bypass his own spirit body to remove the corrosion. With the help of divination and other abilities, Klein quickly figured out the various effects of the corrosion. It wouldn't mutate, send a message to the true creator, or interfere with what he did. It would only continue to steer him via mystic means towards the giant king's court. It compelled Klein to open the palace where Dark Angel Sorcerer was in deep sleep. It's partly in the mind, and also at the level of fate. When I become a miracle invoker and become an angel, deepening my control of Saphira Castle, I should be able to clear this corruption. However, if I want to become a miracle invoker and become an angel, I have to go to the giant king's court and open the door to that palace, helping the city of Silver find a way to leave the forsaken land of the gods. As Klein thought, he revealed a wry smile. Fortunately, this was something he was prepared to do, and it didn't burden him further. Following that, Klein summoned the unshadowed crucifix from the fog of history, attempting to use the power of Saphira Castle to drive it into purifying his body. Unfortunately, part of his body was also merged together with the corrosion, preventing him from completely cleansing it. This also made him truly understand how terrifying Sequence 0 was. I can't just pray to an evil god like the true creator unless I'm in a hopeless situation. Klein shook his head and returned to the real world before sacrificing the curtain above the gray fog. It does indeed contain the Beander characteristic of an attendant of mysteries, as well as a miracle invoker's Beander characteristic. There's even Scholar of Yore and Bizarro sorcerer characteristics. It has a rather high level. The power I can use from Saphira Castle at present isn't able to directly shatter it. However, This place seems to be at the highest level of the seer pathway, so it can effectively suppress it. Through the accumulation of time, I should be able to slowly separate it. The first to be separated should be the attendant of mysteries characteristic. The rest can be used to concoct a potion directly. It doesn't have any living characteristics. The one that was summoned just now has already disappeared. With the translucent black velvet curtain in hand, he looked at it for a while. Then, he activated Saphira Castle and conjured a metal pot which was boiling with invisible power. After staring at it for a few seconds, he threw the curtain into the metal pot and pressed down with layers of seals onto the pot's lid. In about 3 to 4 days, the attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic would separate. The supplementary ingredients could be thrown into what remained, and it would then be a miracle invoker potion, one that included the characteristics from sequence 9 to 2. Looking around, he raised his right hand and took a piece of paper from the junk pile. This was one of his other preparations. He had spent a large amount of time in advance and had failed time and time again to successfully summon 008. Using this quill, he wrote down what reasonable reactions Dark Demonic Wolf would have. This was to prevent the other party from reacting in unexpected ways from the very beginning, causing his plans to fail. With the cooperation of this short script, the Dark Demonic Wolf had been attracted by Klein's strange behavior. Therefore, it was very reasonable that he didn't extinguish the prayer light immediately. Similarly, without knowing how many enemies or what strength the other party had, the Dark Demonic Wolf didn't flee in a hurry. Instead, he created a complete independent kingdom, isolating it from any possible reinforcements. It was a very reasonable reaction. With a flick of his wrist, Klein burned the piece of paper, then he hurriedly sacrificed the sealed iron cigar case to Saphira Castle. He then responded to Miss Magician's prayer and relayed the world's message. Furs didn't dare to delay any further. She immediately got up and used her recording Beander powers to grab at the area ahead, dragging out Gehrman Sparrow from history. With that, Klein teleported to the empty room in a nearby hotel. He set up a ritual and brought the iron cigar case back to reality, releasing Reinette Tinecare. After thanking Miss Messenger and watching her take away half of the Beander characteristics, he changed the ritual and began to perform a sacrifice to the Evernight goddess. At the end of the ritual, he prayed with anticipation. I pray for a hint on how to purify the corrosive influences in my body. In his opinion, at present, only an existence at the level of the Evernight goddess could deal with the corrosion provided by the true creator. If the goddess agreed to it, Klein planned to descend in a way that would allow his actual spirit to return to Backland and receive purification. As for removing the part of his body that had been corroded, he hadn't thought of a solution yet. As he said that, a ball of darkness enveloped the altar. When the darkness vanished, all the Beander characteristics disappeared. Apart from that, there were no other hints. It looks like I can only rely on myself. Klein wasn't depressed. He raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times, drawing the crimson moon. His gratitude was very sincere. After all, he had received a lot of help. After dealing with the subsequent matters, his historical projection vanished and he returned to the forsaken land of the gods in person. He held the lantern he had pulled out from the past, and he looked at the silent and desolate plains under the dim yellow light. He felt much more relaxed and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 1248, 1,000 Years of Waiting. In the primitive forest outside Byam City of the Rorstad archipelago, the leaders of the resistance gathered in a mountain cave as they looked respectfully at the sea god's blessed. He was wearing a black cloak, his brows were yellow, and his blue eyes were dark blue. Lord Danitz, this is an opportunity. A bald man in a wheelchair with a green beard, Callet, said in excitement. His partner, Edmonton, whose face was colored with short red patterns, immediately said, Lord Danitz, according to our intelligence officers, the situation in Byam is chaotic. Be it the Church of the Lord of Storms or the Governor General's office, everyone is feeling anxious because of the encirclement of Backland by the Fasak military forces. Having said that, Edmonton looked at Callet and got the person in charge of the corresponding field to give a more detailed description. Callet looked at the solemn-looking Lord Danitz and deliberated over his words. Internal cracks amongst them can already be seen. Some people wish to commandeer the forces of the colonies to support Backland, while others wish to hold on to this place as the tinder for their resurgence. This difference in opinion has caused the military and the Beyonders of the Church of the Lord of Storms to be at a loss. There are flaws in every aspect. Lord Danitz, this is our chance. We can agree to the conditions of Fasak and the Fainapotter Navy. We can cooperate with them to attack Byam and take back our kingdom. It's indeed an opportunity, but is this something I can decide? It's not like I'm stupid. Danitz listened quietly to the leaders of the resistance and muttered to himself. Having grown up in Intis, this famous pirate, treasure hunter didn't have any qualms about attacking the Loan colonies. He had zero hesitation or uncertainty about it. Of course, he didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Intis Republic either. In fact, when he was occasionally a part-time pirate, he preferred targeting businessmen from Intis. This was because they often carried more valuable luxury items with them. There was only one reason why Danitz didn't agree on the spot to the request of the resistance's leaders. It was because he had become a conspirer, so he knew very well what his position was: a human mouthpiece. A tool that was responsible for passing messages between Gehrman Sparrow and the leaders of the resistance. Gehrman is most likely Lonus. If I were to agree to it directly, I might not be able to see tomorrow's sun. However, he acts like he doesn't care about Loan at all. Dogshit. I can't be fooled by such superficial appearances. Danitz cleared his throat and surveyed the area. This matter is of grave importance. Prepare a clean and serene altar immediately. I need to pray to God. In an organization that believed in the sea god, such a request didn't surprise the likes of Callet, Edmonton, and the others. It even met their expectations. Hence, they immediately arranged for people to prepare for the sacrifice. The resistance in the Rorstad archipelago can't sit still any longer. They were also supported by countries like Fasak, Intis, and Fainapotter to survive this long, or else they would have been annihilated by Loan and the three churches. I even got them to extract quite a bit of help from the various countries. After hearing Danitz's prayers, he sighed. Sitting in the ancient palace, he lightly tapped the edge of the mottled table in front of him. After pondering for a few seconds, he conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow. The crazy adventurer immediately took on a praying posture and said in a deep voice, "Use the current situation to directly negotiate with the upper echelons of the Church of Storms and the Governor-General's office. Exert pressure on them. The goal is to force them to give in and accept the idea of self-governance by the people of the Rorstad archipelago. The resistance can guarantee that the Lonus will have most of their interests protected, allowing them to mobilize the troops and beyonders to reinforce Backland." Inside the clean and tidy altar, Danitz, who received the feedback, straightened his back. He turned around and looked at the leaders waiting outside. He said with a solemn expression, "I have received a revelation. God has informed us that every citizen of his is precious. Unnecessary sacrifices for the sake of war should be avoided. We absolutely wouldn't want to start a war, but we are not afraid of having one. In short, let's try to use the present situation to negotiate with Loan with our forces, forcing them to make a concession that will satisfy most of us. If not, we can consider war. God says to remember the hatred, but don't let it blind your rationality. The people around you and a beautiful future are the most important things." After becoming a conspirer, Danitz realized that his powers of persuasion and his ability to fabricate explanations were increasing by leaps and bounds. Many a time, his thoughts would automatically take shape when he opened his mouth. Callet, Edmonton, and the other leaders of the resistance all had a deep hatred for the Loan colonial masters, but the words of the sea god and Lord Danitz had successfully wavered their resolve. They had a clear understanding of how powerful the Sea King was over this period of time. If the war developed to the point where both parties were blinded with bloodlust, the Blue Mountain Island where Byam was located might be completely submerged by the sea and become a ruin. All the locals would end up being dragged to the grave by their actions. The powerhouses from Fasak and Fainapotter were indeed capable of stopping the situation from collapsing. However, how much power could they divert to this peripheral battlefield in the Rorstad archipelago? As for them, Callet and the other leaders of the resistance didn't trust them much. They believed that these fellows were no different from the Lonus. They were all bandits from the northern continent and could rip off their masks at any time to become the new colonial masters. After a moment of silence, Callet, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the man in a black cloak on the altar and said, "Lord Danitz, we are willing to work hard for peace." He paused for a moment before saying, "According to the intel, the one who has the final say in the Rorstad archipelago is Sea King Jan Cotman. It's best if we negotiate with him directly." Danitz nodded slightly and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. We need to send someone to represent us and enter Byam to face Jan Cotman." Just as he was about to ask who was willing to go, he suddenly noticed that the gazes of Callet, Edmonton, and the others were all on his face. It was as though they were saying that the blessed of Sea God, the Intis pirate who had a relatively extraordinary status, was the most suitable candidate. Dogshit. Danitz cursed silently as he looked at the crowd and quickly thought of something. Yes, this is an honor, and it also contains extreme danger. I know that some of you are filled with the spirit of sacrifice and want to make the necessary contributions. How about this? Let's draw lots to decide. This is the fairest way. I have no objections. Khaled and company didn't hesitate to give an answer. A few minutes later, Danitz looked at the card in his hand as his facial muscles twitched. Colin Iliad cast his gaze at Derek Berg, who appeared less physically developed when placed in contrast to his surroundings. With the leg bone-like object in his hand, Derek held the ghostly blue thunder god's roar, which was wrapped in lightning bolts, and nodded heavily. Ready and good to go. He didn't act like a Beander from the Sun Domain, but more like a berserk warrior. With white hair and an old scar on his face, Colin Iliad immediately shifted his gaze and looked at Luvia. Luvia, who had a head of silvery gray hair and a pair of light gray eyes, no longer wore the usual black robe with purple stripes. Instead, she wore a set of black armor. She nodded her head indiscernibly and said, "Ready." Demon Hunter Colin, who had become a Silver Knight, cast his gaze on the others in the room and asked if they were ready. After receiving a positive response, Colin Iliad slowly walked to a wall, removed the 2 swords hanging on it, and carried them behind him. Let's set off. The City of Silver chief gave the order in a concise manner. The team that he led would once again head to the afternoon town camp. They would explore the Giant King's court further, and find a path to the real sea. Amidst the clinking sounds of metal, Luvia, Derek, and company silently followed behind the chief. They walked out of the room and down the stairs in an orderly manner. Along the way, they saw Wait Chermont and the other elders of the 6-member council. They saw the City of Silver residents maintaining order in the spire. These people were either leaning on a railing or waiting at the staircase. Their expressions were abnormally solemn, as though they were sending off the team that was carrying hope. No one spoke. The entire place was silent, but when Colin Iliad and the others passed by, the City of Silver residents raised their right arm and clenched their fists. Amidst the sound of this action, Colin and the other members of the expedition team left the spire and hit the road. They immediately lit lanterns covered in animal hide. Under the dim yellow light, residents of the City of Silver walked out of their houses and stopped by the roadside. They looked at Derek and company with admiration and anticipation. One by one, they raised their right arm and clenched their fists in front of their foreheads. Derek subconsciously straightened his back, his heart burning. Just like that, the expedition team followed the path to the city gate under the watchful gazes of the crowd and walked out of the City of Silver. As though they had a tacit understanding, Colin, Derek, and Luvia, who had just left the protection of the city walls, turned their heads at the same time to look at their home, which had stood in the darkness for 2,584 years. They saw that the residents of the City of Silver hadn't left. They were all standing near the city gates, looking at them. With a swoosh, everyone raised their right arm and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. This was the highest form of respect and also the deepest heartfelt blessing they could give. Colin Iliad stared silently for a few seconds, then he closed his eyes and raised his right arm, waving it downwards. Set off. Derek and company immediately turned around and carried the animal hide lanterns which emitted a faint yellow light. They stepped onto the dark path in silence and determination. Destination: Giant King's Court. Chapter 1249, Showcasing His Might. In an underground shelter in Backland, Audrey, who was dressed in hunting attire, listened to the distant explosions. When she turned around, she happened to see Melissa looking at her in confusion. The young girl, who had just reached adulthood, asked in a dreamy tone, "Miss Audrey, will the war end if we're completely defeated? Will we no longer have to worry about bombardments, raids, and having insufficient food?" Audrey looked at her deeply and said, "But if that happens, you will have to change your faith." Melissa hesitated, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, a commoner curled up against the wall blurted out, "I believe in the god of steam and machinery. Even if Fasak and Intis win, I don't need to change my faith. When that happens, life would return to its original warm and peaceful state." These words stirred the commoners who were hiding in the shelter. They whispered to each other and discussed possible developments. There were no lack of Evernight believers. To most people, faith wasn't that important compared to life. After all, a true deity would eventually still protect them. The police officers who maintained the order of the shelter didn't stop the commotion from spreading. They watched on coldly, some even having a hint of anticipation. However, the defeated will definitely suffer something far crueler than you can imagine. It's not something that can be summarized with just a change of faith. be it a lesson from history or her conclusion deduced from the human psyche, all of them made Audrey more pessimistic than everyone present. She looked around and could not help but sigh inwardly. The goddess's anchor is already greatly shaken. If not for the grain support from before, it might have completely collapsed. As for what this situation meant, Audrey knew very well in her heart. She closed her eyes, tilted her head slightly, and muttered to herself silently, "The battle of gods is about to begin." The final outcome was about to appear. After nodding at Melissa, Audrey turned and left the area, arriving at the entrance of the shelter. The golden retriever, Susie, was seated there, looking like a qualified guard. "You don't seem like you plan to return." Susie's nose twitched as she asked with a suppressed voice. Audrey had hidden herself in this shelter from the beginning of the siege that began today, therefore, she hadn't had the time to return to her own residence in Empress Borough. As the battle had decreased in intensity slightly, Earl Hall had already sent 2 people to urge her to return, so that she could head for a sanctuary for nobles. Audrey shook her head and said with a faint smile, "I have to do what I need to do." Without waiting for Susie's reply, she smiled and said, "Stay here on my behalf and secretly placate them. Don't let any commotions happen here. If they want to pat you, let them do so." Susie hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "All right." Audrey didn't say anything else. She left the shelter, completely ignored by the troop of soldiers guarding the shelter. The sky outside was dark, and there were many buildings that had collapsed. They burned with flames that were about to be extinguished. The streets were empty, with no carriages or pedestrians. This was completely different from what Audrey remembered of Backland. Backland was originally blue, yellow, and beige. It was lively, bustling, and full of vitality. But now, it was gray, black, and scarlet. It was in shambles, disorder, and somewhat silent. Looking left and right, Audrey identified her bearings while in her hunting attire, and walked towards the city borders. What she wanted to do was simple. Join the war and do her best to help Lowen not collapse before the end of the Battle of Gods. If the winner of the Battle of Gods was the opposing side, she would use various methods, such as hypnosis, mental plague, and other means, to prevent the soldiers, officers, and beyonders from venting their emotions, as well as reduce the damage brought by the war. Amidst the flickering flames, Audrey quickly passed through them and ran into the distance. Rorsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Biome. In a room at the top of the Cathedral of Waves. Dressed in a black cloak, Danitz met the legendary Cardinal of the Church of Storms, the high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, Sea King Jan Kotman. Glancing at the muscles that filled up his priest robes, Danitz swallowed the words he was about to say, and he deliberated for a moment before saying, "I come with good intentions." For some reason, he felt that his skin was numb, as though invisible lightning was dancing on them. "Good intentions?" The tall, muscular, well-defined Jan Kotman grunted. "Hey, I had already considered the fact that fellows from the sailor pathway are more irritable, making them incapable of telling the difference between a joke and sarcasm. Once their anger erupts, they don't even consider the overall situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need to speak like this, dogshit." Danitz mumbled to himself, maintaining his smile as he explained the resistance's intentions. Jan Kotman stared at the pirate whose affiliation with the Golden Dream remained unknown and suddenly sneered. "If we withdraw most of our strength, can you defend Biome and the archipelago? If you can't defend it, how are you going to guarantee that the interests of the Lowen migrants will be maintained when the Faesak and Phaenopotter combined navy forces breach the defense lines?" As a demigod, he was extremely certain that sea god Calvetua had already perished. However, he didn't know who it was that was using the name of sea god, or if that entity had the ability to protect the Rorsted archipelago. That's a good question. Only with questions can there be room for a successful negotiation. In fact, Danitz had never thought of how the resistance would defend against the Faesak and Phaenopotter after Lowen's powerhouses were transferred back to Backland. He fully believed that Gehrman Sparrow and Mr. Fool behind him had the ability to protect this place. As his thoughts raced, Danitz looked at the extremely oppressive Sea King and said, "I will pray to my lord and ask him to protect the Rorsted archipelago." "Oh." Sea King Jan Kotman narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. The aura from the tyrant pathway made Danitz involuntarily take 2 steps back. He lowered his head and prayed on the spot. "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rorsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua, please send down your powers to protect the Rorsted archipelago." After the prayer, Danitz carefully cast his gaze out the window, but he didn't discover anything unusual. Jan Codman sized him up for a few seconds before saying, "Your god doesn't seem to be responding." Ahem. Danitz cleared his throat and felt his heart beating like a drum. At that moment, the sky outside suddenly darkened. It was as if a large number of dark clouds were flying over, blotting out the sun. Sea King Jan Codman instinctively turned his head and looked out the window. He saw a shadow cast over the border between the sea and the sky. With his control of the archipelago's waters, scenes of the overall situation rapidly surfaced in the Cardinal's mind. The Rorstad archipelago, along with the surrounding seas, was shrouded by thick fog. It became indistinct and surreal. A seabird flew past and attempted to land on the dock, but it failed to pass through it, unable to set foot. The commoners in the archipelago continued living normally, aside from noticing the brewing storm. This, Jan Codman's dark blue pupils dilated significantly. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the sea god's blessed, blazing Danitz. Danitz's mouth gaped slightly as he forgot to close it. His shock was not lesser than the shock Sea King experienced. A few seconds later, the fog dissipated and the shadows faded away. Everything in the Rorstad archipelago returned to normal. Danitz blinked. When Sea King Jan Codman looked over again, Danitz chuckled and said, "My lord has responded to my prayers." As he spoke, the pirate with a bounty of more than 10,000 pounds slapped himself inwardly. Dogshit. You actually dare to suspect Mr. Fool. Isn't this the might of Mr. Fool? Jan Codman remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "I will consider your proposal carefully. I will immediately convene a meeting with the key figures in Byam to discuss this matter. I will give you an answer in an hour." Danitz lifted his chin slightly and laughed. "I will wait patiently." With that said, he followed his instincts as a hunter, and he indifferently bowed before leaving the room. Amidst the creaking sound, silver bolts of lightning lit up in the blue eyes of Jan Codman. Climbed through the curtain, back into the metal pot, and sealed it again. He had used the power of a sequence one attendant of mysteries and stirred the power of Saphira Castle to respond, creating a shocking effect for Jan Codman. In another half a day, the attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic will be separated, and the rest can be used to concoct the miracle invoker potion. Yes, when it's only at the sequence 2 level, I can attempt to use the power Saphira Castle to shatter it and let the Beander characteristics such as the Scholar of Yore and Bizarro Sorcerer to seep out in a shorter amount of time. That will lower the risk brought by the potion, Klein mumbled before rapidly returning to the real world. He wasn't situated in the dark moors anymore, but the frozen dusk of the Giant King's court. He had entered the Giant King's court before the City of Silver's expedition team arrived at the afternoon town encampment. Under the orange light, Klein felt the degeneration and exhaustion of his body. He cast his gaze at the magnificent and beautiful buildings situated high above. The countless palaces and towers still had the remnant glory of the second epoch, as though they were a manifestation of myths. No, it was a myth. Before the City of Silver's exploration team officially took action, Klein planned on attempting to open the palace where Dark Angel Saucerer was sleeping. This way, if there were any accidents, the City of Silver's expedition team would still have time to make targeted preparations. As for Klein himself, it would definitely be much safer for him compared to the others since he was using a historical projection. Chapter 1250, Behind the Door. As he had the information from the City of Silver's previous explorations, Klein knew which places were dangerous and how to avoid them. It didn't take long for him to follow the small path, pass through the waning forest, barren tunnel, and use the ancient elevator to arrive at the residence of the guards. After waiting for a while, until the curtain above the gray fog split into two, separating the attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic, Klein reached out to pull his past self out. He didn't know if the other divine kingdoms would isolate the fog of history, but at least without the Giant King's court having its owner present, no one would be able to stop his attempts. Unfortunately, this matter involves too many levels. I can't obtain any results from divination, otherwise, I will feel more at ease. Klein shook his head and muttered to himself. He was in no hurry to jump into the fog of history. He first took out 2 items and handed them to his projection. One of them was a deep black wooden box. It contained the ashes of giant guardian Grossel. Klein had never forgotten his promise. He had originally wanted to wait for Little Sun's second exploration of the Giant King's court before handing him Grossel's ashes and getting him to help do the burial. However, due to various matters, he ended up coming to the Forsaken Land of the Gods and entering the Giant King's court. As for Snowman's ashes, Klein planned on scattering it into the Golden Sea just as he was about to leave the Forsaken Land of the Gods. It was a sea churning with the divine blood of the ancient sun god. After handing over the urn and the black iron key from Vice Admiral Iceberg, Klein followed his usual practice and leapt into the fog. He dashed to the fragment of light that represented a time before the first epoch, and he allowed his consciousness to naturally shift to the projection he had summoned. This projection didn't hold the staff of the stars and only wore creeping hunger. This was because the palace that the giant king lived in was still quite a distance away. There were many troll statues blocking him, so Klein couldn't guarantee that he would reach his destination in 5 minutes. Right on the heels of that, he made the glove on his left hand transparent as he disappeared from where he was. In the next second, Klein appeared outside the guard's residence with the huge black iron key. He hadn't teleported too far away. Yes, in the giant king's court, it's clear that most of the powers within have weakened. Only a guard acknowledged by the divine kingdom can perform at relatively normal standards. Beyonder powers similar to teleportation have also been suppressed. I can only do blink within a relatively small area. From the looks of it, even if I were to summon the staff of the stars, I wouldn't be able to appear outside the giant king's palace by outlining the corresponding scene in my mind. As expected of an ancient god's divine kingdom, Klein seriously observed the influence his surroundings brought him. After making a preliminary judgment, he turned and walked back to the guard's residence. Opening the wooden box in his right hand, he solemnly scattered Grossel's ashes in every corner. According to the scene he saw in Grossel's dream, this guard's residence was where the giant lived for a long period of time. It was the home that he had the deepest impression and was most fond of. It could be imagined that during that period of time in ancient times, Grossel and the other rational giant guardians from future generations would rest, rabble, gossip, talk about music, and think of fun games to play. They didn't need to worry about food and ailments. They would live every day of their lives happily. With the shaking of Klein's hands, the ashes scattered on the wall, the ground, the bedside, the tables, chairs, and stone pillars. The orange light outside the window shone forever, making everything look peaceful. When the last speck of ashes was scattered, the dusk suddenly deepened. It dyed the scattered ashes orange, becoming a part of the divine kingdom. Klein closed his eyes as though he could sense Grossel's joy. A vagrant who had been forced to leave his hometown for 3,000 years had finally returned to the place he had missed day and night. The light of the dusk softened, making Klein feel that he was less ostracized. It's equivalent to being acknowledged to a certain extent. I've become a guard that has been accepted by a number of people. Klein emanated his spirituality to confirm the changes. He didn't stay any longer. He used creeping hunger and the path scouted by the City of Silver's expedition team to constantly blink and take detours. From time to time, he would pull out the unshadowed crucifix. He passed through the hall where the fateful plot was made with relatively little difficulty, and he arrived at the residence of the giant king. There, he saw a row of huge stone columns on the left that formed railings. Beyond the railings was an orange-red gas and a churning dark blue sea. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the hall he had just exited. He reached out his hand and dragged out the marionette, Enuni, who hadn't been parasitized by Aemon. Even if it was a historical projection, he didn't want to open the door himself. Looking at the slightly dazed Enuni, Klein handed the black iron key that he had tucked under his armpit over to him. He controlled Enuni to leave the hall and follow the railings formed from stone pillars to the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court. The dusk's glow seemed to be corporeal as it covered the palace's surface, bringing with it a strong sense of decadence, as though the curtains had drawn on everything in the world. Lining both sides of the palace were separately steeples and spires. The grayish-blue front door was covered with mysterious symbols as it stood at a height exceeding 10 meters. To the left of the door, there was a pitch-black hole that was the size of an adult's fist at the height of 3 to 4 meters. Enuni stared at it for a few seconds before raising the black iron key that resembled a 7-string guitar and inserting it into the deep crevice in front of him. It fit perfectly without leaving a single gap. As the gigantic black iron key entered the deep hole, Klein held his breath in the nearby grand hall, constantly preparing to remove his existence. With a click, the black iron key in Enuni's hand reached the end. It suddenly turned soft, as if it had fused with the hole as it emitted grayish-blue light. The various symbols, labels, and patterns on the door lit up as they protruded. All the lights quickly interfered in a constructive manner, pressing down heavily into the inner chamber as it slowly opened the grayish-blue palace door. The gap between the door widened when Enuni's eyes suddenly reflected a turbulent pitch-black, viscous, and illusory sea. Not good, warning bells sounded in Klein's mind. Without any hesitation, his consciousness returned to his body as he severed the connection with his historical void projection. In the next second, his vision suddenly darkened. The left side of his head felt a sharp pain, as though someone had inserted a red-hot chisel into it and kept rotating it. At the same time, he heard indistinguishable ravings that seemed to come from an era older than ancient times. Klein's expression instantly twisted, appearing extremely ferocious. He could still barely maintain his rationality, but he had no energy left to remain in the historical fragment. Without a sound, Klein landed in the guard residence of the giant king's court. With a thought, he entered the world above the gray fog. Before undertaking such a dangerous task, he had no doubt found a reason and excuse to arrange for the members of the Tarot Club to pray collectively to awaken Saphira Castle's ability to summon its master. This allowed him to skip taking 4 steps counterclockwise and reciting the incantation at critical moments to return above the gray fog. However, just as Klein's spirit body saw the grayish-white fog, he heard a familiar roar. He felt himself be rejected by Saphira Castle, as though it had accepted an order from someone else to stop him from entering. In his shock, he saw a black shadow leap past him, heading straight for Saphira Castle. It wasn't Eamon, but a shadow that exuded an aura identical to his. Subconsciously, Klein influenced Saphira Castle and made it reject the intruder. Then, he succeeded. The shadow was also blocked by the grayish-white fog as well. Right on the heels of that, he and the shadow fell back into the real world at the same time. After his spirit body returned to his body, Klein bent down in pain, like a curled shrimp. The half-top hat on his head fell to the ground. He took several seconds to eventually recover. He slowly straightened his body and cast his gaze on a glass window ground from orange gems. The window reflected his current appearance. With the bridge of his nose as a border, his right face was the same as usual, but countless objects were crawling out of his left face. He hurriedly took a deep breath to calm himself down and regain the clown powers of control. His mind outlined a clear image of his appearance. He was dressed in a black trench coat, had black hair and brown eyes. The right side of Gehrman Sparrow's cut face was the same as usual, while the left side had become translucent and was formed from twisting maggots. As he looked down, his neck was in a similar state. It was the same with his body that lay beneath his clothes. The edge of losing control. Man, I need to resist the inclination towards intense madness. Suddenly, he sensed something. He instinctively lowered his head and looked at his feet. It was empty. He was missing the shadow that was supposed to exist. The orange light of the evening shone through the window, but it didn't create a shadow. By his side, I understand. Klein bent down and laughed uncontrollably. He suspected that the seawater that surged out from the giant king's palace had not only drowned his marionette in historical projection, but it had also used the latter to slice off his own shadow, causing his spirit to lose its completeness. He was unable to completely suppress his inclination towards losing control. As for the shadow, which was slightly equivalent to him, it could also affect Saphira Castle. This resulted in a situation in which both parties were unable to head above the gray fog. As long as I get rid of that shadow, the problem can be solved. The corner of his right forehead twitched as he straightened his back. At that moment, the orange light that shone from outside was dyed gold, becoming rather resplendent. It made the entire giant king's court seem to retrograde from dusk to noon. With a thought, he cast his gaze out the window as an image appeared in his mind. In front of the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court, Marionette Enuni stood there, facing the door. It was dark past the door, impossible to see anything clearly. Suddenly, Enuni turned around and looked down. His face was covered in a shadow, and his hair turned deep black that draped over his shoulders and curled up slightly. On his back, there were pairs of dark illusory wings. In the grand hall nearby, a pure shadow's lower body was pressed against a stone brick as its upper body came over in a ramrod manner. Chapter 1251, Change. It's not Dark Angel Sasrir. The projection of Enuni has been eroded by the power that surged out from the giant king's residence, becoming a monster that I can't understand at the moment. Furthermore, it looks like it can exist for a long period of time. Perhaps there's a bit of Sasrir's will involved in this. With his left hand covering his face, Klein allowed the worms of spirit to burrow through the gaps in his fingers freely. What he couldn't understand the most was something else. He had clearly opened the palace where the dark angel lay slumber, but the deities and kings of angels showed no reaction. According to Klein's imagination, when the surging sea gushed out, be it the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, blasphemer Amun, or Amon's brother who ultimately hid behind the scenes, they should have immediately descended or appeared to confirm Dark Angel Sorcerer's present state or snatch whatever corresponding items. To his surprise, the entire Giant King's court remained completely silent. No external powers exerted any influence. Could it be that they are still waiting for me to enter the Giant King's residence and to come into contact with that deputy of heaven? The true creator said to meet Sorcerer, my spirit body and physical body haven't recovered from the corrosion, which means that the true creator's goal has yet to be achieved. Haha. As Klein's thoughts raced, he realized that he was unable to control his emotions, be it anger, sadness, worry, or depression. He couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth up and let out a scoff. The only thing he was glad about was that this didn't affect his brain. He could still think and use all sorts of Beander powers, but sometimes, his madness would suddenly be aggravated, turning him rash and aggressive. I wonder if the demigod of the mind has any way to treat this situation. In any case, the sealed artifacts or Beander characteristics that I can summon can't do it. This is a result of an incomplete spirit. If I don't resolve my severed shadow, I probably won't be able to completely recover. However, perhaps there are methods that can allow me to temporarily return to normal. For example, create a virtual persona to make up for the incompleteness. Unfortunately, I can't enter Saphira Castle. Klein's thoughts were in a mess as the scenes that surfaced in his mind gradually vanished. He then picked up the half-top hat that had dropped to the ground and wore it. Then, through the huge glass window formed from ground orange gems, he observed the changes in the Giant King's court. Unlike before, an illusory sun appeared high in the sky, allowing the magnificent building complex situated in the frozen sunset to enjoy the sun at noon. The troll statues that stood guard in the various palaces seemed to be draped with a cloak weaved out of shadows. Enuni, who had a pair of black, illusory wings on his back, and the shadow that originally belonged to Klein jumped over the railing and glided towards him. Klein's gaze froze as he subconsciously took a few steps forward, intending to fight the enemy, but very quickly, he snapped back to his senses and checked his current state. He quickly retreated to the ancient elevator, pulled the switch, and landed back in the barren tunnel. Then, with blink, he appeared near the waning forest and ran all the way to the edge of the Giant King's court. His intuition told him that in his current state, he had no means of defeating the mutated Enuni and his separated shadow. Of course, he had the confidence if it was just the latter. When he arrived at the edge of the radiant sunlight, he turned and saw that Enuni and his shadow hadn't chased after him. It was as though there was a limit to their range of activity. There's no way to leave the Giant King's residence, or should I say, be too far away from Dark Angel Sorcerer. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Klein saw the illusionary sun atop leap from the center to the west. The dusk's colors once again enveloped the divine kingdom. Klein carefully observed all of this and was in no hurry to leave the Giant King's court. Not long after, the illusory sun plunged into the palace where Dark Angel Sorcerer slumbered. Darkness became the ruler of the Giant King's court. The darkness was different from the one found on a normal night. There was no moon or starlight, only blurry shadows. Standing in this darkness, Klein had a nagging feeling that someone was clinging to him from behind. However, he clearly knew that it was an illusion and didn't turn around recklessly. A few minutes later, the illusory sun rose, and the light of dawn dispersed the darkness. The power that surged out from the Dark Angel's chamber has changed the Giant King's court. Despite it being an ancient divine kingdom, it really is a power that's close to that of a true deity. At the very least, it controls a uniqueness, but which pathway's uniqueness would it be? The generated changes include blazing sun, darkness, degeneration, and mutation. This is a little contradictory. It doesn't seem like the result of a single uniqueness. Besides, the uniqueness of the sun pathway is definitely with the eternal blazing sun. The shadow and degeneration is brought about by darkness, which is undoubtedly with the true creator. When I opened the door, I saw an illusory, pitch black, viscous ocean. It's related to the Chaos Sea. Klein shook his head as he continued observing. This continued on as he waited for the City of Silver's expedition team to rendezvous with him. Backland, at the border of the city. As soon as Audrey entered, she discovered that the fog had become unusually thick. Visibility had been reduced to 5 meters. The howling wind swept through the fog, bringing a sense of clarity from time to time. However, it was soon filled with surging whiteness. Audrey's eyes suddenly turned golden, allowing her to see even further. As she carefully treaded, the fog in front of her suddenly became much thinner. At the same time, her Beander powers suffered a retrogression. The weakening of mysticism, the concepts and information previously mentioned by Mr. World flashed across her mind. Multiple salvos from Backland fired ahead, causing the shells to leave trails of red, blue, silver, or black in their wake as they bombarded the enemy's base. However, in the next second, these shells encountered invisible barriers and exploded in midair, making the transparent wall tremble. At this moment, a rather blurry figure appeared in the distant, thick fog. He was in human form, but he was more than 10 meters tall. His torso and waist each had 2 arms extending out as he emitted a rich darkness. For some reason, as the figure that seemed to arise from a legend appeared, the Fasak and Intis Allied Forces base stirred. Every soldier and officer there seemed to have returned to their childhood. They were walking alone on the dark road with no one around them. Everything was silent. They felt uneasy deep down. The fear of the unknown stemmed from the fear of their imaginations. Instantly, they broke down and turned to flee. At this moment, radiant sunlight shone on them, allowing them to see light and bringing them courage. However, there were still a small number of soldiers who were unable to control themselves. They kept shouting, "Mommy," or a particular woman's name in their bids to escape from the battlefield. The soldiers fell to the ground amidst repeated gunshots. One by one, they bloomed with blood-colored flowers. They landed on the ground, turning motionless after slightly twitching. No one cared what their names were, nor did anyone know of their past. Right on the heels of that, under the commanding officer's orders, the invisible barrier that enveloped the Intis and Fasak allied forces was dispelled. Crimson-red flaming spears were thrown out towards the Lowen base as though they could blot out the sky. Just as the flaming spears approached their target, they scattered in a sudden bout of chaos. They stabbed into the ground, creating one pitch-black hole after another. It was the first time Audrey was seeing such a large-scale usage of Beyonder powers. Momentarily stunned, she couldn't help but recall the people she knew and the roles they played in this battle. Glaint and the other young nobles had joined the army and took on the roles of officers at different ranks. They were scattered all over the battlefield and could be killed at any moment. The magician had left Backland with Judgment's family and was hiding in a small city in East Chester County. As a middle-ranking member of MI9, Judgment was made to covertly defend against infiltration by the Beyonders from Fasak, Intis, and other countries. The official Beyonders led by the Star had locked down the various cathedrals of the Church of Steam, maintaining the stability of the city. Saint Anthony and the other demigods of the Church of Evernight, the Church of Storms, the royal family, and the military began to set up the last line of defense in Backland. The Sanguine had remained neutral the entire time. A few seconds later, Audrey gathered her thoughts and prepared to use psychological invisibility to sneak into the enemy's camp to spread mental plague. Suddenly, her spiritual perception stirred as she cast her gaze to a spot further away. In the thick fog, a rather thick and blurry tentacle wrapped around countless silver bolts of lightning and quickly extended to a certain location of the Allied forces' base. A feather burning with golden flames fell. In the depths of the thick fog, a huge grayish-blue palm reached out, holding a silver broadsword. The fog sea, away from the safe sea route. Countless bolts of lightning struck the surface of the sea, waves surged and crashed heavily. Bernadette's dawn was constantly being thrown into the sky, making it seem extremely minute under the might of the elements. It looked like it would sink at any moment. Queen Mystic stood at the bow of the ship, calmly taking in all of this. From time to time, she would use the Emperor's new clothes and other fairy tale magic to maintain the balance of the boat. Her gaze pierced through the terrifying storm in search of the suspected primitive island. After some reorganizing, Colin Iliad led Derek, Lovia, and the other members of the expedition team out of Afternoon Town Camp. They followed the path up the mountain and entered the giant king's court. What surprised them was that the frozen dusk had changed. Bright sunlight illuminated every corner. "Where's the helper you invited?" Colin Iliad controlled his alarm and turned to ask Derek Berg. Just as Derek was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure walk out from a half-collapsed tower. The figure wore a black trench coat and a silk top hat. The right side of his face was cut, cold and stiff. The left side of his face had transparent, wriggling maggots that kept crawling. Chapter 1252, Mr. Clown. When they saw the figure walking out from behind the collapsed tower, the members of the City of Silver's expedition team immediately put up a defensive stance, ready to attack or provide any defense. In their eyes, the man wearing strange clothes and a strange hat was equivalent to a monster, a particularly terrifying one at that. Even normal Beyonders would view themselves as monsters after being subject to such a physical mutation. Upon seeing the reactions of the half-giants, Klein grinned widely and said with a beaming smile, "Hello everyone, I'm Gehrman Sparrow. All of you should be glad that I can still control myself. Otherwise, you would have lost your minds because you looked at me directly." As he spoke, the transparent maggots on the left side of his face and neck were still squirming slowly. Beneath the clothes on the left side of his body, there were protruding marks that gently squirmed. A monster. The members of the City of Silver who were not demigods were increasingly certain of their own judgment. You are no, Mr. Sparrow. Derek Berg finally managed to recognize Mr. World, who he had met once. Klein raised his left palm and covered his left cheek. He smiled and said, "Life is always about encountering the unexpected." Without waiting for Little Sun to respond, he paused and said, "I have already opened the door to the Giant King's residence." This brought about some accidents, causing the Divine Kingdom to change. The door to the Giant King's residence has already been opened. The grizzled and scarred Colin Iliad narrowed his eyes. He subconsciously looked up at the magnificent buildings shrouded in golden sunlight. However, due to the distance, he couldn't see the situation at the apex. However, to have the frozen sunset become replaced by the blazing sun at noon had explained many things. Klein's gaze swept across the City of Silver's chief and elder Luvia, who was dressed in black armor, of the 6-member council. He then looked at the sun and continued with a smile, "This has also brought me some negative effects, just as you have already noticed." At this point, he clapped his hands and said in a commanding tone, like an adult instructing children, "All right, beyonders below the level of demigod are to fall back. The Giant King's court after the anomaly is not a place you can enter." The members of the expedition team, apart from Colin, Derek, and Luvia, felt an inexplicable sense of fear as they cast their gazes at the chief. Colin Iliad remained silent for a few seconds before turning to them and saying, "Leave the Giant King's court and wait at the periphery. If you see the signal, immediately act according to plan." The handpicked expedition team members were not only strong themselves and close in strength to a demigod, but they also had different powerful sealed artifacts that complemented each other. Even if they were facing a saint, they weren't without hope when it came to defeating one. However, in the City of Silver's original plan, they weren't the main force. Therefore, Colin Iliad had led them here in the hope that, when he and the other demigods shaved off the hidden enemies, these team members would be able to shine. They could then use the different sealed artifacts to deal with different incidents, preventing the entire team from suffering from any weaknesses. Now, with powerful help from the outside joining them, and the fact that the Giant King's court had indeed experienced some sort of anomaly, no one knew what they would encounter if they went deeper. With the utmost caution, Colin Iliad believed that Gehrman Sparrow's suggestion wasn't a problem. Furthermore, he had his own selfish thoughts. He didn't want members other than the demigods to suffer any unnecessary risks or meaningless casualties. Therefore, he agreed to the opinion of the monster-like powerhouse. When the time came for an opportunity to show itself, he, Luvia, and Derek would be able to give a signal and let the team members rush over a cleared path to provide reinforcements. As for the entire team's Beander powers not being able to deal with different situations due to it collectively becoming relatively monotonous, Colin Iliad wasn't too worried since the former shepherd, Luvia, was around. The members of the expedition, who weren't demigods, exchanged looks and hesitated for a moment. In the end, they still chose to listen to Colin Iliad. At the same time that they answered, they gave Derek Berg a deep look, as though they were trying to remind their chief to be careful of this sequence 4 demigod. He actually knew a living, monster-like powerhouse. This was very suspicious to the residents of the City of Silver, who had barely seen any outsiders. Sensing his companion's obvious distrust, Derek's heart ached as his eyes nearly welled up in tears, but eventually, he didn't make any excuses. He maintained his silence and straightened his back. After the other members of the expedition team retreated from the Giant King's court, Klein smiled and pointed at the 2 demigods. "Let me guess, you must be the chief of the City of Silver, the former demon hunter, the present Silver Knight, Colin Iliad. You are the Hanged Man's believer, Black Knight Luvia, who had helped him, shepherd." Luvia's gray eyes, which were hidden behind her visor, narrowed. "You really look like a clown." The Hanged Man. Upon hearing Mr. World's words, Derek almost doubted his ears. He even imagined that Elder Luvia had something to do with Mr. Hanged Man, but he quickly remembered the exact image of the fallen creator, a naked man hanging upside down on a cross. Mr. World used the Hanged Man to refer to the fallen creator. Elder Luvia chided him for being impolite. Derek, who had just exceeded 2 meters in height, nodded thoughtfully as he praised Mr. World's guts from the bottom of his heart. He actually dared to give a true deity a nickname, and even said it out loud in front of his follower. Colin Iliad looked at Gehrman Sparrow and then at Luvia. Unable to tell who was right or wrong, he calmly said, "Let's continue moving forward." He had already pulled out the two swords on his back and allowed them to be blanketed with the dawn's glow. "No problem." With a smile, Klein turned around and walked to the left of a huge stone staircase with the three demigods of the City of Silver. After walking for a while, they saw the familiar rugged pathway. On one side of the road was a towering cliff, and on the other side was an afternoon sun-soaked, bottomless cloud. At this moment, Klein and company felt the vibrations of the ground. They saw large amounts of illusory, pitch-black gases surging out from deep within the golden cloud. With a whoosh, the rugged pathway collapsed, falling into the dark, water surface. Beneath the water surface, there seemed to be invisible maelstroms lurking. "Ha, it collapsed. There's no way out. Ha." Klein bent down laughing loudly, making Colin's, Derek's, and Luvia's nerves tense up. It took Klein a few seconds to regain control of his emotions. He straightened his body and took out a piece of white paper from his pocket with a smile plastered across his face. He folded it into a plane. Phew. He blew at the head of the paper plane, swung his arm, and threw it towards the clouds that had been devoured by darkness. At the same time, the glove on his left hand was covered with slippery fish scales. Upon seeing this scene, the originally confused Colin Iliad nodded slightly before casting his gaze at the flying paper object. A violent wind stirred as it carried the paper plane forward in flight for a few seconds. Then, it suddenly dissipated, and like a stone, it rapidly plummeted into the dark clouds, without causing any ripples. From the looks of it, flying is useless. Klein turned halfway around and smiled at Derek and company. Luvia didn't respond as she released a translucent soul that enveloped a piece of gravel. In the blink of an eye, that piece of rock disappeared from its original spot, blinking, to a spot above the dark clouds. Following that, it fell down uncontrollably and sank into the clouds. "Teleport doesn't work either," Luvia said in a slightly deep voice. As Klein pressed at his abdomen, he bent down and chuckled before saying, "It looks like we can only enter through the main entrance." Derek immediately turned around and was about to head back when Colin Iliad and Luvia looked at each other and nodded indiscernibly. The four demigods quickly returned to the huge, grayish-white stone staircase and looked up. Above the flight of silent stairs which had very high steps, the majestic city walls were covered with burn marks. There were even arrow shafts as thick as ordinary trees. In the middle of the city wall was a door that was tens of meters tall. It was grayish-blue in color and there were golden nails embedded on its surface. On both sides of the door stood a guard that stood at 6 meters tall in a domineering manner. They wore exquisite silver full-body armor, one holding a greatsword, the other a huge axe. Behind their visors was an orange glow, Silver Knight. These were 2 Silver Knight's guards. Without wasting any time, Colin Iliad quickly retracted his gaze and said to Gehrman Sparrow, "I'll hold back one of the Silver Knights. Quickly finish off the other one." He wasn't very sure of Gehrman Sparrow's strength, but from the admiration and respect that he sensed from Derek Berg, as well as the fact that he had opened up the residence of the Giant King, he determined that this demigod who was blessed by the Fool was no weaker than him. Under such circumstances, whether it was Gehrman Sparrow or Colin Iliad, it wasn't difficult for them to quickly kill a Silver Knight guard with the help of Luvia and Derek. After all, they weren't living demigods, but a special statue without any intelligence. Just as Colin Iliad finished his sentence, he saw Gehrman Sparrow bend his back and laugh out loud. "Why do you care so much about these 2 toys? If they were still alive and could think, real Silver Knights, I would definitely be as cautious as you are. But now, haha, watch." As he spoke, Klein used his left hand, which had many worms of spirit crawling about, to press down on his top hat. He straightened his body and briskly walked up the stairs. Then, he was surrounded by strong winds as he approached the main door of the Giant King's court. During this process, he casually raised his right hand and shook it a few times, as if he was stretching his wrist or grabbing the air. At the end of the last action, Klein's shoulder sank slightly as if it had frozen, but nothing appeared in the void. Colin Iliad originally wanted to have an understanding of Gehrman Sparrow's strength, so he didn't stop him. He only signaled for Luvia to follow, to back him up if he made any mistakes. However, at that moment, he suddenly slowed down. He frowned slightly as if he had caught the scent of something. As for Derek, he looked at him with slight admiration. He believed that Mr. World could quickly finish off the guards. Chapter 1253, I Wish You Well. Only when Klein was about to reach the end of the flight of stone steps did the 2 Silver Knights guards outside the Giant King's court react. They turned their heads as the orange glow behind their visors flashed twice, as though it was confirming the identity of the visitor. Furthermore, they had a moment of confusion. Half of Klein's face was normal, and the other half was terrifying. The right side of his mouth curled up exaggeratedly. The transparent maggots on his left slowly twisted, revealing a frightening and indifferent smile. With his right foot crossing the final step, he arrived at the platform where the Giant King's court was located. Suddenly, a silvery white crack appeared on Klein's forehead as countless silver rays emitted from his body. His entire body instantly shattered into pieces of flesh and blood. These fragments floated up and quickly thinned and faded, turning into paper shreds. Klein in his top hat and black trench coat appeared one after another in different spots. However, they were all ripped apart by the silver sword beams. Some of them degenerated into illusions, while others turned into paper figures. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the main door of the Giant King's court where 2 guards had disappeared. It was a huge doll dressed in a dark and complicated long dress with evil vines wrapped around it. When Klein climbed up the stone steps, the person he summoned was none other than Miss Messenger. However, she had appeared in wraith form, so Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek didn't see her. At this moment, the 2 Silver Knights who had concealed their evil intentions and were hiding with the help of the light were chasing Klein out of instinct. They had already exposed their whereabouts after the angel-level powerhouse's prolonged observations. Reinette Tinaker's bright red eyes immediately reflected a seemingly blank area. There was a flash of light, and a white rabbit suddenly jumped out of nowhere. It bounced around and circled the area, its eyes abnormally vapid. Immediately following that, Miss Messenger took a step forward and disappeared. In another area, the remaining knight in silver armor appeared. His actions turned stiff and slow. He had been possessed by wraith. Klein, who had used himself as bait, stopped, blinking. He pressed his hand to his chest and gave a very ceremonial bow. "I've found the 2 of you. I wish you well." He straightened his body, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The white-furred rabbit suddenly exploded, its flesh splattering all over the ground. Then, he walked towards the Silver Knight guard who tried his best to struggle but to no avail. When the 2 figures crossed each other, Reinette Tinaker's historical projection returned to the fog of history, while the Silver Knight followed closely behind Klein and very obediently returned to the edge of the stone steps with him. "We can enter." Klein smiled as he said to Colin Iliad and the others at the bottom of the stone stairs. Derek's eyes lit up as he inwardly marveled. Mr. World is really powerful. He managed to finish off 2 Silver Knight guards single-handedly so quickly. Colin Iliad turned his head to glance at Lovia. From her gaze, he could sense her heavy emotions. The City of Silver's chief had no change in expression. He held the 2 swords that refracted the light of dawn and steadily walked up the stone steps. He came to Klein's side and whispered, "Mutant." Klein pressed down a worm of spirit that formed his left eye and smiled without answering. After Derek and Lovia walked up the stairs, the 4 demigods and a marionette turned and arrived at the main door of the Giant King's court. During this process, Klein stowed away the Silver Knight Beander characteristic that had seeped out from the rabbit. This was a reward for Reinette Tinaker. According to the agreement between him and the angel, the spoils of war that Klein had obtained from summoning a historical projection would be split equally with Miss Messenger. Reinette Tinaker took the Beander characteristic, while Klein obtained a Silver Knight marionette. He looked up at the main door and made the Silver Knight guard, who was much taller than him, take a few steps forward and insert the sword into the ground. Then, the Silver Knight bent down and stretched out his hands to press on the door that was dozens of meters tall. After a heavy screeching sound, the door with golden nails slowly opened. At this moment, the sun in the sky leapt, and the entire Giant King's court froze into an orange-red dusk. The huge door opened faster and faster, and the scene inside was gradually revealed to Klein and company. A grayish-white figure was covered in orange-red light. Countless stairs extended from behind the door all the way to the tallest and most magnificent residence of the Giant King. On the way, there were no obstacles. There were palaces and towers on both sides. Giant statues covered in iron-colored armor stood in front of different buildings, guarding the path that led to the residences of the god. "It's time for you to perform." Klein turned his head to the side and gave an exaggerated smile to Colin Iliad and Lovia. The former demon hunter, Colin, nodded slightly without any objections. Behind Lovia, an illusory figure covered in silver armor with dark red eyes that was several meters tall appeared. The giant statues on both sides of the Divine Kingdom's staircase emitted silvery white beams as they emitted shattering sounds. The silver flowers that bloomed kept spreading upwards as if they were welcoming the guests. Before long, 3 silver knights, Colin Iliad, the soul, grazed by Luvia, and the marionette controlled by Klein, cleared out the giant statues guarding the Divine Kingdom's staircase, leaving only the area closest to the giant king's residence. They didn't attempt it out of caution. At that moment, 2 figures flew out of the giant king's palace and slid towards the 3 silver knights. One of them had a shadowed face, black, curly hair that reached its shoulders, and a pair of black wings on its back. The other was a pure shadow that distorted to the sides from time to time. They were Enuni, who had mutated at some point in time, and Klein's shadow, who were both under the influence of the Dark Angel. In the battlefield filled with thick fog, a layer of grayish-white dragon scales suddenly appeared on Audrey's body. This was a result of her seeing something she shouldn't see. Even with the fog blocking her view, high-level creatures at the angel level could still corrupt and damage living beings that saw them. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, Audrey immediately retracted her gaze and calmed her mind to control herself from losing control. As her thoughts raced, she took a few steps back and used psychological invisibility to hide in the thick fog. She was in no hurry to infiltrate the Intis and Fasak allied forces camp. She was waiting for an opportunity, one that she believed would definitely appear. Time passed by so slowly that Audrey imagined that it had stopped. After an unknown period of time, she finally saw the fog over the allied forces base turn dark, like the sun plunging past the horizon. Night had begun to rule this world. Silently, the Intis, Fasak soldiers and officers closed their eyes and fell asleep. This included many other Beyonders. Audrey, who was hiding not far away, also fell asleep. However, as a dreamwalker who had been cued in advance, she managed to stay lucid. Then, without knowing how long the opportunity would last, she used dream traversal to enter the Intis, Fasak allied forces base. She walked among the soldiers and secretly left behind the seeds for a mental plague. This plague could make the infected panic, fluster, and break down emotionally. It was difficult to be placated with normal methods. The sound of a horn pierced through the gaps between reality and dreams, shattering the hazy world and awakening the soldiers and officers. Audrey didn't hesitate. At the instant before the dream completely shattered, she traversed to the other end of the camp, far away from the group that had planted the seeds of mental plague. In the next second, the dream world completely collapsed, forcing her back into reality. She appeared at the borders of the Intis, Fasak allied forces base. A silvery white beam lit up, exploding beside Audrey, tearing apart the fog. Audrey didn't panic because being attacked was within her expectations. After entering the Intis, Fasak allied forces camp, she knew that her psychological invisibility was very likely to be seen through by others using other clues, such as not being able to completely conceal her malice. Therefore, apart from her psychological invisibility, she also used similar techniques in Hand of Horrors, Disorder, to create another fake version of herself to mislead the possible attackers. In other words, there was still a layer of illusion hidden under her psychological invisibility, and the facts proved that Audrey's understanding of the enemy was correct. The fake version of her had indeed encountered a sudden attack. Taking this opportunity, she retreated into the depths of the fog. Then, a grayish-white dragon that was still in human form appeared. It had mysterious and three-dimensional symbols engraved on its huge scales. They were infiltrating inwards and extending outwards, as though they were interweaving into something indescribable. Something that didn't belong to reality would cause one's mind to go into a frenzy and distort their thoughts just by looking at it. At the same time, a figure dressed in a Fasak general's attire appeared at the spot where Audrey was standing. His face, neck, and palm were covered in silver armor, giving off a cold feeling. Enuni and Klein's shadows landed on a platform covered in orange light. The 3 silver knights retreated and returned to Derek's and Klein's side. Klein raised his hand to cover his left cheek and laughed at the shadow and Enuni. "It looks like you can't leave that area." He took a few steps forward and spread out his palms. He tsked and said, "What a pity. That way, you won't be able to hit me." The shadow opened its mouth and released an air cannon. Chapter 1254. Exaggerated. When the shadow blasted an air cannon forward, Klein acted as though he had sensed it ahead of time. His body jerked backward, and he somersaulted in the air, landing steadily several steps away. During this process, his right hand continued to press down on the half-top hat on his head, making him seem rather relaxed. Seeing that Enuni and the shadow didn't attempt to chase and continue their attacks, the smile on his face became even more obvious. It's really impolite to interrupt others while they're speaking. I wanted to discuss how to deal with you in front of all of you, but I can only avoid that now. As he spoke, his left face, which formed from a cluster of transparent maggots, trembled twice, as if he was trying to wink at his former marionette and his former shadow. Then, with a beaming smile on his face, he walked back to Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia and shrugged. The owners of this place aren't welcoming us. We can only head out and discuss how to resolve the problem, them. Colin Iliad didn't think lowly of this exaggerated powerhouse just because he didn't seem capable of controlling his emotions. This was because he had shown his expertise and meticulousness towards detail when handling the previous matters. This wasn't something a demigod who had lost his mind could do. All right, the City of Silver's chief responded to Klein's suggestion. Of course, Derek had no objections, while Lovia remained silent and didn't say a word. Hence, the four demigods and the Silver Knight marionette retraced their steps. They walked out of the Giant King's court's door, and Klein even got the silver-armored guard to pull the huge door and slowly close it. It appeared like a very polite gesture. Throughout the entire process, Enuni, who had layers of black wings on his back, and the pure shadow, just stood watching. They didn't attempt to stop him, as though an invisible wall had restrained their movements. After a while, dusk dissipated and darkness descended. All awaited the light of dawn to illuminate everything. In this quiet and dead world, a ray of light finally rose, bringing with it a long-awaited dawn. At this moment, Enuni and the shadow heard knocking sounds at the door of the Giant King's court. Someone was knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After this continued a few more times, the door let out a creaking sound as it opened heavily. Wearing a black trench coat, Klein maintained the smile on the right side of his face as he entered the Giant King's court first. He walked up the stairs step by step, and the other demigods, along with his marionette, followed one step behind. After reaching the end of the halfway, Klein stopped and said to Enuni and the shadow, who were more than 10 meters away, "Please forgive me for not waiting for you to say, come in. Perhaps it's because this spot is too far from the main door, so you didn't hear my knocking. As you know, as a gentleman, I only know how to use my fingers to strike, not slap with my palms." The moment he finished speaking, Enuni, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke. "Next, you'll deal with Shadow by yourself and let the people of the City of Silver hold me back." "Oh," Klein let out a loud nasal grunt while wearing an exaggerated smile, as though he was waiting for Enuni to give a further explanation. At the same time, he raised his left hand and pressed his face. The transparent and twisted maggots began to squirm about, some boring in, others crawling out and quickly completing an exchange. With a shadow over his face, Enuni, with his black, slightly curled hair that reached his shoulders, continued in a deep voice, "You didn't summon a projection from the historical void in advance because you know that Shadow can summon the projection of the staff of the stars and simulate the powers of the Angel of Time. It will accelerate the flow of time to disperse your angel helpers." Similarly, he didn't make any preparations because of the same reason. And if you summon a saint that can last longer, he can do the same. Both of you offset each other. I hate playing cards with myself. Klein nodded heavily, expressing his agreement and laughed out loud. Enuni, whose face was blurry, glanced at him and the three demigods of the City of Silver. "Therefore, you turned the Silver Knight guarding the door into your marionette, planning on using it as a chip to tip the balance. This problem is his, not mine. He actually doesn't have a target to turn into a marionette. Or perhaps, why don't you sacrifice yourself?" The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he said to his former marionette, Enuni. Enuni retracted his gaze and turned to examine Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. "You and Shadow cancel each other out. The prerequisite for using a marionette to win is that they can hold me back." Just as he said that, the two shoulders of the marionette that had been corrupted by the power of the sleeping dark angel squirmed as a head grew out of each. The three heads were covered in shadows and had black curly hair that reached his shoulders. However, they gave people the feeling that one was young and the other old. Before Klein and the demigods could react, Enuni's right body suddenly tore apart, causing the aged head to take away a third of his body. The body that split apart rapidly squirmed and instantly became complete. On the shadow over the head's surface, a pair of eyes protruded with vertical, pale golden pupils. Suddenly, the magnificent staircase leading to the ancient god's residence collapsed, turning into a desolate moor. At the end of the moor was a pitch-black city overgrown with weeds, City of Silver. Derek's heart tightened upon seeing such a realistic scene. He was worried that the unknown enemy would drag him and the other demigods to the City of Silver and destroy it. As for Luvia, her gaze froze as her body trembled when Enuni grew two heads. It was as if she could sense the aura of an absolute high-leveled entity. Colin Iliad surveyed his surroundings and crossed his two swords that were covered in the light of dawn before pushing them out. He said in a deep voice, "This is fake." At this moment, Klein covered his mouth with his left hand that was made of transparent maggots. He yawned and asked Enuni's main body with a smile, "Will you be stronger in dreams? Or can you cross the boundary and launch an attack?" "Yes, if it were me, I would definitely consider using a dream to lure the enemy into entering my attack range." The moment he said that, the desolate moor and the distant castle dissipated at the same time. The magnificent staircase, which was illuminated by the light of dawn, appeared once again. At this moment, the left side of Enuni's body tore away. The young head had taken away a third of his flesh. The shadow covering his face was quickly replaced by a resplendent golden light. It was as if there were two miniature suns in his eyes. The sun. Klein first voiced out a question before laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. "Haha, you want to use the unshadowed domain to break through the Silver Knights, light concealment." "Yes, we have 3 Silver Knights on our side. That is worthy of your attention, but have you considered the feelings of Shadow? You don't, you only think of yourself. He's only a shadow, so have you considered how weakened he would be in the unshadowed domain?" At this point, Klein laughed even louder. Even the transparent worms of spirit crawling on his left face sped up their movements. "Ha ha ha ha, also, have you thought about the beyonder powers of corruption, degeneration, and darkness? Have you seriously considered the negative effects that the unshadowed domain will bring you?" After laughing, Klein straightened his back and asked seriously, "How should I address you now?" Enon, Uu, Nini, Enuni, whose main body was still covered in shadows, slowly took a deep breath and said, "If you had chosen the hunter pathway, you would definitely be stronger than you are now." Before he could finish his sentence, the layers of black wings on his back suddenly spread out. They kept expanding, covering the sky and wrapped towards the magnificent staircase. Faint shadows immediately covered the area. Then, Enuni directly crossed the invisible boundary and descended in front of Colin Iliad, Luvia, and Derek. He actually had the means to break through the obstruction. The young him, who had split off as the Sun Saint, immediately raised his arms. The light of dawn turned blazing hot, illuminating every corner of the magnificent staircase, leaving no shadows. Nothing could hide within unshadowed domain. However, the shadows around him didn't fade. The dark wings that enveloped Enuni's body blocked out pure sunlight. As for Shadow, it seemed to be covered in a cloak. Although it was much dimmer, it didn't show any signs of weakness. At the same time, Enuni's split-off aged body pushed out his right palm. A violent but illusory gust of wind appeared around him, carrying with it an invisible, multicolored intent that gushed towards Klein and his Silver Knight marionette. Mind deprivation. It could awe the target, make him feel fear, show signs of frenzy, or lose a portion of his rationality. And now, because Klein's spirit was incomplete, he was on the brink of losing control. He couldn't even control his emotions and reactions very well. If he were to suffer the effects of mind deprivation, there was a high chance that he would lose control on the spot and break down into a monster. Enuni understood what had happened to him and understood his weakness. The moment he launched the attack, he allowed the spectator saint to use an area of effect attack that Klein would find difficult to defend against and find unbearable. The strong winds that were tainted with all kinds of emotions and will instantly engulfed Klein. However, half of the crazy adventurer, who had half a normal body and half a terrifying body, didn't show any sign of warped expressions, manifestation of godhood, or physical breakdown. Instead, his exaggerated smiling right eye became extremely calm. While waiting for the City of Silver's expedition team, he had already summoned Miss Justice and got her to make up a virtual persona that stemmed from his lampooning, clown-like character, allowing his spirit to become complete for a certain amount of time. This was the reason why he appeared relatively rational when he left the guard's residence, only to appear exaggerated and crazy when he rendezvoused with the City of Silver's expedition team. Furthermore, this virtual persona could also withstand several attacks from the mind domain. The coldness in his eyes quickly faded away. The corner of his right lip curled up, becoming symmetrical with a curled worm of spirit that was crawling on the left. This was a sincere smile. Chapter 1255, Mocking Himself. As the smile of sincerity appeared on Klein's face, the the face of the spectator saint that Enuni had split suddenly cracked open. The silver cracks were all over the place, intertwining with each other, appearing extremely chaotic. Klein seized the opportunity and used his silver knight marionette's silver sword to condense a silver rapier to attack him. A sharp light shot out, dicing that figure into countless small pieces. However, these small blocks were abnormally illusory, with zero corporealness. The spectator saint had used the technique of psychological invisibility to create an illusion, concealing his existence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Silver beams of light either blazed towards the spectator saint that Enuni had split off, or directly leapt out from the target's location, erupting from within. The spectator saint relied on the speed and agility that a powerful body brought. He constantly changed positions and dodged, preventing himself from getting injured. As he had a precise understanding and control of his psyche and mind, Klein's intuition for danger prevented an image from forming in his mind, so it was difficult for Klein to predict his actions. Therefore, Klein couldn't let the silver rapier lay in wait and strike out where he appeared. The huge knight, who was covered in solid silver armor, held his broadsword and charged at his target, as though he could topple a mountain. Due to the existence of the unshadowed domain, Klein's silver knight marionette was unable to hide himself using the light. He could only directly attack. Upon seeing this, the spectator saint's body suddenly swelled, turning into a hideous, grayish-white scaled dragon that was covered in shadows, a manifestation of godhood. The dragon's body was huge, its gray scales firm. Its claws were powerful, and it managed to block the silver knight's slash. Bang! 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 The giant and the giant dragon smashed through the brick rocks of the ancient divine kingdom, causing the palace to collapse. It was a mess. Klein maintained his exaggerated smile and seriously controlled his marionette to ignore Shadow. No, he still did some level of interference. He controlled the spirit body threads of himself, the marionette, the City of Silver's chief, Luvia, and Little Sun, preventing them from being controlled by Shadow. From time to time, he would reach out his hand and summon the historical projection that Shadow was attempting to summon. This effectively cancelled out both parties' efforts. Apart from that, Klein didn't even glance at Shadow. Shadow wandered for a while before opening its mouth helplessly and making a bang sound. An air cannon shot out and struck the silver knight marionette before exploding. Amidst the rumbling sound, the marionette only shook slightly before returning to normal. The silver armor he wore didn't show a single crack. Ha ha. Upon seeing this scene, Klein laughed out loud, giving off the feeling that he was about to bend over in a fit of laughter. How could he not be aware of how weak his attacks and defense were? When the two core skills of controlling spirit body threads and the summoning of the historical void projections were rendered ineffective, Shadow, who had no marionettes, could only watch from the side. Be it air cannons, flame controlling, illusion creation, or the clown's combat ability, they were all just embellishments or support. Likewise, Klein didn't attack Shadow, because he knew how frustrating it was to deal with paper figurine substitutes, flaming jump, damage transfer, and illusion creation. He knew that there was no way he could deal with the other party in such a short period of time. He might as well let him be a member of the live audience. After all, he couldn't affect the battle. Upon hearing the mocking laughter, the pitch-black Shadow froze for a moment before pouncing forward. It approached Klein and targeted him with attacks. On the other side, when Enuni's true form landed in front of the three demigods of the City of Silver, Colin Iliad quickly glanced at Derek before looking away. He crossed his swords, forming a cross that blocked the path ahead. While doing this City of Silver chief's clothes tore apart by his rapidly expanding muscles. In the blink of an eye, Colin Iliad had turned into a giant that was nearly 6 meters tall. His body was grayish-blue and his muscles were bluish-black. He was a ripped giant. There was a dark crack on his forehead that seemed to be capable of attracting the souls around him, and his eyes were gone. Every inch of the giant's skin and flesh contained immense power, infinite mystery, and a strange spiritual influence. It made everyone who witnessed it inevitably feel a sharp pain in their psyche, turning them into a rampaging mess that wanted to destroy everything, including themselves. Inside the unshadowed domain, Colin Iliad didn't need to worry that the Divine Kingdom's suppression would prevent him from controlling this incomplete mythical creature form, causing him to completely lose control. The invisible barrier around him immediately shrank, turning into silver, sticky, liquid metal that covered his entire body and solidified into an armor that couldn't be shaken. At that moment, the shadow on Enuni's body condensed into something corporeal. It made him turn into a giant that was several meters tall. He held a black greatsword and wore black full-body armor, Black Knight. The black greatsword cleaved straight down and was held back in midair by two swords formed from the light of dawn. The shadow beneath Enyuni's feet and the illusory black wings on his back extended outwards in an attempt to envelop Colin Iliad. Almost at the same time, rays of the light of dawn formed around Colin as they swept forward. The storm that was filled with pure fragments of light swallowed Enyuni's shadow, only to be blocked by his black wings. Clang. Clang, clang, bang, bang, bang. Colin Iliad's Silver Knight manifestation Enyuni's Black Knight transformation clashed violently, producing a spectacular light show as the tower collapsed. As for Derek, he leapt out with Thunder God's roar in hand after receiving the chief's signal, heading straight for the Sun Saint. Amidst the howling winds, he brandished the ghostly blue hammer that was wrapped in lightning. He appeared like a sailor of the storm pathway, not a Beander of the Sun domain. The Sun Saint never expected that the unshadowed opposite him would be so rash that he chose to engage in close combat. Unable to react in time, he could only use his instincts to dodge to the side. With a loud crack, a silvery white light burst out from the place he was about to step in. It quickly engulfed him and tore his body apart. The Silver Knight evil spirit that Luvia grazed also targeted the Sun Saint as it unleashed its attacks. A golden glow surged out of the Sun Saint's body like a tidal wave, melting the silvery white light, forming a layer of armor made of light, and a huge mace. The mace blocked Thunder God's roar, causing the snaking bolts and light to fly everywhere. At the same time, the Sun Saint's body emitted a warm glow that caused the Silver Knight evil spirit to suddenly turn illusory as if it was evaporating. It caused the black-armored Luvia's body to pale. The degenerate aura quickly dissipated, causing the Silver Knight marionette to weaken greatly. Purification. This was the core power of an unshadowed. It was extremely effective against wraiths, the fallen, and the unclean. Faced with the purification, Luvia could only summon her Silver Knight evil spirit back and not let it out to graze. She could only use the corresponding Beander powers to make up for her weakness. Silver beams of light occasionally blinked, flying at high speeds, forcing the Sun Saint to block and duck to protect himself. After taking a glance, Derek stopped brandishing Thunder God's roar again, nor did he pester the Sun Saint any further. He took a few steps back and cast his gaze towards the battle between the Black Greatsword and the Double Swords of Dawn. He then joined the battle between Colin Iliad and Enyuni. His expression turned solemn as he spread his arms wide, as though he was hugging a gift from a deity. The unshadowed domain immediately became even brighter, as though sunlight had penetrated through the barrier and shone in. Right on the heels of that, a ball of pure light surrounded by countless holy flames descended out of thin air. It enveloped Colin Iliad and Enyuni without any regard whether they were friend or foe. Flaring Sun. Flaring Sun, of an unshadowed. This was the theurgical spell that Klein had used to kill Megos and the fetus in her womb. It caused tremendous damage to creatures in the domain of corruption, degeneration, and undying. It could even directly destroy them. In the holy spherical light that was surrounded by holy flames, the illusory black wings on Enyuni's back began to emit a faint mist. The pitch-black armor covering his body melted and part of his body cracked open, igniting his leaking degenerated aura. Colin Iliad was also injured. The silver armor on his body turned into liquid metal. Derek didn't pay much attention to this. He once again used Flaring Sun, and once again enveloped Enyuni and Colin Iliad. He believed that compared to the enemy who was of the degeneration and corruption domain, the chief who was of the warrior pathway would suffer a lot less damage under the assault of Flaring Sun. He was able to last much longer. And after dealing with the main enemy, he could get Mr. World to summon Life's Cane to treat the chief. This was the fastest way to deal with Enyuni. This wasn't something that Derek had come up with himself, nor was it part of the plan that Klein had come up with. It was something that Colin Iliad had suggested himself. Previously, when they were discussing outside the door, Klein had only introduced Enyuni and the Shadow's possible abilities. He didn't come up with any proposals and had left it to the City of Silver's chief to decide on the battle plan. This was because he knew that Shadow understood him very well. He could think of anything he could think of. If it was based on his own train of thought, it would be easy to resolve. Therefore, trusting an experienced former demon hunter was the best solution under the present circumstances. Colin Iliad didn't stand on ceremony. He confirmed that the main target they needed to deal with was Enyuni, who had been corrupted by the Dark Angel. He formulated a plan around this key point and came up with a plan to clinch victory through internecine means. He wasn't afraid of being hurt. He was only worried that there wouldn't be an opportunity such as this. the spherical light that was surrounded by infinite holy flames blasted down, illuminating the surrounding area. It made Klein's shadow dim significantly, making Enyuni's black wings become fainter and fainter, almost to the point of an illusion. But at this moment, a pair of black wings suddenly separated from Enyuni and transformed into a deep sea. Chapter 1256. I have something you don't see. The deep sea swallowed the bright spherical light, darkening the entire unshadowed domain. Silver bolts of lightning burst out from its interior, turning the area where Enyuni and Colin Iliad were fighting into a forest of lightning. Amidst the sizzling sounds, countless bolts of lightning slithered upwards and drilled into the gaps in the armor. This silver knight, who had shown his incomplete mythical creature form, immediately turned stiff, as though he was paralyzed by lightning. As for Enyuni, his black armor, which seemed to be formed from powers of degeneration, had completely absorbed the lightning, preventing his body from being affected by the rippling damage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Enyuni, who had pitch-black fragments peeling off from him, held the dark greatsword with both hands and slashed at an angle. And at this moment, Colin Iliad hadn't completely escaped from his paralyzed state. With a piercing stabbing sound, a deep crack appeared on his left shoulder. The sturdy silver armor seemed to lose its defense as it was cleaved open by the great sword. This was a black knight's cull of spiritual flesh. Not only could it corrode flesh and blood, it could obliterate souls and cleave through barriers. It could also cause any living creature with degenerate thoughts to lose their defenses. It was a core Beyonder power belonging to the Black Knight, stemming from the degeneration domain. Seeing that the cull of spiritual flesh had sliced open the silver armor on Colin Iliad's left shoulder, with the crack quickly deepening as it went straight for the heart, Derek tensed up and immediately condensed a spear made up of pure sunlight. He swung back his hand and threw it towards Enyuni. Enyuni didn't abandon his attack or dodge. Instead, he raised his remnant illusory black wings and used them to shield himself. The unshadowed spear pierced through 2 layers of the illusory black wings, bursting out a blinding white light that seemed to give rise to a miniature sun. At the same time, Colin's entire body melted, turning into a pool of silver liquid metal. The liquid flowed rapidly, reforming the body of Colin Iliad in the distance. He still resembled a giant, and he was still wearing silver armor. However, half of the city of Silver's left shoulder and arm had fallen to the ground. The incision was clean with no blood flowing out. With the use of mercury liquefaction, Colin Iliad sacrificed an arm to avoid Enyuni's lethal blow. His gaze behind his visor didn't waver at all. He grabbed the remaining sword of dawn and ran towards his target once again. It was like an unusually terrifying steam locomotive that exceeded its speed limit. Derek quickly condensed his unshadowed spear, again from the side, causing the spears of light to fly towards Enyuni. During this process, he opened his mouth and solemnly said, "God says that the purification is effective." This was the Beyonder powers of a notary at the unshadowed level. Its compatibility with the unshadowed domain created by the Sun Saint made the battlefield brighten even more, causing the degenerate auras on Enyuni and Luvia to further weaken. God said it's ineffective. The Sun Saint immediately denied Derek's proclamation, causing the unshadowed domain's purification effect to return to its former state. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spear approached Enyuni. As for the black illusory wings on the Black Knight back, a few pairs had already faded under the miniature sun's illumination. He only had half left. Enyuni couldn't effectively dodge the pure, bright long spears closing in on him since his hands were full fending off Colin Iliad. He made a pair of illusory black wings spread out fully, disintegrating into darkness. As soon as the unshadowed spears came into contact with the darkness, they were stained with a layer of thick, sticky blackness. They either instantly corroded and broke, piercing the magnificent staircase, or left a curved arc in the air as it spun around and tore at Derek Berg. All of them degenerated at that very moment. Upon seeing this, Derek followed his battle instinct that he had honed from all his years of training and his patrolling and exploring experience. He jumped forward and rolled. Black spears landed behind him, corroding a large segment of the staircase. At this moment, the Sun Saint was also throwing unshadowed spears, creating pure white beams that shot across the air. This forced Luvia to use one of her grazed souls to constantly blink in an attempt to approach the enemy. To her dismay, she could only use the ability of one soul at a time in such a state. She couldn't blink while condensing silver rapier to cull the Sun Saint from a distance to create an opportunity for herself. Meanwhile, the battle between Klein and his shadow was exceptionally intense. Amidst the booming sounds of air cannons, the flaring of scarlet flames, pieces of paper scattering in all directions, and illusions turned into bubbles described the battle, the Silver Knight marionette had basically suppressed the spectator saint. After all, no matter how strong the Mind Dragon's body was, it wasn't a match for a demigod of the giant pathway when in close combat. Of course, the spectator saint wasn't in any danger. After all, he had revealed an incomplete mythical creature form. If it wasn't for the fact that his opponent was only a marionette, and Klein had already digested the Sequence 3 potion and seen many high-level creatures, he could use his exposed godhood to interfere with his opponent's thoughts, slowly driving him crazy and losing his rationality. Without the advantage of the godhood's influence, the spectator saint could only use the hypnotist's battle hypnotism to force the target to act erratically, such as attacking in the wrong direction. Using this opportunity, he escaped from the melee battle and entered a psychological invisibility state again in an attempt to perform a sneak attack on Klein. A hypnotist's battle hypnotism could forcefully hypnotize the enemy during battle, making him do all sorts of erratic actions. However, such actions couldn't directly cause harm to the victim, and it couldn't be maintained for too long, as the target would quickly wake up. Of course, the battle hypnotism target of the spectator saint was definitely not the Silver Knight marionette. This was because it was essentially a dead person. This made it immune to all psychological effects. The target of his interference was the thoughts Klein transmitted through the spirit-body threads, targeting them so that the information the marionette received would be erroneous. As such, it would act differently from what Klein wanted. This was actually a psyche interference, and not a psyche hypnosis. The effects were undoubtedly not as effective as the original version, but not every saint of the spectator pathway could grasp such an effect. It was a result of digging deep into one's Beyonder powers and experimenting. To the spectator saint, there was nothing he could do about this. This was because, be it mind deprivation, mind storm, or mind breath, none of them were effective on a marionette. The grayish-white dragon that had its head covered in shadows had tried to close the distance with Klein several times, or to use its area of effect Beyonder powers, but it was stopped by the Silver Knight marionette. It kept being forced to dodge the silver rapier, which could erupt within its body. As Klein controlled his marionette, he distanced himself from the spectator saint and dealt with his shadow. It wasn't too easy, but it wasn't too much of a burden. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered as he entered a state of clarity unique to instances when his dream or mind secretly intruded. With his lucidity, Klein allowed a portion of his consciousness to rise to the sky and look down at his island of consciousness. Then, he saw Enuni, the one who looked aged with a face covered in shadows, walk out of the boundless sea of collective subconscious, opening the door to his body of heart and mind. This spectator saint didn't attempt to change the island of consciousness in Klein's mind. All he did was produce a dark spherical light which had tentacles growing out of it. He turned it into a seed that was hard to discover before letting it sink into the ground. A mental plague seed. Without any hesitation, Klein immediately switched locations with the Silver Knight marionette, preventing the mental plague seed from landing in his island of consciousness. The spectator saint noticed this change. Not only was he not disappointed, he even revealed a smile. This was because he had long used virtual persona to secretly plant the mental plague seeds on the still island of the Silver Knight marionette. Although this couldn't affect the marionette, it could unknowingly corrupt the enemy who swapped positions with the marionette and other targets in the surrounding areas. This was a kind of corruption and infection that targeted the island of consciousness and the psyche. It wasn't a direct attack, so it was difficult to use virtual persona to offset it. When the time came, the problem that Klein had temporarily concealed with virtual persona would completely erupt. He would quickly plunge into a passage for losing control, entering an irreversible situation. Shadow was no stranger to such situations, as Vin Rambus had used such a method before. As he secretly laughed at Klein for becoming crazy, reckless, arrogant, and acting like a clown, one who had forgotten lessons of the past, he snapped his fingers, summoning a scarlet flame. He then used it to jump over, embroiling himself with Klein. Another round of paper shreds flew in all directions as the intense battle destroyed the afterimages. After a short while, Klein suddenly stopped. He raised his left hand that was wrapped with transparent maggots and covered his left face. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, he let out a maniacal laugh, controlling the spirit body threads around him like a madman, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. On his right cheek, pale meat tendrils protruded out, as if they were worms of spirit that were about to bore out. When Shadow saw that Klein had gone crazy and was about to lose control, he was worried that he would be infected by the mental plague. He hurriedly made a scarlet flame rise up and swallow himself. In the distance, his figure emerged from the flames that had yet to extinguish. At this moment, the Silver Knight marionette would occasionally launch an attack and occasionally do a twitching dance. It was obvious that it wasn't under normal control. He no longer had the strength to stop the mind dragon manifested by the spectator saint. He allowed the other party to spread out his wings and fly into the air above Klein. He was prepared to use mind breath. The spectator saint didn't want to give his enemy who was infected by the mental plague a chance to breathe. He wanted him to immediately lose control. Suddenly, this mind dragon's actions became sluggish, as if every joint was injected with glue. In the next second, a silvery white beam erupted from his body, splitting his flesh and blood, tearing apart his spirit body. With his back bent, the laughing Klein slowly straightened his body calmly. He released the palm covering his left cheek, and he smiled at Shadow in the distance. Behind him, wave after wave of silvery white beams tore apart the mind dragon, turning it into pieces of pitch-black flesh. They fell to the ground, and the knight marionette in silver armor retracted his broadsword and looked coldly at Shadow. Looking at the slightly lost Shadow, the few worms of spirit on his left face curled up and stimulated the curved corners of a smile. You haven't seemed to have noticed that I have something that you don't. Chapter 1257. Too weak. As he spoke, Klein raised his right hand. A piece of pitch-black and filthy flesh had appeared in his palm at some point in time. It contained an indescribable aspect of madness. The answer is, the hanged man's corruption, Klein said to Shadow with a smile. The thing that he had that Shadow didn't was the corruption left behind by the true creator. This was an influence that even the power of Saphira Castle couldn't dissipate for the time being. And one thing he was certain of was that, before he met Dark Angel Sasrir, the true creator wouldn't easily allow him to lose control or die. Therefore, he deliberately allowed corrupted parts of his body to be infected by mental plague, pretending that he had lost control. Then, he pretended to be controlling spirit body threads in an aimless manner so as to cover up the fact that the target was actually the spectator saint. When the opponent launched a further attack, he successfully entered a sluggish state, creating an opportunity for the Silver Knight marionette. As he expected, the corrupted parts of him wrapped around the seeds of the mental plague, preventing the negative effects from erupting. During this process, Shadow had distanced herself from Klein because of his concern about the effects of mental plague. This made him fail to notice the abnormality of the spectator saint's spirit body threads. How could Klein not know how careful and cautious he was? Of course, Klein couldn't predict the kind of changes the corruption would bring when he met Dark Angel Sasrir. Would the mental plague that had been suppressed leak out and cause certain effects? All he could do was resolve the problems at hand. Upon hearing his words, the pure Shadow suddenly burst into a scarlet flame that instantly engulfed him. At the edge of the unshadowed domain, near the place where the giant king resided, a wisp of fire rapidly rose up as Shadow appeared. He didn't hesitate to escape. He ran towards the palace which acted as the resting chamber for the slumbering Dark Angel, completely ignoring Enuni and the Sun Saint. When Klein, who was using his virtual persona, saw this scene, he was stunned. He couldn't help but smile with the worm of spirit and shake his head. I'm actually that timid. He suspected that Shadow, which splintered off from him, had taken away most of his caution and carefulness, leaving behind more of his impulsiveness and recklessness. A silvery white beam lit up and smote the scarlet flames that descended outside of the unshadowed domain, shattering the pitch-black shadow that had just appeared. Klein hadn't wasted time muttering to himself. He had long controlled the Silver Knight marionette. Then, according to the distribution of the flames and his habits, he predicted the next few areas that Shadow would jump to. Then, he condensed, Silver Rapier, ahead of time and smote down the moment the flames descended. Unshadowed domain didn't have a barrier in the physical sense. Anyone could leave or exert influence on the outside world. However, the torn-up shadow eventually turned into thin pieces of paper and quickly disappeared. Another few burning scarlet flames descended, and the black shadow used them to jump, moving closer to the open door of the giant king's residence. The silvery white light that subsequently tore him apart had only managed to take down his paper figurine substitutes. From Sequence 5, Beyonders of the Warrior Pathway had the ability to see through illusions. Without the aid of psychology invisibility, paper figurine substitutes were obviously more useful than illusion creation. It was only a situation when two seers were in combat that scenes of shredded pieces and illusions would occur. In just 2 or 3 seconds, scarlet flaming columns rose outside the giant king's residence, as though they were releasing fireworks to welcome a guest. In the next moment, Shadow jumped into one of the flames and hid in the area where the dark angel lay in slumber. But at that moment, a figure quickly appeared in front of the scarlet flaming columns. He wore a black long trench coat and a half-top hat. His right face was normal, and his left face was formed from transparent and twisted maggots. It was none other than Klein's true body. The corners of his mouth curled up once again as he snapped his fingers with his right hand. The scarlet flaming columns were extinguished as the black shadow was forced to appear, returning to the staircase that was covered with the light of dawn. Flame controlling. The reason why Klein could rush outside the Giant King's palace to intercept Shadow ahead of time was because, after Shadow decisively fled, he was no longer able to effect his summoning of items from the historical void. He easily took out Creeping Hunger and switched to the Traveler's Soul. "It isn't a good thing to be too careful," Klein said to Shadow, doing so with a smile on his face. As he bent his knees, he arched his back. As he bent over, his figure suddenly became the knight in silver armor. The knight stabbed his broadsword into the ground and created an invisible barrier, sealing off the door to the Dark Angel's resting ground. At that moment, Klein swapped positions with his silver knight marionette. He gave Shadow the impression that he could enter the palace as long as he could destroy the Guardian's barrier. Of course, his true body interfered with Shadow's summoning of historical projections and controlling of spirit body threads. When the tables turned, the battle between the three demigods of the City of Silver, Enuni, and the Sun Saint also changed. When Colin Iliad once again kept Enuni, who had lost his black armor, busy, Derek repeated their previous strategy. At times, he would use Flaring Sun as an area of effect attack to trade injuries to the chief for a victory. At other times, he would condense a pure, white, unshadowed spear and engage in precision attacks. This wasn't used often, because it was easy for Enuni to avoid it, causing Colin Iliad to be accidentally injured. After 3 rounds of Flaring Sun, Enuni finally reached the end of his rope. He once again spread out the last 2 pairs of illusory black wings, turning it into a pitch-black sea that devoured all light. He then drowned out Colin Iliad, causing the City of Silver's chief's body to be covered with a layer of thick black liquid. His actions were clearly affected. Seizing this opportunity, Enuni escaped from the entanglement and avoided the subsequent, unshadowed spear. He transformed into a shadow and quickly moved towards the Giant King's residence in an attempt to join forces with Shadow to break through the barrier. At that moment, a silvery white beam burst out from his body, ripping him into blobs of dark red flesh. This sudden surgical strike came from Luvia. This 6-member council elder had actually given up on dodging the attacks of the Sun Saint. At the instant Enuni was about to escape the battlefield, she decisively switched the grazed soul to the Silver Knight Evil Spirit, dyeing her black armor silver. The dazzling white and pure, unshadowed spear hit the lady, causing her to shrink slightly and the blazing sun to completely devour her. The blobs of flesh in Enuni's body remained sentient. They quickly gathered together in an attempt to rebuild the body. However, at this moment, the black sticky liquid restricting the movement of Colin Iliad exploded with specks of light. They turned into a storm and tore through the obstruction, allowing the silver armor to resurface. Right on the heels of that, the gigantified Silver Knight took a step forward and swung the Sword of Dawn in his hand, allowing the hurricane of light from before to continue sweeping forward, inundating the blobs of dark red flesh. A pair of illusory black wings appeared and dissipated, calming the hurricane of light. However, Derek's Flaring Sun continued. Holy flames ignited every blob of flesh and drop of blood, melting everything with pure light. When the Sun Saint saw this scene, he knew that it was impossible for him to escape the fate of being destroyed. He didn't bother dealing another blow to Luvia and turned around, about to withdraw from his unshadowed domain. Suddenly, he heard a voice filled with malice and corruption. Luvia struggled to free herself from the remnant powers of unshadowed spear, and teleported to a spot not far from the Sun Saint. Then, she switched the grazed soul to a devil and used the language of foulness. At that moment, the black armor on her body had completely shattered. There were many cracks on her purple-patterned black robe, revealing her slowly squirming flesh. Her aura was rather weak. The slow that wasn't at the level of a demigod couldn't affect the Sun Saint for too long. However, this was enough for Colin Iliad. He condensed a silver rapier and made it teleport to the enemy. This silver rapier experienced a random mutation. It directly pierced through the holy armor of the Sun Saint and exploded in his body. Silver light bloomed as the Sun Saint blasted into countless pieces. Pa! 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 The flesh fell to the ground and vanished in a blink of an eye, as though they had returned to the pages of history. After the battle ended, the three demigods of the City of Silver immediately approached the Giant King's residence and pincered Shadow. Shadow leapt and attempted to hide in the fog of history. However, just as he saw the grayish-white fog, he was pressed down by a hand wrapped by transparent maggots. Neither him nor Klein dashed to the time before the first epoch, because they knew that the other party would definitely stop them or wait there. With nowhere to hide, Shadow immediately fell into the encirclement of the three City of Silver demigods. His various powers were also offset by Klein. Even, Flaming Jump, was affected by flame controlling, making it difficult for him to escape his predicament. More than 10 seconds passed. After the paper figurines were torn apart, Shadow finally expended all his substitutes. He was then stabbed in the abdomen by Derek's unshadowed spear. A round of blinding white light and a miniature sun exploded. The pitch-black shadow quickly faded and completely melted. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his head, and his mind, which was on the verge of losing control, suddenly relaxed. He instinctively looked to his feet and saw that under the illumination of the light of dawn, a faint black shadow extended out from them. Too weak, Klein bent his back slightly and couldn't help but mock himself. After all, without the powers of a scholar of yore, without a marionette, and without the ability to control spirit-body threads, a seer was relatively weak against other demigods of the same sequence. His spirit had been restored to its original state, but he had yet to remove the virtual persona. Furthermore, he had no intention of immediately summoning Miss Justice's historical projection to do this. As he had been corrupted by the Dark Angel, Enuni had shown the characteristics of the Sun, Spectator, Storm, and Secret Suppliant pathways. If he wanted to enter the Giant King's residence, he had to be wary of psychological influences. Virtual persona was a very good defensive measure. At that moment, the transparent maggots on the left side of Klein's body quickly settled down, returning to his flesh and skin. However, due to the crazy effects of his virtual persona, there was still a translucent layer on the surface, allowing people to see the worms of spirit hidden underneath. When Derek, Lovia, and the others cast their gazes on him, Klein straightened his back and reached out to grab Life's cane. He pointed at the open door of the Giant King's residence and laughed. "Make every second count. The Dark Angel is waiting for us inside." Chapter 1258. Tremendous Changes. Although Klein was urging them on the surface, he actually threw Life's cane to the bottom of the magnificent staircase and threw it at Lovia, allowing her to treat herself and Colin Iliad's injuries. As a former Rose Bishop, Lovia was the least afraid of the negative effects of Life's cane. Regardless of the changes in her body, as long as it didn't involve the spirit, she could treat them. At the same time, Derek quickly ran towards the collapsed battlefield in the middle of the stairs, picking up the severed arm of the chief. As long as a broken limb wasn't lost, Life's cane could heal the injuries, restoring it anew. With an exaggerated smile, Klein nodded at Colin Iliad and leapt into the fog of history. He dashed to a time before the first epoch and hid in a fragment of light. Then, with a thought, he returned to Saphira Castle and sat at the seat belonging to the Fool. With the help of the crimson star corresponding to the Fool, which was constantly contracting and expanding, he checked the situation inside the Giant King's residence. However, under his true vision, there was a deep darkness inside, indistinct and indiscernible. As expected of the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, a king of angels that is suspected to be related to the Chaos Sea, Klein sighed silently as he frowned slightly. He now suspected that, even if Little Sun entered the palace and prayed inside, it would be difficult for him to see the exact situation through the darkness. Unless he became an angel and truly gained ownership over Saphira Castle. In addition, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that there were still many unknown effects hidden in the slumbering grounds of the Dark Angel. He definitely couldn't be careless. He immediately reined in his thoughts and observed the situation around him. He searched for high-level existences like Adam and Amen, but he didn't find anything unusual. After letting out a breath, Klein hurriedly shattered the miracle invoker Beander characteristic that he had separated from the curtain. He made the parts consisting of sequence 9 to sequence 3 gather together, making the sequence 2 portion pure. Then, he returned to the historical fragment and was once again affected by virtual persona, becoming more like a clown. In the next second, he left the grayish-white fog and reappeared in front of the door that opened into the residence of the Giant King. The Silver Knight marionette that had inserted the sword into the ground and created an invisible barrier immediately stood up. At this moment, the severed arm of Colin Iliad had already been reattached. Lovia had also recovered from her injuries. However, at some point in time, A few golden wheat heads grew from the back of her head and swayed. They walked to the door together with Derek and returned Life's cane to Klein. After receiving it, he shook it and stopped maintaining the projection, making it vanish into thin air. Right on the heels of that, he made a grab with his right hand, intending to summon the historical void projection of Miss Messenger when she was in perfect condition. At this moment, Colin Iliad suddenly asked, "You plan on summoning that angel?" "It's not necessarily that one. I have too many choices." Klein spoke the truth in a slightly exaggerated tone. Colin had already dispelled his giant state and regained his original height of more than 2 meters. After all, maintaining an incomplete mythical creature form was still a huge burden to him. At that moment, he was wearing a silver armor he conjured. He held 2 swords that had returned to their normal sizes and said calmly, "That corrupted monster showed the characteristics of degenerating living creatures. The place where the Dark Angel sleeps should have similar effects. What the chief means is that the angel projection that Mr. World summons might rebel after entering the residence of the Giant King. And a fallen angel, even a projection, is easily able to make us pay a heavy price." Derek easily understood what the chief meant. On the other side, the flesh on Luvia's head was squirming as she enveloped the few wheat heads and fused them with herself. "Makes sense." Klein smiled and nodded, gently snapping his fingers. Then, he dragged out an ordinary raven from the fog of history, allowing it to fly past the open door and enter the dark interior. When the raven's figure was swallowed by the dark environment, Klein's eyebrows moved slightly. He turned his head and smiled at the City of Silver chief. "I've lost contact." Colin Iliad replied without any surprise, "That's a king of angels for you." Klein couldn't control the corners of his mouth from curling up. To him, this was a rather troublesome matter. It meant that he couldn't summon a historical projection to enter in his stead. The fact that his shadow had been sliced off also proved this point. "All right." As if stretching his wrists, he waved his hands a few times and took out a black staff with many gems embedded in it. .062, Staff of the Stars. He could only try to see if the sealed artifact projection in a marionette would degenerate and betray him. After all of them were prepared, Colin Iliad, Luvia, and Derek simultaneously cast their gazes towards the darkness behind the open door. Using the Staff of the Stars in his hand, Klein pointed ahead and said with an obvious smile, "This is going to be a dangerous journey. Everyone has a chance of dying. For you, and for me." With that said, he pressed down on his top hat and followed behind the Silver Knight marionette. Passing through the open door, he entered deep darkness. Colin Iliad, Luvia, and Derek didn't speak. They walked forward in silence and determination. Backland, in the battlefield outside the city. Using light to adjust her dragon transformation appearance, Audrey and the demigod in Phasation military uniform, who wore a mask and gloves, engaged in a fierce battle. The other party's impregnable defense, the broadsword that had been condensed from the light of dawn, the rapier's ability to hide and teleport, left a deep impression on her. If not for the fact that she knew that the upper echelons of Phasak and Intis were mostly Silver Knights, Demon Hunters, Iron-Blooded Knights, War Bishops, Unshadowed, Justice Mentors, Alchemists, and Arcane Scholars, and had gathered intelligence in advance at the Tarot Club and did some homework, Audrey, who lacked individual combat experience, would have long been defeated. Relying on her accumulated experience in this aspect, she managed to withstand the initial attacks and finally composed herself. Relying on battle hypnotism, mind deprivation, mind breath, and mind storm, she slowly turned the situation around and escaped her predicament. Of course, the most important thing was that the godhood brought about by dragon transformation had interfered with the Silver Knight's mind and thoughts. Furthermore, it allowed Audrey to possess a body that could withstand damage, as well as providing a power that could withstand attacks. Otherwise, she would have sustained injuries from barely being able to hold on. And as a Sequence 3 Saint of the Warrior pathway, this Phasation general had a strong will and uniqueness that was unaffected by illusions. He was able to effectively resist the effects of the mind and reduce the negative effects he received. Therefore, he still held the upper hand and used light concealment and silver rapier to suppress Audrey in an attempt to create an opportunity to defeat the enemy. Audrey was very calm about this. This was because, while fighting, she had already created a virtual persona. She had diverted her attention to the surrounding environment and had scattered many mental plague seeds. It wouldn't be long before the Phasak general was silently infected. At this moment, red flaming spears shot over from the allied Foss's base, blotting out the sky with their denseness. The Silver Knight didn't dodge. Instead, he took a step forward and swung his Sword of Dawn, keeping Audrey fixed to the ground. The burning spears pummeled down one after another, blanketing the two demigods. Audrey's face could not help but distort. Charred marks covered her grayish-white scales of her dragon transformation body. As for the Silver Knight's armor, it was still glowing with silver light. It didn't suffer much of an impact. Compared to a giant who specialized in defense, a dragon's ability to withstand blows was obviously much weaker. Only at this point did Audrey realize that she was participating in a war, not in a solo battle. When another wave of flaming spears was about to hit them, there seemed to be a commotion within the allied force's base, and there was a collapse to a certain degree. At that moment, the thick fog that enveloped the entire battlefield vanished, as though it had never existed. Audrey and the Faceac general stopped fighting at the same time, finding themselves abnormally weak. They even found it difficult to raise their arms. She saw that, behind the allied force's base, at the edge of the boundless plains, an orange-red ray of light rushed over, instantly covering half of the sky, blocking out the sun. The area around Backland instantly turned into dusk. The thick darkness appeared on another side of the sky and very quickly collided with the orange sunset. All the soldiers and officers on the battlefield fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. In Backland City, outside St. Hireland Cathedral, Leonard, who was wearing a red glove, looked up at the half-dark, half-dusk sky. His throat let out a silent sigh as he cast his gaze at the entrance of the St. Hireland Cathedral. The brown-haired Ekenzer Bernard and the other members of the machinery hivemind stood there, staring blankly at the sky. Just a few months ago, they enjoyed a deep level of cooperation with Leonard's Red Gloves team. Together, they dealt with the evil forces in Backland, searching for the secret organization that believed in the Fool, the one that used tarot cards as a codename. At the bell tower of the Cathedral of Waves, the city of generosity, Byam, Danitz watched the resistance enter the city and take over many places. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Alger. "Look, they're very popular in most places in this city." Alger's gaze followed the slightly dark-skinned natives as he didn't respond to Danitz. Danitz felt very relaxed as he chuckled and said, "I never expected that we would meet again in such a situation." Alger looked up and was just about to say something when he suddenly felt something. He cast his gaze towards the northwestern sky. The place he was looking at instantly darkened. Layers of dark clouds formed and countless silver bolts of lightning snaked out. Many deep blue waves surged up and were swept up by the wind. They rushed towards the clouds and connected to the sea. Wherever the sea and the sky intersected, beams of light lit up. They weren't resplendent or clear, without any colors. They seemed to be formed from countless illusory objects. Chapter 1259, Slumbering Grounds. In a battlefield near the capital, Limburg, the balls of compressed scarlet fireballs flew past the corpses, weapons, blood, and smoke, under the guidance of a flaming spear. They landed in the areas that were built with simple construction work, creating a series of explosions. As he watched the smoke rise and the flames spread, Anderson flung the dust in his hands and turned to the deputy beside him with a smile. "I wonder how much longer this will last. Any last words?" "I can help you write a will." As he had wished, he saw the angry looks of the militia around him. Their thoughts were uniform. However, the militia didn't attack. The glint in their eyes slowly settled as they cast their gaze in another direction. "You actually didn't respond to my provocation." Anderson pricked up his brows. "This means that you're planning something." Without waiting for the deputy and the militia to respond, the hunter smiled and continued, "Y'all are planning on surrendering, right? Are you trying to protect your family and friends?" Seeing gazes sweep over, Anderson tsked and shook his head. "You haven't become Beyonders for long. It's only through the war that you obtained the main potion ingredients from the enemy. Only then did you become hunters, provokers, and pyromaniacs. However, when it comes to plotting conspiracies, y'all are still too inexperienced. I'm very curious. Why don't you try to convince me to surrender together? I don't think I project the image of being very firm usually. Besides, I'm not a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom." Having said that, Anderson looked thoughtfully at his deputy. "Is it because the enemy's brass is totally furious at me? They gave the order not to accept my surrender." The deputy remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "Since you already know, why are you asking?" With a swoosh, the nearby militia raised their right hands and aimed their palms at Anderson, appearing to have come to a collective understanding. "If I don't ask, how can I be sure what everyone's thinking?" Anderson said with a smile without panicking. He rubbed his stomach with his left hand and placed his right hand into his pocket. It was unknown what he was looking for. At that moment, the sun in the sky suddenly expanded and became extremely huge. The blazing golden sun made Anderson and company unable to open their eyes. They found it difficult to think any further. Immediately following that, an illusory tower appeared. Every level was made up of thick books. Each book had a brass eye on it. The higher one looked, the darker it became. It was filled with the aura of insanity, destruction, inauspiciousness, and disaster. The tower extended into the sky, as though it had encompassed the entire world within itself, including the gigantic sun backland, within the Odora family's luxurious villa. All the sanguine in the city had gathered here to prepare for the impending outcome of the war. Emlyn White, who had become an earl, had his hands in his pockets. He stood by the window, bathed in the mixed light of dusk and night as he watched members of his fellow race discuss the current affairs uneasily. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered as he cast his gaze out the window. In the garden, a bunch of withered grass was dyed green once again. They rapidly grew and soon, they reached the height of a person. In other places in the city, some of the street-side trees that had not been affected by the previous bombardment were wildly absorbing nutrients from unknown sources. One by one, they rose up and soon grew to tens of meters tall. The branches were thick and the leaves were like umbrellas. These towering trees were connected to one another, covering half of the sky in backland. Many buildings were crushed, or they were entangled by the branches and vines. It was as if they had been abandoned for more than a century. In just 7 or 8 seconds, many places in backland had become a primeval forest. After passing through the open door and entering the dark interior of the giant king's residence, Klein immediately observed the silver knight marionette in front of him, the staff of the stars in his right hand and creeping hunger on his left hand. They didn't show any abnormalities for the time being. The corresponding spirit body threads didn't show any signs of degeneration. After confirming the situation in this area, Klein cast his gaze around and observed his surroundings. The place was enveloped by thick corporeal darkness. They couldn't see further than 5 meters away. The ground was paved with grayish-white bricks that looked like they were pieces of a frozen sunset. They didn't reveal anything extraordinary. After some thought, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He reached into the void, grabbed, and attempted to summon an angel. In the next second, he laughed out loud because he had lost a clear connection with the fog of history. This was the reason why the historical void projection he had summoned to enter had lost contact after entering this region. Laughing, Klein suddenly turned around and walked back to the area from which he had entered. Mr. Sparrow, what do you want to do? Derek, who was also scrutinizing the various restrictions on him, asked in surprise. Klein replied with a beaming smile, now is not the right time to explore this place. I plan to come in again later. Are you planning on summoning a sequence 4 historical projection and try to see if it will degenerate and betray you after you bring it in? Colin Iliad said after some thought. Klein spread his left palm and said, no one set the rule that we can't go out once we enter, or not being able to enter after leaving. Although in such a situation, Mr. World's words sounded a little strange, Derek still felt that it made sense. This was because the City of Silver had done the same thing when exploring the surrounding areas. Through repeated acts of entering and exiting, they gradually accumulated intelligence and details to finally resolve whatever problems they faced. Lovia didn't say a word or object. From her point of view, it was undoubtedly a good thing that she could make more preparations. In an exploration that determined the fate of the City of Silver, they definitely couldn't be rash. After taking a few steps back, Klein suddenly stopped and laughed out loud. It looks like the owner doesn't want us to leave. The faint light at the door had already been devoured by the deep darkness and disappeared. Colin Iliad surveyed his surroundings and said, we can only proceed forward. Seeing the chief and Mr. World turn around at the same time, Derek took a deep breath and raised his left hand, letting it emit a golden glow that illuminated the surrounding darkness. This revealed thick columns with indiscernible tops. Some of them had their silhouettes outlined, while others were hidden deep in the depths, barely visible. Derek retracted his gaze, preparing to head forward with Mr. World and Chief. At that moment, he failed to see another familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Derek's pupils dilated suddenly. Then, he quickly turned his head to look for Elder Lovia, who had been standing beside him moments ago. This demigod who believed in the true creator had disappeared. She had disappeared without a trace. Derek's abnormality was noticed by both Klein and Colin Iliad. At the same time, they cast their gazes at the spot and saw that the black-robed Lovia had disappeared without a trace, as though she had evaporated into thin air. with the spiritual intuition of a seer and the reconnoiter abilities of a demon hunter. They failed to realize when Lovia had gone missing, or how she vanished. The curl on the corners of Klein's lips grew even wider. Without any hesitation, his mind raced and allowed his spirit body to enter the world above the gray fog, combining with the dark red illusion of the Fool. Right on the heels of that, he cast his gaze towards the crimson star that symbolized the sun. He hoped to find clues through his true vision. However, everything was still obscured by the darkness. Nothing was revealed, just like how Klein predicted before entering the Giant King's palace. Without any time to think further, Klein immediately returned to the real world. In the span of 3 or 2 seconds, there was only Derek and the Silver Knight marionette by his side. The city of Silver Chief, who was wearing silver armor, had disappeared. What just happened? Klein asked with a warm smile. Derek looked at him in shock, confusion, and panic. Didn't you see it? The moment he finished speaking, the shadow under Derek suddenly came alive. It rapidly extended upwards and enveloped him in the sunlight he emitted. After the shadow completely covered Derek, it fused with the surrounding darkness, no longer separable. Klein had originally raised his black staff to prevent an anomaly from happening, but in the end, he didn't do anything. All he did was watch with a smile. After a few seconds, he noticed that his body had turned black and dull, as though he was being melted by the environment. Similarly, Klein didn't try to save himself. The corners of his mouth curled up as he watched with a slightly shaking head. After his figure completely disappeared, his vision changed. The darkness was gone. The grayish-white stone bricks, the surrounding walls, and the huge pillars appeared clearly. They were covered in a layer of faint shadows. Outside the window, there was no sun, no moon, and no stars. However, a faint light shone through the window, making the entire palace appear sinister, dark, and cold. In the deepest part of the palace stood a very faint shadow, resembling curtains. Lovia, Colin Iliad, and Derek stood at a distance not far away from him. They carefully observed their surroundings as though they had come to another world. Unfortunately, my marionette can't enter. Klein waved the staff of the stars in his hand and smiled at Derek and company. His indifferent attitude and the chief's calm and composed manner made Derek quickly calm down. He no longer allowed his fear and panic to grip him. Colin Iliad nodded slightly. Just as he was about to share his speculations, he suddenly felt something and turned to look at the deepest part of the palace. Klein, Derek, and Lovia did similar actions. In the deepest depths of the palace, that faint shadow dissipated, revealing a flight of steps meant for giants and an iron-black throne at the top of it. Sitting on a throne was a man with black, slightly curly hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes were covered in shadows, and his actual appearance was extremely blurry, preventing others from seeing him clearly. Layers and layers of black wings fell down from behind him, covering most of his body. The robe was black with silver threads embroidering it. They formed complicated patterns and had gorgeous accessories hanging on it. At that moment, the man had his left elbow on the armrest, holding up one side of his face with his palm as though he was in a deep sleep. Chapter 1260, Omniscience. Without needing anyone to make the introductions, the 4 demigods present clearly understood a reality. The giant-like man who was sleeping on the iron-black throne was the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, Dark Angel Sosrir. Amongst them, Lovia could clearly sense the oppression coming from this absolute high-level existence. It was like the response when praying to the true creator. It was an aura that could cause her thoughts to scramble, her soul to degenerate, and her body to tremble. Suddenly, she heard a burst of laughter. She turned her head to the side in a daze. Klein bent his back slightly and laughed. He is still sleeping. Should we directly wake him, or wait for him to wake up? If we choose to wake him, how should we greet him? Hey, Your Highness Dark Angel, Rose Redemption Leader. These 2 questions sounded ridiculous and arrogant, but they had managed to shake off the influence of the environment and made Colin Iliad fall into deep thought. Just now, they had instinctively considered the first question. It was rather important, and it concerned their subsequent actions. Colin Iliad thought for a moment before saying, "Let's not wake him up for the time being. Try approaching him and search for clues and information." "That's my thoughts as well." With his left hand, Klein casually snapped his fingers and walked towards the black throne. At this moment, he felt fortunate that he had already taken care of Shadow and restored his spirit to its complete state. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to completely restrict his virtual persona. When he was imagining how to do the greeting, he almost blurted out, "Hi, Sassy." Seeing that Gehrman Sparrow had taken 2 steps forward, Luvia finally snapped out of her daze. I'll give it a try using a grazed soul. This was a relatively safer method which wouldn't harm the expedition team, Klein nodded. With his black staff in hand, he turned to his side with a beaming smile. A 3 to 4 meter tall phantom image appeared in front of Luvia. A pair of goat horns lined with mysterious patterns sat atop its head. Its skin was black and matte, exuding a sinister fullness. It was a devil. It was different from the devils that he had seen before. Its body was covered with signs of decay, with yellow-green pus hanging off it, as though it was mixed with the power of degeneration. As Klein casually sized up the phantom image, the devil spread its huge bat-like wings, causing the light blue flames on it to burn even more vigorously, dissipating the strong smell of sulfur. It took a step forward, slowly approaching the iron-black throne and the staircase meant for giants. Using its intuition for danger, it surveyed the area for any abnormalities. While Colin, Klein, and the other demigods were paying attention to it, they also began scrutinizing the details of the shadowy palace. They discovered that behind the iron-black throne that Saussure was sleeping on, there was a pair of dim, grayish-blue double doors that depicted sunset. This might be the door that leads to the outside world. This thought flashed across the minds of the 3 City of Silver demigods, Colin, Iliad, Derek, and Luvia. At this moment, the devil, who had traveled midway, suddenly paused. It was enveloped by a cluster of silver lightning and quickly faded away after being blasted to pieces amid crackling sounds. A pillar of light with swirling holy flames smote out of thin air, completely purifying the soul that belonged to the devil. Luvia didn't feel any pain from losing her grazed target. She only frowned slightly and couldn't think of a better way to probe the way. Klein looked around and said with an exaggerated smile. As expected, I'm the man for the job. As he spoke, he slowly walked forward. As he took out a box of matches from his pocket, he lit them one by one and casually threw them around. I've always been a little timid. After throwing half a box of matches, Klein turned around and explained with a smile. And even Derek Berg wasn't convinced by this sentence. Following that, under the illumination of the scarlet flames, Klein continued walking towards the iron-black throne that might have belonged to an ancient god. When he arrived at the spot where the devil's soul was destroyed, his left palm suddenly tightened. Klein lowered his head and saw that creeping hunger had returned to its human skin form. An exaggerated crack opened in his palm. Inside were 2 rows of illusory white teeth. This sealed artifact was attempting to gnaw at Klein's flesh in a bid to consume both his body and spirit. Creeping hunger had degenerated. Tisk. Klein let out an obvious sigh as he glanced at the staff of the stars in his right hand. He confirmed that the Grade 0 sealed artifact, which didn't have any living characteristics, had yet to show any abnormalities. He then raised his right hand and stuffed the other end of the staff of the stars into Creeping Hunger. Creeping Hunger bit at it a few times before it finally calmed down when sensing the suppression effect of a higher-level entity. After laughing twice, Klein took another few steps forward, covering a few meters. Cracks suddenly appeared in the shadows that covered the walls, pillars, and tiles, as one brass eye after another grew out. A figure appeared in front of the countless eyes. He was first presented as the black-haired, light brown-eyed, and cold-looking Gehrman Sparrow. Following that, he warped into the black-haired, brown-eyed, scholarly-looking Klein Moretti with ordinary looks. Then, he degenerated into a blurry image, and a grayish-white fog emanated from him. At this moment, these figures that seemed to expose all of Klein's secrets came to a halt. He exploded, transforming into countless illusory fragments that fell to the ground and disappeared. Klein raised his brows and tsked with a laugh. The omniscient power of the reader pathway. Just as he finished speaking, the brass-colored eyes, which grew out from the surrounding shadows and the ground, trembled. They emitted an ethereal voice that seemed to come from ancient times. The aura of Saphira Castle. Saphira Castle. Colin Iliad seemed to recall something and came to a certain realization. It's only possible to get a response or approach Saussure with a Saphira. That's why, despite the hanged man clearly having Luvia, a demigod believer from the City of Silver, he still forced me into the palace to meet the Dark Angel. It wasn't easy for Klein to control his virtual personality's instinct to speak. Before he could consider what to say, the brass eyes hidden in the shadows emitted another voice. Your fate has intersected Ammonises, Leodoro, Adam, Aemon, Harabergen, Aucases, Medici, Ouroboros, as well as him. With regards to the true names that the brass eyes had mentioned, Colin Iliad, Derek, and Luvia were no strangers to the names. They knew that the first was the Evernight goddess, followed by 7 of the 8 kings of angels. Furthermore, there was no lack of sequence 0 true deities in the present day. This left them somewhat stunned. They couldn't believe that Gehrman Sparrow would have crossed fates with so many high-level existences who exceeded sequence 1. Together with the sleeping dark angel before him, Mr. World and the 8 kings of angels had already crossed paths. How impressive! Derek marveled from the bottom of his heart. Klein was in no mood to quip about his divine interpersonal skills. With an obvious smile, he asked, him. Klein believed that him referred to the true creator. After all, he still had his corruptive influences left in his body. The brass eyes on the shadowy curtain fell silent for a few seconds before saying with an ethereal voice, "He is another me." The true creator was really another side of the ancient sun god. The side that was born from the god's corpse. It's a side filled with hatred and viciousness, one that controls degeneration. Klein gradually drew an equal sign between the black and gloomy infant sitting in the cavity of the ancient sun god's chest and the true creator. He had also gained initial confirmation that he was talking to the psyche left by the dark angel Saucerer. He thought about it and couldn't help but smile. Why did you form Rose Redemption to assassinate the ancient sun god? The information that the question revealed was something that Colin Iliad and Lovia already had an inkling and some speculations of. However, after hearing Gehrman Sparrow say it with their own ears, they still felt pangs of depression and confusion. The curtain that covered the walls, stone pillars, and floor tiles trembled, but the sleeping dark angel remained motionless. Those brass eyes stared at him and said, "Sun God is just my original honorific name. You should now address me as the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, or God Almighty. I can tell that you've been leaning in that direction all this time." Finally, Klein laughed out loud. Then, he felt a lingering fear. This was because he was mocking heaven's deputy, the left hand of God, a king among kings of angels, as well as his true form. To not anger the other party, he quickly repeated the question. "So, why did you betray yourself and form Rose Redemption with the Evernight goddess to assassinate yourself?" The brass eyes fell into silence once again. The curtain-like shadows that blanketed various areas swayed gently without stopping. After a few seconds, the ethereal voice slowly said, "The primordial one had awoken in my body." Upon hearing this answer, Klein's pupils dilated. For some reason, he felt his hair stand on end as his back turned cold. It was very close to his guess, but it was even more terrifying. At this moment, the shadows around him thickened. It became more and more sinister and gloomy, as if it was giving birth to some terrifying, unknown, redoubtable danger. Although Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia didn't understand the meaning of Dark Angel Saucerer's words too well, they were still affected by the sinister and harrowing words. It left them shuddering in fear as they trembled. These words echoed in the air for a long time. Chapter 1261, No One is an Exception. After a while, Klein asked, "The primordial one is the one who created this world, transforming his body into everything." To be frank, Klein subconsciously wanted to ask if the entity referred to the primordial demoness. However, with a thought, he eliminated this answer. Firstly, because the primordial demoness didn't have the necessary level to strike fear into the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator. Even the Evernight goddess couldn't do so. Secondly, after the dark angel entered his slumber, this evil goddess was born only in the 4th epoch, which had been influenced by the 2nd blasphemy slate. Saucerer likely didn't know of her, and even if he knew her, using his omniscient capabilities, he wouldn't specially mention a sequence 0 who hadn't been involved in the 3rd epoch. Behind the thick and sinister shadows, the brass eyes flashed in unison. "The universe. What do you mean?" Upon hearing that ethereal voice, Klein was a little perplexed. He felt that Dark Angel Saucerer hadn't answered his question. But very quickly, he roughly understood what the other party meant. The primordial chaos created not this world, but the entire universe. So, Primordial One refers to the original creator, the oldest one. Klein turned his body to the side and swept a glance at the 3 demigods of the City of Silver, Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. He realized that they had looks of puzzlement and confusion on their faces. They were frowning and contemplating over the meaning behind the conversation. In the history of the City of Silver, the creator who was the ancient sun god was equivalent to the original creator, the oldest one. He was a supreme existence who had awoken after eons of slumber upon creating the world. He then stripped the authorities of the ancient gods and retrieved them. Of course, in a sense, this wasn't wrong. It was just that the original creator's method of awakening was different from what the City of Silver residents had imagined. The universe, Klein thought for a moment and asked, the primordial one awakened in your body because of you gaining control of Chaos C. Then, what would happen to him in the future considering how he had gained initial control of Saphira Castle? Those brass eyes stared at him for a few seconds before saying, that isn't the only reason. The higher the sequence, the closer one is to the primordial one. Therefore, every pathway's king of angels in sequence 0 might have the original creator, the oldest one, awaken in them. When Klein heard that, he tensed up and his heart sank. He then thought of another matter. The higher the sequence, the easier it was to be corrupted by the things underground. Combined with the fact that Chaos C was underground, could it be possible that the higher the sequence, the easier it would be to be influenced by Chaos C, resulting in the original creator awakening in one's body? The thing that the dragon of imagination Anquelt sealed in the City of Miracles in Grossel's travels wasn't the underground corruption, but the awakening of the original creator. Of course, this is the most powerful and terrifying form of corruption, and the source of all this is where most or perhaps all Beander characteristics originated from, the original creator. They are all part of his body. Klein thought of various possibilities and came up with all kinds of speculations. In the end, he remembered the warning Captain Dunn Smith made before he embarked on this Beander path. At that moment, Klein gained a deep understanding of the phrase from another angle. Phew, he secretly exhaled and sighed inwardly. The Beander characteristic is both a gift and a curse. He gathered his thoughts and smiled. Will one be corrupted from just learning about these matters? No. The brass eyes looked at Colin Iliad and the others and said, it just means that the chances of the primordial one awakening in your body is higher. When he heard that, he was shocked. On the other hand, he was glad that the City of Silver's chief and little son didn't know much about such matters and hadn't made any connections. After all, the phrase, higher the sequence, the closer one is to the primordial one, didn't bring about any corruption. On the other hand, he felt a deep sense of pity for himself. This was because he knew too much about mysticism. Now with all of that chained together, he had no idea what kind of negative changes might happen to him once he left the Giant King's court, an ancient god's kingdom. Furthermore, this didn't look like something that could be resolved by sealing his memories. After all, the Beander characteristic had already fused with his body and spirit. Consider the method employed by the Dragon of Imagination. Actually, I don't need to worry too much. Amen and his brother definitely know about this, and nothing has happened to them yet. As long as I don't approach Chaos C, as a Sequence 3, I don't need to worry about such problems. It would be the same even if I were to advance to Sequence 2. After some thought, Klein gave up the intention to delve deeper into the matter. He curled the corners of his lips and diverted the topic to the mystery of the ancient sun gods. Perishing. Therefore, under your tacit agreement, you worked with the Evernight goddess and established Rose Redemption, preparing to assassinate yourself. By reviving and escaping the primordial one, you will truly gain control of Chaos C and the corresponding 5 Beander pathways. On the dark, eerie, shadowy curtains, there seemed to be some human emotions in those brass eyes. Not long after I walked out of Chaos C, I realized this problem. I deliberately split a portion of my persona, fusing the authorities of degeneration with the Hanged Man pathway's Beander characteristic, creating another me. Its purpose was to control Chaos C and to isolate it from my true body to prevent any contamination and corruption. But in the end, the primordial one still awoke in my body. The Dark Angel is essentially the ancient sun god's firewall. The Hanged Man pathway refers to the secret suppliant pathway. Back then, the Dark Angel must have been really powerful. He actually had partial control of Chaos C. As expected of a king of angels, as Klein sighed, he recalled that the ancient sun god had failed to prevent the original creator, the oldest one, from awakening in his body despite working so hard. He also felt a sense of horror, not daring to imagine what his future held. That's why I convened Leodoro, Aucasses, Heribergen, Medici, and Ouroboros, inviting the various deities and kings of angels with Ammonises to establish the Rose Redemption. The voice left behind by Dark Angel Saucereer echoed hoarsely. It's no wonder it's called redemption. It's no wonder kings of angels like Medici and Ouroboros, who are completely loyal to the ancient sun god, would participate as well. Klein couldn't help but smile. Why didn't you invite Aemon and his brother? In theory, they should be on the Dark Angel's side. Their births were a result of my hard work to resist the primordial one. I was worried that inviting them, would bring about an accident. The brass-colored eyes then cast their gaze back onto Klein. These secrets left the 3 demigods of the City of Silver in a daze. Even the chief of the 6-member council, who had read quite a number of ancient documents, had emotional upheavals despite all his knowledge and rich experience. So that's the case. I knew that the ancient sun god wouldn't have children for no reason. It wasn't easy for Klein to control his virtual persona from voicing the thought out loud. Before he could ask another question, the spirit left behind by Dark Angel Sorcerer seemed to sink into his memories as he continued. After I was finished preparing everything, I entered this place and sealed off the palace. I returned to my body through my slumber and strengthened my consciousness. It formed a balance with the primordial one, creating an opportunity for Demonesses and the others. Ultimately, they successfully killed me. According to my original plan, I would have been revived in the Giant King's court. I would accommodate the corresponding uniquenesses and Beander characteristics via the correct method, but Leodoro, Awakens, and Haribergen betrayed me and ate my body. I could only rush to fuse with my extreme emotions before dying, in which I was reborn within the corpse. I then took away the Beander characteristics of the Hanged Man pathway and the authority of degeneration. It's similar to what I imagined. The Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom eventually committed a betrayal. It's no wonder that Mam Hermit's fairy tale magic was effective. With a sudden realization, Klein felt that most of the fog in the history of the Third Epoch had been cleared. Of course, this was just his belief, nothing real. This was because he had no way of making contact with the fog of history. After sighing, he suddenly thought of a question. Since Dark Angel Sorcerer has returned to the ancient sun god and has evolved into the true creator with his original body, then who's the one sleeping on the iron black throne now? Why did the true creator force me to enter the Giant King's residence to meet Sorcerer? As his thoughts raced, he cast his gaze back to the iron black throne, carefully inspecting Dark Angel Sorcerer's condition. The layers of illusory black wings that covered more than half of Sorcerer's body gently rose and fell, revealing a layer of grayish-white. It was located on the black throne, hidden to the right of the Dark Angel, giving off an extremely ancient feeling. Klein's eyes focused his eyes as he stared at it intently. He quickly confirmed that the grayish-white came from a strange stone. Its surface was mottled with the ravages of time, and it was engraved with words that he had never learned before but could understand at a glance. These words seemed to be the source of all languages, including but not limited to Jotun, Hermes, Ancient Faesak and the southern continent's Dudenese. Sequence 3 Demon of Arcana, Sequence 2 Master, Sequence 1 Light of Darkness, Sequence 0 Paragon. A small amount of information flashed in Klein's mind as he suddenly had a realization. The first blasphemy slate. The first blasphemy slate that was born in Chaos Sea. And this was very likely a key item that the Dark Angel used to control parts of Chaos Sea. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Klein suddenly felt the surroundings become unusually quiet. The brass eyes that were hidden on the surface of the shadowy curtains seemed to disappear. Klein's gaze subconsciously shifted upwards to meet a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. The Dark Angel Sorcerer, who was sleeping on the black throne, opened his eyes. With a boom, Elder Luvia's body collapsed, turning into a huge shadow. Behind the shadow, there was a pair of blank but painful eyes. Chapter 1262, The Truth Behind the Enemy. When he realized that the Dark Angel had woken up, Klein only felt his heart tighten and was on full alert. He didn't feel any fear or anxiety. After all, he had already confirmed that the real Dark Angel had returned to the ancient sun god's body. After being betrayed by the existences such as the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, he had focused his negative and extreme emotions on his corpse where he was reborn, turning into the true creator. He didn't return here, so whatever was left was just a culmination of his psyche and will. Furthermore, he had just communicated with the remnant psyche of Dark Angel Sorcerer rather normally. He didn't sense any obvious animosity. However, with the City of Silver's 6-member council elder, Luvia, losing control without any means to resist the moment she opened her eyes, turning into a flowing shadow and eyes hidden behind the shadowy curtain, Klein couldn't help but widen his pupils as he curled the corners of his lips. A strong sense of fear and despair surged through him. It was as though he was watching himself fall into an abyss without any life-saving straw to clutch at. Just waking up from his slumber and not using any Beander powers or revealing his mythical creature form was enough to make a Sequence 4 demigod of the same pathway lose control on the spot. This was a testimony to how powerful and terrifying his level was. At that moment, all that remained in Klein's mind were the titles he had previously mentioned: the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the king of the kings of angels. It wasn't as if Klein had never dealt with a king of angels before. On the contrary, he had frightened Red Angel Medici and made a deal with the angel of imagination Adam. He had obtained the key to enter the palace from the wisdom angel, Haribergen, and had gleaned potion formulas from White Angel Aucas's. He had managed to crack Angel of Fate Ouroboros's cycles of fate in front of him, and had pitted his brains against Angel of Time Amen. He possibly was well deserving of the title as the person who had crossed the most paths with the kings of angels for those below sequence 0. However, in these interactions, he had never fought with the kings of angels most of the time. He either relied on the power of Saphira Castle to instantly escape or cut off contact with them. He had never faced the kings of angels or deities in the true sense of the word. The only exception was the time when he was caught by Angel of Time Amen, and he had exchanged blows with him several times in the span of a few days. However, at that time, it was mainly a battle of wits, not a physical battle. The Angel of Time, Amen, had mostly shown the characteristics of a god of trickery. He didn't fully reveal the level and strength of a king of angels. It was only at the final moment that he revealed it, but the Evernight goddess had used the giant king's son to stop him, preventing him from directly harming or influencing Klein. Even so, whenever Klein encountered the Angel of Time on the way, he would easily finish off the strongest helpers that Klein could summon. It was something that Klein couldn't replicate up to now. It exceeded his peak strength. After all, if he wanted to summon the historical projection of Zeratul, he would be in danger. And at that moment in time, Klein, Colin Iliad, and the sun were facing the king of the kings of angels, the malice-filled deputy of heaven. He was the left hand of God that instantly caused a sequence 4 demigod to collapse and lose control. How could such an enemy, with such a level and strength, not make them reel in despair? For a moment, Klein wanted to give up on Derek and the chief of the City of Silver, returning to the world above the grey fog with a single thought, using the Saphira Castle summoning. By relying on the last miracle and deceit bullets, he could revive outside the forsaken land of the gods. As his thoughts raced, he raised the staff of the stars in his hand. At this moment, the shadow that Lovia had broken down in her loss of control stopped flowing. It let out a low voice that was filled with pain but not crazy. He isn't that strong. As she spoke, the curtain-like shadow split apart, revealing what was hidden behind it. It was a lump of squirming flesh that was nearly 2 meters tall. At the top, there was a pair of pale gray eyes that seemed to be looking down upon the entire world. They were eyes that had remnants of rationality left in them. In other parts of this lump of flesh were arms, thighs, and calves that weren't covered in skin, but sticky blood. They either held up the body or crowded towards the chest in layers, tightly hugging a huge, milky white human skull. The shadowy curtain fell again, covering the lump of flesh, turning into her cape. Then, a phantom about 5 to 6 meters tall appeared in front of Lovia. This was the Silver Knight that she had grazed. She could still control herself and attack Dark Angel Sosrir. Upon seeing this scene, when Klein and Colin Iliad heard what Lovia had said, they quickly understood what she had meant without needing any further explanation from her. Dark Angel Sosrir didn't possess the strength he appeared to possess. He only used the authority of degeneration, and his influence over relatively lower sequences is a high sequence meander of the same pathway to make Lovia's body degenerate, betray, and break down on the spot. As for her own spirit, she still remained conscious and rational. She could still control her own strength to a certain extent. Of course, with the loss of control of her body, large amounts of corruption would corrode her spirit. It wouldn't take long for her to completely go mad. This could be subverted if she could quickly resolve the battle in time, and think of a way to turn her into an evil spirit, surviving in another form. With this knowledge, combined with seeing the first blasphemy slate and his own guesses, Klein had a preliminary understanding of the enemy he was facing. He was a product of the psyche, will, and aura left behind by the Dark Angel, as well as Chaos C's powers which were brought about by the first blasphemy slate. Perhaps there was a bit of the awakening consciousness of the Primordial One, in other words, the original creator. There was a small amount of it, a consciousness that was crazy and filled with evil thoughts. This was equivalent to a different type of evil spirit. It was unknown if it was considered a complete angelic evil spirit, and this could be the reason why high-level existences like the true creator the god of knowledge and wisdom, and Amon's brother didn't personally enter the giant king's palace. Once they approached the primordial one in Chaos Sea, it was more dangerous for them, the higher their sequences were. Back then, Amon, an entity akin to an error, had used his avatar to lay an ambush in Chernobyl, but he hadn't dared to actually enter Chaos Sea. All he did was climb down the cliff and hide near Chaos Sea, pretending that he had climbed out from it. Otherwise, it could very well affect his true body. As for low sequence beyonders, they were unable to resist the surge released from opening the door to the giant king's residence, corruption that had accumulated for over 2,000 years. Even if those high-level existences had carefully chosen a suitable Sequence 3 or Sequence 4 demigod to indirectly help them defeat the influence brought about by the corruption and enter the resting grounds hidden in the shadows, without the Saphira's aura to resist the negative effects of the leaking powers of Chaos Sea, they wouldn't be able to truly approach the figure left behind by Dark Angel Sorcerer and obtain the first blasphemy slate. Therefore, the true creator had tolerated Klein numerous times, only finding an opportunity to corrupt him and force him to meet Dark Angel Sorcerer. This was because he was the only viable candidate. By the same logic, the god of knowledge and wisdom, Hariburgen, the angel of imagination, Adam, and the other deities and kings of angels who had an interest in this matter had more or less made some arrangements for Klein, blessing him to a certain extent, pushing him to where he was now. Without any hesitation, Klein outlined an image in his mind through the staff of the stars he raised. Colin Iliad took a step forward and bent down. This city of Silver's chief's body swelled rapidly, once again revealing an incomplete mythical creature form. He became a 5 to 6 meter tall silver knight covered in silver armor, holding a pair of gigantified swords of dawn. Derek was slightly slower than the two experienced demigods. He quickly spread his arms, as though he was hugging the void in front of him. At that moment, two pitch-black flames ignited in the eyes of the awakened Dark Angel Sorcerer. He, who shared the height of a giant, immediately pressed down on the armrest by lowering his arm, slowly getting to his feet. The gorgeous accessories on his body hung down one after another as layer after layer of black wings spread open on his back. During this process, the shadow cape on the lump of squirming flesh, Lovia, came alive. It suddenly tightened, fixing her firmly in place. At the same time, Dark Angel Sorcerer had silver threads wrapped around him. In front of the black robe with mysterious patterns, silver bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air. They sizzled and intertwined with each other in a thunderous manner. They rapidly extended forward, transforming into a resplendent lightning sea that attempted to drown the entire Shadow Palace. An illusory chime sounded from a distant history as the melodious sound echoed in the Shadow Palace. An ancient mottled wall clock appeared in front of Klein. Its face was separated into 12 different segments by grayish-white and bluish-black colors. Each segment had different, mysterious, and asymmetric symbols. The 3 fingers, which seemed to be formed by worms of time of different length, began to tick lightly. When the chime rang again, the lightning sea that was rapidly spreading in the Shadow Palace clearly froze. Klein had successfully used the Staff of the Stars to reproduce Angel of Time Amon's Beander powers. And the effects were much better than his previous attempts. This made him suspect if he had obtained the approval of the God of Deceit and even obtained blessings from him, to a certain degree. It wasn't true that merely simulating Amon's Beander powers would gain his notice, but that this King of Angels was almost equivalent to the Marauder Pathway's uniqueness. He was the ruler of the corresponding domain, and he was the wielder of the corresponding authority. He could make a certain level of adjustments to particular powers in advance, enhancing or deleting them. From the looks of it, Amon appeared to be looking forward to seeing Klein enter the Giant King's residence to meet Dark Angel Sorcerer. Therefore, he had adjusted some of his own domain's Beander powers in advance, and lowered some of his authority in certain aspects, allowing simple replications to achieve a better effect. While the lightning sea had come to a halt, the Silver Knight soul that Lovia controlled, and Colin Iliad simultaneously stabbed their swords into the ground, creating 2 invisible barriers. As for Klein, his figure faded and he disappeared. Chapter 1263. The Final Watch. After a short pause, a brilliant silvery white glow continued to stretch out in front of them, completely drowning out the 2 invisible barriers that shielded Colin Iliad, Derek Berg, and Lovia. The barrier blocking the silver snaking lightning began to violently tremble. A crack that resembled tree branches appeared. As for how long the barrier could last in the lightning storm, that remained a question. At this moment, behind Dark Angel Sorcerer, there was an area that wasn't covered by the forest of lightning. Klein's figure, in his black trench coat and silk half-top hat, appeared. He was like a precise and cold machine. Without any hesitation, he aimed the staff of the stars at the side of the special evil spirit, quickly outlining all sorts of information related to the beyonder powers in his mind. He had previously performed tests. He couldn't wander too far with the staff of the stars within the giant king's court, so he could only use blink in a tiny vicinity. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of directly sending Dark Angel Sorcerer out the giant king's court and seizing the opportunity to take the first blasphemy slate and leaving by opening the door. As the various gems on the staff of the stars lit up, Sorcerer's eyes, which burned with pitch-black flames, suddenly closed. He had been forcibly dragged into a dream by Klein. This was a beyonder power belonging to the Evernight Pathways Sequence 7, but the one that Klein replicated had belonged to the version which the Evernight Cloister's matron, the servant of concealment Ariana, had used, the beyonder power of pulling someone into a dream. Performed at the angel level. In the hazy dream world, Dark Angel Sorcerer wore a black robe with complicated symbols embroidered with silver threads and adorned with accessories. He had appeared in a desolate moor. His eyes remained ice-cold, unlike the dull and lifeless eyes of most beyonders when they were in dreams. The Spectator Pathway also belonged to the Chaos Sea Pathway, and its Sequence 5 and Sequence 3 were Dreamwalker and Dreamweaver respectively. Moments later, Sorcerer's pupils turned golden and vertical. His giant figure faded away as a layer of abnormally thick shadows appeared in front of him. This shadow completely blocked Sorcerer, making it possible to vaguely make out a pair of eyes hidden behind the curtain. In the blink of an eye, the curtains parted, revealing an indescribable color, like a sea that seemed to contain all secrets. When Klein, the conjurer of the dream, saw this scene, his mind erupted with thoughts before he could analyze the details. It was as though his brain was a boiling pot of wheat porridge. The corners of his mouth curled up instinctively, and most of his virtual persona disintegrated. He nearly let out a tragic cry as transparent maggots under his left cheek began to drill out one by one. The meat tendrils on his right face grew more and more obvious, becoming thinner and thinner, approaching that of worms of spirit. The forcefully induced dream disintegrated, and Dark Angel Sorcerer's consciousness returned to the real world. However, at that moment when the special evil spirit fell into a deep slumber, the sea of lightning faded away. The three demigods of the City of Silver struck back at the same time. Colin Iliad straightened his body and struck out with the Sword of Dawn in his right hand, causing the silvery white light to blink to Sorcerer's body. As Luvia resisted the restraints of the shadow cloak, she got the silver night evil spirit she grazed to swing its greatsword upwards from below, bringing with it a terrifying storm formed from blobs of light. Derek condensed a dazzling white, unshadowed spear, thrusting it at the Dark Angel as it left crackling sounds in its wake. At this moment, Sorcerer's figure emitted infinite pure light, as though he had suddenly become a sun that descended into reality. Under the sun's illumination, the unshadowed spear melted. The hurricane of light calmed down, and the silver beam dimmed. All the latter could do was damage the target's aura, and not deal any harm to his body. The scene of a true deity's descent shocked Luvia and Derek. They couldn't help but bow their heads in worship. As for the silver night evil spirit, it quickly melted under the blazing sunlight and completely evaporated. Suddenly, Sorcerer's eyes closed once again. Behind his back, with the worms of spirit constantly vanishing on Klein's body, he stubbornly endured the scorching sun's heat and pointed the staff of the stars at the evil spirit, the embodiment of the King of Angels. The beyonder power that he had replicated once again had forcefully pulled Dark Angel Sorcerer into a dream. However, unlike before, the moment Klein entered the dreamscape, he immediately released his Saphira Castle's aura, transforming his body into the strange door of light that was tainted with some bluish-black colors. The door of light was made up of countless layers of illusory spherical light. Every spherical light was deep down a transparent and translucent cluster of twisted maggots. Just like him, Dark Angel Sorcerer revealed the traits of Chaos Sea. First, he turned into a thick and sinister shadow. Then, he pulled open the curtain, allowing the sea that contained all colors and something the human language couldn't describe to appear in the dream. Silently, Sorcerer and Klein opened their eyes at the same time and raised their bodies slightly across each other. One of them was covered in a faint shadow, while the other's expression was twisted and ferocious. Many worms of spirit crawled across the surface of his body. Klein's virtual persona completely shattered. Seizing this opportunity while Saucereer was affected, Luvia, who had the shadow cloak draped over her, blinked her pale gray eyes. She used the 2-meter-tall, squirming flesh to extend. Those skinless legs, which were flowing with bright red liquid, stepped onto the ground at the same time. With the help of the roiling winds, they pounced towards the dark angel. A look of madness appeared in her eyes. It didn't appear like it would take long before her spirit body suffered complete corruption, pushing her towards losing control. However, at that moment, Luvia's eyes were filled with more rationality and determination. She knew what she was doing and knew her current state and her subsequent end. Amidst the howling winds, her collapsing body, along with the shadow cloak, landed on Dark Angel Saucereer's body. The squirming flesh and blood intruded as the thick shadow rapidly expanded, binding the two figures together. Without waiting for Luvia to speak, Colin Iliad had already understood her intentions. He immediately roared in a low voice, "Attack!" His two swords tore through the void at the same time, allowing the silver light to surge at Luvia and Dark Angel Saucereer, who were embroiled with each other. Upon hearing the chief's words, Derek bit his lip and spread open his arms halfway. The palace that was shrouded in the shadows suddenly lit up as huge balls of light filled with holy flames appeared out of thin air. They enveloped the Dark Angel and Luvia within, quickly melting them and igniting their flesh. Amid this bright glow, Luvia's pale gray eyes revealed the pain that she acutely felt. Her voice echoed in an ethereal manner. "I have never betrayed the City of Silver." Before she could finish her sentence, the flesh and the shadow cloak she used to envelop Dark Angel Saucereer's body swelled up. Luvia's collapsing body was sent flying before she fell to the ground. Her shadow tore apart, turning into a thin, illusory veil that slowly floated down. Dark Angel Saucereer turned into a pitch-black and sticky sea filled with an aura of degeneration. It swallowed the remaining silvery white light and, flaring sun, reducing it to nothing. He immediately returned to his previous appearance, a giant dressed in a gorgeous black robe with silver threads. However, the black wings on his back had thinned significantly. At the same time, his pupils turned vertical and turned golden. A violent but surreal wind surged around him, and filled every corner of the Shadow Palace with all sorts of thoughts. Derek's recently condensed, unshadowed spear disappeared. He stood rooted to the ground in shock. Although Colin Iliad had a strong will, he suffered from the madness, cruelty, and bloodlust of an incomplete mythical creature form. All he could do was divert some attention to resist the influence so as to prevent himself from losing control. Just as Klein calmed down and allowed his worms of spirit to burrow back into his body, he suffered an intense fear brought about by mind deprivation. His body instantly convulsed, preventing him from using the Staff of the Stars. Luvia's body had already collapsed, and with her soul almost completely corrupted, she was in a worse-off state. She rolled on the ground struggling, leaving behind blood-colored sticky liquid. At this moment, Dark Angel Saucereer raised his left hand. The golden colors in his eyes was replaced by two blazing white suns. Rays of holy flames fell down one after another, striking Luvia's body, destroying her soul and purifying her flesh. Luvia's aura rapidly dissipated as her pale gray eyes lost their luster. Her body, which had collapsed into a lump of flesh and blood, curled up. The skinless arms covered in bright red liquid wrapped the milky white, large human skull tightly in front of her chest, and pressed it under her. Under the blazing sunlight, the holy flames burned. Luvia maintained this posture, not allowing herself to move, nor allowing the human skull to be revealed and receive any damage. Another column of light shot down. Luvia's body couldn't help but bounce up, but she still huddled there writhing. Finally, this lump of distorted, disgusting, squirming flesh stopped moving and covered the surface of the human skull. It was dark, dull, and damaged. During the Dark Angel Saucereer's act of murdering Luvia, Klein quickly recovered from the effects of mind deprivation by using his unique traits and past experience. He felt an uncontrollable sense of despair towards this battle. They had used all their strength, but they had only slightly injured the evil spirit. Now that they had lost a demigod, the situation that followed would probably be even worse. What should I do? As Klein used creeping hunger to change his position, his thoughts raced in search of any possible weaknesses. It's intrinsically an evil spirit, just as his figure appeared elsewhere, he suddenly had an idea. He cast his gaze on the grayish-white stone slate on the iron-black throne. Some evil spirits had Beander characteristics, but most of them didn't. The source of their powers stemmed from other places, such as the spirit world. The existence of evil spirits needed something to rely on. This might be the territory that he was born in, or perhaps something special. The common point was that evil spirits could use them to connect to the spirit world or even the underworld to obtain the power to maintain their existence. And this evil spirit that originated from Dark Angel Sorcerer might even be mixed with some of the will of the primordial. Where did his powers come from? This was the forsaken land of the gods, and the connection with the spirit world was sealed. It was almost completely severed, making the powers difficult to be effectively utilized. Klein could teleport only by relying on the uniqueness of a divine kingdom or the divine kingdom's embryonic form. As for the giant king's court, it was clearly unable to provide the powers of the spectator, the sun, the hanged man, reader, and tyrant pathways. The traits the Dark Angel formerly possessed clearly belonged to the true creator at present, making it not present here. Therefore, the answer to the source of the evil spirit's power was very simple. Chaos C. In the Shadow Palace, the only thing directly connected to Chaos C was the blasphemy slate. When Klein cast his gaze at the iron-black throne, he noticed that the City of Silver's chief, Colin Iliad, had also glanced over. Chapter 1264, Succeeding, there was no need for any communication. Just from this sudden locking of eyes, Klein knew that Colin Iliad had the same thoughts as him. He didn't hesitate to flip the black staff embedded with many gems and point it at himself. In the next second, it was as if Klein's body was a sketch that had met an eraser. It was wiped away inch by inch, and he quickly disappeared. This was the power of concealment, one that also came from the leader of the ascetics of the Church of Evernight, Ariana. As the power of concealment that was replicated by the Staff of the Stars was definitely much weaker than the original version, and the evil spirit's level was rather high, Klein didn't attempt to use it on Dark Angel Sorcerer. Instead, he targeted himself. At the same time that he was concealed, Colin Iliad fused into the faint light that illuminated everything in the Shadow Palace with his two swords of dawn. Around Dark Angel Sorcerer, who was dressed in a silver-threaded black robe, silver beams lit up one after another. Colin struck the evil spirit from different angles, forming a tornado that swept upwards. During this process, the gigantified Colin Iliad didn't appear at all. Furthermore, he hid his malicious intent, making it impossible for the enemy to determine where his next attack would come from. Derek Berg recovered from the shock and quickly condensed bright white, unshadowed spears, as he wildly thrust them forward. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spears were either blocked by the black armor formed by the aura of degeneration, or by the layered silvery white sphere of lightning. He failed to truly hurt Dark Angel Sorcerer, but it effectively affected his opponent's actions. While the two City of Silver demigods were holding back that special evil spirit, Klein, who was in a concealed state, approached the iron-black throne. In his concealed state, he saw veiled scenes that were covered in a dark fog. He could only roughly tell where he was and what the surrounding objects were. He was unable to exert any influence on the outside world. If not for this, the moment he entered the concealed state, he could secretly control Sorcerer's spirit body threads. It would be a method impossible to fend against. After rapidly approaching the iron-black throne, Klein ended his concealed state, allowing his figure to instantly appear to the right of the target. Following that, he aimed the Staff of the Stars at the grayish-white ancient stone slab. Ignoring the contents on it, Klein quickly outlined a very familiar Beyonder power in his mind. Silver bolts of lightning shot out with a strong destructive aura, striking the first blasphemy slate. This was the lightning storm power from the Sea God Scepter. Amidst the silver light that illuminated the surrounding area, an illusory light that was almost invisible appeared between the first blasphemy slate and Dark Angel Sorcerer. It was difficult to describe the exact color, but under the terrifying lightning's pandemonium, they evaporated and broke apart. Pure beams of light shot out from Sorcerer's body, leaving no darkness in the Shadow Palace. Nothing else could hide. Unshadowed domain. The nearly 6-meter-tall Colin Iliad appeared in his silver armor. Together with Klein, layers of blazing halos pushed them away into the distance. The attacks of Derek's unshadowed spears and flaring sun were also blocked by these corporeal halos. Right on the heels of that, Dark Angel Sorcerer's eyes were dyed with a brass sheen. In each of them, an illusory river that shimmered with waves of light appeared, circling the first blasphemy slate and his figure. The river flowed upstream as the illusory light that had evaporated and severed appeared once again and connected to it. The damage that Klein had painstakingly inflicted was quickly returned to normal. The cycle of fate, the rebooting of all things. Sorcerer raised his left hand and condensed a deep black scepter. He, then used his brass-like eyes to sweep across the demigods present. He said in a deep but magnificent voice, "I'm omniscient, and also omnipotent." As his voice echoed in the air, both Klein and Colin Iliad didn't waver at all. They either blinked or moved at high speeds, not giving the terrifying evil spirit a chance to lock onto them. They also attempted to launch a new wave of attacks. However, Klein didn't dare to forcefully pull the Dark Angel into a dream again, because if he was attacked by the aura and power of Chaos C again, he might lose control immediately. Elsewhere, Derek covered his body with a layer of pure light, forming holy armor. At that moment, a pitch-black flame burned in Saucerier's brass eyes. His voice turned evil and sinister, carrying a strong sense of degeneration. Blasphemer, die! Klein's body, heart, and soul suddenly sank. He felt as though he was about to die. His consciousness turned blurry as his energy evaporated, his flesh began to wither inch by inch. Colin Iliad was slightly better than him. He only felt his body grow heavy as his life slipped away uncontrollably. The madness that came from his incomplete mythical creature form grew stronger. Derek, who was farthest from Dark Angel Saucerier, emitted bright bouts of sunlight, helping him quickly escape from his trance. He then opened his mouth. God says it's ineffective. The feeling of death instantly dissipated a little, allowing Klein and Colin Iliad to barely find themselves. The giant-like Colin Iliad rushed towards Dark Angel Saucerier. Along the way, he kept changing his position, dodging unstoppable dark, sharp beams. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on the target. Dark Angel Saucerier immediately pointed the pitch-black scepter ahead, causing Colin Iliad's body to produce a shadow within the unshadowed domain. The shadow came alive as it followed the legs of the City of Silver Chief, swallowing him. A distant bell sounded as though it had pierced through history. The ancient, mottled stone wall clock appeared in front of Klein once again, bringing with it a brief respite. As he made use of this respite, Klein used the Staff of the Stars to reproduce the unshadowed spear, and cast it at Colin Iliad's shadow. The blazing light exploded, dispersing the shadow like the sun. Colin's face under his visor twisted, but he didn't hesitate at all. He jumped up, appearing right above Dark Angel Saucerier and cleaved down with his two swords of dawn. Saucerier seemed to see through Colin Iliad's intention. He raised the black scepter horizontally and blocked the other party's cleaving strike. Suddenly, Colin Iliad's body melted. He became sticky, heavy, mercury, surging down like waves, instantly drowning Dark Angel Saucerier. It was as if he was wearing a set of full-body silver armor, without any gaps in between. Colin wanted to suffocate the entity inside. Saucerier's actions were immediately restricted. Taking this opportunity, Klein's figure suddenly turned transparent as he appeared beside the iron-black throne. Teleportation. Then, he raised the Staff of the Stars and conjured a certain Beyonder power. It was one of the core powers of the Marauder pathway, theft. Just as he had expected, the theft was carried out rather successfully. It was as though the current sequence 2 angel, Pallas Zoroast, had personally taken action. The light that connected the Dark Angel in the first blasphemy slate separated from Saucerier, shifting to Klein. At that instant, Klein's thoughts nearly exploded. The indescribable color and form appeared in front of him once again. It was abnormally illusory, as though it was a sea containing all secrets. Just as he was about to lose control due to the aura and powers of the Chaos Sea, the parts of his body that were corrupted by the true creator suddenly experienced a change. They seemed to be attracted by a strong attractive force as they rapidly gathered together and began to take over the nearly invisible light, making him stop at the edge of a proverbial cliff. Indeed, as Klein sighed, he tried his best to restrain his mind that had been inundated. He was temporarily unable to move. The silver armor covering Dark Angel Saucerier's body began to crack in the darkness. These beams of light that came from the cull of spiritual flesh tore out, turning the mercury into tattered pieces and flying far away. With a loud snap, the mercury fell to the ground, regathering into the form of Colin Iliad. There were gaping holes in the chief's body. Inside it was a black, frozen, decadent, and illusory aura. At that moment, the illusory, layered black wings on Saucerier's back dimmed significantly. His eyes had once again worn a brass sheen, a faint flickering illusory river appearing in them. Upon seeing this scene, Colin Iliad instinctively recalled what had happened. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he relied on his intuition to charge out without hesitation, filled with great resolve. His body ignited a transparent flame, emitting the bright light of dawn. These beams of light came from his soul, his body, his Beander characteristic, and the two swords he struck out merged together, turning into a raging, violent storm that swept out. At this moment, Colin Iliad's eyes were filled with the light of dawn he created, and the towering figure dressed in a gorgeous black robe with illusory black wings. Bearing the light, he charged towards the light, Sasrir. The terrifying hurricane of light instantly enveloped the dark angel, tearing at his body, interrupting the Beander powers that he was about to use. It made the evil spirit that had lost the source of its power rapidly fade away amidst the fragments of light. When the light dissipated, holes appeared on Dark Angel Sasrir's body. The layers of wings on his back were spread out, but he failed to borrow any strength. Colin Iliad immediately turned into sticky mercury, once again covering most of the evil spirit's body, restricting his movements. Then, the City of Silver chief shouted in a low voice to Derek Berg, just like he did when he was facing Luvia. Attack. Chapter 1265. Warrior. Upon hearing the chief's words, Derek froze for a moment before instinctively spreading his arms. During this process, his vision blurred and he let out an extremely repressed voice from the depths of his throat. A blob of light covered in holy flames descended out of thin air, devouring the figures of Dark Angel Sasrir and Colin Iliad. Before the blast of light exploded, Derek pulled back his arm, forming a bright white and pure, unshadowed spear in his palm. Amidst the crackling sounds, the long spear of light tore through the holy flames and accurately hit the evil spirit's head. Dazzling light burst out, completely covering the entire area. Even the crazed Klein couldn't avoid it, as he was too close to it. He couldn't help but close his eyes, his face contorted into a grimace. He felt as though his worms of spirit were evaporating one after another. The connection between the blasphemy slate and the true creator's power of corruption had been greatly purified before they could fully be established. The sun seemed to rise in the sky. Dark Angel Sasrir's indistinct figure appeared, twisting and distorting amidst the blinding white light and holy flames, melting away. Then, the shadow that covered the walls, stone pillars, and tiles began to disintegrate, revealing inches of orange-red light. The palace hidden in the residence of the giant king finally failed to sustain its existence in the real world. It no longer blocked out the influence of the outside world. This also meant that the special evil spirit that had lost contact with Chaos Sea had truly been cleansed. Just as the Shadow Palace began to collapse without completely disintegrating, an invisible force finally pierced through the barrier, causing a minute amount of it to descend. This caused the corrupting nature gathered inside Klein's body to increase in intensity. They protruded out from his chest, turning into a black ball of flesh. The flesh immediately broke free from Klein's body, severing all invisible connections with him. It quickly squirmed and grew, turning into a gigantic shadow hand. It followed the illusory light between itself and the first blasphemy slate, and it grabbed the item. At the same time, in the ruins of the battlefield of the gods, Dream World, in front of the projection of the giant king's residence, dressed in a pointed hat and a classic black robe, Aemon sat on the tall, grayish-white railing, with his back facing the orange-red path that separated the clouds. He leisurely looked at the grayish-blue door covered with golden nails. It was a mystery as to how long he had been waiting there for. Suddenly, he adjusted the monocle on his right eye and easily jumped down the railing, arriving at the door of the giant king's residence's projection. The power of Chaos Sea is beginning to fade. I can use the bug in all of this to directly enter. As he smiled, he reached out his right hand and pressed it on the door's shadow. His figure immediately softened and lost its corporeal feeling before he entered the door like a stream of light. Backland, somewhere on the battlefield, with short blonde hair and dark green eyes, Crestet Sesimir genuflected on the ground, stabbing a pure white bone sword that wasn't more than 1 meter long in length, in front of him to support himself. His body was covered with charred holes and cracks that went straight through his body. His teeth were protruding and sharp, like that of a beast. This high-ranking deacon, whose consciousness was beginning to blur, struggled to shift his gaze from the weak enemy who wasn't far away towards the sky. The orange sunset had partially invaded the dark night. Crestet Sesimir tried his best to pull out his bone sword and stand up to fight. He wanted to be a nightwatcher to the very end, but his arm trembled violently as his breathing weakened. In the astral world, in an endless and silent darkness filled with moon flowers and night vanilla, suddenly, orange beams of light shone into the kingdom, causing a portion of the area to return to dusk. One by one, the plants withered. In the desolate dusk, a gigantic mountain-like figure walked out. His limbs were abnormally long, and, He wore tattered silver armor. His face was covered by a helmet's visor, only revealing a blob of orange light. He held an exaggerated sword in his hand, causing the tip to naturally hang down, touching the dark ground. As the terrifying giant walked forward, step by step, the sword continued to be dragged across the darkness, causing the ground to split apart as dusk froze. Deep in the darkness, an equally large figure pulled out a long sickle. She was wearing a black dress that was layered but not complicated. It was adorned with countless resplendent lights, as though they were stars that dotted the night sky. Near her ribs and waist, 2 pairs of arms grew out. Their surfaces were covered in short deep black hair. In her 6 arms, 2 carried the huge black sickle that appeared heavy. Another 2 hands held a crimson moon. Out of the hands she had left, one was empty, while the other held an ancient accessory forged from gold. The accessory looked like a slender bird with pale white flames surrounding it. Within its bronze eyes, there were layers of light, forming numerous illusory doors. The giant wasn't surprised by such a scene. The speed of his stride sped up, gradually approaching that of a charge. He dragged his sword against his surroundings, which were a mixture of darkness and dusk, producing glimmers of the pure light of dawn. At this moment, the moonflowers and night vanilla to the side suddenly grew in size, growing wildly. Soon, they resembled trees that had lived in a primitive forest for more than 1,000 years. They were densely packed, blocking out the sky. Amongst these trees, a figure twined by deep green vines and adorned with various herbs and flowers appeared. She was also as huge as a mountain and had a voluptuous figure. Her dress fluttered as she carried an illusory baby. The moment the figure descended, she followed the sunset giant and flitted towards the humanoid demonic wolf that was dragging a huge black sickle. In the palace where shadows were falling apart, although some of the corruption had left Klein's body, making him no longer need to worry about any latent danger in this aspect, this was equivalent to culling many of his worms of spirit. He couldn't help but let out a low gasp as transparent and twisted maggots crawled out of his writhing face. They had mysterious patterns on them, and his mind was like a lake that had a boulder thrown into it. He was momentarily unable to calm down. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes which became bloodshot due to the pain. It was the Angel of Time, Amon, who wore a monocle and a pointed hat. Amon smiled at him, scaring him into having the thought of returning to Saphira Castle immediately. Although this would suck for the son, Klein felt that he would have the ability to save him due to the angel powers from being in Saphira Castle. After all, the influences from the outside world could now enter this area. But in a blink of an eye, the Angel of Time cast his gaze towards the grayish-white blasphemy slate. He cast it towards the shadow hand that was saturating and growing stronger with the collapse of the land of slumber. Amon immediately raised his right hand and adjusted his right eye's monocle. The crystal monocle turned dark, as though it was mixed with countless colors in an indescribable manner. An illusory, terrifying, tumultuous sea appeared in front of Amon. This blasphemer had released some unknown power he had stolen from somewhere at some point in time. Or perhaps, it was some power of convergence. The blasphemy slate suddenly vibrated and emitted a buzzing sound as though it was alive. It broke free from the remaining light that wasn't stable enough between the shadow hand, and it threw itself at Amon. Klein, who had just recovered from the pain from his fear and horror, couldn't believe his eyes as they dilated. The first blasphemy slate actually didn't choose the true creator of the hangman pathway, and instead sought refuge with the marauder pathway's Angel of Time. After a momentary daze, he vaguely understood the whole story. Amon's true body has wandered the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years before entering Chernobyl, doing so in search of the history from the second all the way to before the first epoch. He must have hovered at the edge of Chaos Sea, and had done some dangerous research. He had stolen some traits, and now, he is only using the release of this stolen trait to attract the blasphemy slate. Simply put, this King of Angels had prepared for this for a very long time. As for the true creator, he is unable to completely descend. He has to wait for the Dark Angels, land of slumber, to completely collapse. But the problem is, why would Amon steal the first blasphemy slate? It's useless for him. He has no way of transferring to the spectator, reader, tyrant, son, and hanged man pathways. Could it be just because it's fun? When the deities and his brother are plotting for this blasphemy slate, he suddenly intervenes and runs away. But isn't it more important for him to capture me? As Klein remained puzzled with Amon's goals, he slowly retreated, opening his eyes wider, trying his best to pry into the secrets on the surface of the blasphemy slate. He wanted to memorize the potion formula he needed. Sequence 1. Attendant of Mysteries. As soon as the corresponding words entered his eyes, Amon reached out with his left hand and grabbed the blasphemy slate. Then, he suddenly turned around and pressed his right hand on the grayish-blue door that was still covered with a small amount of shadows. The figure wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe immediately turned illusory as he tore through the door and vanished. The shadow hand, which was partially formed by Klein's corruption, rapidly expanded amidst the collapse of the land of slumber. Finally, it turned into a black shadow and chased after Amon, rushing out of the closed door. In the next second, all the shadows disappeared. The orange-red light illuminated the palace that the giant king once lived in. In front of the iron-black throne, on the platform that was illuminated by the light of dusk, Colin Iliad's figure appeared. He was wearing a tattered silver armor, revealing several old scars on his face. He sat there quietly, like a warrior who had just finished his last battle. His two swords had already crumbled, and he had stopped breathing. However, Klein could sense that there were still remnants of his will and psyche. The former couldn't bear to just dissipate without delivering his last words. At the bottom of the stairs, Derek saw this scene. With his eyes red, he ran closer and stumbled, acting nothing like a demigod. He quickly knelt beside Colin Iliad and shouted, his voice going soft, "Chief." Chapter 1266. Light. For a demigod Beander, they experienced a qualitative change due to their powerful souls. Even in death, their psyche could persist for some time. Unless this was circumvented due to an enemy deliberately destroying it, a high-sequence Beander, who continued having a strong desire or unresolved matters during their state of death, could have their remnant will last longer. As such, he could slowly assimilate the surrounding areas, allowing it to mix with the spirit world, and even the underworld, so as to turn it into an evil spirit. Therefore, although Colin Iliad had stopped breathing, he was still able to hear Derek's cry while sitting at the top of the ancient god's staircase in tattered silver armor. He turned his head to look at the underage demigod before smiling. Compared to the elders of the past, it's a form of luck for Lovia and myself to die here. Upon hearing this, Derek gaped his mouth, wanting to say something, but felt something pressing down on his heart, blocking his throat. Not far away, Klein raised the Staff of the Stars and attempted to use wuxia reboot to save Colin Iliad. However, he failed several times in a row. Even the successful attempt didn't have the ability to reverse everything. The effects were clearly inferior to the originals, and it involved a uniqueness. Amon's true body had descended. He's already dead, so he can't even be turned into a marionette. He can only consider turning into an evil spirit, but there's almost no evil spirit that can maintain their humanity. Even Dark Angel Saucerer failed to do so. The only exception is the Red Angel Medici trio. But that was only after they left their territory and went to Bansi Harbor. This chief doesn't seem willing to take this route. To the residents of the City of Silver, becoming an evil spirit is undoubtedly a curse. Klein sighed and cast his gaze elsewhere to observe the giant king's palace that had its shadows recede. Colin Iliad examined Derek's face and sighed. When you return, you'll be a member of the 6-member council. I know, relative to your age, this is a very heavy responsibility, but everyone in the City of Silver has to be prepared to shoulder everyone's fate. Derek nodded and said with a nasal voice, "Yes, Your Excellency." Colin Iliad revealed an amiable smile. "Don't be worried that they'll misunderstand this. I'll tell you a secret. Currently, in the City of Silver, only Wade and I know of it. When you get back, tell this to Wade immediately. He will understand that Lovia's and my death has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, you will not obtain this secret from me." Having said that, Colin Iliad looked up at Gehrman Sparrow and nodded gently. From today onwards, everyone in the City of Silver can freely change their faith to Mr. Fool. Derek wasn't excited at all. He nodded heavily, indicating that he understood. Colin Iliad immediately retracted his gaze. A layer of solemnity and bitterness appeared on his clearly exhausted face. That secret is related to the second god-level sealed artifact of our City of Silver. It's called Gift of the Land. Derek wiped his eyes with his arm and listened attentively to the chief's description. Colin Iliad sighed and continued, "It's precisely because of this sealed artifact that black-faced grass can grow around the City of Silver, preventing us from completely sinking into the Dark Ages. Derek's pupils dilated as the sadness in his heart eased. He remembered very clearly that the textbooks mentioned the discovery of black-faced grass as the key turning point in the history of the City of Silver. He believed that if there was no such safe and harmless staple food, then the City of Silver would have long become a playground for monsters. At that instant, Derek thought of many things. He finally understood why the mushrooms that Mr. World had given had undergone a huge transformation in the City of Silver, one that was different from the original description. Colin Iliad's gaze swept across his face, and his voice suddenly turned deep. It's precisely because of this that we are burdened with the fate of being cursed. Only people who are killed by their immediate family wouldn't become a terrifying evil spirit. Cornucopia has a price. Derek's expression froze. Murdering his parents left a wound that could never heal in his heart. He had always blamed the corresponding curse on this land that had been forsaken by the gods. But now, the chief had told him the truth, which was unlike what he imagined. The curse gave them the food they relied on for survival. The grizzled and exhausted-looking Colin Iliad's eyes glazed over as he seemed to recall killing his father, mother, brother, sister, eldest son, youngest son, daughter, and eldest grandson. His voice became fleeting. Luvia once said that a dying person would not transform into an evil spirit after leaving the City of Silver. Back then, I didn't tell her that this was the truth. As the gift of the land's range is huge, most people who are about to die are unable to leave the corresponding region in time. This is a secret that only the chief can grasp. I tried my best exploring and fighting, hoping that future generations wouldn't have to suffer such pain. The chief of the City of Silver, who was clearly advanced in his years, slowly exhaled. Without giving Derek a chance to make a promise, he seemed to recall something as he said, "Also, you mustn't fully believe the situation of the Rose redemption that is recorded in that palace." Klein stopped scrutinizing his surroundings as he revealed a slightly lost expression. Colin Iliad added in a deep voice, "Earth Mother cannot be giant Queen Ombella. Ombella has long died. Her corpse is in the City of Silver, and more precisely, it's the gift of the land." When Klein heard this, his pupils dilated as a chill ran down his spine. The real giant queen had long died in the City of Silver and became a sealed artifact. Then, who is the one currently masquerading as Earth Mother? In the kingdom that was covered in moon flowers and night vanilla, the sunset giant's sword struck the heavy, pitch-black sickle and froze in midair. In the darkness that had been destroyed by the intense battle of the gods, time seemed to come to a halt. Be it the giant wearing tattered armor who was bathing in the dusk, or the humanoid demonic wolf with 6 arms, they seemed to become a part of an oil painting. Everything stood on the spot, maintaining their previous posture. However, a dark brown wooden cane had stabbed through the back of the sunset giant, piercing through its heart as it frantically drained the life of the deity, dragging him down in an act of returning it to the land, returning to a mother's embrace. This dark brown wooden staff was held in the hands of the giant-like, voluptuous woman. It formed a deep autumn scene with the withered flowers, grass, and mushrooms. The sunset giant slowly turned his head and looked at the woman who was carrying the baby in one hand. He said in pain, th. At this moment, the dress-wearing, demonic wolf, with the head of a female human let out a chuckle. The bird-shaped golden accessory in her hand flew out and accurately pierced through the gap of the sunset giant's visor. Then, she threw the crimson moon in her 2 other hands at the voluptuous woman. In the next second, a portion of the sunset giant's body collapsed. An orange-red sunset pierced through the serene darkness and landed in the real world. Some landed on the battlefield, causing countless soldiers to die. Some crushed the mountains, creating a lake that made all living creatures age. Some fused with some lucky creatures, turning them into crazy and powerful monsters, while others enveloped the great twilight hall outside Street Milam. The solidified orange light was extinguished. In the Amantha mountain range, outside the Cathedral of Serenity, Abomination Sua and other mythical creatures, who were helping Fasak and Intis Angel's attack, seemed to sense something. The battle came to a halt. After the bloodshot eyes growing on the pitch-black tree rolled once, Abomination Sua immediately entered the void and escaped into the spirit world. In the outskirts of Backland, in a small cathedral that no one paid attention to, a golden-bearded pious priest wearing a simple white robe opened his eyes. They revealed a childlike innocence and purity. He calmly took out a golden potion and opened the lid, pouring the liquid inside into his mouth. The war ended just like that. If Audrey hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she never would have believed that the war would end just like that. After the dark night swallowed the orange dusk and faded away by itself, the silver knight in front of her seemed to suffer a heavy mental blow. Even after recovering and composing himself, he didn't continue attacking his enemy. He fled in a rather sorry and perplexed state. Just like this silver knight, the angels and saints of the Fasak and Intis allied forces fled one after another. As for the Beyonders that formed the backbone of the army, they collapsed in an uncontrollable manner. However, on Lowen's side, the demigods, low and mid-sequence Beyonders, and ordinary soldiers didn't attempt to pursue them. This was because they were equally confused, perplexed, and puzzled. Audrey walked back into the city and saw the surviving Backland residents coming out of their houses, shelters, or hiding spots, one after another. They stared blankly at the scene which resembled a primeval forest. They didn't cheer, shout, or vent their emotions. Their expressions were numb, and their eyes were vacant. They didn't know how and why the disaster had suddenly ended. There was no lack of people who had once been saved by the Charity Foundation. Many of them looked familiar to Audrey, but their condition wasn't much different from when those who queued up to collect food. Audrey silently observed this scene before returning to Empress Burrow and back to her villa. She saw her father, mother, elder brother, butler, servants looking out of the window in confusion, just like the citizens on the street. For some reason, a sentence suddenly flashed across Audrey's mind. Dying, he knew not his executor; surviving, he knew not the circumstances. An orange dusk calmed the lightning storm that blazed with frequent bolts of lightning. It sank into the dark, blue sea with an indiscernible bottom, nearly swallowing the dawn with it. Queen Mystic had used her other Grade 0 sealed artifact in time, allowing the ship to avoid a terrifying disaster. She frowned slightly as if she had sensed something. However, her expression eased up immediately, allowing the Dawn to continue moving forward on an unsafe sea route. It was to engage in all kinds of dangerous battles with strong winds, huge waves, lightning, and sea monsters. In the dark environment, Bernadette's gaze seemed to penetrate through many obstacles, allowing her to see the light that she was chasing after. No matter how many obstacles she faced, she would not stop her approach. On the staircase in the Giant King's residence, which was covered in orange light, after telling Derek the secret, Colin Iliad said to Derek, "Go. Open that door. I want to see what the sunlight outside is like." Yes. The rims of Derek's eyes reddened once again. He pursed his lips tightly and stood up. He put down the hammer in his hand, and under the encouraging gaze of Klein, he steadily circled around the iron-black throne and arrived in front of the grayish-blue door which depicted the sunset. Derek stared at it for a second, bent down, stretched out his hands, and pressed them against the sides of the door. Then, he strained his muscles and pushed hard. At that moment, he seemed to see his parents, his deceased teammates, like Joshua and Anshina, Lovia in a purple-patterned black robe, and the grizzled Colin Iliad. They stood beside him and pressed their hands against the door, pushing the grayish-blue door with him. Beads of water streamed down Derek's face as a heavy creaking sound echoed in his ears. A crack appeared, letting golden sunlight flood in. The gap grew bigger and bigger, and a golden sea gradually appeared in Derek's eyes, presenting itself in front of Colin Iliad's eyes. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Colin Iliad's lips twitched slightly as he bathed in the warm sunlight. The corners of his lips pulled up slightly as he revealed a faint smile and a faint yearning, his body, evaporating, bit by bit. Light was the meaning to everything. End of the 6th volume, Lightseeker. Chapter 1267. Welcome. Beyond the open grayish-blue door, a flight of stone stairs led to a sea that glowed with golden light. This, along with boundless light, once again entered the eyes of the residents of the City of Silver such as Leovel and Candace. As members of the former expedition team, this wasn't the first time they had seen such a scene. Even so, their souls remained deeply shocked as they subconsciously held their breaths. With the Thunder God's roar hammer in hand, Derek stood at the front with his 2-meter-tall, wide-shouldered build. He was silent. Nearly a minute later, Leovel probed, "Elder Berg, when are we leaving?" He was a Sequence 5 Guardian who stood at nearly 2.5 meters tall. This made his limbs' physical proportions slightly abnormal. Derek stared at the sea that was rippling with golden spots for a few seconds before saying, "Wait a while longer." At this moment, several days had passed since he opened the door. He had led the expedition team back to the City of Silver. With the ashes of the chief and Elder Lovia, as well as their characteristics and sealed artifacts. He had also used the secret to obtain the trust of the current chief of the 6-member council, Wade Chermont. This time, Derek led the 20 City of Silver Beyonders to do reconnaissance so as to find a safe passage to confirm the situation of the outside world. On this matter, he had rejected Mr. World's suggestion of using the staff of the stars to directly transfer the entire city of silver from the forsaken land of the gods. He wanted to use his feet to take in the path of hope. He wanted to remember what the light that the city of silver had finally found after experiencing 2,000 years of persistence and sacrifice was like. Upon hearing Elder Derek's answer, the members of the expedition team, such as Leovel and Candace, didn't say much. They all took a step back and continued enjoying the scenery. They still didn't trust Derek Berg much. After all, he had a close relationship with outsiders, and the chief and Elder Luvia had both died during the previous expedition. Only this unshadowed and that outsider had survived. If not for the 6-member council choosing to believe him, they would definitely be hostile and wary. After an unknown period of time, the shimmering sea was suddenly enveloped by darkness. Deep in the darkness, they could barely make out a thin fog. In the fog, there was a black-pointed cathedral with all sorts of buildings. It gave people the feeling that it was both real and illusory. Derek and company were no stranger to darkness. He instinctively glowed, while those who needed to light up candles did so. They did it hurriedly without any signs of turmoil. After the 21-strong team was protected by light, they looked with curiosity at the town and fleeting pedestrians in the fog, unable to understand what was going on. This wasn't the darkness they were familiar with. At this moment, the naturally glowing Derek raised his left hand and said in a low voice, "Let's set off." Without waiting for his team members to respond, he took the first step through the door and followed the stone steps outside, taking one step after another into the darkness. Everyone exchanged looks, then gritted their teeth. Without falling behind, they followed the newly appointed 6-member council elder, Derek Berg, out of the Giant King's residence. In the rich darkness, as they walked down the stairs, their eyes suddenly lit up. They saw an orange glow and a row of black cloister-like buildings. Is this the outside world? Candace looked around warily and curiously. She realized that all of them had unknowingly walked to the opposite side of the Giant King's court and were separated by a sea of orange-red from where they were. No, Derek compared the current environment to Mr. World's and Ma'am Hermit's description. He nodded slightly and said, "We still need to wait here for a while. Feel free to find a spot to rest." This unshadowed, who no longer had any hint of adolescence, calmly arranged everything. Leovel looked at the tightly shut black cloister and asked in puzzlement, "Is there no need to explore this place in search of an exit?" "There's no need." Derek shook his head. The members of the reconnaissance team didn't ask further, nor did they rest. They remained standing in their spots and waited patiently. As time passed, blinding sunlight suddenly shone into this world, turning everything bright and white. It then dimmed and vanished. Everyone subconsciously looked around and saw the golden sea once again. They felt a terrifying aura that daunted them from looking straight at. However, unlike before, they were already on an island. Behind them were huge patches of golden strange plants with smiling faces. They didn't seem to have any signs of degeneration or abnormalities, making every member of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team experience the joy of life. We're really outside, it really is a different world. Leovel, Candace, and company found it impossible to contain the amazement in their hearts. They immediately confirmed a fact. Elder Derek didn't betray the City of Silver. His cooperation with the outsider really had the goal of leading everyone out of the cursed land. "Elder Berg," Candace stammered. "Thank you." Derek nodded slightly, his back straight. Instead of expressing the apologetic feelings in his heart like Candace, Leovel looked around and asked, "Elder Berg, how should we leave this place?" "Build a boat." The term, "building a boat," was only limited to the words in their history books, so it sounded rather odd. "There doesn't seem to be any materials here that we can use to build a boat." Candace and company immediately inspected the small island, but they couldn't find any trees or plants. Derek shook his head again. "There's no need. Wait a little longer." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a black shadow loom across the horizon. The shadow grew bigger as it quickly followed the safe sea route between the golden spots of light. Not long after, the shadow revealed its outline. It was a hybrid ship with smoke spewing out from it. With all its sails up, the ship hung a blue sea serpent flag. "A boat. That's a boat." As Leovel, Candace, and company kept their vigilance up, they posed questions. Derek had received some general education at the Tarot Club. He was an experienced person who had seen pictures of various ships. Upon hearing this, he nodded slightly and said, "That's right." As they spoke, the ship approached, making the figure standing at the ship's bow gradually become clearer. It was a black-cloaked man with yellow eyebrows and dark blue eyes. He jumped onto the masthead and spread his arms slightly to the people of the City of Silver. Upon seeing this scene, Derek, who had been maintaining his stern attitude, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that everything was as he had expected. No accidents had happened. Danitz originally wanted to jump off the ship and walk in front of the believers of Mr. Fool to announce that they had been saved, but after glancing at the height of the people from the City of Silver, he silently held himself back. Standing on the masthead, he completely widened his arms and said to Derek and company with a reserved smile, "Welcome to the world of light promised by God." Klein sat on the high back chair belonging to the Fool. Through the crimson star that symbolized the sun, he watched the entire process of the City of Silver's expedition team's progress. He was constantly prepared to deal with any accidents. When the history, which had been sealed for thousands of years, had combined with the present, with them boarding the ship that originated from the new government of the Rorstad archipelago, and leaving the most dangerous, core region of the ruins of the Battle of Gods was over, he heaved a sigh of relief. He put down the staff of the stars and beckoned for 2 items. They were the Miracle Invoker Beander characteristic that had seeped out of the curtain, and the Worm of Star from Saint of Secrets bodies. After some thought, Klein reached out his left hand and grabbed a large blob of a dark red liquid from the historical void. This was dark demonic wolf Kotar's blood. There was exactly 300 ml of it, and it was the core supplementary ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion. Of course, as a supplementary material, it only had one purpose: to reduce the negative effects of the Beander characteristic and reduce the corresponding mysticism influence. Therefore, it didn't matter if it was a historical projection. After all, as long as it could play its role during the potion's concoction and consumption, Klein would have either succeeded or failed in his advancement by the time the historical projection expired. If he failed, he would have broken down into a monster. If he succeeded, he would have become a miracle invoker and gained initial control of the Beander characteristic. There was no need for the supplementary ingredients effects. Following that, Klein took out something from the fog of history. It was a ringed worm of time. As he had a strong psychological trauma towards Aemon, Klein had chosen to summon a worm of time that Pallas Zoroast had once given to him, lest anything unexpected happened. After preparing the materials, he conjured a metal pot and threw the 300 ml of blood from dark demonic wolf into it. Then, he placed the worm of time and sparkling worm of star inside, one after another. The black and red liquid in the cauldron turned dark, its surface becoming translucent and clean. Deep in the cauldron was a dark vortex. Without any hesitation, Klein picked up the Miracle Invoker Beander characteristic. It resembled a heart, transparent like a crystal, but there were tiny bubbles emerging from time to time. Every bubble seemed to contain an illusion. When the Beander characteristic came into contact with the liquid in the metallic pot, it immediately merged into it, causing the darkness to instantly deepen, making it seem as though countless eyes were opened at the same time. After staring at it for a few seconds, he poured the concocted Miracle Invoker potion into a glass bottle, and he used the bestowment ritual to bring it to the real world. On an uninhabited island in the Sonya Sea, Klein, who had teleported over, looked at the potion in his hand. He suddenly felt a little hesitant. This was because once he became an angel, his body would inevitably be affected by the Beander characteristic. He would become colder and crueler, becoming more and more indifferent towards life. He needed sufficient anchors to maintain his humanity. This wasn't something that could be avoided by completely digesting the potion using the acting method, he grasped. Back then, Emperor Russell went through the early stages smoothly, but when he became a Sequence 2 angel, he nearly mutated, almost losing control. As for the angels that he knew, they looked normal on the surface, but he had no idea what they were like when they were hiding behind the scenes. If one could obtain a long life at Sequence 4 and Sequence 3, allowing them to live for more than 1,000 years, a saint really didn't have much motivation to become an angel. Combined with the saying that the higher one's sequence was, the closer one was to the primordial one, he suddenly understood why Demoness of White Katarina only rose from Sequence 4 to Sequence 3 in 1,000 years. But I have no way out. After a brief moment of silence, Klein sighed silently. Nearby threats like Aemon and Zeratul, and the approaching days of the apocalypse, as well as the fact that he was previously unable to interfere with the war, these all pushed him towards becoming an angel. He didn't want to simply contribute his strength through donations. His eyes flickered for a few seconds before they returned to their calm state. He picked up the potion bottle and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. Chapter 1268, Miracle Invoker. The moment the Miracle Invoker potion entered Klein's stomach, it immediately turned into countless cold worms, and swam towards every corner of his body. Suddenly, Klein's mind tore apart, turning into countless small pieces that combined with different worms of spirit. There was no longer any discernible difference between the main body and the auxiliary ones, nor was there any piece that remained dominant. At some point in time, he had entered the grayish-white fog. His half-top hat and long black trench coat quickly disintegrated, and numerous translucent and twisted maggots crawled out. These maggots quickly flew into the depths of the fog of history, each occupying different, light fragments, overlapping with the projections of themselves in the historical void. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the spot where Klein stood only had his windbreaker, shirt, top hat, socks, leather shoes, and personal items remaining. They had lost the support of a body and were held, suspended there. Who am I? Who's me? I'm the main body. The various worms of spirit had different but similar thoughts. None of them were willing to return to their body on their own accord. Instead, they felt a strong sense of animosity towards their own kind. It was only because they still had Klein's remnant psyche influence that they hadn't done anything extreme for the time being. At this moment, yet another invisible ripple appeared within the grayish-white fog. This ripple didn't appear by coincidence. It had long existed in the fog, but compared to his collective whole, it appeared indiscernible. However, to a worm of spirit, it was obvious enough. It came from a portion of history that appeared in the present era. It symbolized the fragments of light from the end of the second epoch and portions of the third epoch. They symbolized the 2,000 years that the City of Silver had persisted in the darkness. This forgotten history had a certain clash with the present era. As it formed a corresponding historical void, ripples spread out in an indescribable manner. Such ripples seemed to exert a strong attraction on the worms of spirit, making them peek their heads out from the historical scenes. After a short period of time, one of the worms of spirit crawled out of the light spot from which it occupied, having failed to resist it any further, and also succumbing to the effects of Klein's remnant consciousness. It flew towards the center of the ripples. Right on the heels of that, worms of spirit returned from different spots in the fog of history, and they arrived at the fragments of light formed by the City of Silver's history in the present era. When they reached a certain distance from each other, a strong force of convergence finally appeared, pulling together countless worms of spirit into one. This wasn't an effect that could be produced by 2 or 3 worms of spirit. It needed to have a sufficient number for this phenomenon to happen. And when that portion of the worms of spirit was once again whole, Klein's incomplete consciousness completed the piecing together of his identity. Things finally turned simple. The worms of spirit formed a transparent and gigantic vortex, emitting a strong convergence force that sucked over the remaining, hesitant, nearby worms of spirit that were unwilling to return. After more than 2/3 the worms of spirit returned, a series of transparent tentacles grew out of the vortex. They extended towards the second epoch, the first epoch, and even the prehistoric city of an earlier time. They grabbed the last batch of worms of spirit, one after another, and stuffed them back into the vortex. In less than 20 seconds, the vortex began to extend, turning into a terrifying figure formed from transparent, twisted maggots. An invisible tentacle naturally extended from the figure's body. The tentacles pulled over the windbreaker, top hat, socks, and leather shoes that floated in the fog of history, dressing up the terrifying figure. The figure formed from countless worms of spirit pressed down on the top of his head, causing the translucent feeling on his body to quickly fade, forming a layer of flesh-colored skin. Short black hair and brown eyes grew out. This was the appearance of Klein Moretti, but his height had reached 1.8 meters. With great difficulty, he finally regained consciousness. Before Klein, who had made his soul body whole again, could analyze his present state, he felt 2 abnormalities. One was from the Beander characteristic that fused with his body. It was a strong, terrifying, high, and mighty will that made it impossible to resist. It seemed to awaken a little as it transmitted one image after another. These images were filled with the mysterious knowledge of a miracle invoker. Some of them were dust that burned into suns, magnificent scenes generated by various celestial bodies. They were filled with a sense of desolateness, coldness, cruelty, madness, superciliousness, and void of any emotional imprints. They quickly assimilated into Klein's spirit, changing his state in an irresistible manner. Another thing that surfaced before Klein's eyes were the crimson stars and the numerous points of resplendent light. The prayers from the members of the Tarot Club emitted from those stars, including Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Moon. Most of the light points echoed with the prayers from the residents of Moon City. Together, they created an image that enveloped the grayish-white fog that looked at the world with pity. It was the image of an extremely high-level and secret existence. The two abnormalities reflected on Klein's body, causing his left body to be covered in a grayish-white fog. A slight smile showed on his face that had deep-set eyes. His right body fractured once again, turning into a cluster of translucent squirming maggots and a bloodshot eye that was filled with madness. At that moment, the right side was constantly corroded to the left, and the grayish-white fog was gradually compressed to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he raised his left hand with some difficulty, and he summoned the white bone scepter with blue gems embedded at the top from the fog of history. Circling the sea god scepter were prayer points of light. With the help of this medium, they were transferred onto Klein's body. Lightning bolts leapt out from the right side of his body as invisible winds and illusory waves swirled around him. This helped the grayish-white fog withstand the contamination from the left, allowing his entire body to come to a delicate balance. At this point, Klein recovered bits and pieces of his humanity and memories, making an initial recovery back to the state before he consumed the potion. He had finally advanced to the level of Sequence 2. He now had the level and status of an angel, a true miracle invoker. Originally, Saphira Castle was about to be stirred by his change, but with a thought from him, all the abnormalities returned to normal. This proved that he had truly gained control of Saphira Castle and had become the owner of the Saphira. As for how much power he could unleash in the real world, he was still unable to estimate it. Thankfully, I made the history represented by the City of Silver return to reality, and it's powerful enough. If the ritual's effects were a little weaker, I would have lost control and collapsed here today. Klein rubbed his temples and slowly exhaled. He had a better understanding of anchors. The anchor wasn't a tool to help him maintain his humanity. Its main purpose was to form a corresponding understanding, positioning, and image, one that would resist the mental imprint within the Beander characteristic so as to maintain an intricate balance. Under this balance, Klein could then barely maintain his humanity and not be severely affected by any other influences. In other words, the deities that the believers knew were different from the actual deities. Without the mental imprint within the Beander characteristic to resist this influence, the image of the deities in their hearts would gradually envelop the true appearance of the deities. This was also a type of corruption. Only at this moment did Klein realize why the Orthodox deities went from having humanoid statues to simply having sacred emblems. This prevented the believers from having a unified impression of them. This improved the effects they had as anchors to resist the remnant mental effects of the primordial one, whilst also not subtly changing their bodies. As for why the Orthodox deities took 1 or 2 epochs to figure this out, Klein quickly thought of 2 reasons. Firstly, he had the past images of the Orthodox deities for comparison. He had Emperor Rassel's diary as reference, and the corresponding mysticism knowledge to provide inspiration. Secondly, the mythical creature form of a seer was all about being split and separated. It made him very sensitive to such influences. This sort of balance isn't too stable, and it often tilts to a certain extent. This will cause problems with my condition's stability. From time to time, I will end up scaring the people around me. Fortunately, this can be predicted ahead of time, so it can effectively be avoided. Also, when I'm in a delicate balance, I should try my best to show my humanity to strengthen my self-awareness. This is commonly chosen by many angels. The Rose school of thought's indulgence can be considered to be doing the same. But Amon's believers are all himself. How does he maintain the balance? Could it be that the mythical creature that's born with the uniqueness itself has the will of the primordial one fused with him? Amon is long accustomed to being half crazy. No, that's not his normal state, it's the image that arose from the referendum of every Amon. That's a line of thought. I can form a marionette group and make every marionette a believer of the fool. In addition, with my truest appearance as a deity, this can effectively provide the best anchor. It's no wonder that Zeratul and the dark demonic wolf don't have any believers. Once the residents of the City of Silver switch faiths to the fool, I can consider separating the embodiment of Sea God from myself, making it no longer one of my anchors. This greatly contradicts the beliefs and understanding of my other believers. They can't truly be united. Klein instantly thought of a lot of matters, and after his thoughts finished racing, he returned above the gray fog. When he became a miracle invoker and became a him, as well as becoming the owner of Saphira Castle, he no longer needed to take 4 steps counterclockwise, recite the incantations, or get all the members of the tarot club to pray. He could now easily return. However, he seemed incapable of expressing the full powers of Saphira Castle. He could only enter with his spirit body, unable to bring his physical body along. After sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, Klein wasn't in a rush to check on the changes in Saphira Castle. He first confirmed his advancement and digested the mysticism knowledge he had just obtained. Yes, the beyonder powers of a miracle invoker come from two different aspects. One is the greater utilization of the fog of history, and the other is the newly enhanced core power of wishes. The improved utilization of the fog of history includes several abilities. 1. Using the help of past worms of spirit to revive myself, but it will be ineffective after 4 times. I've already used it 3 times, so I can only revive 1 more time as a miracle invoker. Once I advance to an attendant of mysteries, there should be a corresponding increase in this number. 2. I am able to exert some influence on the future, causing the probability of certain things to increase or shrink to a certain extent. It's equivalent to interfering with the fate of the target. Heh, I'm finally wielding good luck. However, this aspect is still different from the die of probability. 3. Summoning from the historical void is no longer limited to just items. It can be extended to certain scenes I'm familiar with. Yes, the total number of items and scenes I can summon now is 9, but only 3 of them can be at the angel level. Wishes already make it a standard deity's ability, but it's a little strange. Only by fulfilling someone's wish can I fulfill my own wish. A small wish has to be granted before a bigger wish can be gradually granted. Chapter 1269. The Power of Wishes. Klein originally believed that the wishes ability could be used freely as long as it didn't exceed a limit. To his surprise, the effects didn't solely come from the beyonder characteristic. To put it simply, a miracle invoker needed to seek out and satisfy all kinds of wishes before they could make wishes and personally grant them during battles, turning the corresponding situation into a reality. Furthermore, at the very beginning, the wishes that Klein could fulfill were small and trivial. He had to accumulate them one step at a time before he could create a true miracle. He couldn't do as he wished. Yes, if I want to use Dark Demonic Wolf Kotar's wishing method to teleport, I would have to first satisfy many similar wishes. It comes from others, from simple to the more difficult wishes. I do have a solution in this aspect. I can use Creeping Hunger and the Staff of the Stars to fulfill the corresponding wishes. There's no need to start from the simplest. Speaking of which, the wishes ability resembled using an anchor. It's a type of collective ability. Since the faithful's understanding of deities can effectively affect the deities and become a certain definition for them, helping them resist the primordial one's mental imprint in the beyonder characteristics, in the same way, similar wishes of different creatures with spirituality can indeed help me create a miracle. This might be related to the sea of collective subconscious. It's not scientific enough, but it's fairly mystical. After figuring out the situation of the wishes ability, Klein had a preliminary idea of how to act as a miracle invoker. That was to walk the real world, and as the most powerful magician, he would allow different people to witness a miracle and satisfy their wishes. It's no wonder the Dark Demonic Wolf's original title was the God of Wishes. When such a belief spreads, many people would use the method of praying to voice out their wishes, allowing the miracle invoker to respond from afar. This makes acting a lot simpler. It can save a lot of time, but the problem is that the potion's name is Miracle Invoker and not the God of Wishes. The role one needs to act is that of a deity, so there are still some differences between the two. I can roam the various countries and let different people witness miracles while using the fool's name to satisfy some of the believer's wishes. I'll then see which would be more effective. However, this isn't the only way to act as a miracle invoker. I still need to take the initiative to create a miracle in real life, leaving behind the corresponding legend. Klein tapped the edge of the long-modeled table with his finger as he silently muttered to himself. During his scrutiny of his own body moments ago, he realized that he had digested more than half of the potion. After all, he had created miracles several times. He had even been revived 3 times. Of course, Klein believed that it was very coincidental because he could create a miracle and act in advance, mainly because of Saphira Castle. It's as though someone set me up. Klein sighed inwardly as he didn't feel relaxed. Instead, he became more serious and wary. As for who arranged it, he had a suspect. The mysteries that the ancient sun god mentioned, the existence suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. And what made Klein even more puzzled was that when he advanced to sequence 2 and became an angel, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings didn't appear, neither did he awaken in his body after he experienced the qualitative changes. This was completely different from what he had expected. There weren't any traces of it at all. Apart from the initial mental corruption from the primordial one, something that will definitely arrive, it should be the spiritual imprint left behind in the Beander characteristic. Could it be that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings has completely perished despite making all the arrangements? He doesn't have the ability to influence me and revive from my body. If that's the case, then I have to thank him. Klein teased himself and stood up with caution and puzzlement. With this thought, he appeared on the grayish-white cloud and arrived in front of the strange door of light. Glancing at the transparent cocoons hanging above his head, Klein slowly extended his right hand and touched the door of light. When he truly became the owner of this mysterious space, he had clearly realized a fact when he returned. It was that the strange door of light was core to this place. It was Saphira Castle in the truest sense of the word, and this boundless void belonged to the divine kingdom that Saphira Castle came with. As for the ancient palace, the 22 high-backed chairs, the long bronze table, and the items that the members of the Tarot Club usually conjured, Klein believed that they were a manifestation of the wishes power. In other words, back when he wanted a palace and a gathering place, Saphira Castle had satisfied his wish. And because he didn't have a specific description of his wish, Saphira Castle had extracted scenes from similar wishes in the past. Klein suspected that the ancient Greek palace and the 22 high-backed chairs were conjured by the existence that was suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. As he moved inch by inch, Klein pressed his right hand against the edge of the door of light. This time, his palm didn't directly pierce through it as he touched something corporeal. Suddenly, the door of light began to tremble slightly, along with the hanging cocoons, which contained human figures. Above the grayish-white fog, there was only an ancient palace in the endless void. Numerous skyscrapers rose rapidly. Cars appeared one after another as pedestrians suddenly appeared. In one of the residential districts, in an ordinary rental apartment, there was a window illuminated by an energy-saving bulb that wasn't bright enough. This was what the old metropolis from before the first epoch looked like before the disaster. This was the place Klein had once lived. Looking around, Klein sighed, letting everything disappear before his eyes. Indeed, I can preliminarily use Saphira Castle's powers. By relying on this point, I would already be close to the level of a king of angels when I'm above the gray fog. Furthermore, the authority I show isn't only that of miracles, but also a portion of a planeswalker and a Trojan horse of destiny. If I were to return to the real world, apart from being able to further utilize Saphira Castle's aura, I would be able to directly obtain a portion of its powers. This should allow me to form a nascent divine kingdom and reach sequence 1 in. Here, unfortunately, in reality, I can't use the high-level Beander powers of Marauder and Apprentice. As Klein evaluated the situation, he cast his gaze at the transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light. He ultimately didn't release the people inside, because they would definitely be used by Aemon. After confirming everything, Klein returned to the ancient palace and sat on the high-backed chair of the fool. He remembered that some of his memories were sealed, so he summoned the piece of paper from the junk pile. Upon opening it, Klein's eyes narrowed and his lips quivered as he muttered to himself, "Great Old Ones, outer deities, cosmos, creator, above the sequences, so that's how it is." At that moment, he completely understood the rationale behind the battle of gods that had just ended. He understood the possible origins of the apocalypse and understood why the 7 deities had given tacit consent to the birth of a black emperor, and their indifference towards the red angel evil spirits returned to the real world. From the information provided by Leonard and Miss Justice, Lowen ultimately clinched victory. It's very likely that the god of combat has already perished. In other words, the goddess has succeeded, but I don't know what other conditions she is lacking to become a great old one that's above the sequences. I'll summon Rhodes later to inquire about the details of the situation and grasp the present situation. With this in mind, Klein recalled the various details of the past and connected many matters together. Earth Mother, whose identity had been unknown, had succeeded in acting as the giant Queen Umbella for thousands of years without being exposed. It's impossible without the help of concealment. Man, the goddess has been plotting something like this from the 3rd epoch or even the end of the 2nd epoch. Why does this feel more terrifying than Aemon? Yes, concealment can only hide traces of various aspects. It can mislead the corresponding prying and divination attempts, making it impossible for a person to don a disguise. For the Earth Mother to be able to pretend to be Umbella, without being suspected by the god of combat, there may be other factors involved. For example, a particular existence helped her steal the fate of the giant queen. At that time, there was only one person who had the authority to participate in this matter, the ancient sun god, the second creator, Amen and Adam's father. If that's the case, the goddess and the ancient sun god should have cooperated from a long time ago. Until the new creator awakened the primordial one in him, this can also explain why the first existence that dark angel Sasrir sought out was the goddess. Of course, concealment is also an important factor. Ever since I obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway, the goddess has been setting up the trap. On the one hand, she wants me to take over the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction in Backland to pretend that everything is normal. On the other hand, she didn't deal with the people or objects that might have discovered something was amiss, resulting in the leak of information. This way, in the eyes of the god of combat, the situation became the goddess trying her best to conceal the secret, but due to her lack of control while digesting the uniqueness, she was unable to do so. After that, be it tacitly acquiescing George III becoming the Black Emperor, or the aid provided to me in destroying his ritual, the goddess doesn't care about the final outcome of the matter. Her main goal was to show that she didn't have the ability to directly interfere with the real world, further deepening the impression that she was attempting to accommodate the uniqueness of the death pathway. There are a lot of similar details. To the god of combat, as he had a deeper understanding of the goddess, he definitely wasn't fully convinced in regards to this matter. Therefore, he chose to take it safe by first shaking the goddess's anchors, allowing her psyche to be corrupted. To him, this definitely made her divert a large portion of her efforts to resist the corruption before he chose to attack the goddess together with Earth Mother. It's because of this that he fell into the goddess's trap. In other words, the true goal of the goddess's various actions wasn't to lay a trap with the uniqueness of the death pathway, but to let the other deities place their focus on this matter, and ignore the possibility that there was something wrong with Earth Mother. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. He felt that Adam and Amen were probably inferior to the goddess when it came to horror. He shook his head, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote his warning. Always remember you are a he, not a he. Chapter 1270. Visiting. On the ship, see God, the members of the City of Silver, like Leovel, Candace, and other City of Silver scouts, were seated on chairs that didn't suit their size. They watched the dwarfs around them warily. Of course, they knew that these were normal humans. After all, they all knew that their exaggerated heights were brought about by potions, but they still felt that the people on the ship were too short, including Lord Danitz, who called himself an oracle. After all, in the City of Silver, other than children, the residents who had yet to reach Sequence 6 had an average height exceeding 1.8 meters. Among them, there were no lack of Sequence 9 beyonders who were more than 2 meters tall. The slight sway of the boat made the half-giants feel somewhat uncomfortable, but their strong physique helped them quickly overcome this influence. And the contrast between the sea and the lone boat beyond the window made them unable to contain their unease, fear, and anxiety. It was like the first time they participated in an expedition. The surroundings seemed to have monsters lurking in the darkness that could attack them at any moment. At that moment, Danitz entered the room that had been transformed into a dining mess. He smiled at the tall, wary, cautious, strangely dressed people who sat stiffly and said, "Your food is ready. Next, you can enjoy your food as you please. By the way, don't forget what I told you just now. These waters are very dangerous. There's no need to get up. You can stay in your seats." When Danitz saw that the young elder who introduced himself as Derek, and the other half-giants, wished to get up and speak to him in the most polite manner, he hurriedly lowered his hands and stopped their uncivilized behavior. "If I was as tall as them, I would have already begun mocking the people around me," Danitz muttered as he clapped his hands, signaling the crew to send the food in. A strong fragrance immediately drilled into the noses of Derek and the other residents of the City of Silver. It was the scent that they were familiar with when roasting meat-type mushrooms, but there was an additional indescribable smell. It was rather strange and slightly stimulating. The smell was so alluring that Leovel, Candace, and the rest began to have saliva secrete from their mouths as their stomachs churned to attention. "Daisy-style roasted meat," Danitz said as he pointed at a crew member who walked in. He held a large steel plate that had a piece of roasted golden brown piece of meat that glistened with oil. Evenly spread across its surface were fennel, basil, and other spices. Steak, pan-fried fish, white bread, seafood soup, and light beer. Danitz introduced each and every dish, smiling when he was done. Don't worry about anything. Feel free to indulge. We have plenty of food reserves. With that said, he glanced at the half-giants, who seemed eager to stand up. Then, he left the room chuckling. The short-haired Candace retracted her gaze from the food with great difficulty and swallowed her saliva. Elder Derek, what do we do now? Although Derek believed that Mr. Fool's oracle wouldn't harm them, he habitually gave a very cautious opinion. Split into two groups. One group is to wait for their turn to eat. One team is to eat now. All right, Elder Derek. Candace suddenly stood up. I apply to join the food tasting team. A group of 10 people quickly formed. At the same time, Leovel and Candace walked to the long table near the wall, and they took a portion of what they found the most tempting, the so-called daisy roasted meat. After taking a bite, the rich juices, the fragrance and pure meat mixed in the texture formed a complex and unique experience in their mouths. They could only chew twice before swallowing the food ravenously into their stomachs so as to take a second bite. This was many times more delicious than the meat-type mushrooms they had eaten previously. Unknowingly, the 10 residents of the City of Silver were already eating with tears in their eyes, their vision blurred. On the deck, Danitz looked at the safe sea route in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. He considered how to settle the problems of Mr. Fool's flock. Suddenly, a sailor ran over and panted. Lord Oracle, they've already finished eating. They want seconds. Where did these guys come from? Danitz was taken aback. Prepare another set for them. Seeing that the sailor was about to turn around, Danitz quickly added, from tomorrow onwards, the crew is to begin fishing. In the Sonia Sea, on an uninhabited island, Klein had gotten used to his current state, and he restrained his spirituality. He planned on teleporting back to Backland and summoning the magic mirror, or Rhodes, to ask some questions. He wasn't in a hurry to extract the residents of Moon City to the outside world. He planned on waiting for Danitz to settle down the City of Silver's vanguard unit. With sufficient experience, he could turn his attention to this matter. After all, the path to leaving the forsaken land of the gods had been opened. He could use the method of responding to prayers, and rely on the power of the Staff of the Stars to move all of Moon City out. Of course, if the door closed once again, Klein also had a solution. He would first transfer the residents of Moon City to the Giant King's residence and let them open the door themselves. Without the first blasphemy slate and the Dark Angel Evil Spirit, ordinary Beyonders would be able to open the door. As for whether the true creator would interfere or stop him, Klein didn't consider it. This was because the Sequence Zero true God was capable of doing so now. He wasn't able to stop him, even if he was disagreeable to it. In addition, Klein believed that the focus of the true creator wasn't placed on this matter. His most pressing concern was to capture Aemon and retrieve the first blasphemy slate. Strictly speaking, this is a family drama, Klein lampooned inwardly. He grabbed Creeping Hunger from the air, and he wore the sealed artifact that had accompanied him for a long time on his left palm. His body quickly turned transparent and disappeared. In the saturated and stacked spirit world, Klein rapidly moved through the indescribable figures as he approached the coordinates that represented Backland. Suddenly, he came to a stop and stood in the chaotic void, looking at the 7 pure lights that occupied the highest spot in the spirit world. Previously, due to my low sequence, I didn't dare wander the spirit world. Nor did I attempt to visit the 7 lights that had shown their kindness towards me. Now, it seems it's time we meet. They're the embodiments of all kinds of knowledge, and they've lived in the spirit world for countless years. They might know quite a bit of secrets. Just as Klein finished his thoughts, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. An elder in an orange robe appeared. This old man was plump and had a short white beard. He looked very amiable. He looked at Klein and nodded with a smile. Your Excellency, please allow me to introduce myself. You should remember me. I am Orange Light Hilarion. The last time I saw you, you were very thin. As Klein lampooned, he asked with a smile, you seem to have predicted that I would visit you. Hilarion didn't hide anything as he smiled frankly. The spirit world itself is interwoven with all sorts of information. Some come from the past, some come from the present, and some indicate a certain future. Whether it's divination or prophecy, most of the methods are actually using the spirit world, followed by the prying into the secrets of fate. What Orange Light meant was that since Klein was in the spirit world and had the intention of visiting, and was prepared to take action to do so, there would definitely be a corresponding exchange of information. This allowed the 7 lights who controlled the spirit world to a certain extent to sense it and make a prophecy. Klein wasn't surprised at all. He nodded slightly and said, other than you, who else wants to meet me? He had originally planned on using honorifics, but considering the Seven Lights' attitude and the way Orange Light addressed him, he gave up on this plan, so as to maintain the status of the proxy to Saphira Castle. Orange Light Hilarion immediately smiled and said, "All of them." "Your Excellency, you don't mind, do you?" Klein shook his head and replied politely, "Of course. It will be my honor." As soon as he finished speaking, different colors of light rose up around Hilarion, transforming into different old men. "Your Excellency, please allow me to do the introductions." When Orange Light saw Klein nod, he pointed at an elder in a red robe and said, "He is Red Light Moria. The one who previously answered my question." Klein immediately smiled and showed his gratitude and friendliness. In turn, Hilarion introduced Yellow Light Venathan, Blue Light Kuthumi, Green Light Serapis, Indigo Light Isis, and Violet Light Saint Germain. Yellow Light Venathan, is this the one who made an apocalyptic prophecy regarding the Abraham's ancestor? Klein looked at the thin, long-bearded elder in a lemon-yellow robe and said with a smile, "Let's sit down and have a chat." As he spoke, he raised his right hand. Dark red flames lit up in the surrounding area. It came from a fireplace burning high-quality charcoal. These flames immediately lit up a reclining chair, a grayish-yellow carpet, cupboards, sofas, coffee tables, cast sculptures, white porcelain teacups, and other items, forming a classic Backland-styled activity room. "Please take a seat." Klein faced the Seven Lights as he smiled and pointed at the sofa and high-back chairs. After the Seven Lights settled down, Klein sat on the reclining chair, picked up a teacup, and said in a natural tone, "To be honest, I've always wanted to pay a visit to all seven of you, but I couldn't find a chance. Now, I've finally fulfilled this wish. This has also been our wish." Orange Light seemed to be the brightest and most outgoing person among the Seven Lights. He immediately responded on behalf of all his companions. I have the feeling that I've fulfilled someone's wish." Klein was delighted as he probed, "Might I ask what do you know about the cosmos, or should I say, the great old ones and outer deities?" Indigo Light Isis, who wore a linen robe and looked relatively young, answered seriously, "Your Excellency, the great old ones eyeing our world are Mother Goddess of Depravity, Mother Tree of Desire, Son of Chaos, Primordial Hunger, Ring of Comeuppance, Supernova Dominator, Inextinguishable Ravings, Monarch of Decay, and High-Dimensional Overseer." "Isn't that a little too many?" Klein was a little stunned when he heard that. Chapter 1271, Seven Lights. Upon hearing Indigo Light Isis's reply, Klein's mind tensed up as he recalled the Crimson Moon, the Brown Planet, the Scarlet Planet, the Blue Planet, and Gold Planet. He felt like they were looking down at him from above with their eyes. Silently, a connection was established. The impending fatal corruption made all of Klein's worms of spirit feel uneasy. As an angel in control of Saphira Castle, Klein had many ways to sever this connection. Firstly, he could use the status and strength of a complete mythical creature. Secondly, he could suppress his anchors, using the mental imprint the primordial one left in him to offset it. Thirdly, he could use the aura of Saphira Castle that he could now utilize one step further. Without any hesitation, he chose the simplest and most convenient method to not leave behind any hidden dangers. A grayish-white fog appeared around him as all the celestial body projections in his mind vanished. After being stunned for a second, Klein organized his words and said, "There are that many outer deities." Indigo Light Isis symbolized the domain of prayers. He touched the ruby ring on his right hand and nodded. Ever since the oldest one awakened and split apart, the most powerful outer deities in the entire universe gathered around this tiny solar system. Some of them wished to retrieve their Sephiroth and characteristics that had been ripped from them, and were attracted here. Some of them have the hope of getting neighboring Sephiroth and high-level characteristics which they can accommodate. Oldest One, the Seven Lights address the original creator as the Oldest One, and not the Primordial One. In terms of the name's meaning, there isn't much difference. Klein deliberated and asked, Sephiroth and characteristics that were ripped and attracted over. He could understand the rest of the words Indigo Light had mentioned, and he had even made some speculation towards such matters. There was just one point that caught him by surprise. Blue Light Kuthumi, who was a symbol of the domain of cogitation and used love and wisdom as a characteristic of his body, explained kindly, "Your Excellency, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with the law of convergence of Beander characteristics." Seeing Klein nod, the thick-bearded elder with a sapphire tied around his forehead continued, "This isn't just a law for the sequence pathways. It's also suitable for describing the Sephiroth and the characteristics related to the outer deities, especially the ones that were directly nurtured and created from the oldest one. For example, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, Son of Chaos, and the Mother Tree of Desire. As for the other outer deities, we aren't too sure. In short, the three great old ones who lost a portion of their Sephiroth characteristics are most concerned and proactive when it comes to invading the real world. They have been trying to influence the spirit world and corrupt us. Klein nodded slightly and asked in a confirmation-seeking tone, in other words, a portion of the current 22 pathways and 9 Sephiroth belong to the outer deities. Yes, the amethyst-wielding Saint Germain, who symbolized the domain of ritualistic magic, took the opportunity to answer. When the total number of 22 pathways and the 9 Sephiroth was reached, everything finally reached a balance. This might be the mysticism connection that originated from the oldest one. Klein thought for a moment before saying, what are they exactly? Saint Germain, whose face was suffused with a faint purple glow, making him look rather mysterious, said, for example, the moon and the earth pathway both belong to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. She is an existence that stands atop all the outer deities. Even after a portion of her Sephira, that is, the brood hive, was ripped from her, that remains the case. She is the sovereign of all the feminine forces in the entire universe. Just as Saint Germain said that, green light Serapis suddenly laughed. In fact, after carefully analyzing the 22 pathways, you'll discover that the moon and earth pathways are the two most contradictory ones. Heh, the Demoness pathway represents the oldest one's feminine side. The red priest pathway represents the masculine side. This happens to form a deformed aspect of balance, but the moon and earth can also make beyonders of the corresponding pathways turn into feminine creatures at high sequences. There are no pathways that balance it. Seeing Klein wince his eyebrows, Green Light, who had the long hair of an artist, added with a smile, the earth pathways sequence 2 is Desolate Matriarch, and the moon pathways sequence 1 is called Beauty Goddess. Therefore, the sanguine only have queens and no male princes. Then was the ancient goddess, Lilith, originally a male and a female. Klein mumbled inwardly and asked thoughtfully, the primordial moon is the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Yes, Red Light Moria, who was wearing a diamond crown, nodded in a dignified manner. She occupies the moon, and through her own level and influence on the brood hive and the uniqueness of two pathways, she has gradually infiltrated into reality. The primordial moon is her manifestation in this world. After saying that, Moria paused and said, her full title is Mother Goddess of Depravity, Origin of Evil, the Indestructible, and the Brood Hive of Filth. Klein recalled the exaggerated reaction of the moon when he first learned of the secret of the cosmos. He suddenly felt a chill as he hurriedly asked, the devil and prisoner pathway come from the Mother Tree of Desire. Yellow Light Venathan, who was wearing a lemon-yellow robe, sighed. Yes, her full name is the Mother Tree of Desire, Father to Devils, Perpetual Blatherer, and the Heartless God. Therefore, she had seized the opportunity when something happened to the chained god, easily achieving her goal of corruption. Mother, father, is that fellow a man or a woman? Yes, to an existence at this level, it's normal for there to be no distinction between genders. Different incarnations have different images. Hey, she even wanted to bear a child for me. From the present state of the chained god, if I had been caught, I'd probably be the one bearing the child. Then, the child will inherit Sephira Castle, allowing the Mother Tree of Desire to indirectly corrupt and control this Sephira. From this angle, perhaps the prisoner pathway's desire of indulgence is the proper way of acting. However, this correct path leads to the outer deity, so temperance is still the better one. Klein frowned slightly as he raised a question he had guessed before, hoping to get an answer. Since there are so many outer deities, why haven't they entered our world yet? From what Klein had learned to date, he could guess that, even if it were only the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire, the outer deities could easily resolve existences like the former 7 deities, the True Creator, and the primordial Demoness, the Plump Orange. Light Hilarion smiled and said, all our suffering comes from the oldest one. All our luck comes from the oldest one as well. Not only did he leave behind his spirit, will, branding, and corruption, but he also left behind the Sephiroth characteristics and power. The remnants of his power formed an invisible barrier outside the planet, preventing the outer deities from directly invading it. However, with the passage of time, his consciousness and powers haven't truly been revived, and his will and powers are fading. At the end of the fourth epoch, this reached a very serious state. The invisible barrier produced cracks, and the seven deities had no choice but to move their divine kingdoms into the astral world to mend the cracks. It's no wonder that the true deities from the fourth epoch could walk the land, but they rarely descended in the fifth epoch. Klein immediately came to a realization and asked, when the oldest one's will and powers decline further, the invisible barrier will vanish and usher in the apocalypse. Orange Light Hilarion, who had been smiling all this while, glanced at Yellow Light Venathan. His expression immediately turned serious. When the time comes, the mother goddess of depravity, the mother tree of desire, and the son of chaos and all the other outer deities would invade this planet. Even if the goddess becomes a great old one, she wouldn't be able to withstand so many of them. The other sequence 0 deities would be able to tie down 1 or 2 outer deities together, and that would be considered a miracle. It would take 9 to fight 1, or even more. Klein's scalp tingled as he once again experienced the meaning of despair. No wonder it was called the apocalypse. With his upheaval in emotions, he immediately felt the primordial one's mental imprint strengthen, and more of it had eroded what the anchors had fixed in place. Klein quickly calmed himself down and allowed the fragile balance to reappear again. This is the reason why the corruption from underground will naturally dissipate as long as one doesn't approach it or resist. Klein recalled some of the mysticism knowledge he had previously grasped. Your Excellency, you're completely right. Orange Light Hilarion gave an affirmative answer. Klein immediately made other connections. Does that mean that the closer one is to the apocalypse, the easier it is for one to advance? This is because the primordial one's will is fading. His awakening will become difficult, to the point of not waking up again. Red Light, Ire Moria thought for a moment and said, this is the reason why the 7 deities have only waited until recently to set their sights on above the sequences before taking concrete action. However, the oldest ones can dissipate, but his spirit will remain forever. It won't be erased unless the entire universe returns to the singularity. Therefore, the corresponding high-level existences still have the possibility of having the oldest one awaken in them. The higher the level, the greater the possibility. The corresponding influence and corruption will become more serious. The extraordinary power and the curse that can never be broken are always two sides of the same coin, Klein sighed. Forcefully suppressing a problem that wasn't at his level, he asked, do you know the potion formula for Attendant of Mysteries? The amethyst-wielding Saint Germain replied, there's a corresponding mystery attached to such knowledge. It's not in the spirit world, but according to our observations, the Attendant of Mysteries ritual should be closely related to the spirit world. Orange Light Hilarion immediately smiled at Klein. Your Excellency, if you require anything, we'll provide our full support. This fervor makes me a little afraid. Just like facing erodes, Klein nodded slightly and prepared to change the topic. After some consideration, he asked solemnly, do you know of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? He translated the title using Elvish. The 7 lights immediately fell silent. They looked at each other and didn't reply for a while. After a few seconds, Orange Light Hilarion sighed. We still can't be sure if you're him. He was a great old one who had been active during the end of the previous civilization up to the mid-stages of the first epoch. He is the great ruler above the spirit world that we speak of. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is his title in the Western continent. The other title is King of Space-Time, Beacon of Destiny, Embodiment of Saphira Castle, Dominator of the Spirit World, and... At this point, Orange Light paused and said, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1272, Spring, the King of Space-Time, Beacon of Destiny, Embodiment of Saphira Castle, Dominator of the Spirit World, Lord of the Mysteries. So the mysteries mentioned by the ancient sun god refers to the Lord of the Mysteries. Klein silently repeated the titles as he felt the trauma in his heart increase. He immediately thought of a question and hesitated before saying, based on what I know, a long time before the last civilization ended, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings had already appeared. After the 7 lights exchanged looks, the thin yellow light Venathan, who was translucent like other spirit world creatures, sighed and said, we weren't aware of that. When the previous civilization came to an end, the 7 lights from before had been wiped out when the oldest one awoke. We were the pure lights that were born from the spirit world during the first epoch. However, we have some guesses about the great ruler above the spirit world. Perhaps this can answer your questions. Klein perked up and wore an attentive look. Yellow Light Venathan continued, we suspect that some of the great old ones that were active in the first epoch were outer deities who had been directly attracted to this planet. Some of them came alive as Sephiroths. In other words, some great old ones were equivalent to the oldest one, embodiments of the different personalities, he, split into. Whatever separates will definitely converge, and whatever converges will definitely separate. This description isn't limited to Beander characteristics, but also refers to the oldest one, himself. As most of the Sephiroth characteristics are from this supreme existence, there are natural inclinations of convergence. And the oldest one is the amalgamation of all the contradictions in the universe. Once the Sephiroth characteristics are gathered, it will almost certainly separate. Is this the crux and origins of the law of convergence of Beander characteristics? The genie is an unlucky outer deity who got attracted to this world, only to encounter the Lord of the Mysteries. Klein nodded slightly and didn't interrupt. He patiently waited for Yellow Light to share their guesses. Dressed in a lemon-yellow robe, Venathan glanced at Klein and said, perhaps the oldest one had already had an inclination towards separating while asleep. Therefore, his mind was split into different parts. He used different titles to secretly interfere with the real world and prepare for the separation that was bound to happen once his body woke up. For example, God Almighty or the Celestial Worthy. A reasonable guess. It can explain many of my doubts. Klein immediately felt enlightened. He deliberated and said, in other words, you believe that the great ruler above the spirit world was a part of the oldest one. To a certain extent, he is equivalent to the oldest one. That's right. Orange Light Hilarion gave an affirmative response before comforting Klein. Based on the present situation, the great ruler is also the same as the rest of the oldest one. His will and powers have faded over time. Your Excellency, regardless of you being him or not, it doesn't hinder you from putting up a certain level of resistance. Keep what's left of your humanity, and reach a particular balance with him. Heh, separation is inevitable. What kind of consolation is that? Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Then he realized a problem. Since the oldest one dissociated into different parts, the mental imprint in the body of a high-sequence Beander of the corresponding pathway should also belong to the different great old ones. If the primordial one which awoke in the ancient sun god's body is the God Almighty as described by the seven lights, then who would it be when the primordial one's mental imprint begins eating at me? The answer to this question was very obvious. Without needing to think, Klein could answer it. The Lord of the Mysteries, the dominator of the spirit world, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. In other words, it wasn't that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings hadn't left any traces as he had previously believed. He had already awoken in Klein's body. Klein's entire body turned cold. He inexplicably experienced what the ancient sun god previously felt. At that moment, he was very worried that, one day, he would unknowingly become another person, becoming the resurrected Lord of the Mysteries, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, an awakening of this level is similar to what other angels have encountered. It's not as strong and irresistible as I had imagined it to be. This is because I'm different from the ancient sun god. I wasn't born with the status of an angel, or even in control of a uniqueness. I advanced step by step, and I was able to complete the digestion in different stages. If that's the case, I have to thank the grayish-white fog that sent the curtain into the forsaken land of the gods. Perhaps this involved the help of a particular, or several existences. Yes, that's still not right. I've already become the owner of Saphira Castle. There's no reason for the corruption and contamination I suffer to be the same as other Sequence 2 angels. Klein secretly shook his head. He didn't raise the corresponding question to the seven lights. To him, this was one of his core secrets. He definitely couldn't let other existences know what his current state was like. He raised his right hand and placed it to his mouth. He coughed lightly. I roughly understand. After chatting with the seven lights, Klein stood up and bowed. Thank you for your answers. It was our pleasure. May your Excellency return to the throne of the great ruler above the spirit world as quickly as possible. The seven lights stood up at the same time, giving him a warm response. Are they trying to curse me? Klein teased himself as he politely sent away the seven pure lights. Following that, he activated teleport once again, and returned to a secluded alley in Backland. Pressing his top hat on his head, Klein strolled down the street. The first thing that caught his eye was the crowd of all kinds of people in the hustle and bustle that formed a heatwave. Some people were wearing linen clothes, sawing down abnormally tall trees in groups of about 4 people. Some of them formed a team, busy repairing the streets and houses that didn't suffer too much damage. Some held daisy pies and sweet iced tea in their hands, rushing past him, as though they were rushing to their workplace. Some of them rode cargo carriages, carrying food, meat, and vegetables, all heading in different directions. Although most of these people wore simple clothes with plenty of visible stitches, and there were still signs of numbness and pain on their faces, the vitality their bodies exuded seemed to interweave into a light of hope before Klein's eyes. They were tenaciously brimming with life. They were like grass that tried their best to tear through stones after a cold winter. Klein slowed down his steps and gazed deeply at the bustling scene. Although he hadn't seen the tragedy in the later stages of the war, he had learned plenty from Miss Justice and Leonard. Furthermore, he had previously been traveling in the even darker and more repressed forsaken land of the gods. It was inevitable that he felt some uncontrollable emotions. Spring had arrived. Klein's expression gradually relaxed as the corners of his mouth curled up. He walked through the streets and alleys that were rebuilt after the war, and he walked all the way to St. Samuel Cathedral in Northborough. The square was filled with potholes. The workers were doing the first round of cleaning. A small flock of pigeons had returned and landed in this once familiar area. Klein looked around but didn't find any hawkers. All he could do was use historical projections as food and scatter it across the floor. As the pigeons flew over, he crossed the square and entered the cathedral where the bell tower was being repaired. He sat in the front queue of the prayer hall. Looking at the sacred emblem that was the crimson moon surrounded by stars, Klein took off his hat and clasped his hands. He closed his eyes in this tranquil environment. He gradually calmed down, feeling as if he was really praying. At this moment, Leonard, with much longer black hair and darker green eyes, walked down the aisle in a black trench coat and red gloves. He came near him and sat on the pew 2 spots from him and began praying. In the absolute silence, Klein opened his eyes, stood up, put on his hat, and walked past Leonard. When he reached the door, Leonard slowly got up and followed behind. One after the other, they arrived at a corner of the square not long after. Leonard looked at the few pigeons on the ground and seemingly mumbled to himself, "I'm already a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks. In another 2 days, I'll return to the Holy Cathedral for some studies, as well as obtain a corresponding holy artifact." In the final stages of the war, he advanced at the front lines to sequence 4 Nightwatcher. "You don't seem to be too happy." Klein, who was standing beside Leonard, didn't turn his head as he looked at the pigeons. Leonard laughed self-deprecatingly. "I have no right to be unhappy. I was just thinking that the battle of gods ended so quickly, and the result was unexpected. Does it mean that the previous defeat and the difficulties that everyone suffered were nothing but bait? Before today, I shared your views. I was also puzzled and frustrated, but now, I'm a little lost. This might have been a necessity." Klein didn't hide his feelings. Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds before looking down at the pigeon that was prancing around him. "That's what old man said too." Without waiting for Klein to say another word, he turned his head and glanced at his former colleague. "You've become an angel." Pallas Zoroast had told him that what Klein had done previously was perhaps to prepare for his advancement to an angel. "Yes." Klein nodded slightly, "but there isn't any glory or power in this. Only pain, curses, and responsibility." "Why?" Leonard subconsciously asked. Klein didn't reply immediately. He looked down at the shadow by his feet and turned to walk out the square. After a few steps, he turned his back to Leonard and muttered to himself, "You should still remember that sentence." Leonard was taken aback. After a few seconds, he turned to look at Klein, but all he could see was Klein's back, which was just about to disappear around the corner of the street. He was wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat. With a whoosh, the pigeons on the ground flew up into the light blue sky. Chapter 1273, The Poor Roads. Klein didn't visit Benson and Melissa, because the matters he was involved in were at too high a level. Approaching his siblings would only bring them disaster. For existences who didn't know Klein's original identity, such acts would help them understand the relationship between Benson, Melissa, and Klein. To know of Klein's past experiences, this would make them confirm one thing: Klein still maintained his humanity and was still very concerned about his family. Therefore, staying away from Benson and Melissa was the best form of protection he could give them. Of course, Klein had already grasped the situation of his siblings through Miss Justice. During the war, Benson had displayed his experience and ability at the Ministry of Finance. He received many promotions and had become the deputy director of the 5th Department, and his annual salary reached £300. Melissa won the favor of her mentor, Portland Moment, and was given a chance to become a Beander. The chancellor of the Backland University of Technology was a believer of the god of steam and machinery, so he had long become a Beander. He was currently a Sequence 7 appraiser. He wished for Melissa to become a Sequence 9 savant so that she could better absorb the knowledge and improve her memory. This established a good foundation for her in her subsequent development in the mechanical domain. This was Melissa's secret, but she wasn't able to hide from a spectator at the demigod level. Besides, Audrey definitely informed Klein that Melissa was more inclined to agree, and would be making a decision in the next few days. Klein's attitude towards this matter was a tacit acquiesce. On the one hand, the spiritual perception enhancement one gained from the savant pathway's advancement was rather limited. Melissa wouldn't really hear or see what she shouldn't. On the other hand, with the impending apocalypse, the madness caused by the low sequence potions would further decrease. Furthermore, there was also him, a miracle invoker, to help lower the risk of her losing control. For an avid fan of machinery, a Sequence 9 savant is enough. Moment shares the same attitude. He doesn't wish for a believer of the Evernight to obtain too many potions from the Church of Steam. Yes, the apocalypse is approaching, and the invisible barrier is weakening. The intrusion of this world by the outer deities will become more and more obvious. The chances of ordinary people encountering Beander incidents will definitely gradually increase. From this point of view, it's also a good thing for Melissa to become a Beander. If she can successfully advance to Sequence 6 artisan, or a machinery specialist, then she can fulfill her dreams and protect herself and Benson. I'll get Miss Justice to find an opportunity to disclose the acting method to Melissa in a discreet manner. The extent of her future growth will depend on her. At most, I can give her some good luck, formulas and ingredients. I'm really like an older brother who can't rest easily. Hey, I've been like this since the beginning. Does this count as granting a wish, in a certain sense? Wait, Melissa definitely wishes for Klein to come back to life. If I were to walk right in front of her, would I receive enough feedback? Forget it, this will bring her and Benson a devastating disaster. Klein shook his head and stopped himself from making excuses. He then pressed down on his top hat and turned towards a hotel by the streets. He took out a gold pound and got a room. The gold pound was real. It was an item that Klein had brought back to the real world some time ago. In the previous war, Klein had donated £14,800 in cash, £14,200 worth of gold bars, and nearly 20 high-quality gems through Miss Justice. Apart from all the strange items left on the junk pile, he only had 39 low-end gold coins and 10 high-quality gems left. Glancing at the hotel owner's returning change in solely and pennies, Klein put them away and entered the room before walking to the full-length mirror. Right on the heels of that, he took out a pen and paper and drew the incantation that summoned a Rhodes. Seconds and minutes passed, but nothing abnormal happened. The full-body mirror remained silent. A few seconds later, Klein chuckled and raised his eyebrows. He took out a gold coin from his pocket. Chug, chug, chug. A steam locomotive that was spewing thick smoke tore across the rail, heading west of the continent. The disheveled Ekenser and a machinery hivemind member stood in a particular carriage as they focused on the metal cage in front of them. The metal spikes above the cage extended outwards in all kinds of menacing ways, coruscating with a dim light. The machinery hivemind member, who had the looks of a typical Lonus citizen, looked out the window at the planes rapidly sweeping past them. He couldn't help but ask, "Deacon, are you planning on returning to Lowen after reaching Intis?" After the war ended, the Church of Steam, who had taken the wrong side, had no choice but to bear the consequences of its actions. It had to transfer all Beyonders above that of demigods, and sealed artifacts above Grade 2 out of Lowen within a time period set by the two churches of Evernight and Storm. In other words, they had lost their original status. In the future, they could only maintain a small number of cathedrals, just like the Church of Earth Mother in Lowen. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people who believed in the god of steam and machinery, and some of them being key figures in the reconstruction efforts after the war, the Church of Steam might not have been able to retain such treatment. Similarly, a smaller number of cathedrals only required a small number of machinery hivemind members. Most of the Beyonders in Lowen had to migrate to Intis. Ekenser fell silent for a few seconds before smiling bitterly. "I have to heed the Archbishop's arrangements, but I will take the initiative to request a return to Lowen. That's where my childhood, teenage, and young adult life was. There are too many memories that I can't forget." As he spoke, his gaze grew distant, and he seemed to see the capital of capitals. At this moment, the metal cage that was overgrown with spikes suddenly trembled. Silver bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere and landed one after another. They were all absorbed by the metal cage, and through a few wires wrapped in rubber, the current flowed to the ground outside the steam locomotive, dragging out a line of sparks. The metal cage seemed to be hit by an invisible hand, but it was unable to break the barrier. The magic mirror's reaction is very intense. It's always been very quiet in the past. The machinery hivemind member who had been asking was rather puzzled. Amidst the banging, xianxia subconsciously touched his hair. That's not the case. It will sometimes show its crazy side. If it wasn't for what had happened, we would have still treated it as a grade 2 sealed artifact. Is that so? Heh. I haven't come into contact with it before, so it might just be me, but it feels to me that the magic mirror doesn't want to leave Backland, the machinery hivemind member teased with a smile. Lightning struck and was absorbed by the metal cage. Bang, bang, bang. The slamming sounds dragged on slowly, as though it was making its last, helpless cry. xianxia took out an old and exquisite pocket watch and opened it. It only lasted 2 minutes. It's much better than in the morning. Just as the member of the machinery hivemind, who had just been transferred over, was about to ask, he suddenly heard the slamming sound stop abruptly. It was as though it had been affected by some factor that it couldn't put up resistance to. This is the style of the magic mirror? He asked. xianxia frowned slightly and said, no. Normally speaking, it wouldn't have the strength to last 20 to 30 seconds. Something's wrong. Deacon, don't worry, there is a powerful figure on board the train, one who outranks the archbishops. The machinery hivemind member beside him consoled him indifferently. There were too many dangerous sealed artifacts on the steam locomotive. Without a powerful figure watching them, there would definitely be problems. xianxia nodded, indicating that he wasn't worried. Klein was sitting in a conjured carriage in a hamlet's path more than 10 kilometers away from the steam locomotive. In front of him was a mirror. Just as he finished outlining the symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying, a wave of light suffused the mirror as golden Lotus text appeared. Exalted Great Master, you're finally here. Your puny, loyal, and poor servant, Rhodes, misses you. Klein couldn't accept the enthusiasm behind this line as he shrank back indiscernibly. If Rhodes's previous attempts to curry favor still maintained a hint of dignity, it was now complete fawning over him. Klein could even detect a hint of crying. The frequency of amorous news popping up in Trier is far higher than in Backland. It should be a place that you're fond of, Klein teased Rhodes with a smile. That's because you don't wish to go to Trier. The golden words on the surface of the mirror faded their colors, turning a faint silver. Klein secretly clicked his tongue. Please ask, Rhodes replied humbly. Do you know who Earth Mother is? Klein went straight to the point. The mirror instantly turned dark as the faint silver words turned palish white. I don't know, but during the War of Gods, I heard a voice coming from deep within tenebrous heaven. He shouted a name. That's the true name of the sanguine ancestor. This magic mirror didn't dare to directly present Lilith's name. Lilith. It's actually Lilith. Klein was surprised, but he also felt that this answered many of his questions. Then, he thought of the moon Emlyn. This vampire kept going in circles, imagining all kinds of developments, only to have never changed his faith. If Emlyn had Anderson's personality, he would definitely say to the Sanguine's Grand Duke and Marquises, hey, are you also coming to believe in the Mother Goddess? As Klein imagined the funny scene, he said to Rhodes, it's your turn to ask. Supreme Master, please continue asking. I'll ask it all at once towards the end. The palish white words regained their faint silver luster. Klein thought for a moment before saying, how's the situation like now? For example, the situation in Fasak. Chapter 1274. The stabilization of the situation. On the surface of the mirror, silver words surfaced one by one amidst the aqueous light. Adopt Beyonders from the Church of the God of Combat and the Fasak military who are willing to pledge their loyalty. Only the extremely pious, faithful, and those willing to be martyrs, as well as a few mid and upper echelon members of the church are to be eliminated. This is both the benevolence and compassion of the goddess, as well as the necessary measures to deal with the subsequent situation. With the apocalypse approaching, the number of Beander incidents will inevitably increase all across the world. To maintain the stability of the world, we have to do our best to increase our strength as quickly as possible. If we were to cull the Beyonders of the Church of the God of Combat and the Fasak military, obtaining their corresponding characteristics, that still doesn't aid us in nurturing a Beander of the same level within a few years. A Beander with rich experience, be it in their digesting of the potion or accumulated knowledge, requires a sufficient amount of time. Upon seeing this, Klein mumbled inwardly. He felt that this wasn't the usual tone of Erodes. It was more like an official document. It's showing documents of unknown origins that it peeped at. By using words like digesting, it means that both the writer and the reader have mastered the acting method. And from the tone of the document, it's from the Church of Evernight. Based on these 2 points, it's not difficult to tell that these documents are for the eyes of archbishops and high-ranking deacons. The author should be the apostolic see from the Cathedral of Serenity. Erodes's secret prying abilities are very impressive. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he waited for the contents in the mirror to flip the page. The silver words vanished one after another, quickly forming new sentences and paragraphs. There's no need to spread the fact that the goddess has replaced the god of combat to the ordinary nobles and citizens of Fasak. This allows them to retain their faith in the god of combat. On the one hand, it's beneficial for us and the priests, bishops, and various major cathedrals who have surrendered to us. It will stabilize the situation in Fasak in the quickest way possible. On the other hand, it also prevents the goddess from being disturbed by the unresolvable problem of faith before she completely gains control of the god of combat's authority. An update will be disseminated after a new revelation is given. Now, we will only draw up the corresponding draft. Try not to incite the strong resistance of Fasak and other countries. We've lost too many Beyonders and soldiers, and we have expended a large amount of resources and items. Be it the church, the countries, or the people of different classes, we are all very weak. We need some time of peace and stability to recover. We should work with the Church of Storms, the Church of Knowledge, the Church of Earth Mother, countries like Fanepotter or Limburg. We will force Intis and Fasak to make an unconditional surrender. We will obtain what we hope for at the negotiation table. During this process, we can use the purging of the stubborn old-fashioned faithful to exert pressure on them. When dealing with the domestic situation and the filling of the void left behind by the Church of Steam, the Church of Storms should be given enough respect. We can even make concessions on certain matters. This is the will of the goddess. Finally, from this moment forth, the number of times the crimson moon that appears in the sermons, preaching, rituals, and masses should be reduced. In official canon, the goddess's title of Lady of Crimson shall no longer be mentioned. Lady of Crimson shall no longer be mentioned. Klein's brows twitched as he felt a strong sense of confusion towards the last sentence. Soon, he thought of the sanguine ancestor, the ancient god of the second epoch, and the present Earth Mother, Lilith, who was once a sequence 0 of the moon pathway. She was the true Lady of Crimson. In a moment of enlightenment, he vaguely understood that this might be an exchange under the table. It was a necessary price. Yes, the goddess's attitude is very clear. That is to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible, before she truly controls the authority of death and that of the god of combat, and becomes a great old one. She undoubtedly doesn't wish for any more orthodox deities to perish. If that happened, the invisible barrier left behind by the primordial one will have no one to mend it. This will allow the outer deities to find an opportunity to bring the apocalypse forward. Also, based on Lowen's present situation, if we continue the war, the anchors will waver even more. It might lead to the awakening of the primordial one in the goddess. The goddess took a huge risk having the frontline retreat all the way to Backland. She had to divert more strength to suppress the primordial one. If Earth Mother betrayed her, she might have perished even faster than the god of combat. Could she have other trump cards? The losses that the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of Storms suffered seems quite significant. It's no wonder that after the resistance announced that they would retain the corresponding cathedrals and respect the Storm religion, that bunch of irascible fellows didn't attempt to retaliate, and they silently agreed to the establishment of the new government. Klein mumbled to himself as he had a rough idea of the current situation. He asked a third question. If the Evernight Goddess wants to advance further, does she need to find the river of eternal darkness? This was one of the 9 Sephiroth. Klein remembered Erodes mentioning it once, saying that this river was related to the ancient death, the phoenix ancestor, Gragrace. The clues seemed to be hidden deep in the spirit world's Calderon city. Yes, great master. The silver words twisted and distorted, forming new text. The death at the end of the 4th epoch should have been able to use the river of eternal darkness. He attempted to use this Sephira to forcefully accommodate the uniqueness of neighboring pathways. Then he went mad. So that was how death went mad back then. I knew it. A sequence 0 true god, one who has lived for 3 epochs and has seen the blasphemy slate, wouldn't lack common sense and randomly drink potions. It's not like he is Alice de Tudor, having reached a point of only having the options of madness or death. It's no wonder death challenged the fractured 7 deities with just a primordial demoness. Back then, he was equivalent to half a great old one. Yes, Mr. Azek had a golden phoenix accessory that came from death. Klein strung up certain matters. Suddenly, he inwardly let out an exclamation. He suspected that the price of so many bestowments was the river of eternal darkness, just like how the true creator had repeatedly tolerated him so as to force him into the giant king's residence to obtain the first blasphemy slate. As the owner of Saphira Castle, he was probably the only relatively high-sequence Beyander who could resist the corruption of other Sephiroth. Of course, the Evernight goddess could also wait up to a decade or so. After the primordial ones will faded further, she could personally retrieve it. However, this way, Klein wasn't sure if she could complete the ritual before the apocalypse happened. He composed himself and raised the 4th question. Where can I get the potion formula for Attendant of Mysteries? Orodes made the silver words reassemble into brand new content. Zeratul, first blasphemy slate, second blasphemy slate, the card of blasphemy, the fool uniqueness that has become a mythical creature. The first choice and second choice might be plotting against me. Zeratul is even more terrifying and cunning than the dark demonic wolf. If I were to plot against him, there's a high chance of me falling into his trap. The danger is extremely high. The third choice is Amon's brother. He should have used this war to become a visionary. If I were to provoke him, Saphira Castle might not be able to save me. The 4th and 5th options are related to the half-fool of the Antigonus family. It's related to the goddess's foggy town. The goddess should have a way to circle around the half-fool and extract the card of blasphemy, but perhaps I'll need to use the river of eternal darkness to exchange for it. Klein realized that he had reached a dead end. The path ahead was the river of eternal darkness, and behind him was the leader of the secret order, Zeratul. Unfortunately, if I can find the dark demonic wolf, I can try to negotiate with him. He should have seen the first blasphemy slate and grasped the potion formula of Attendant of Mysteries. Sigh. He will flee far away once he smells me. Klein thought for a moment and said to Rhodes, 5th question, what did you mean when you said you saw a pillar and support from me? The aqueous light in the mirror swirled slightly as the deepness became more obvious. The corresponding silver text seemed to turn a little whiter. Great Master, this is a feeling that I can't describe using words. However, I've experienced similar feelings in another existence before. Apart from him, only you possess it. That existence is the ancient sun god. The ancient sun god. Klein nodded and thought. All right, it's your turn to ask. On the surface of the mirror, the words on the silver screen suddenly turned golden. Supreme Master, do you think you can take away your loyal and humble servant, Orodes? Supreme Master, do you think you can take away your loyal and humble servant, Orodes? This question appeared 5 times in a row, completely covering the surface of the mirror. Having become an angel, Klein no longer feared Orodes. After thinking for a few seconds, he smiled and said, let me talk to that angel. This is basic courtesy. With a boom, illusory beams of different colors spewed out from the mirror and exploded into fireworks in the carriage. Almost at the same time, 2 dark rays of light reached out from the edge of the mirror. 2 arms that appeared surreal grew out. The 2 arms originally wanted to reach out to Klein's calf, but they silently shrank back and gently swayed on the spot. Praise the Supreme Master. After the fireworks fell, a golden message appeared in the mirror. In the middle section of the steam locomotive, in a simple room, a tall and handsome young man with long chestnut hair sat on a hardwood chair. Facing the triangular sacred emblem, he clasped his hands and closed his eyes as he sincerely prayed. On the side of the narrow table was a mannequin made of metal components. Behind the mannequin was a faint meshed glow. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and looked towards the other side. Someone had appeared there, and in the young man's blue eyes, the figure only looked like a person. In essence, it was an invisible vortex wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat. Inside the vortex, there were transparent and distorted maggots squirming about in the cluster. Gehrman Sparrow. The young man calmly read out a name. All the items around him floated up, but there was no wind in the room. Klein pressed his top hat and revealed his human face. The young man nodded slightly and said, Bornova Gustav. Chapter 1275. A New Journey. Bornova Gustav, Klein's gaze swept across the young man's face, landing on the floating items and the mannequin made from metallic components. The mannequins have a postmodern style. Some of the physical laws here seem to have changed a little. Klein nodded in thought. I want to take the mirror. He very honestly stated his request. Bornova's expression didn't change, as though he was just a puppet. You're a blessed of Evernight. I guess so, Klein said with a smile. Bornova nodded. Then take it away. He's of the impression that I'm asking for the spoils of war for the Church of Evernight. Klein didn't explain as he politely took off his hat and bowed slightly. Thank you very much. As he spoke, Klein's figure suddenly faded and vanished. He had only come in the form of a historical void projection. Following that, in the carriage where Ekenzer and the machinery hivemind member were, nothing happened. Of course, they were only situated in a historical scene, and the actual situation in the car had been covered up without their knowledge. On a carriage more than 10 kilometers away, a mirror suddenly appeared in Klein's hand. It was silver in color, and the patterns on its back were ancient and mysterious. On both sides was an eye-like ornament. Don't speak. Klein looked into the mirror and gave a simple instruction. Yes, Supreme Master. Silver words surfaced from the depths of the mirror. Klein immediately took out a pen and paper and used the magic mirror as a backing to write. He thought for a moment and wrote with a faint smile. It seems like I haven't written to you for a long time, as I went to the forsaken land of the gods and had a wonderful journey. There are only two types of living creatures there. They are either living sentient creatures, or monsters. Those sentient beings either bear a curse or have obvious physical mutations. They're even more tragic than I imagined. I tried helping them. This wasn't only for the ritual, for my anchors, or to satisfy my sympathetic heart. It holds meaning on its own. Putting aside the suffering, the situation in the forsaken land of the gods is completely different from the outside world. It's like an oil painting with a black theme. What's surprising is that artificial death can influence the undying creatures there. I was very confused back then, but today, I finally had a guess. I suspect that this is related to the River of Eternal Darkness, one of the 9 Sephiroth. This reminds me of Calderon City in the spirit world. I'm reminded of the Golden Phoenix accessory you mentioned before. Rumor has it that the Phoenix ancestor, Death of the 4th Epoch, could use the River of Eternal Darkness to a certain extent. I wonder if you know anything about this. The war that lasted for more than a year has finally ended. The Evernight goddess clinched victory in the end, and the god of combat has perished. I believe that, with your level and status, you should know what this means. No matter what, the long-awaited peace has finally arrived. People are gradually returning to their normal lives. This is a scene that I like to see, but some wounds may never heal. I don't know if the apocalypse will arrive on time, and I don't know when you'll wake up. I can only hope that everything's heading in the right direction. Finally, let me mention something trivial. I've already advanced to sequence 2 and am now a miracle invoker. This is both a curse and hope. I wish you well, your eternal student, Klein Moretti. After he finished writing, Klein examined it carefully before folding the letter. He blew Azek's copper whistle and summoned the bone messenger. When the gigantic messenger emerged from the ground, its bones trembled as though it had sensed the aura of the great ruler above the spirit world. Klein chuckled softly and handed the letter to the messenger whose number was unknown. He watched it clumsily bow before disintegrating into a fountain and burrowing into the ground. After doing this, Klein cast his gaze at the magic mirror on his thigh. Sensing his gaze, the aqueous light on the surface of the mirror rippled and produced silver words. Great Master, where are we going next? Where to next? Klein repeated the question inwardly. He really wanted to teleport to the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range and enter the ancient palace that bordered reality and Foggy Town. He wanted to see if he had the chance to take away the most useful card of blasphemy from the Antigonus family's half-fool. With his present strength being equivalent to half a sequence 1, this wasn't an impossible task. Back when Zeratul was a sequence 2, he had managed to obtain the main ingredient of Attendant of Mysteries from the half-fool. Of course, the premise was that the Evernight goddess maintained the suppression and seal of the Antigonus family's ancestor. Hence, he had gone full circle, circling back to a deal with the Evernight goddess. The present me is the owner of Saphira Castle. I can split a portion of the worms of spirit to stay above the gray fog, constantly responding to any prayers. This way, apart from having certain latent problems to my mental state, I'll gain quite a bit of benefits in other aspects. Yes, I can help my main body at any time, giving me another resurrection method, even if my main body is completely destroyed. With the worms of spirit above the gray fog, I can still reassemble my will and body. However, if I were to walk in the real world and get concealed, and also end up having my connection with Saphira Castle severed, the worms of spirit left in Saphira Castle will lose control and turn into monsters, just like Zeratul from back then. Klein quickly analyzed the situation. With his current strength, he felt that it was best if he didn't venture deep into Calderon City for the time being. Even if he were to search for clues regarding the River of Eternal Darkness, he would have to fulfill many wishes and obtain the true strength of a miracle invoker. With this in mind, Klein patted the mirror and said with a smile, "Next, let's go wander together." "Where do you want to go?" Trier. "No, you can go wherever you want," Orodes replied humbly. Klein smiled and jumped off the carriage, heading towards the city closest to him. After the carriage continued for several meters, it disappeared inch by inch and returned to the fog of history. At the same time, Klein's trench coat turned into a black robe. His top hat changed in shape, giving off a classic vibe. This made Klein feel like a wandering magician walking through the streets and alleys. In a rather intact house in Backland, dressed in holy white robes, the beautiful demoness of Unaging, Katerina, put down the mirror in her hand and turned her head to the young man who was rocking in a reclining chair. "The war is over. They finally decided to summon me back to headquarters. I've been waiting for this day for too long," the young man sitting on a reclining chair scoffed. He was wearing a long black robe with red patterns. He had a pale white-brown skinned face with a soft outline. He was the gatekeeper possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit. Katerina pressed down on the table with both hands and sat on it. The corners of her lips curled up as she said, "You don't seem testy at all. When you get locked underground with two detestable fellows for nearly 2,000 years without being able to escape, you'll know that 2 years of waiting is extremely easy and relaxing." "I'm not in a rush at all," the Red Angel evil spirit said with a chuckle. "After this matter ends, I'll let you experience it. Of course, I'll remember to throw you 2 male companions. As for how long you can last, it's up to you to decide if you can hold yourself back." As he said this, the Red Angel evil spirit's 2 cheeks didn't reveal any retorting mouths. This was because, to them, this was the truth. They, and 2 other detestable fellows had been locked underground for nearly 2,000 years without any means of escape. Upon hearing this answer, Katerina's eyes darted around as she asked with a faint smile, "Aren't you worried that Primordial would learn of this once you head to our headquarters?" "So what? There's always a need to take risks in doing things. Furthermore, the worst outcome is to fuse with her. I'm already 3 in 1, so becoming 4 in 1 isn't a problem," Sauron Einhorn Medici said with a nonchalant attitude. "Let's set off." Katerina hopped off the table with a smile. Just as she finished speaking, a red-haired man with a trademark imprint on his forehead was reflected in her eyes. The gatekeeper, who wore a black, red-patterned robe, stopped breathing. His skin and flesh rapidly rotted, turning into yellow-green pus. In just a few seconds, there was only a white skeleton and a Beander characteristic left on the reclining chair. Katerina waved her hand, pulling the Beander characteristic over by using invisible threads. It fell into her palm. Immediately after, she lost all corporealness and suddenly entered the mirror she had used before. A dark and illusory path that appeared surreal presented itself in front of the Saintess of White. It formed a complicated and mysterious web, with similar objects in her surroundings, interweaving into a strange world that was different from reality. Katerina quickly traversed the mirror world and approached the target node. At that moment, she felt a powerful suction force. She couldn't help but deviate from the path and cast a dark and blurry fog. It represented a mirror in the real world. In an instant, Katerina, along with the Red Angel evil spirit, left the mirror and came to an unfamiliar room covered in carpets. At the edge of the room, a young man with ordinary facial features who was dressed in common clothes leaned against the staircase railings and smiled at the Demoness of White. His left hand was constantly tossing an item, a strange crown covered in rust and blood. Before Katerina could react, the young man took out a crystal monocle and put it on his left eye. "Hey!" The Red Angel evil spirit's sneer echoed in Katerina's mind. The next second, the young man took off the monocle and shifted it to his right eye before saying with a smile, "Sorry, I wore it in the wrong spot." Chapter 1276. Wandering Magician. Upon seeing this scene, Katerina's body took a step back uncontrollably as her mind fell silent. 2 seconds later, she opened her mouth and let out a male voice. "Hey, little raven." Without waiting for the young man to respond, Katerina smiled and said, "Aren't you looking down on me by bringing just a few avatars?" Could it be that you're a mailman, specifically here to deliver me Beander ingredients? Tell me, what kind of cooperation do you want? I don't hate you too much. After all, what happened back then was planned by that zealot. The mastermind was Alistair Tudor, and you can only be considered an accomplice. The man opposite him caught the crown that was covered in rust and blood. He straightened up and shook his head with a smile. I have my reservations in cooperating with you after hearing your voice. Why don't you get Sauron and Einhorn to talk to me? Tisk, tisk, it's been so many years, yet you're still as willful as a child. Do you still remember who was responsible for carrying you when you were still a baby? Who was the one who burned away your hair? The Red Angel evil spirit mocked without any compromises. The young man opposite him used his empty hand to straighten his monocle and calmly turned around before walking out the door without any hesitation. During this process, he sighed softly. Childish. Seeing that Aemon had no intention of stopping, the Red Angel fell silent for a few seconds. Before the other party walked out of the room, it controlled Katarina's body and chuckled. Don't think that I don't know what you want to do, but it doesn't matter. Since you don't have the same thoughts as that zealot, then there's room for cooperation. Aemon stopped and turned halfway to look at Demoness of White Katarina, who was possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit. The monocle on his right eye seemed to glimmer slightly. Awa County, in a city that was being rebuilt after war, inside a bar which had burn marks. Toby, did you add too much damned water to your beer? A man wearing an old cap took the cup and took a sip. He couldn't help but complain. The boss, who doubled up as bartender, wiped his cup and snorted. Do you still remember the alcohol ban from before? Ulich, you should be thankful that you even have alcohol to drink. The burly man, who was named Ulich, murmured a few words before he focused on drinking his beer. Beside him was a bronze-skinned man with rolled-up sleeves. He looked up and surveyed the area. I heard that the alcohol ban will soon be lifted because Fainapotter's food will soon be sent over. Also, Fasak and Intis will pay reparations with plenty of food. I can only say that I hope so. May the Lord watch over us. The bar owner, Toby, had just responded when he heard the door open. He looked up and saw a young man who seemed to be a wandering magician walk in. This man was wearing a long black robe and a classic top hat. He walked to the bar counter and sat on a high stool. A cup of Southville beer. The man placed several copper pence on the counter. The burly man named Ulich turned his head to look at the stranger and asked curiously, not from around here. A magician. The young man, who didn't have any outstanding features, laughed and said, yes, the magic that I'm best at is to satisfy the wishes of people. Ulich immediately whistled. What did I hear? To satisfy the wishes of people. Lord, there's a fellow pretending to be a deity here. This teasing caused everyone to burst into laughter. The young man who claimed to be a magician wasn't angry. He smiled and said, that's just a special magic trick. Ulich gulped down a mouthful of bland beer and laughed. Then fulfill my wish and let this stingy boss treat me to a glass of beer. All right. The young man in a black robe raised his right hand and tapped lightly on the table. With the glass slamming onto the counter loudly, the bar owner poured a glass of beer and pushed it in front of Ulich. Then, he retracted his hand and repeated his glass wiping. This scene that seemed familiar to him stunned Ulich. He shouted blankly, Toby, you know him? No. The boss, Toby, glanced at Ulich like he was a fool. Ulich raised the glass of beer with uncertainty and took a careful sip to see if Toby would make him pay for it. Seeing that the bar owner no longer bothered with him, the burly man turned his head in surprise and looked at the young man in a black robe and a tall hat. How did you do it? I told you that it's a special magic trick. The young man leisurely drank a mouthful of Southville beer. While Ulich remained in shock, the man beside him with rolled-up sleeves sneered. I dare bet that you and Toby must have colluded beforehand. Your knocking on the table is to say that you'll pay for the beer. You can make another wish, the wandering magician replied nonchalantly. My brother and I have a house that collapsed during one of the bombings and is being rebuilt. My wish is that it will return to its original state before I return, the man with his sleeves rolled up said smugly. This wasn't an easy task. The wandering magician raised his right hand and snapped his fingers before smiling. All right, your wish has been granted. The people who were paying attention to this broke out into laughter. They no longer paid attention to the foreigner and his clumsy magic show. After drinking, the man with his sleeves rolled up left the bar in a drunken stupor with Ulich, and staggered down the street towards the suburbs. 15 minutes later, they returned to the area where they were rebuilding their home. They were about to enter the tent that was issued by the government. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew and made them shudder at the same time. Soon after, a 2-story building appeared before their eyes. It was a house that they were very familiar with and had spent years building. Ulich and his brother subconsciously turned their heads and saw the same confusion in each other's eyes. I didn't drink that much, that damn Toby mixed so much water into the beer. Ulich murmured, as if he was seeing things thanks to his intoxication. His brother didn't respond. After being stunned for a few seconds, he suddenly widened his stride and rushed to the house, touching the wall and the door. It's real, he kept muttering to himself as if he had gone crazy. Ulich did the same thing. Finally, he confirmed that their house had been restored to its original state. This made him both surprised and scared. At this moment, his brother suddenly said, "My wish was granted." That magician. Before he finished his sentence, he turned around and ran towards the bar. Ulich came to his senses and followed closely behind. They pushed open the bar's door and rushed in, casting their gaze at the bar counter. However, the black-robed and tall hat-wearing wandering magician had already left. Ulich and his brother looked around. They appeared relieved, but they also felt like they had lost something. In the square of the city, the young wandering magician was squatting in front of a 10-year-old girl. "My magic is to fulfill your wish." He turned his head and glanced at the nearby Evernight Cathedral. The little girl had run out from the Evernight Mass, seemingly preferring the empty square. After some thought, she looked at the gentle Mr. Magician and said, "My wish is for my father, uncle, and brother to come back to life. I don't want their bereavement money." The wandering magician didn't respond as he gazed deeply at the little girl in front of him. The girl pursed her lips and forced a smile. "I was just joking. Mommy said that such a wish is not something even the deities can grant." As she spoke, she lowered her head and looked at her toes. "I just want Daddy to hug me again." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly realized that there was a shadow in front of her. She quickly raised her head and looked to the side. Standing there was a lone soldier dressed in a red shirt and white pants. He didn't hold a rifle and was wearing a hearty smile on his face. He crouched down and spread open his arms like always. "Daddy." The little girl pounced forward and threw herself into the warm embrace. "I miss you so much." At that moment, the young magician pressed down his hat, straightened himself, and walked towards the entrance of the square. Amidst the night breeze, his long black robe swayed gently in the vast plaza. In a blink of an eye, it was Monday. In the ancient palace above the gray fog, the members of the Tarot Club appeared simultaneously and greeted Mr. Fool in unison. Klein looked around and suddenly felt emotional. The Hanged Man is currently a cardinal of the Church of Storms, and he's in charge of the Rorstad Archipelago Diocese. Although Justice has temporarily lost contact with the psychology alchemists, she has the right to become one of their counselors. The sun is an elder of the 6-member council in the City of Silver, and the moon is a sanguine earl. The star is a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernight's Nighthawks. The hermit is a hidden queen at sea, one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. Apart from the magician and judgment, the other members of the Tarot Club are all demigods. They are the upper echelons of different factions in the mysterious world. And with the support of the Abraham family, the magician has a high chance of advancing to sequence 4 secret sorcerer within the year. In other words, Judgment is the one who has the hardest time improving her strength. She is only one of the mid to upper echelons in MI9, so it's extremely difficult for her to become a demigod. Klein, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog, quickly retracted his gaze and laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. "It's finally like a high-end secret organization. However, it always gave me the feeling that this is some conference between the various factions." He then nodded at the Tarot Club members and said, "Let's begin." Chapter 1277, A Qualitative Change. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's words, Alger's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt the feeling he had when praying to the Lord of Storms on Passu Island. When he greeted the Fool, he didn't notice any changes in him. Everything seemed to be the same as before, but at that moment, he believed that Mr. Fool was different from before. This was something at the spiritual level, one that Alger wasn't able to describe accurately with words. He only felt that the body that was enveloped by the grayish-white fog contained a terror that was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than before. A simple sentence or simple action could suppress a person's natural order. Mr. Fool has awoken further. After the world went to the forsaken land of the gods and brought out the City of Silver, Mr. Fool went one step further in his awakening. He already has the level of a sequence 0. If it wasn't for the fact that the sailor pathway is sensitive to the level of a high-ranking person, I wouldn't have even noticed it. Alger wanted to say something, but he forgot what he was about to say. Leonard surveyed the area and saw the other members remain silent. He probed. According to the information we have gathered, there was indeed a battle of gods. The participants that have been confirmed to appear high above Backland include the Evernight Goddess, God of Combat, and Earth Mother. As for the outcome, I believe everyone knows it very well. What are your thoughts on this? During the tarot gathering last week, Leonard had already mentioned the corresponding matter and had taken the initiative to ask Mr. Fool what had happened. Unfortunately, Mr. Fool only told him that he was recently paying attention to the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and didn't give a direct answer. I can't understand why such an outcome would occur. Earth Mother and the God of Combat should have collectively defeated the Evernight Goddess as a mother-son duo. Catalia didn't conceal her puzzlement. Alger retracted his thoughts and said after some deliberation, I received a report. Just as the war ended, Fainapotter changed sides. This means, Audrey vaguely grasped something. At that moment, Derek mimicked the lady across him and raised his arm. I roughly know why. Emlyn uttered a voice of distrust. After all, the son had previously been isolated in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, so his understanding of the outside world was all thanks to the other members of the Tarot Club. How could he know more about the details of the Battle of Gods than everyone present? Alger, who knew that the son had always been honest, suppressed his curiosity and excitement from the bottom of his heart as he asked in a deep voice, why? Derek looked around and calmly said, you have to promise with Mr. Fool is a witness that you can't reveal what I'm about to tell you. No problem. Catalia took the lead. After everyone made a promise to the Fool, Derek nodded. Earth Mother isn't the giant queen, Umbella. The real Umbella has long died. Her remains are in the City of Silver. This news was like a bomb that landed in the hearts of all the members. It created a massive upheaval that threatened to destroy their minds. For a moment, Alger, Audrey, and company were unable to say a word. It was as though they had been struck by lightning. They were paralyzed in their positions like stone statues. After a while, Leonard asked in disbelief, are you sure? As soon as he said that, he began regretting his question. Since the City of Silver had the remains of the giant queen, Umbella, it meant that the whole matter was highly credible. Subconsciously, Audrey, Furs, and Zio cast their gazes at the figure at the end of the long, mottled table. They discovered that there was a smile in Mr. Fool's eyes as he maintained his sitting posture without any changes. This indirectly means that he is in agreement with the information that little son just provided. Before Audrey answered the son's question, she nodded indiscernibly and said, this can explain many things, but if Earth Mother isn't the giant queen, then why would Angel of Fate Ouroboros believe that she is Umbella? Oh, why does the God of Combat want to work with her? Who is she? Upon hearing Miss Justice's series of questions, Alger suddenly felt a little emotional. The topic of discussion amongst the Tarot Club had finally raised from kings of angels to true deities. Previously, although they had stopped the descent of evil gods and had communicated knowledge of secret histories, they had rarely directly discussed the true deities. This was a subconscious fear, a deep mark left in them due to their upbringing in the present world. And now, the members of the Tarot Club had unknowingly lost the reverence that came from the depths of their souls. Catalia didn't notice this as she focused on Miss Justice's questions. She said thoughtfully, perhaps that Earth Mother has always been disguising herself as Umbella. This has managed to fool the Angel of Fate, as well as the God of Combat. How is that possible? Zio instinctively muttered. Furs took a deep breath and said, what a horror story. At that moment, the world, who had been silent all this time, said, nothing is impossible. What if this cover-up had the assistance of the Evernight Goddess and other true deities? A conspiracy that lasted for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Alger's eyes froze as he instinctively shrank back. He had an instinctual fear of the Evernight Goddess and Earth Mother that stemmed from his soul. The Tarot Club members fell silent once again until Leonard repeated Miss Justice's final question. Who exactly is Earth Mother? As he spoke, he looked at the world, Klein Moretti, and attempted to get an answer from his former colleague. At this moment, they heard a long-awaited knock. It was Mr. Fool knocking on the table. Audrey and company perked up as they turned to the end of the long bronze table, waiting respectfully for Mr. Fool's answer. The Fool Klein chuckled and said, I can give you some hints. He looked around and continued, why does the Church of Earth Mother like to turn the sanguine into believers? The Earth and Moon are two neighboring pathways. Legend has it that during the Second Epoch, the ancient god, Lilith, who represented the Moon, died because of the Giant King's betrayal. She occasionally responds to the sanguine's prayers as though she hasn't completely perished. After the 4 prompts, all the Tarot Club members, including the Moon Emlyn, thought of an answer. Earth Mother's true identity is sanguine ancestor, Lilith. Emlyn's eyes widened as he instinctively sat up straight. His mind was a mess as all sorts of ideas ran through it. Leonard was first astonished before he muttered in thought, a few days ago, the Church of Evernight stopped promoting the title of Lady of Crimson, and changed the prayer sign from the Crimson Moon to that of Stars. As a high-ranking Nighthawk deacon, he was qualified to read the corresponding documents. The Evernight goddess used the authority of the Moon domain as a bargaining chip. Catalia said the conclusion that lingered in everyone's hearts. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts about the true identity of Earth Mother. Thank you for your hints. Audrey immediately bowed to Mr. Fool. After the others expressed their gratitude, they looked at the Moon Emlyn, who was still looking stupefied. Mother Goddess is the ancestor is Mother Goddess, so I've never changed my faith. It's no wonder I still continue going to the Harvest Church even without Father's corresponding psychological cues. That's because my intuition told me that the Mother Goddess is the ancestor. Therefore, the ancestor has favored me and made me the savior of the sanguine. Thoughts flashed through Emlyn's mind as he found a reasonable explanation for the guilt he had previously felt. He began to believe that he was the most devoted sanguine. Glancing at the Earl, Furs smiled with interest. Mr. Moon, perhaps you might become the Archbishop of the Church of Earth Mother after some time. No, it should be the sole sanguine representative of the Church of the Earth Mother. This writer immediately came up with a nickname. He believed that the ancestor would allow the sanguine to maintain their former state and not merge with the Church of Earth Mother directly. Leonard smiled and said, since the Evernight goddess doesn't have the title of Lady of Crimson, Earth Mother will soon have a similar honorific name. It's impossible to fool the other churches. Emlyn roughly understood what the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight were thinking. He nodded slightly and began imagining a series of scenes. His kinsman, who had previously mocked him for believing in Earth Mother, would queue up in front of him and accept his baptism. With this in mind, Emlyn's mood turned extremely happy as he couldn't help but raise his chin. After the exchange, the members of the Tarot Club fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. A few seconds later, Alger broke the silence and calmly said, most of our members are demigods, so the time it will take to advance will lengthen. Furthermore, we have our own factions. We might need a few years before having a single chance of obtaining Beyander characteristics, potion formulas, and sealed artifacts. The focus of the gathering now might switch to exchanging information and engaging in secret cooperation. Audrey, Catalia, Leonard, and company nodded in agreement. At this moment, the Fool Klein surveyed the area and chuckled. With the matter regarding the Forsaken Land of the Gods over, my condition has recovered quite a bit. You can exchange items of higher levels from me. He pretended to be calm as he revealed the truth, that he was recovering. This was an answer that every member of the Tarot Club had long guessed, just as Audrey and company were guessing which level Mr. Fool had awakened to. Klein smiled and added, those items of higher levels include the Sea God's identity, level, and strength. Chapter 1278. Reminder. Sea God's identity, level, and strength. Hearing Mr. Fool's example, Alger's mind went blank for nearly 2 seconds. This was something that he had never dreamed of. From his point of view, by obtaining the authority of Sea God through Gehrman Sparrow and replacing Calvetua, Mr. Fool had obtained a stable and large number of believers. This was a crucial step for his recovery. Therefore, this secret existence definitely wouldn't give up on the corresponding identity. To his surprise, at that moment, he actually heard Mr. Fool inform everyone that the Sea God's identity, level, and strength could be exchanged. After further recovery, Mr. Fool no longer needs the identity of an entity at the level of Sea God, as well as the corresponding believers. This is the performance of a great existence. Something that isn't qualified is only used temporarily, never monopolized. Alger first sighed inwardly before feeling excited. He felt that Mr. Fool's words were directed at him. In the Church of Storms, he had relied on external forces to become a Sequence 4 demigod. Although he barely managed to rise up to the brass, it was almost impossible for him to advance any further. As for the theft of the Book of Calamity, he couldn't see any hopes of doing so at the moment. Therefore, Alger could only temporarily suppress his ambition and patiently wait for the opportunity to arrive. Now the opportunity was here. And it came fast. Alger was currently a cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms in charge of the Rorstad archipelago. Once he secretly became sea god and controlled the authority of those waters, he would become the king of the Rorstad archipelago, a true king. With this in mind, Alger nearly couldn't contain himself. It took him a great deal of difficulty to calm himself down. Although Audrey, Derek, and company couldn't hide their shock that the Tarot Club was beginning to trade the identity, level, and strength of a deity, even if it was only a false god, they didn't have any intentions of switching to the storm pathway. Compared to Alger, they weren't that excited. They quickly controlled themselves and cast their gazes at Mr. Hanged Man. Alger took a deep breath and humbly said to the end of the long bronze table, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what price is needed to exchange for these items?" The fool Klein was waiting for the Hanged Man's question and said with a smile, "The missions I shall give you, as well as frequent praying and the sincere making of wishes." What he wanted to emphasize were the words towards the end of the sentence, but he believed that the members of the Tarot Club wouldn't be able to tell. As for how he could complete the corresponding wishes, he currently had two methods. First, he used the other Beander powers he possessed to achieve the corresponding effects. For example, he could summon historical scenes and repeat the segment of gifting beer to fulfill the wish of the bar owner treating the patron. Second, he could directly grant a relatively low-level wish with his accumulated power of wishes, and create a true miracle. For example, using a snap to cause the collapsed house to instantly return to its original state, succeeding in rebuilding it in the full spirit of the wish. In addition, Klein could use Saphira Castle's level and powers above the gray fog that was equivalent to a king of angels who had yet to accommodate a uniqueness. In other words, when he responded to prayers, he could use the core powers of a sequence 1, which was also the core power of the Attendant of Mysteries. After this period of experimentation, Klein had a rough idea of the two effects. The first was to create a nascent divine kingdom, and the second was grafting. The term, grafting, was coined by Klein himself. After all, he wasn't a real Attendant of Mysteries, nor did he obtain the corresponding mysticism knowledge. This ability could allow an object that couldn't be directly connected under normal circumstances to achieve an inconceivable effect by grafting. A simple example was to mix the concept of the beginning and the end of a path into one common node, making it impossible for anyone who walked that path to leave. To Beyonders, there were quite a number of powers that could do something like that, but an Attendant of Mysteries' grafting directly acted on a concept itself. Not only was it at a very high level, like the descent of a true deity, but its effects were bizarre and had a hint of concealment. In addition to the replication powers of the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Staff of the Stars, Klein could completely respond to prayers like a king of angels while inside Saphira Castle. Furthermore, he could do more things. Upon hearing Mr. Fool mention missions, Alger suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly lowered his head and asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, do you still need me to carry out further investigations regarding the 3 targets of the Fasak Empire that participated in the Konotop Sea battle?" He had previously obtained information regarding the 3 suspected owners of Creeping Hunger, but he hadn't found anything abnormal. The fool Klein nodded slightly and said, "There's no need for that anymore." He originally wanted to use this clue to grab the tail of the Twilight Hermit Order, but since Adam had likely become a god, it was better to avoid doing so. Respecting a sequence 0 true deity was Klein's usual principle. He had to compromise and give up if necessary. Without waiting for Alger to speak again, the fool Klein said in a relaxed tone, "Your current mission is to cooperate with the sea god believers, and settle down the people who have left the forsaken land of the gods. Your wish is my will." Alger replied without hesitation. This made Derek silently heave a sigh of relief. He no longer had any doubts, hesitations, or worries about the subsequent developments. He had full trust in Mr. Hanged Man's ability to handle matters. At this moment, the fool Klein looked around and smiled. Apart from the sea god's identity, level, and strength, there are many things that can be exchanged for. For example, the imperative mage potion formula and Beander characteristic. He didn't list down too many examples so as to prevent himself from damaging the fool's standing. As for having said so much, it could be explained away that Mr. Fool was in a good mood from having taken another step towards recovery. Moon City had been passed down the heritage of an imperative mage, something Klein could exchange for when granting them the wish of being saved. Of course, even if he directly made the residents of Moon City sacrifice the corresponding items, the people who had finally found his blessings and protection would definitely be very willing to do so. They were more afraid that Mr. Fool would abandon Moon City and not accept their sacrifice. Apart from that, Klein himself had a Silver Knight marionette, the Seer Pathways Sequence 9-3 Beander characteristics, the sealed artifact, General of the Pupil-less Eye, a drop of the primordial moon's blessed blood, and various kinds of charms and bullets that came from worms of spirit. If the Wishmaker wanted a consumable or something for a temporary loan, Klein could even take out more from the historical void. The imperative mage's potion formula and Beander characteristic, Zio inexplicably felt that Mr. Fool was looking at her. To be frank, she lacked the motivation to advance. On the one hand, she was only one of the mid to high-ranking members of MI9, so the chances of getting a ticket to the ranks of a demigod were very low. On the other hand, her father's reputation had been restored to a certain extent, so she had no pressing goals. At the same time, the war had ended. Her mother and brother had returned to Backland and were about to start a normal life. With Zio's current overall income, it was enough to support a wealthy family. All of these reasons made Zio feel that her current life was pretty good, and she didn't really want to change it. Of course, if she had the chance to advance to the demigod level, she wouldn't let it go. Due to the war, she had experienced the helplessness of a Sequence 5. Furthermore, in the Tarot Club, aside from her and Furs, everyone else was a demigod. There was no doubt that she didn't want to fall behind that much. Amidst her thoughts, Zio looked at Furs before bowing her head to the entity at the end of the long mottled table to indicate that she would work hard. Furs could roughly guess her friend's attitude because it was roughly the same for her. If it wasn't because she needed to advance to Sequence 4 to effectively resist the full moon ravings, so as to stop troubling Mr. Fool, as well as the Abraham family having prepared the potion formula and Beander ingredients for her, she wasn't in a rush to become a secret sorcerer. As a traveler, she could go wherever she wanted. She could immediately head to a location to eat whatever delicacy she wanted. It completely satisfied Furz's initial expectations of being a Beander. Of course, she had another motivating factor to improve herself. After becoming a demigod, she could further help her teacher and family. Seeing the fog-covered Mr. Fool leaning back into his chair, Audrey didn't say another word. After some hesitation, she opened her mouth and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question. If there's a matter, and you're aware that its outcome has nothing to do with you at all, with it solely being the result of the feelings and gambling of certain existences, what will you do?" Just as she said that, Alger laughed. "Everyone is destined to die. It's inevitable no matter how hard you try to change that. Then, does that mean one's life is meaningless?" He seemed to have long since thought of this problem before adding, "Since you can't change the outcome of the matter at the moment, then try your best to improve yourself, obtain more power, and wield more authority until, one day, you can participate in the gambling. If you die during this process, it's better than not doing anything." That's the most sincere words Mr. Hanged Man has ever said. It seems to come from his heart. The insignificant can also become great. Audrey was touched and nodded indiscernibly. At this moment, the World Gehrman Sparrow looked around and spoke. "Everyone, I have something to remind you of." When the Tarot Club members looked over at the same time, Klein controlled the world and said in a deep voice, "The apocalypse will arrive in about a decade. There's a possibility for everyone to be destroyed, including the deities." Chapter 1279. Sense of Urgency. Apocalypse. Although Audrey had long learned about the prophecy of the apocalypse from the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom demigod, she never found it corporeal enough, feeling that it was meant to deceive the people. Even though she had already slightly experienced a war where the individual was puny, she didn't believe that the world was just about a decade away from the apocalypse. There were no signs of this at all. However, the person who had given the apocalyptic prophecy was Mr. Fool's blessed, Mr. World, who had always been trustworthy and daring to strike at angels. Furthermore, his tone was firm, as though he had already seen what was about to happen a decade later. This made Audrey choose to instinctively believe him. Her heart sank as she felt nervous and flustered. Apart from that, she also felt her confusion fade significantly. There was still another decade before the end of the world. Even those who were drowning would struggle a little, much less perfectly. Find Sequence 4 Demigod. Apocalypse, as a cardinal of the Church of Storms, Alger had recently seen many apocalyptic prophecies, but those unverifiable matters couldn't compare to the world German Sparrow's abnormally serious warning. The impact brought by the two sources wasn't on the same level. At the same time, he acutely noticed a detail. The world said that even deities would be destroyed. Alger's first reaction was that German Sparrow was being disrespectful to Mr. Fool, as Mr. Fool was also a deity. However, he quickly rejected this idea. After all, the world German Sparrow was Mr. Fool's blessed and was the most devout believer. The other members of the Tarot Club might accidentally blaspheme Mr. Fool, but it was impossible for the world German Sparrow, due to the two prerequisites that German Sparrow wouldn't be disrespectful to Mr. Fool, and him saying that even deities would be destroyed. Alger quickly came to another conclusion. In the world's German Sparrow's heart, Mr. Fool's level was higher than that of a true deity. This, Alger never doubted the world German Sparrow's knowledge. After all, he was a powerhouse who often interacted with angels. This knowledge made him both shocked and puzzled, momentarily unable to find an even more reasonable explanation. Having used the blood of a snake of fate to advance to the level of a demigod, Catalia would also occasionally dream of the scene of the dawn of the apocalypse thanks to her pathway having clairvoyant as its sequence 3. In addition, Queen Mystic Bernadette would occasionally remind her, so she didn't feel any surprise or shock regarding Mr. World's words. She just felt like the dust that had been stirred had finally landed on the ground. As for the future, this mysticologist was equally lost. Apart from improving herself, she didn't know where to direct her efforts. Apocalypse, Zio and Furs looked at each other across Hermit and sensed the raging upheavals in each other's hearts. They had never thought that the wonderful life they were living wouldn't last more than 2 decades unless something happened. This was a time where they were in their prime. Even if they weren't demigods, they didn't have to worry about the inclination towards losing control due to their aging bodies. As the person who spoke was the world German Sparrow, the two ladies didn't suspect the authenticity of the prophecy. They momentarily felt fearful and heavy. At the beginning, Derek couldn't help but feel depressed. This was because the city of Silver had just left the forsaken land of the gods and came to the world of light. Yet, none of this would last long before the apocalypse was ushered in. Soon, he composed himself and chose to believe in Mr. Fool. Since this great existence was able to rescue the city of Silver from the forsaken land of the gods, he, too, could also stop the apocalypse. Although I'm the savior of the sanguine during the apocalypse, I never expected it to happen so soon. I'm only an earl. Emlyn couldn't help but frown. It was as though a student who had just attended a few days of lessons had to suddenly sit an exam. Of course, this also made him excited. After all, it wouldn't be long before he would fulfill his mission and display his greatness in front of his fellow kinsmen. Leonard had heard of the doomsday prophecy from Old Man Pallas Zoroast. Although he didn't know the reason behind such a development, he had long been mentally prepared. At this moment, he was the first to snap back to his senses and asked, why would the apocalypse suddenly happen? There are no signs of it. Klein controlled the world to reply. It's just that you didn't notice the signs. Do you think that a battle of gods erupted for no reason? Seeing that all the members of the Tarot Club were stunned and lost in thought, the world German Sparrow added, you aren't qualified to know the exact reason. Just understanding it would bring about an irrepressible corruption. Only angels and above can resist it. This is similar to what the demigod from the Church of Knowledge's demigod said, it's close to the corruption from the cosmos. I seem to have forgotten something, Mr. World seems to have figured out the whole story. Isn't he afraid of being corrupted? He's already an angel. He is now a he. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind as she acutely sensed that the world German Sparrow might have completed his advancement and become a true mythical creature. In ancient times, this could even be called a subsidiary god, a member of the deity lineup. Right on the heels of that, Alger, Catalia, and the other members of the Tarot Club understood the truth. They knew that the world German Sparrow had already reached the top of the real world, becoming an angel that walked the land. Their guesses were related to German Sparrow's plan to deal with a mythical creature. Some believed that it was the benefits that Mr. Fool's recovery gave to his blessed. But no matter what, it was the first time the Tarot Club had a member at the level of an angel, aside from its host and convener. Of course, they weren't too surprised by the world German Sparrow's advancement to Sequence 2. They had long been numb to his progression rate. Klein controlled the world and made him look around. You can think about what you plan to do next and how you would go about doing it. Zio, Furs, and the other tarot club members nodded slightly as acknowledgement. Another 10 minutes of free exchange followed before this session of the tarot gathering gradually came to an end. After returning to the real world, Zio surveyed her bedroom. Her expression slowly turned solemn. She once again felt a pressing sense of urgency. After walking out of the room, Zio saw that Furs had also walked out to the corridor at the same time. She no longer suffered from momentary paralysis before coming out. "Where do you plan on going?" Both of them asked in unison before falling silent. A few seconds later, a handsome young man walked out of the guest room. He wore a pair of narrow-framed spectacles and had slightly fluffy hair. He held a few thick books in both hands. "Oh no, I forgot that I have classes this afternoon," the youth mumbled to himself as he rushed towards the staircase, completely ignoring the presence of the two ladies. He was Zio's younger brother, Rio Derecha. He had just entered a pre-law school. In Backland, one had to pass a pre-law examination before becoming a paralegal. Such a paralegal had to study and work for at least 5 years under a full lawyer before one was allowed to take part in the qualification examination and get a license to practice law. If one wanted to become a senior lawyer, one had to enter the Backland Lawyer School to receive university-level education. Zio watched her little brother run down the stairs, and a smile subconsciously appeared on her face. She immediately looked up and said to Furs, "I plan to return to MI9 and work hard." "I plan on making a trip to Teacher's Place," Furs answered the question. Right on the heels of that, the traveler's figure quickly turned transparent and vanished. A few seconds later, Furs appeared at a relatively intact building in the rebuilding Pritz Harbor. Then, she took out a pen and paper from her pocket and wrote a note. She planned on telling her teacher that she had finished digesting the traveler potion. Putting away the fountain pen, she stuffed the paper into the mailbox at the door. This wasn't Dorian Gray Abraham's residence. It was the place where Furs and the gentleman had previously agreed to send letters to. The next day, when Furs arrived, she saw Dorian providing her with the meeting location and time. Emlyn opened his eyes in his room and changed into his coat with a standing collar, intending to visit Marquis Nibs. When the carriage passed Rose Street, he subconsciously looked out the window and was somewhat surprised to discover that the door to the Harvest Church had opened. After a brief hesitation, he got the carriage driver to stop the carriage, and he paid for the ride. After putting on his top hat and holding his cane, the red-eyed sanguine Earl walked up the steps and entered the Harvest Church. He saw Father Utravsky, who seemed to have grown a little taller, cleaning the prayer hall with his back hunched. "He has been released as expected. It really was protective custody." Emlyn shook his head inwardly. At this moment, Father Utravsky raised his head and looked at him. "Wipe the candle stand. I'm trying to please Mother Goddess," Emlyn mumbled. He walked to the room behind him, changed into the brown priest robe of the Church of Earth Mother, and began working. Neither of them spoke a word. They did their own jobs and tried their best to restore the Harvest Church to its former cleanliness and tranquility. After an unknown period of time, a group of people suddenly entered the door. Emlyn subconsciously looked over and saw Baron Cosmiodora. He saw Viscount Ernst Boyar, who had once worked at the Harvest Church, and many familiar faces. Emlyn's lips subconsciously curled up. Chapter 1280, Chance Meeting in the Tiny City. On a steam locomotive heading for Midseashire's Constant City, Klein, who was dressed as a wandering magician, looked at the young man and his parents across the narrow table with items placed on it. "I have 2 types of magic tricks. The first is to let your wishes come true. The second is to use a mirror to answer your question. Of course, the first type of magic requires payment, and the second requires you to answer questions posed by the mirror. What kind of performance do you want to watch?" The young man had black hair and brown eyes. He seemed to have received a good education. He looked at his parents sitting beside him and said with a smile, "My wish is too difficult, so I won't trouble you. In comparison, I'm more curious about the mirror that can answer questions." Klein sighed as he shook his head. With a flip of his left hand, he revealed a silver mirror with a black gem on both sides. "It seems to be an antique." The young man opposite him commented with piqued interest before saying, "My question is, what is the purpose of my visit to Constant City?" A commonly seen smile, one which was often seen on the faces of street magicians, appeared on Klein's face as he stroked the surface of the mirror with his right hand and said in a serious tone, "Mirror, mirror, please tell me the answer to the question." After repeating it 3 times, he released his right hand and showed the surface of the mirror to the 3 passengers. There were a few silver words on it. "To get married." Amazing. The young man and his parents looked at each other in disbelief. After boarding the train, they had never mentioned anything related to the wedding, nor did they reveal anything that people could use to make the connection. This was the first time they had seen a magic trick that didn't rely on props or a fake audience. Alright, it's time for the mirror to ask. Klein smiled as he covered the surface of the mirror with his right hand. Alright, the young man replied, feeling intrigued. Next, let's see what question the magic mirror will raise. Klein released his right hand in an exaggerated manner as though he was performing a formal magic trick. The silver words on the surface of the mirror had already changed, extending into a complete sentence. You would prefer your bride to be a woman in her 40s or above, right? The young man's expression froze for a moment before turning pale and then completely red. How is that possible? He immediately rebutted. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at his parents and grumble, what kind of strange question is that? It's just kidding. Klein smiled apologetically as he hurriedly pressed his right hand onto the surface of the mirror, as though he didn't know that would happen. Then, he released his right hand. Indeed, the words on the mirror changed again. How old are you? 25 years old, the young man replied carefully, afraid that he would fall into a trap. He felt the gazes of his parents and the surrounding passengers on him change. Alright, that's the end of the magic performance. Klein smiled as he put away the mirror. You can try another magic trick. Just as he finished speaking, the steam locomotive whistled. This was the sign that it was about to enter the station. Sorry, that's my call. Klein took out his golden pocket watch and checked the time. He carried his luggage and left the steam locomotive along with a group of passengers. He arrived at the station platform that had yet to be lit up with the gas lamps. This was Midseashire's Beltane City, a city that had both prospered and declined due to the coal mines. To Klein, the greatest significance of this place was that it was a strategic node in the previous World War. Faysac had taken 3 routes in its invasion. One attacked the border along the Amantha mountain range to break through the land defenses. Another involved setting off from Sonia Island, attacking the coastal harbors, and attempting a landing. The third was to follow the main railway as they marched towards Backland for the invasion. Among them, due to the existence of the Church of Storms and the combined might of the ironclad warships and high-level arbiters, the naval forces of Faysac and Fainapotter failed to obtain the results they expected. They even failed to obtain naval superiority. And on the battlefields on the Amantha mountain range, the headquarters of the Church of Evernight blocked one wave after another. It didn't fall throughout the war, thus preventing Winter County and East Chester County from going through the fiery crucible of war. Of the 3 routes, the only successful one was the Midseashire troops. They did a joint naval land operation and conquered Lowen's second biggest city, Constant City, the capital of Midseashire. Then, they made their way southeast, rendezvousing with the Intis troops in the greater area of Backland. Klein acted as a wandering magician. On the one hand, he had to accumulate wishes, display miracles, digest the potion, and increase his strength. On the other hand, he was planning on taking the path of the war, using his eyes, ears, and his soul to truly see the damage brought about by war. After knowing the secrets of the cosmos and the underground, he could understand the Evernight goddess's plan and accept it to a certain extent. However, this didn't mean that he was indifferent to the sacrifices. At the same time, he confirmed one thing. Even if he didn't stop George III from becoming the Black Emperor, the World War would have still erupted. However, Lowen would have had the upper hand. The Evernight goddess and her allies would face the god of combat head-on, forcing him to seek help from Earth Mother. When that happened, the number of battles between the gods, the intensity, and scale would far surpass what had transpired. Due to this reason, Klein followed Faysac's invasion path and wandered forward. After leaving the station that still had traces of gunpowder, he carried the worn suitcase with a set of clothes and made his way towards the area where hotels were located. At night, he would stroll along the streets and alleys of the city and perform wishing magic for everyone. After taking a few steps forward, Klein's spiritual perception stirred as he cast his gaze to the end of the street. There was a black-haired woman wearing a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt with no socks or shoes. Ariana. The leader of the Church of Evernight Ascetics, the grounded angel, Ariana. Why would she be here in Beltane? Shouldn't she have returned to the Evernight cloister at the Cathedral of Serenity? Or be sent to the Faysac capital, Street Milam to preside over the handing over of the god of combat's estate? It isn't a simple matter if a grounded angel were to suddenly appear in such a small city. Klein was puzzled as he frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to ask. This wasn't because he was a busybody. If anything happened while they were in the same city, no one could escape. However, at this moment, Ariana had already vanished from the crowd. As a servant of concealment, Klein couldn't track her down even if he wanted to. Similarly, when it came to the matter of concealment, Rhodes was helpless. Klein slowly took a deep breath and turned to enter the hotel in thought. He got a room and stowed his luggage away. Then, he maintained his attire as a wandering magician and brought Rhodes along with him. Following his spiritual intuition as a seer, he walked all the way to the municipal square of Beltane City. Erected near the municipal hall was a notice board that had many notices pasted over it. Klein saw that several people surrounded it. There seemed to be a brand new notice, so he approached them and stood in the periphery of the crowd, looking at the wooden signboard. In the middle of the signboard, a slightly yellowed piece of paper covered over the other notices. On the surface were black ink and luminous writing. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your new consul. Now, I will issue 3 new laws. First law: without my permission, no living being can leave this place. Second law: all life is equal in front of the law. Even ordinary people can kill angels. Third law: those who commit the crimes mentioned below will be punished severely. The highest penalty being the death sentence. 1. Murder. 2. Theft. 3. Chanting the complete honorific name of a deity. 4. Offering sacrifices to evil deities. 5. Fraud. 6. Leaking secrets." An announcement like this, Klein pricked up his brows when he saw this. Without using his spiritual intuition, he could sense that there was something wrong with the content. He instinctively tried to make his spirit body return to Saphira Castle, but an invisible force blocked his departure, making it impossible for him to make contact with the grayish-white fog. Klein narrowed his eyes as he took a few steps back to distance himself from the crowd. From his point of view, an abnormality of this level had reached a near-deity level. He had previously been in situations of not being able to return to Saphira Castle, but the reason was that he didn't have the time to take 4 steps counterclockwise, recite the incantations, or he had been obstructed and interfered by himself. There was only one instance when he failed to leave the real world due to external forces. It was a powerful seal personally created by the Evernight goddess in the foggy town. Apart from that instance, even blasphemer Aemon couldn't do such a thing. Of course, at that time, Amon's main goal was to force Klein to stir Saphira Castle before he seized the opportunity to use a loophole to replace him as the great ruler above the spirit world. Otherwise, this angel of time could have used his ability to steal Klein's thoughts to stop him from returning. Who is this new consul of Beltane City? Is this the reason Ma'am Ariana came here? As his thoughts raced, Klein made the magic mirror slip from his wide sleeve into his left hand. "What happened?" Klein asked softly. The aqueous light on the silver mirror's surface shook wildly as slightly pale silver words appeared. "A few rules here have been replaced. As for who did it, there's no way of knowing. Great Master, you can try finding the servant of concealment, Ariana, to learn the truth from her. Are you satisfied with my answer? The rules have been replaced, lawyer, arbiter, or a bug," Klein thought as he looked around. He realized that the citizens in the square were puzzled, perplexed as to why the new notice would mention angels. Why did they have to request permission to leave? The war had already ended. Chapter 1281, Anomaly. Inside a bar in Beltane City, Roy, Biles, Phil, and Pasha sat around a small round table, guzzling down Southville beer. They didn't talk much as they listened to the drunkards in the next table discussing supernatural powers and mysticism incidents. "Before this, I saw that, not only do the Phasacians look like bears, but they could also control fire, throwing them out like javelins. No way, supernatural powers actually exist. Haha, that's because you don't know a thing. I was drunk one day and slept near the cemetery. I saw people from the Church of Evernight appear with a few ghosts out. Yes, ghosts. They floated in the air, and it was terrifying. It was unknown if the drunkards were sharing stories from personal experiences or from hearsay, but the way they described it was with so much agitation that saliva kept flying as their faces flushed red. That's what they're like. They only become more excited after drinking. They always like to brag and be dramatic despite usually being depressed." Biles was a Beltane local. Upon seeing this, he explained, ever since the coal mines began to run dry, young people gradually left Beltane and headed for Constant and Backland. The atmosphere here has become more and more oppressive, and the city is just declining by the day. This man, who was less than 30 years old, had also been a miner when he was young. He was lucky to survive in the mines. His skin was tanned from all the labor. His exposed muscles weren't too exaggerated, but it gave people the feeling that they were made of steel. As the leader of the group, Roy smiled and said, "What they're saying might be the truth. They're not bragging. The previous war has indeed exposed supernatural powers to many people, especially the soldiers who were directly involved. As long as they're still alive, they will have the corresponding experience. Besides, this also brings about many fortuitous encounters, making it so that people who had zero chance of interacting with supernatural powers or true mysticism to become beyonders." The way he expressed himself was very subtle, as though he was talking about others, but in reality, this was exactly what the four of them had experienced. Biles and Roy had participated in the defense of Beltane City before. Phil had once been ransacked by the Phasacians, but he was lucky to not have died. Pasha and her former citizens had seduced and ambushed a few Intis soldiers in the harbor battle. They had witnessed the deaths of many of their friends and obtained supernatural powers due to various reasons. After that, due to the chaos brought about by the war, they either lost contact with their unit, or they avoided it on their own accord without the officials learning about it. Slowly, they got to know each other and became friends with each other due to their common experiences. This time, they had come to Biles's hometown in Beltane to seek out any friends and family who might have survived. The reality of this world far exceeds our imaginations. Pasha, who had long dark blonde hair and deep blue eyes, sighed. She was only in her 20s, and she was quite good-looking. However, her face was a little thin, accentuating the protrusion of her cheekbones. This made her look much older than her actual age. In the future, we will lead different lives. Roy, who had the typical lonus characteristics, raised his cup to a brand new future. Before he could finish speaking, someone in the bar suddenly screamed. The experienced Roy and company quickly raised their vigilance and cast their gazes over. They saw a young man dressed in ordinary clothes, lying on the ground, rolling back and forth as if he was in extreme pain. Under the dim yellow gas wall lamps, everyone realized that the clothes on the young man's back had been torn open, revealing blood-red streaks. It was as if he had been whipped by a whip. However, no one around him held a whip. The victim had only let out one scream. This was only possible if he had been whipped countless times in an instant. But if that were the case, how could no one notice it? He's holding a wallet. Could this have something to do with the anomaly just now? The thin Phil took several looks and said after some deliberation, "Shall I take a look?" Roy thought for a moment and nodded. "Be careful." Phil grunted and walked over from the small round table. With the help of the crowd, he approached the young man who was now whimpering instead of rolling about. He quietly extended his left hand. His target was the seemingly ordinary leather wallet. Phil suddenly screamed as he watched his left wrist snap and land on the ground. Blood splattered from the stump onto the faces and bodies of the people around them. The scene instantly froze. The drunken guests were first stunned before swallowing their saliva. Then, they turned around and ran frantically towards the door or to the corners. "Something's wrong. No one attacked me." Phil nearly fainted from the pain, but he still forced himself to tell Roy, Biles, and Pasha what he had just experienced. Roy's eyes narrowed as he decisively said, "Let's get out of here first." He then turned his head and said to Biles, "Pick up Phil's hand and preserve it well. I remember that a military doctor I met before is also from Beltane. After he got discharged from the army, he came here and opened a private clinic. He can effectively treat this kind of wound." The military doctor named Weber was also a Beander. When he participated in the war in the south, he had advanced step by step, obtaining medical skills that surpassed reality. It was said that he could sew up a severed limb and restore it to its former flexible state. "All right," Biles agreed without hesitation. He took a few steps forward, took out a wooden box, picked up Phil's severed hand, and put it in. At the same time, Pasha used the mystical ointment she had bought previously to stop Phil's bleeding, and bandaged it. Soon after, the group of four left the bar. After many inquiries, they finally found Weber's clinic with the help of passers-by. The clinic hadn't closed for the day, and the light from the gas lamps inside spread outwards, casting a dim yellow light. Roy politely pulled at the doorbell again and again as he heard the ringing echo inside. However, after a few minutes, no one came to open the door. "He's drunk." Pasha looked at the miserable Phil and made a guess. Roy shook his head. "I remember that Weber isn't one to drink. Other than being more amorous, he doesn't have any bad habits. Perhaps, he's currently." As he spoke, the middle-sized man with a face full of weathered pockmarks pushed the door open and realized that it was not locked. It was ajar. As the door opened, Roy, Biles, and the others saw two figures. Two figures were hanging in the middle of the clinic. Due to the wind blowing in from the outside, they swayed gently. One was a man in his 30s wearing a white coat, while the other was a young lady in a nurse's uniform. Their lower bodies were naked and their eyes were protruding. Their mouths were half open, and their tongues were squeezed out. They were hung on the ceiling by an invisible rope. Their expressions were filled with fear, despair, and blankness. Roy recognized the dead man. He, along with Pasha, Phil, and Biles, felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't know why something like this had happened, nor did they know what kind of horrors such an unknown might bring. The sound of a chair being knocked over sounded from the side, jolting the dazed Roy and company. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a lady carrying a baby standing up in a fluster. She whispered in horror and confusion, they were having an affair. What had this got to do with their encounter? Roy took a deep breath. He felt that he shouldn't stay here for long. He quickly instructed, "Let's go." He didn't ask Pasha to comfort the lady, nor did he attempt to obtain the clinic's disinfectant and bandages. Biles and the others swallowed their saliva with great difficulty, turned around, and warily left the clinic. To Phil, the horror of the unknown had completely suppressed the pain in his left hand. What exactly happened? Phil asked as he turned into another street, asking as his facial muscles winced. How would I know? Biles blurted out. He had seemed to lose control of his emotions. Roy looked around and exhaled. Calm down. This should be a terrifying beyonder matter that has exceeded our imaginations. Right. All of this is too strange. That can be the only reason. Pasha nodded in agreement. Then what should we do? Phil asked anxiously. Roy thought for a moment and said, let's try to leave Beltane. Also, analyze what happened before and summarize the patterns hidden within. We can't be sure of the anomalies we might encounter later. We can only ensure our own safety after knowing the underlying rules. Right. Biles calmed down and agreed with Roy. They discussed as they walked, gradually having some ideas. Weber was hung for adultery. Before Phil's hand was cut off, he tried to take the wallet. That's a form of theft. Pasha summarized the common point the two incidents had in common. Roy suddenly had an idea. Could it be that they suffered such a situation because they did something illegal? How is that possible? Biles and Phil both replied. As soon as he said that, they suddenly had a corresponding guess, and their expressions turned solemn. Maybe there's an invisible law enforcer. That's the essence of this Beander incident, Biles said in thought. Roy tersely acknowledged and said, that's highly possible. Next, we'll take note of our actions. Pasha and the others nodded and walked on the streets cautiously. Not long after, they arrived at the municipal square and saw that there were many people standing around the notice board. Notice. Roy and the others exchanged looks, wondering if it was a warning that the officials had given to the supernatural incidents. Hence, they approached and used the light from the street lamps to look at the notice on the wooden board. There was a piece of white paper stuck in the middle, and beneath it was a piece of yellow paper. It seemed to be an annex. As they quickly scanned through the notice, Roy, Pasha, and the others quickly had their eyes filled with horror. They seemed to understand the source of the matter. After reading the paper, their eyes landed on the yellow paper. All citizens are to arrest foreigners using all possible means. Arrest foreigners. Roy and the others felt their hearts tighten as they instinctively looked at the citizens around the notice board. As if sensing their gazes, the citizens turned around and cast their gaze at them. Under the dim yellow light from the gas lamps, their eyes seemed to glimmer with a strange light. Chapter 1282, Crime. Haha. How can someone tell at a glance if another person is a foreigner? How do you distinguish that? Roy forcefully composed himself and pretended to be discussing the yellow paper's contents with his companions. He used the hidden meaning in his words to console Phil and Pasha so that they didn't need to panic. After all, other than Biles, who was a native, the remaining three were also citizens of Lowen. They didn't have any southern continent blood in them. Nothing about their facial features stood out. But this is a supernatural incident, Pasha stammered. This couldn't be judged by common sense. Roy's heart froze as he looked at the citizens who were slowly approaching in a deadpan manner. He quickly shouted in a low voice, "Run!" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the nearest street entrance. Pasha and Phil followed closely behind. As a local, Biles tacitly held the rear, covering the surface of his skin with illusory fish scales. A few citizens raised their dual-barreled hunting guns and fired. Roy, Phil, and Pasha were Beyonders who were relatively good at fighting. While running, They would occasionally change directions or roll forward, successfully dodging the attacks. Following that, under Pasha's guidance, they passed through the streets and escaped their pursuers before hiding in an empty dark corner. "What should we do?" Phil, who had lost a hand, panted as he asked. "From the contents of the notice, we probably won't be able to leave this city. We need to figure out the rules and find a way around them." Although Roy was also very flustered, he still forced himself to calm down and think, lest the morale of the entire squad crumbled. Pasha looked at the wary Biles and asked, "Has such a notice ever appeared in the past?" Biles nodded. "Yes, although I rarely had the chance to go to the municipal square, I've been assembled there back when I was recruited into the army. I've seen that notice board. There shouldn't be any problems with the notice board. Perhaps those 2 pieces of paper are the key. The laws written on them contain mystic intent," Pasha said. Roy immediately expressed his agreement. "Besides, I suspect that the laws have to be made public before they are put into effect. If we can find an opportunity to rip off those 2 pieces of paper, the corresponding restrictions might disappear." After hearing Roy's words, Pasha, Phil, and Biles fell silent. After a few seconds, Phil's facial muscles twitched as he said, "Let's give it a try. If we continue to be trapped in the city, even if we aren't caught by those citizens, we might be punished for various reasons." Although they were all Beyonders, their sequences weren't high. It wasn't a problem dealing with a few ordinary people, but facing the enmity of an entire city was extremely dangerous. Roy, Biles, and Pasha were more or less people who had been on the battlefield before. They knew that hesitation was the worst action to take in such situations, so they agreed to Phil's suggestion. Under the guidance of the rather experienced hunter, Pasha, the group of 4 made a detour and returned to the municipal square from another street. At this moment, the residents who were surrounding the notice were no longer there. It was as if they were searching the entire city for foreigners. When they saw the notice board that stood silently in the middle of 2 gas lamps, Roy and company carefully approached it, ready to escape at any moment. After approaching the target, Roy suddenly thought of a question. He hurriedly lowered his voice and asked, "Is destroying the notice considered an illegal act?" "In theory, yes," Pasha was taken aback. They then cast their gaze at the notice board and scanned through the list of crimes stipulated by the 3rd law. 8. Destroying public property. "It really exists," Biles blurted out. Phil, whose face had turned pale due to the blood loss, turned paler. After some thought, he said, "What kind of punishment does destroying public property entail?" This wasn't a very serious crime, and the corresponding punishment should be relatively lenient. If that was the case, Phil decided to take the risk to tear the notice and end this horrifying, bizarre event. "First-timers get whipped." Just as Roy, Pasha, and Biles were pondering over the answer, a voice sounded from behind them. The 4 turned around in shock and saw a young man in a black robe and a tall hat. He looked ordinary. The man continued, "A repeated offense is to have one's hand lopped off. I'm not sure what happens after that." "How do you know that?" Fully alert, Roy frowned as he gripped his concealed dagger. The young man smiled and said, "I've tried. It's useless. The notice gets restored very quickly." "So, you've been whipped?" Pasha asked in enlightenment. "Yes." The young man nodded with a relaxed expression. "However, because I also committed fraud, I was later punished with having my hand lopped off." "Fraud?" Biles asked, puzzled. The young man chuckled and replied, "To put it simply, I didn't personally destroy the notice. Instead, I created a dummy to do it." The one who was whipped was also the dummy. As he spoke, he raised his right arm. Like Phil, his wrist was cut neatly. His stump was ghastly white and red, as though he was still bleeding. Suddenly, the stump's flesh squirmed and twisted, as transparent worms crawled out. They intertwined with each other and formed a new hand. During this process, Roy and the others didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. This was because the moment they saw those worms which had details they couldn't discern, their thoughts were thrown in a mess. Random thoughts ran through their minds as they found it difficult to control their emotions. After the palm was covered with skin and became normal, the Beyonders recovered. They retreated a few steps in shock, surprise, and fear. The scene just now had exceeded their understanding. "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a wandering magician." The person who had committed a fraud and a case of destruction of public property was none other than Klein. He swept a glance at the 4 Beyonders and said with a smile, "My best magic trick is to grant someone's wishes. Do you have a wish you would like granted?" Upon hearing this question, Roy's spirits rose as he asked with hope, "Can you take us away from Beltane?" "Of course, I'll do my best to do this, but not now. Klein gave his promise. Then, he looked at the handless Phil. He just said his wish. What's yours? Let my hand recover, Phil probed. All right. Klein cast his gaze at Biles. Take out his hand. After hesitating for a moment, Biles took out the wooden box as per the mysterious man's instructions and returned the hand inside to Phil. Come here, Klein said with a smile. Phil mustered his courage and walked over with his severed hand. Remove the bandages, Klein continued to instruct. Place the severed arm in its original spot. Let me remind you, don't have it reversed. Otherwise, you'll have to chop it off again and repeat the process. Seeing how confident the other party was, Phil felt a little more confident. He quickly pulled off the bandage that had been stuck to his wound with a twisted expression as he hissed. After placing his severed hand at the stump, Klein took out a piece of white paper and approached. Then, he reached out to wipe the wound. Silently, the piece of paper split into two while Phil felt the pain disappear. He quickly looked down and saw that his left wrist was perfectly intact. He couldn't even tell that he had been hurt before. Phil subconsciously moved his fingers and realized that he didn't lose any of his motor skills at all. Your wish has been granted. Klein took 2 steps back and smiled. Thank you, Phil replied in a daze. Klein looked at the other 2 beyonders. What's your wish? Upon seeing that Phil's wish had really been fulfilled, Biles immediately stepped forward and said, I want to know where my family is. Klein flicked his left arm and took out a silver mirror with ancient patterns. He lowered his head and said with a smile, what is the answer to that question? The surface of the mirror shimmered with aqueous light as silver words appeared one after another. Beltane Glorin Cemetery. Upon seeing this, Biles, who had his neck craned, felt his heart sink as he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sorrow and disappointment. In the next second, new silver words appeared from the aqueous light. Gravekeeper's hut. This means that, Biles felt his sorrow turn to happiness as he sincerely said, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of 2 questions. How many people could live in the graveyard? How many gravekeepers could there be? His family members definitely numbered more than 2 or 3. Biles's expression turned oscillated between gloom and joy before he fell silent. As a result, he didn't see the question posed by the silver mirror. Great Master, did I answer kindly enough? Yes. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he cast his gaze at the remaining lady. Pasha thought for 2 seconds and said, my wish is for you to protect us until we leave Beltane alive. She realized that Roy's wish was problematic because they might not necessarily leave Beltane alive. Smart. Klein praised with a smile. Your wish will be granted. Then what price do we have to pay? I'm referring to the payment for watching your magic. Pasha hurriedly asked. Your wishes are the price, Klein replied briefly before asking thoughtfully, if you know certain things are fake, but if you are willing to subjectively use them, it shouldn't be considered fraud, right? When Roy and company heard this, they were puzzled. After pondering for a moment, they shook their heads and said, definitely not. This is actually a game between 2 parties. A voluntary action that has a clear understanding of the actions is definitely not a scam. There's no doubt about it. After hearing their answers, Klein smiled. Very good. This is what the average person will think. As he spoke, he grabbed a few times with his right hand, dragging out a woman in a simple robe with black long hair. It was the historical void projection of the Evernight Cloister's matron, Ariana. Klein looked around and saw nothing unusual. He smiled at the projection and said, Madam, what exactly happened? Ariana's eyes darted about slightly, turning deep and quiet instantly. It made one feel a sense of serenity from the bottom of their hearts. She calmly spoke. The chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, escaped. I'm tracking him. Ariana paused and said, after I came to Beltane, I received new information. According to our intelligence, Larian took away a sealed artifact when he escaped. 002. Chapter 1283. Gradually deepening. 002. Klein inwardly repeated the serial number, feeling that the problem might be more troublesome than he had expected. Although it couldn't be said that 002 was definitely more terrifying than 005 since the true essence of the magic wishing lamp was that of a sealed outer deity, an entity far stronger than the present true deities, he could definitely destroy this world or even this solar system if not for the restrictions of the outer shell. However, the smaller the number meant that 002 was likely more dangerous and more difficult to seal than 005 in most cases. At the end of the 4th epoch, the 7 churches had serialized the batch of Grade 0 sealed artifacts to 2-digit numbers. Being only second to 001, it's totally possible to imagine how terrifying 002 is. However, the god of combat didn't seem to make use of this sealed artifact in the Battle of Gods. Was it not suitable for direct combat, or was it too dangerous? It didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Thoughts ran through Klein's mind. His expression gradually turned serious. "Ma'am, what do you know about 002? Ariana slowly shook her head and said, "When the various churches inform each other of the Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts, they only mention the serial numbers." That's right. The information regarding a Grade 0 sealed artifact is strictly confidential internally to a church. As part of the brass, they usually have to be in charge of a particular Grade 0 sealed artifact before they can come into contact with any related information. Furthermore, there's a high chance that the corresponding memories will be erased after everything is over. This is, on the one hand, to prevent important information from leaking, and on the other hand, there's the fact that just knowing about Grade 0 sealed artifacts in most cases can result in danger, or cause the seal to be ineffective. Klein asked in thought, didn't the church already take over the Church of the God of Combat? That way, they could have obtained all the files on 002. Ariana looked at the nearby Roy and company and said, Larian destroyed all files regarding the Grade 0 sealed artifacts before escaping. Impressive. Such an abnormally cautious fellow is really annoying, Klein thought and said, what comments does the goddess have of 002? From his point of view, the Evernight goddess and the god of combat were existences from the same period. Furthermore, she was in control of the concealment authority. The goddess had a high chance of understanding the situation that the latter grasped. In addition, it was impossible for the sealed artifacts at the level of 002 not to leave any traces in history. They might have created many disasters, so they were no stranger to high-level figures of that era. Ariana seemed to have recalled the situation from a long time ago. She stated without any pause, in the past revelation, the goddess called 002, the Book of Rules. Book of Rules? That's even more terrifying. Klein's eyes narrowed as he made plenty of connections. In his past life, he was a gaming enthusiast who played a broad genre of games despite not being too obsessed. He wasn't unfamiliar with the term, Book of Rules, at all. At this moment, Ariana added, the fact that you happen to be in Beltane City might reveal some of the characteristics of 002. Yes, it's quite normal for Ma'am Ariana to encounter such an anomaly while tracking the chief shepherd, Larian, to Beltane, but for me to also be here, it's too much of a coincidence. In mysticism, excessive coincidences often mean that there's something wrong. Is someone setting me up, or is it the effect of the law of Beander characteristic convergence? Based on the present situation, the setup doesn't seem targeted. And how I'm already the owner of Saphira Castle, I can more or less sense something abnormal. If it's the law of Beander characteristic convergence, eliminating the exiled Mr. Doran the Antigonus ancestor who is sealed in the foggy town, the only ones that can influence me to this extent are Zeratul and Aemon. However, I've always been deliberately avoiding Zeratul. Amon's true body should be under the true creator's pursuit. If it's just an avatar, it's impossible for it to produce such a powerful convergence effect. Yes, there's another possibility. The law of convergence between Sephiroth, 002 attracted Saphira Castle, causing me to coincidentally come to Beltane today. If that's the case, even if 002 isn't a Saphira, it's definitely related to one. Klein, who had already suspected something, suddenly thought of a lot. He had a vague grasp of 002. He thought for a moment and said, from the development of the situation, the rules are gradually becoming stricter. That piece of yellow paper is evidence. Does this mean that the extent of 002's coming to life or the degree of reawakening is becoming deeper? Ariana nodded serenely and said, that's right. We have to find it before something happens, and also try to seal it. That's why it's best we split up and expand the search radius, saving as much time as possible. Klein had no objections to this. After some thought, he said, Ma'am, you've told me so much. Isn't this considered leaking secrets? No, Ariana gave a rather clear answer. Leaking secrets refers to informing the outside world of the anomaly in Beltane via any way. This has cut off any physical connection between us and the outside world, that's fine. At least, there's no need to worry about any problems with our usual conversations. In short, it's fine if we don't curse. Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief and asked, the Nighthawks and mandated punishers here will abide by the rules on the notice. Yes. Ariana gave an affirmative answer before her figure faded away and disappeared. After watching the matron of the Evernight cloister leave, Klein quickly sorted out the information he had just obtained and gained some understanding of the possible developments that were to come. Combat wasn't the main point. The crux of the problem was whether he could find 002 in time and think of a way to seal it. During this process, what they would face as foreigners would become more and more complicated. They would find it increasingly difficult to abide by the rules and the citizens that were controlled. With this in mind, Klein cast his gaze to Roy and company not far away. He asked with a smile, "What are your thoughts on what you just heard?" Roy exchanged looks with Pasha and said, "We don't know what a Grade 0 sealed artifact is, but we can guess that 002 is a very terrifying item. It can set the rules and even change reality to a certain extent. Furthermore, this anomaly seems to change as time passes. Also, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat should be a very powerful Beander." Klein gently clapped his hands and smiled. "That's about it. If we don't work hard and hope to avoid danger by hiding, then there will be more and more things that we need to take note of. If we aren't careful, we might commit a crime. Heh. Perhaps in the end, we will be executed on the spot because we stepped out the door with our left foot first." His words left Pasha, Biles, and the others in a panic. It was indeed funny to hear the possible developments, but on second thought, they could sense the extreme horror hidden within. A few seconds later, Pasha said with a solemn expression, "Furthermore, the citizens can use any means to deal with us, but we are unable to fight back. This is because killing and voluntarily causing harm are very serious crimes. We can try to deceive their senses, but we can't use it too many times," Klein said casually. "What we need to do now is to quickly summarize the rules that 002 follows. That way, we can find it and seal it before it comes to life or awakens to gain true intelligence. What are your thoughts?" Marauder Phil thought for a moment and probed. "It doesn't seem capable of attacking us directly. It can only punish us when we violate the rules and commit crimes." Klein snapped his fingers and said, "That's right. I can summarize this law for now. 002 cannot punish those who do not commit crimes." Biles blurted out, "But it can make the citizens arrest foreigners. Foreigners aren't considered criminals. This does contradict the previous law from before," Klein replied with a smile. "However, in history, many cities have come up with laws that include discrimination and the expulsion of foreigners in the different stages of their development. Did you decipher any deeper laws from this matter?" The four Beyonders frowned one after another, unsure what the powerful magician opposite them was trying to express. After a brief silence, Pasha, who thought of the question he had asked, asking whether a particular action was considered fraud, hesitated and said, "The rules issued by 002 must match the public's understanding and be acknowledged to a certain extent." "That's a good idea," Klein praised. "This is a guess thanks to the law regarding the arrest of foreigners. It has been verified from your previous feedback, so we can temporarily list it as its second law. This can help us determine which actions are crimes and which aren't." Seeing Pasha receive the praise of the powerful magician twice, Roy hurriedly added, "It will constantly increase the number of laws, reaching a certain level of complexity, thereby limiting us. No matter what we do, we will be punished. Yes, on the basis of arresting foreigners, clauses such as the trespassing of private property and the prohibition of defecation or urination in public will make life harder for us with the passage of time." Just as Klein nodded in agreement, his spiritual perception was triggered. He instinctively raised his head and looked at the noticeboard. He realized that a goatskin parchment had appeared on it at some point in time. Curfew order. This, Pasha and the others also noticed this change and their eyes widened. It was already late at night. If they stayed outside for some time, they would violate the curfew and suffer some punishment. Then, the punishment would worsen each time until they were sentenced to death. "Let's go. We haven't got much time." Klein pressed down his tall hat and said with a smile, "Our target is most likely a book. It might still be with the chief shepherd, or it might have already been hidden somewhere. My intuition tells me that it might be the latter. This is because, to anyone, that item is too dangerous, and it will only become more dangerous. Of course, the premise is that the chief shepherd hasn't gone crazy, only using 002 to create a chance to escape pursuit. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the chief shepherd is a grounded angel." Angel, Roy, Pasha, and the others, who had just begun to move, froze. Chapter 1284, Limitation Loophole. In the present era of this world, belief in a deity was common. The difference was which deity they believed in. Therefore, even if Roy, Pasha, and company didn't understand the meaning of angels in mysticism. They had more or less heard of legends about angels from the priests, bishops, and seniors around them. They knew that they were the servants of deities, and were powerful creatures that were qualified to be addressed as him or her. Every action of theirs could create miracles. They were definitely not something ordinary people could compare with. In the hearts of these four beyonders, angels were of a whole different level, holy spirits of another world. Under normal circumstances, they lived in the divine kingdoms and wouldn't descend into the real world. They could be treated as true legends without considering the meaning they had in reality. Just like the battles they had experienced in the past, although they would occasionally encounter beyonders today who struck terror in their hearts, like today, them being angels was the last thing on their mind. The two weren't on the same level. But today, a wandering and mysterious magician had informed them that the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat was an angel who walked the land. Phil and the others believed in the mysterious gentleman, who had shown all kinds of amazing feats, from the bottom of their hearts. Firstly, he had granted their wishes and was friendly enough. Secondly, they didn't believe that they were qualified enough to be deceived in such matters. To them, the chief shepherd was an angel or an abnormally powerful beyonder. In essence, there was no difference between the two. The reality of this world far exceeds our imaginations. The words that Pasha often said flashed through her mind. Roy made further connections. He remembered that the lady, whom Mr. Magician had invited from thin air, mentioned that she was pursuing the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat. Furthermore, she seemed to be qualified to see the Evernight goddess's revelation. The only person who can track an angel is probably another angel. With Mr. Magician's performance in front of that lady, his level can't be that much lower. Roy hurriedly retracted his gaze from Klein's back and didn't dare to look at him directly. He looked left and right and realized that Phil had come to a similar guess as well. A complicated feeling emerged from his pale face, one that was a result of his blood loss. Biles held his breath and only spoke after a few seconds. No wonder there's such an inexplicable change in Beltane. It's not the time to feel poignant about this. Let's hurry up and leave. The curfew is about to take effect, Klein reminded with a smile without any signs of nervousness. Pasha quickly looked at the noticeboard and imprinted the contents into a brand in her mind. From 8 at night to 8 in the morning. Free movement and assembling in the streets are forbidden. Where should we go? She blurted out. Under the double restrictions of the curfew and the no trespassing clause, it appeared as though they could only await punishment. Klein smiled and said, only movement and assembly in the streets are forbidden. As he spoke, he pointed at a nearby manhole which led to the sewers. Biles's eyes lit up. Yes, it didn't say that we can't pass through the sewers. When curfews were in place previously, the tramps hid in the sewers or abandoned buildings. Roy and the others didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately went forward and used the advantage of their strength to push open the manhole cover and climbed into the sewers. In the pitch-black darkness, a dim yellow light lit up as a lantern appeared in Klein's hand. As they followed the mystical magician, Phil said thoughtfully, we can head to a hotel next. Biles is a local, he won't be attacked, so he can get a room. Then, we can climb through the window and enter from the outside. As we have gotten permission from the owner, we wouldn't be considered as trespassing on private property. In that case, we can stay until dawn and wait for the curfew to end. It's a very interesting idea, but our goal isn't to survive until dawn, Klein replied with a smile as he walked ahead of them with the lantern in hand. Roy nodded and said, if we don't do anything and stay in the hotel, the rules will increase one by one, becoming so detailed that guests aren't allowed to stay in hotel rooms. Actually, the most interesting thing about that proposal isn't the finding of loopholes to the restrictions, but that it reminded me of something. Klein turned his body slightly and looked at Biles. As a local from Beltane, he actually didn't attempt to capture us foreigners. In other words, he wasn't affected by the Yellow Paper's orders. This, Pasha and the others all turned warily to look at Biles, clearly showing suspicion on their faces. Their encounter earlier had made them certain that the citizens of Beltane City had lost their minds in the foreigner arresting affair. I don't know why either, Biles also murmured in confusion. Are you still a Beltane citizen? Klein asked casually as he slowly walked in the damp and smelly sewer. Biles followed behind him and answered with some certainty, of course. Klein thought and asked, on the one hand, you are a citizen of Beltane. On the other hand, you are a standard foreigner. Two of your attributes overlap, causing a contradiction. Under that order, you will neither be attacked, nor will you have your rationality affected. If we can create such a contradiction, does it mean we will be able to escape the limitations of the rules? Phil asked spiritedly. Pasha shook her head. But such a contradiction is very hard to create. At least I can't think of any possibility right now. She suddenly paused and hesitated before saying, the most important thing is that we're far away from the notice board. We don't know what other laws will follow. We have no way of avoiding them. When that happened, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Klein smiled and said, don't worry. This mirror can help us see the new content on the notice board. He casually displayed the magic mirror that had slipped into his left palm. Pasha heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, isn't this a crime of peeping? On the surface of the silver mirror, words that resembled dripping blood appeared. The way I look at the notice board is like looking at the sun in the day. There's no need to peep. Klein retracted his magic mirror and added with a smile, besides, this is just an item. How can it commit a crime? That really makes sense. Biles and Phil couldn't help but nod. After Roy figured it out, he exhaled and asked, next, the most important thing is to find that item, but we don't have any clues. As a book, it can be anywhere. We can only carpet search the entire city, but we clearly lack the time to do that. Indeed, we don't know where 002 is. We don't even have any clues, but there's an existence that knows the answer very clearly, Klein replied leisurely as he heard the footsteps echoing in the sewers. Pasha's heart stirred. You mean that Chief Shepherd? Klein smiled and nodded. 002 is either in his hands, or it has been hidden by him somewhere. And a book is clearly unable to move on its own. This isn't something that the current rules can help it achieve. But how do we find the Chief Shepherd? Biles blurted out. Perhaps it was because the magical Magician was by his side. He wasn't that afraid of searching for the grounded angel. Klein calmly held the lantern and said, as long as 002 doesn't provide the Chief Shepherd immunity, he, too, would have to abide by the laws on the notice. He was originally from Fasak, so he is undoubtedly not a citizen of Beltane. He is unable to enjoy the treatment of the locals. Similarly, although he is an angel from elsewhere and not a foreigner in the narrow sense of the word, he isn't human. He, too, will be pursued by the citizens. This can be confirmed. In short, that Chief Shepherd has to abide by the curfew and not trespass private residences. He can't hide in a public area that isn't open to the public at night. At the same time, as a fugitive, he likely doesn't have companions who have dual traits like Biles. Tell me, where do you think he will be? Roy's eyes darted around as he gave several answers. Sewers, cemetery, cathedral before midnight, abandoned buildings. You can't enter the cemetery at night. The abandoned buildings are owned by someone or some group by virtue of its property rights, Pasha reminded. Yes, once the sewers are restricted, we will head to the cathedral to search for the Chief Shepherd or wait for him, Klein said in a relaxed tone as though he was deciding on a trivial matter. Roy, Phil, and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected that they would be able to lock onto their target so easily. It just took a few words of discussion to expose an angel's whereabouts. However, there are quite a few cathedrals in Beltane. We have to act in concert to save time. Also, the cathedral might be able to forcefully resist the punishment by relying on his level as an angel and his powers. With that said, Klein lowered his head and said to the magic mirror in his hand, Arodes, monitor the entire city and pay attention to any anomalies. After giving his instructions to the mirror, Klein once again dragged Mam Ariana out of the fog of history and asked her to be in charge of the cathedrals of the Church of Evernight. After doing so, he turned around and said to Roy, Pasha, and company, if we still can't find the Chief Shepherd after all that is done, it means that he has either left Beltane, leaving 002 behind to attack the enemy, or he has already gained control of 002 to a certain extent. In short, we can proceed by means of elimination for now. Roy and company nodded in unison as they continued following Klein in the sewers. After a few minutes, the ancient silver mirror reflected a scene. On the signboard, there was another piece of paper with new rules. Because of municipal maintenance works, no living being is allowed to enter the sewers from now on. Content is being added at an increasing rate. Klein frowned indiscernibly as he muttered to himself before taking out a human-skinned glove. Immediately after, he gestured for Pasha and the others to hold hands. Then, he grabbed one of them by the shoulder and led them out of the sewers to teleport to the nearest storm cathedral. During this process, the four Beyonders first saw the rats and cockroaches in the sewers twitching as they died one after another. Following that, they were attracted by the strange and abstract spirit world, as though they had suffered some sort of catharsis at the mental level. Chapter 1285. Forget about leaving, all of you. Although there weren't many supplicants in the Storm Cathedral in the evening, Klein chose to appear on a corridor that led to the garden so as to avoid conflict. How magical, Pasha muttered to herself as she looked at the settling surroundings. Roy suppressed his emotions and looked around. If that chief shepherd comes to the cathedral to tide over the curfew, he could be somewhere like this. If one isn't worried about accumulating the number of crimes they commit, an angel has too many ways to fool the average person, Klein said casually. I'll send you to the other cathedrals later. Try to stay in places with glass windows and mirrors. Once you discover any outsiders that might be from Fasak, find an opportunity to draw a symbol. Before he could finish his sentence, his head suddenly turned as he looked at the door leading to the garden in the prayer hall. A figure over 2.6 meters tall slowly walked out. He was wearing a long black robe with white edges, one completely filled with his bulging muscles. This was an old, white-bearded man wearing a square hat. His eyes were pale blue, and he had few wrinkles. He had an aura of superciliousness. The chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, without needing to identify the figure, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that the person opposite him was an angel, the reason for coming to the cathedral. Larian glanced at him and said in surprise, "It's not Ariana." He immediately restrained his expression and said rather indifferently, "Appears to be her helper. You can tell her that I've reached an agreement with 002, which has come alive to a certain degree. I'll give up sealing it in exchange for permission to leave. And y'all will stay here, enduring the changes in the rules and the increasingly stricter laws until y'all are completely dead." The chief shepherd didn't seem to be worried that Klein would stop him at all. This was because when he spoke, his body was rapidly aging. The surface of his skin quickly became covered in wrinkles, with aging spots appearing on it, dripping with a rotting liquid. In just a few blinks of an eye, Larian looked as though he was about to evaporate into thin air from his aging. Then, he turned into a pool of rotten liquid that completely evaporated. The impact of this scene sent shivers down Biles and company's spines. They felt as if their minds were about to go haywire and that their emotions were about to collapse. This was just like the countless tiny worms that had crawled out from the wound on Mr. Magician's wrist when he reformed his hand. It was just as terrifying and harrowing. A strange ability, it has something to do with Twilight. Klein didn't have any intention of stopping Larian. He only nodded in thought. In the spirit world corresponding to Beltane, Larian's figure appeared and returned to normal. Right on the heels of that, as though he could control spirit world creatures, he passed through an invisible barrier and escaped the many restrictions of Beltane City. But just as Larian was about to begin tearing through space, everything suddenly darkened and he saw a seamless patch of dark cloth. It was like a wall that blocked Larian's path. Larian cautiously stopped his actions, looked up at the infinitely high area where the 7 pure lights were. However, he could only see an illusory curtain hanging down from it, enveloping the spirit world of the area corresponding to Beltane, isolating it and creating an independent world. At the same time, Larian's intuition as a demon hunter had told him that the barrier formed by the curtain was extremely strong and difficult to break through. He needed to spend a lot of time and effort to do so. To this chief shepherd, what was happening had a strange comical feeling, making him unable to contain his rising anger. This was akin to him finally finding the key to a secret chamber after countless hardships. Just when he had the chance to open the door and leave before others could, he was surprised to find that there was an additional lock on the chamber's door, a rather sturdy lock. It lacks a sense of realism. It's a projection from the historical void, it's fraud. No, it's outside of Beltane City, out of the law's jurisdiction. This historical projection should have existed here a long time ago. It can't last more than 2 minutes, so it will dissipate on its own. Larian quickly regained his composure, allowing his anchors and inclination towards madness to once again form a balance. In the corridor of the Storm Cathedral, Roy and company finally recovered. They turned their heads to look at Mr. Magician, who was in no way inferior to the angel from before. Pasha hesitated for a moment before saying fearfully, he seems to have escaped. This way, they wouldn't be able to obtain any information about 002's location. Relying on a carpet search would be too late. Furthermore, no one present knew what the terrifying sealed artifact looked like. Describing it as a book made it too wide a scope. I can only think of other solutions, Klein replied with a smile. Do you have any suggestions? He had been waiting for Larian to return and negotiate with him, but he realized that the chief shepherd would rather wait in the spirit world for the curtain, historical projection to disappear. And although he could enter the spirit world as well, he was unable to break through the strange barrier created after 002's law changing. As he spoke, Klein seriously considered other solutions and made a few worms of spirit control his body. He spoke to the Beyonders beside him in an attempt to find inspiration through their discussion. We should take the initiative to create a contradiction that's similar to what happened to Biles so that we'll be in a relatively safe state. Only by doing so will we be able to begin our search. Phil brought up the idea that he had previously had. But if we use this kind of contradiction to do something, 002 will definitely add new rules to resolve the corresponding problems. But this can still buy us some time, Phil emphasized. That is something that can be done, Roy agreed, and added, but our focus should be on finding 002. Perhaps we can create some contradiction that will make it expose its location. As for what kind of contradiction could achieve such an effect or how to create it, he hadn't come up with an idea. In the event of a contradiction, new rules will be added to resolve it. Klein wore a smile as he listened silently. Sparks flew as his thoughts crashed in his mind. At that moment, aqueous light appeared on the surface of the magic mirror in his hand as silver words appeared. Pasha, do you want to know what the new content on the notice board is? The mirror directly asked me. Why did it ask me directly? Pasha was taken aback for a moment before she hurriedly nodded and answered, yes. The aqueous light in the silver mirror quickly returned and presented a scene of the notice board. There were 2 new rules. In compliance with the curfew order, the various cathedrals will shut down early. All hotels shall only accommodate guests who have registered their identities. Phil panicked. Where do we go now? He had no idea how he, Roy, and Pasha could escape the punishment. Roy and Pasha exchanged looks as various thoughts surged through their minds, but none of them were viable. At this moment, Klein, who had been maintaining his silence, smiled and cast his gaze at Biles. Where's your house in Beltane? A rental apartment on 18 Maple Street, but that apartment has already collapsed from the blast of an artillery shell, Biles answered, slightly perplexed. Klein smiled and said, you can make a wish to return your house to its original state. I'll grant it. Can that be done? Although the magician, had healed Phil's severed hand with unbelievable powers, Biles still felt that it would be much more difficult to restore a collapsed house to its original state. After all, Weber, the military doctor who Roy mentioned, was capable of doing that. Of course, Klein smiled and reminded him. Make haste. At that moment, the supplicants in the cathedral were leaving one after another. Biles didn't dare to delay any further as he immediately said, I wish that my house will return to its original state. All right. Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Your wish has come true. While Roy and company were in a daze, Klein activated teleport once again and brought them to 18 Maple Street. He stopped outside a 2-bedroom room. Biles stared blankly at the familiar wooden door in front of him. Subconsciously, he reached out his right hand and pushed it open. The cupboard, gas stove, bunk bed, wooden table covered in oil, and the messy old newspapers strewn everywhere were reflected in his eyes as his eyes immediately moistened. Before the war broke out, he often saw his mother busying herself around the coal stove when he came back from the mines. His father and brother either made use of the time to do some repairs or helped to handle the spoiled parts of the fruit and vegetables. They did some of the work that could be taken home. His young niece learned the alphabet from old newspapers under the guidance of her mother while she put together matchstick boxes. Although such a life was tough and didn't have any ability to avoid risks, it was still a wonderful memory for Biles. It was many times better than the dark mine paths, heavy ores, and the whipping from the supervisors. But now, even this tiny bit of beauty was completely destroyed. Aren't you going to invite us in? Phil stood at the door, not daring to trespass on the private property. After snapping back to his senses, Biles hurriedly said, please come on in. After entering the unoccupied house, Klein pulled a chair that could break at any moment and sat down. He then fell silent. Roy, Pasha, and the others did not dare to disturb the gentleman as they waited quietly by his side. After 20 to 30 seconds, Klein suddenly looked around and said with a smile, I have an idea that requires verification. Who wants to work with me on this? I'll do it, Roy replied without hesitation. Klein smiled and replied, afterward, don't truthfully answer the questions. I'm looking for the loopholes hidden in 002's rules. Roy nodded and said, that wouldn't be an issue. Klein immediately took out the magic mirror and said to Roy, ask it a question. Roy thought for a moment and said, where can I find my next potion? A scene appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. It was the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, who was pacing around the spirit world. Roy's expression instantly stiffened. Then, he heard Mr. Magician say, it's your turn to answer its question. Remember, don't give it the correct answer. Roy hurriedly reined in his thoughts and looked back at the mirror. He saw that the mirror had already transformed into Mr. Magician himself, and a few more lines of blood-like text appeared. Who did you give your first time to? Roy instantly recalled the past as his face flushed red. Then, he answered according to Mr. Magician's instructions, I'm not sure. A lie. The blood-colored text on the silver mirror instantly condensed into the terrifying words. A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck Roy. Roy convulsed in pain as his body was charred black. His hair stood on end, but his life wasn't truly in danger. Biles, Pasha, and Phil were all startled, unsure what had just happened. At this moment, Klein looked around and smiled. Look, the mirror didn't get punished for voluntarily causing harm. A real opportunity lies in here. Chapter 1286. New applications of old methods. A real opportunity. Pasha, Biles, and Phil were delighted to hear this. It was as if they had finally seen the light after searching for a long time in the dark night. What kind of opportunity? Roy blurted out from his dazed state. Klein wasn't in a rush. He smiled and said, did you guys not notice? There is no clear indication on the notice of who the enforcer is. As a keyboard warrior in the past, Klein had always claimed to be a jack of all trades. Furthermore, he had interacted with many lawyers in his life and had an Earl of the Fallen Marionette before. He had the basic foundation needed when it came to the law and rules. That's right, the announcement only mentioned a new consul, and it's not clear who the enforcer is. We encountered an invisible justiciar previously. Pasha and the others revealed a thoughtful expression. Upon seeing this, Klein reached out his hand and stroked the surface of the magic mirror as though he was combing an animal. Under normal circumstances, everyone has tacitly acknowledged that the police and the authorities responsible for dealing with supernatural cases enforce the law. This is confirmed through a series of legal documents or the corresponding public knowledge. But this time, the rules haven't reached such an airtight level. If we say that the rules are built on a blank slate composed of the original laws, directives, and rules, then we should have seen the police, the Nighthawks, or the mandated punishers when we committed crimes, but that's not the case. In other words, the corresponding enforcer is indeed vague. Pasha, who was the most knowledgeable among the four Beyonders, thought for a moment before saying, perhaps, the law enforcer is an abstract concept. Or perhaps, it is tacitly equivalent to the new consul. The latter isn't clear either. It doesn't make it clear who the new consul is. This way, it can be anyone. The former isn't obliged to make it known, Klein simply replied. Phil frowned and said, but we can't enforce the law like the citizens. The corresponding authority is determined by eliminating groups via labels, Klein explained with a smile. Foreigners are targets of ostracization and pursuit, so they obviously lack the required law enforcement rights. As for the citizens, they only have it when dealing with foreigners. This is confirmed through the notice. Without waiting for Roy and Biles to speak, Klein continued, so, I just used the contradiction hidden in this matter to get Roy to test it. The result is exactly as I predicted. First of all, the magic mirror isn't a foreign living being, neither is it a local. It's just an item with a certain level of intelligence. It cannot be placed into any particular group. This way, in a situation where the law enforcer isn't clear, those who aren't part of the elimination process have the right to enforce the law. Secondly, it had punished a foreigner. Those notices imply that all who deal with foreigners are law enforcers. Finally, the magic mirror itself has the rules of punishment. Before this rule is announced to be illegal, it has the right to punish others. Based on the 3 points above, I believe that 002 should be in a lot of conflict right now. Next, it will definitely issue a new law to clearly determine the main body of law enforcement, to mend the loopholes in this area. Once the main body of the law enforcement is revealed, it will contain a lot of information. It will help us lock onto the target. Heh, if 002 uses a method of adding prohibitions, it will definitely restrict itself, as it shares the same attributes as the mirror. This is definitely not its first choice. At that moment, Roy, Pasha, and the others, who were listening to Klein's recount, suddenly had the feeling that he was a knowledgeable and highly intelligent person. Could it be that Mr. Magician is a wise man who likes to travel among the commoners in legends? The four Beyonders each made similar but different guesses. At this moment, the magic mirror in Klein's hand emitted a misty aqueous light. Amidst the aqueous light, the silver mirror's surface showed the noticeboard. 2 more lines appeared on the bottom of the original piece of paper. All law enforcement must be carried out by the Truncest Brass Book or the group it authorizes. Any private rules can't surpass the official decree. Truncest Brass Book. This is the full name of 002. The opportunity is here. Klein's expression turned serious as he entered cogitation. He had forced 002 to clarify the main law enforcement to obtain more information so as to further understand the situation of the terrifying sealed artifact. And based on Klein's deduction, 002 was more or less related to a particular Saphira, just like how he was back when he had yet to become the owner of Saphira Castle. Therefore, furthering his understanding of it would inevitably result in reverse corruption, thereby establishing a certain connection. To a certain extent, the Saphira was equivalent to a great old one, outer deity, or the cosmos. Back then, Klein had used such mysticism knowledge to lock onto the location of dark demonic Wolf Kotar. Now, he was using it in the opposite direction. From his point of view, 002 was definitely more corrupted by a Saphira than him. After all, sealed artifacts were in a state of having lost control. This was why they needed to be sealed. Under such circumstances, further understanding of 002 would result in corruption. The reality proved Klein's hypothesis. And it was also because of this danger that he didn't show the new content presented by Rhodes to the four Beyonders. In cogitation, Klein quickly sensed that he had an invisible connection with a certain spot. The indescribable corruption was surging over. At the same time he flicked out a gold coin, he used Saphira Castle's aura to cut off the connection and isolate the corruption. Immediately after, a clear image appeared in his mind. Klein grabbed the gold coin with his left hand. After the glove suddenly turned transparent, he instantly vanished from the room and appeared in a hall filled with bookshelves. On the side of the hall with floor-to-ceiling windows, there were many long rectangular tables. On one of them was a book bound by thin brass sheets. "I've found you." A smile appeared on Klein's face. He made use of the brief connection to do a divination. Then, he relied on the attraction between Sephiroth to make the teleportation become abnormally precise. The law of convergence between Sephiroth would allow Klein to accidentally enter the library and discover the brass book. However, it might have happened 2 days later, 2 weeks later, or even 2 years later. It wouldn't happen in time to stop anything. Furthermore, this was under the prerequisite that 002 didn't do any corresponding interference or avoidance measures. The clothes on Klein's back suddenly cracked as blood-red strokes appeared. This was a punishment for trespassing into a public area. Whipping. Thankfully, this crime is very light, and I won't be punished for this crime for the next 1 or 2 minutes. The rules will give the trespasser time to withdraw. Klein immediately reached out and grabbed a few times in the void. He didn't really pull out the figure of the ascetic leader, Ariana. This was because, to a noncommittal person, a historical projection was a form of fraud. He only used this method to send his location information to the servant of concealment. Due to the same reason, Klein dispersed the glove on his left hand. During this process, the brass book started flipping and displayed the rules. When one's rationality drops to 20% of its original value, there would be signs of losing control. Scholar of Yore has the ability to summon historical void projections. The success rate of summoning depends on the familiarity and friendliness of the target. The Truncest Brass Book is the most precious item. No living being is permitted to touch it. Those in violation are to be sentenced to death. One is not allowed to change the condition of the Truncest Brass Book in any way. Those in violation are to be sentenced to death. The rules made Klein's eyelids twitch. He felt his rationality constantly dropping. This caused the primordial one's mental brand in his body to become more active. The first part of the rules is presented in grayish-black, as though it's in a state that can't be changed. This requires 002 to awaken further. If it awakens to the extent of changing the rules in front, it'll be very terrifying. It might even reduce the success rate of my summonings, causing Beyonders to show signs of losing control if their rationality falls a little. With this we've fixed the problem of this variant of a seer being too strong. As expected of 002, It fully lives up to its serial number. The text behind is presented in silver. Does this mean that the rules can be altered or enhanced? I can't touch it, I can't change its state. That also means that I can't take it away, nor can I directly conceal this sealed artifact. Perhaps I can use the staff of the stars or the box of the great old ones to directly move this library into the cosmos and let 002 face those outer deities. But if the outer deities were to grasp this sealed artifact, the problem might be greater than it is now. Klein hesitated for a moment and didn't risk summoning his grade 0 sealed artifact. The next second, he heard a smacking sound. The figure of Ariana's simple linen robe and tree bark belt was quickly outlined at his side. She was lashed by an invisible whip, leaving behind an obvious bloody mark. The first problem has been resolved. Now, we need to consider the second problem. That is how to seal this fellow, Klein said as he made haste. It wouldn't be long before he would suffer a second punishment. Ariana shook her head. The corresponding information has been destroyed. We can only resolve it through trial and error. That's a little dangerous. We don't know, but someone definitely knows. Klein's heart stirred as he made his spirit body leave his body and enter the spirit world. Through the invisible barrier created by 002, he said to the Church of the God of Combat's chief shepherd, Larian, who was waiting for the curtain to disappear. Perhaps we can make a deal. You want the method to seal 002? Larian turned around and chuckled. Do you think you'll agree? Actually, I'm very puzzled. Why must you sacrifice yourself for the fallen god of combat? By joining the Church of Evernight, you can still be an angel, and you can also receive blessings. You can also live for a very long time. Klein didn't directly respond as he said. Larian's expression darkened as he said, a mythical creature without any pious faith wouldn't be able to understand me. As an evil god, isn't it normal for me to not be devout? Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. This was his humanity. Chapter 1287. Guidance. Seeing that Klein was momentarily at a loss for words, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, revealed a solemn expression. Furthermore, the fall of a deity is only temporary. He will eventually return and awaken using my body. Klein frowned slightly when he heard that. He didn't know whether the angel was having mental problems and wasn't far from losing control because of his shaken anchors, or if he was too affected by the god of combat. In a certain sense, he had become his backup. Ignoring the sequence 0 true deities, even kings of angels and a number of angels would often not completely die. You should know very well that the apocalypse will come in another 10 or so years. I believe that the speed of the god of combat's resurrection won't be fast enough. Klein attempted to awaken him with the cruel reality. Larian snorted. You will never be able to imagine the power of God. He didn't give Klein the chance to continue his persuasion and revealed a smile. In short, I won't make a deal with you. Pray to Evernight. Pray to the deity you believe in to seal 002 and save you. But all I need to do is wait another 30 to 40 seconds before I can leave this place. Klein looked up at the curtain, hanging from infinitely high above and didn't say anything else. He made his spirit body return to the library where the Truncest brass book was. Do you have any ideas? He asked without any delay. Ariana shook her head slightly and asked, what did Larian say? He told us to pray to the deities to seal 002. As Klein spoke, he was suddenly stunned. What Larian said didn't seem to be problematic, but he had inadvertently revealed a very important piece of information. He believed that deities could seal 002, no matter who they were. Then, what does a deity rely on to seal it? By forcefully suppressing it with their sequence 0 status, or use a might that can destroy the world. Many questions appeared in Klein's mind. At this moment, Truncest brass book flipped to a blank page, producing silver words one after another. The language it used was the one on the first blasphemy slate. It seemed to be the source of all the languages that were still in use. In the blink of an eye, the silver words formed into new text. The Beltane City Library is the place where the Truncest brass book is kept. It is a place that must be heavily protected. Living beings who intrude without the Truncest brass book's permission will be severely punished. It's an elevation of the punishment. I might be sentenced to death next. Klein's pupils dilated as he quickly deduced the most likely development. However, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled and said with sincerity, my wish is to shrink the size of the Beltane City Library, so that the spot where Mam Ariana and I are is the boundary line. As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and granted his own wish. As the snapping sound reverberated, the lawn that corresponded to the Beltane City Library disappeared. The building shrunk and the walls retreated. Soon, only a tenth of its original size was left. Klein and Ariana subconsciously arrived outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the open window, they stared at the truncest brass book that remained on the rectangular table. There was no change in the distance between them and the target. They were still very close, but they were no longer within the confines of being severely punished. However, due to their first violation of the curfew, they were once again whipped by an invisible law enforcer. After accumulating the wishes of restoring buildings one after another, Klein could create quite a miracle in this aspect. He didn't make another wish and continued thinking. He analyzed the hidden meaning behind the words of the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat. No, it shouldn't have been forcefully suppressed using a deity's status and level. Otherwise, my spiritual intuition would have told me the answer long ago. That would have made me activate Saphira Castle's aura and complete the seal. From a mysticism point of view, this is understandable. This is because 002 is clearly related to a particular Saphira. It's difficult to suppress it by relying on the status and level of a sequence 0. By relying on the might of the deities themselves. This might be possible, but there's a high chance that it's not the real method. This is because Larian knows of a sealing method that can be completed without relying on the deities. What's special about a sequence 0 deity? And what methods can an angel use to achieve such a special sealing method? The most special thing that I can think of, at the moment, is that a sequence 0 deity contains a uniqueness. This is something I can't summon from the historical void. It really has the characteristic of being unique. But how can an angel indirectly simulate a uniqueness? Countless thoughts collided in Klein's mind, producing large amounts of sparks, but he still couldn't figure out the key to the problem. At this moment, the mercury-colored words on the truncest brass book continued to seep out, forming new paragraphs that stipulated that Klein and Ariana were a group of people that needed punishment. Ariana observed silently for a while before suddenly saying, "I'll try to conceal the soil beneath the table to make 002 fall to the core. Raise your level of alertness to prevent any accidents. Conceal the soil, fall to the core." Klein's heart stirred. He felt that this was a rather good solution. The truncest brass book had only forbidden the touching and changing its condition at present. The environment wasn't equivalent to its condition. In addition, they were only forbidden from entering Beltane City Library. It didn't mean that Klein and Ariana couldn't exert certain influences on it. And when 002, which hadn't been banned from leaving, passed through the concealed soil and fell to the core, it would lose its influence on Beltane City due to the distance, causing the laws it had set up to fail. That was the case unless it was awakened further or came to life, allowing a larger region to fall under its jurisdiction. This way, Klein and Ariana no longer needed to be restricted by the rules. They could seek help from the Evernight goddess. However, when Ariana finally thought of a solution and was preparing to carry out the plan, a new law was completely formed. The Beltane City Library, the place where the truncest brass book is stored. It is a place that must be strictly protected. No living thing or object is to deal any form of damage to it in any way. Indeed, 002 has also noticed this loophole. As Klein frowned slightly, he suddenly had an idea of what he had been thinking about. The uniqueness of a sequence 0 deity was indeed unique, but their sealing of 002 wasn't directly done by using the authority and power that came from it. It was very likely that they could rely on this trait of a uniqueness to lure 002 into setting up a series of contradictory rules, causing the sealed artifact to fall into a paradoxical cycle. In this aspect, angels, saints, and even ordinary people could accomplish that by themselves. The key was to think of paradox and guide it into establishing it. As for how to seal 002 after it entered a paradoxical cycle and was preparing to fix the loophole, Klein didn't have any clues at the moment, so he needed to make further observations. How should I create a paradox? All the rules and regulations set up by 002 quickly flashed through Klein's mind. In just a few seconds, he acutely grasped a point where he could create a paradoxical cycle. He quickly turned his head and said to Ariana, "Ma'am, let's not destroy the city library. We will directly conceal the other parts of the Beltane, indirectly causing it to lose the necessary support. This place will then collapse on its own, thus falling into the core." Ariana didn't immediately do as he said. Instead, she turned her head and gave Klein a deep look. "This will cause the deaths of many civilians. We have to make a choice between the lesser of two evils, Klein said seriously. Ariana didn't respond and fell silent. It was as though she was in an intense mental struggle or making the appropriate preparations. At this moment, the two brass pages that had just written the two articles quickly created more new rules. Beltane is the city where the Truncest brass book is located, a true holy land in all senses of the phrase. No living thing or object is to deal any form of damage to it in any way. Upon seeing this text, Klein wasn't disappointed. Instead, he smiled. With a snap, he snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to surge out of his pocket and quickly drown him. In just 2 to 3 seconds, a stream of flames descended from the sky. Klein jumped out and carried a person. That was one of the 4 Beyonders he had saved previously. He was the Beltane local, Biles. Go in and quickly flip through the brass book, Klein said calmly as he pointed at the 002 on the rectangular table. Biles didn't know exactly what had happened, but he believed that this magician, who had fulfilled 2 of his wishes, had found a way out of the situation plaguing Beltane. Thus, after taking a deep breath, he entered the city library through the miniaturized, open floor-to-ceiling windows. During this process, he didn't receive any severe punishments. In fact, he wasn't even whipped. Upon seeing this scene, Klein's smile widened. 002 had produced a paradox. Due to Rhodes's existence, the Truncest brass book could only do a most comprehensive prohibition, preventing any living being or object from dealing any form of damage to it in any way. As a city, Beltane's definition didn't just include its terrain and buildings. It definitely included the residents here. This way, if 002 punished a Beltane citizen like Biles, any damage to him would go against the law it had just issued. If it didn't punish him, it would go against the laws that prohibited him from entering the city library. Hence, the Truncest brass book had entered a vicious cycle. Of course, Klein believed that such a paradox would quickly be corrected by appending additional clauses. He only hoped that Biles would be able to flip through the brass book and find clues to sealing it. Pay attention to the currently open page. Once an article is about to take shape, immediately come out, Klein instructed as he stared at Biles and 002. Chapter 1288. Key Intelligence. Although Biles had witnessed Phil's severed hand, Weber's hanging, and Mr. Magician's palm fused from worms, and also had a certain understanding of the horrifying anomaly brought about by 002, his lacking level in experience made him unaware of the true horror behind this matter. He mostly explained it away as a horror tale coming to life. Therefore, despite feeling afraid, he mustered up his courage and quickly approached the rectangular table under the watch of the magical magician and grounded angel. Of course, him being from the sailor pathway was partly responsible. Within 2 or 3 steps, Biles had reached a spot where he could touch the brass book. Without thinking, he reached out his right palm and grabbed the brass pages on 002 and quickly flipped them. During this process, the back of Biles's hand held up the brass page, which hadn't completely been filled, to prevent it from being blocked, so as to allow him, Mr. Magician, and Ma'am Angel to observe the changes on it and react in advance. Amidst the flipping sounds, this sailor saw the line that touching the Truncest brass book would result in the death sentence. He was first alarmed before he was filled with a strong sense of puzzlement about his current state. However, this didn't affect his action of flipping the pages forward. Klein's eyes reflected the different brass pages, and each page had different rules. The projections of these brass pages didn't appear by making lines disappear and having new ones substitute them. Instead, they appeared side by side and gradually increased in number. In the end, Klein's eyes reflected a different number of brass pages in them. They were neatly arranged, one line after another. It was as though he had split the 002 into a single page and placed it on a glass platform to bask in the sun. This was a dream divination technique at the angel level, allowing Klein to reproduce the scenes he had just seen before his very eyes. With the passage of time, the brass pages in his dark brown eyes began to spin and pinpoint one of them. The Truncest brass book originates from a justiciar uniqueness that had been corrupted by the nation of disorder. It's exactly as I expected. Since the Truncest brass book can produce all the low-level rules, the corresponding content must contain a description of itself. This is determined by its essence. Unless it completely awakens or comes alive, and has the sufficient intelligence to know how to selectively hide it, just as a thought of joy flashed through Klein's mind, he saw a new word in mercury color appear on the unfilled brass page. This meant that 002 had finally diverted a portion of its power from its vicious cycle. It was preparing to add text as a supplementary explanation to fix the flaws. Leave. Without any hesitation, Klein shouted. Biles strictly obeyed the orders of a high-leveled figure, immediately withdrawing his right hand, turning around, and sprinting out the window. Make a move to attack me. Seeing that the sailor with dual attributes had left the city library, Klein suddenly added. Biles's heart was filled with puzzlement, but he still raised his right arm and pulled back his shoulder. He put on a stance that looked like he was about to throw a punch at Klein. At this moment, a new article finally took shape. With regards to the rules above, the Transmigrator brass book and the group of people it permits have immunity while enforcing the law. However, even if this article was successfully published, Biles wouldn't suffer any punishment. Clearly, the Transmigrator brass book wouldn't pursue problems that led to a vicious cycle or unclear definitions. It was just like how it didn't pile crimes on the roads after it mended the loopholes in the rules. By the same logic, Biles, who had truly come into contact with 002, didn't suffer any contamination from a Saphira. Before the supplementary clauses were published, Biles was a part of the Beltane. He couldn't be damaged in any sense, so he couldn't be corrupted. But with the additional clause, he wouldn't be, retroactively, punished for his previous actions. In fact, after Biles left the city library, he had violated the curfew order as well, but Klein had already noticed a problem. It was that when the Beltane citizens pursued foreigners while outside, they weren't restricted by the curfew. Therefore, he made Biles attack him in a manner to avoid the corresponding punishment. Right on the heels of that, he seized the opportunity while 002 was fixing the loophole to quickly recall the detailed information regarding the Transmigrator brass book. This book possesses a living characteristic, but most of the time, it's at a very low level. The first half of the book displays almost all the underlying rules, while the second half is blank. It needs to be filled in autonomously. Once there are no restrictions, it will naturally set up laws with certain biases for the surrounding areas and strictly enforce it. During this process, it will change and correct the rules based on the feedback. As the law gradually becomes stricter, his living characteristic will deepen. Once a law that can interfere with all aspects takes form, the Transmigrator brass book will completely come alive. It will possess true intelligence, and has the ability to modify the first half of the underlying rules to a certain extent. The exact extent that it can reach is as follows. If there are contradictions in the laws that can't be corrected, or if the pages are all filled without being able to form a sufficiently airtight system of rules, the Transmigrator brass book will produce a new line at the boundary between the first and second half. All the following rules are ineffective. After this line takes form, the rules in the second half will disappear and the pages will return to a blank slate. After the second half is completely blank, the clause, all the following rules are ineffective, will be erased, and the Transmigrator brass book will repeat its previous actions until there is a set of laws that covers all aspects. The rules that it creates have to be publicized or informed to the masses before having them take effect. When there's no clear rule for a particular action, whether it's against the common knowledge of the surrounding living beings. Transmigrator brass book hates distorted and ugly rules. It hates having loopholes found. What a detailed description. There should be a method to seal 002 in all of this. Klein's thoughts raced as he attempted to find information that he could use from every line of text. At this moment, the leader of the ascetics, Ariana, whispered, "Think of a way to fill the pages behind 002, without making it airtight enough." That's right. In that case, the Transmigrator brass book will declare that all the following rules are ineffective. It'll redo it again. When that happens, its restrictions on the surroundings will temporarily vanish, allowing us to have the chance to touch it, take it away, or directly pray to a deity. But, how should we go about doing this? The Transmigrator brass book hates distorted and ugly rules. It hates having loopholes found. Klein's heart stirred as he had an idea. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his arms, as if he was hugging the air. In the next second, inside the building whose dimensions had shrunk to 1/10 of the original Beltane City Library, a hall that was covered with deep black stone slabs with all kinds of scuffing descended into the real world. There were 8 black stone pillars erected in the hall, and metal poles hung from the high dome. At the bottom were candlesticks carved into different creatures, 41 on the left and 40 on the right. This was the Tudor Transmigrator United Empire's Hall of Consuls that Klein had seen before. At that time, both consuls were still Sequence 1 princes of abolition of the Black Emperor pathway, so this place was filled with distortions. It didn't match the normal circumstances and didn't have any rules of aesthetics. Apart from that, when Klein summoned this historical scene, he also used his domain's ability to add the details of the fourth epoch which he knew. It made the order that stemmed from the Black Emperor become more and more detailed, as though it was corporeal. His wrists were severed as they landed on the ground. Blood spurted out from the wound, just like an ordinary person. This was the second time Klein had committed fraud. The 2 palms in fresh blood that gushed to the ground quickly separated into transparent maggots and sticky, nearly shapeless liquid. As the worms of spirit convulsed and died, Klein grimaced due to the pain as he made numerous worms crawl out from the stump to form new palms. At the same time, he tried his best to maintain the scene he had created through multiple summonings, not letting it dissipate. On the rectangular table, inside the book that had bound brass pages, many new lines of text appeared. All buildings and structures have to follow the golden ratio and principles of symmetry. Strange clothes are not permitted. The following crimes have the death penalty. The Truncest brass book flipped through the pages quickly as it targeted the laws that stemmed from a Black Emperor. The further it went, the faster the new text appeared. There were no more pauses that lasted nearly a minute. Inside the hall, the candlesticks that fell from the ceiling broke and disappeared. Then, the other parts of the hall experienced various changes, wiping away the original details of the order one by one. Finally, the hall could no longer be maintained. It collapsed and returned to the historical void. At that moment, the Truncest brass book had already flipped to the last 2 pages. It was spread out there without any movement. With the last page filled with text and no longer able to form a tight system of rules with what 002 had previously set, Klein silently exhaled and relaxed a little. He felt that his spirituality was almost depleted. Let's wait for an hour at Biles's house. He turned his head and said to Ariana. If they stayed where they were, they would suffer increasingly severe punishments from breaking the curfew until they were sentenced to death. As for monitoring the Truncest brass book, this mission that couldn't allow for mistakes was naturally handed over to Rhodes. Although this magic mirror couldn't directly look at 002, it could pay attention to the noticeboard and determine the disappearance progress of the laws on it. Chapter 1289, Fooling. After returning to Biles's house, Klein pulled a chair over and sat down without waiting for Roy and company to make inquiries. He made a rather pious wish. I wish for my spirituality to be restored. With that said, he raised his right hand, snapped his fingers, and granted his own wish, thus, allowing his spirituality to return to its normal state. Right on the heels of that, he extended his left palm, preparing to end the maintenance of the historical projection of the curtain, before summoning a new one, so as to continue sealing off the spirit world area corresponding to Beltane City. This prevented the Church of the God of Combat's chief shepherd, Larian, from escaping. There's no need to do so. There's always a next time. At that moment, Ariana slowly shook her head, indicating that Klein no longer needed to summon the curtain that originated from the dark demonic wolf. There was a limit to the power of wishes. A miracle invoker couldn't satisfy the same wish in a short period of time, which meant that, within the next 1 or 2 hours, Klein couldn't recover his spirituality by granting his own wishes. Of course, to a qualified seer pathway angel, this limitation was something that could be avoided. For example, he could get Pasha, Roy, Biles, and Ariana to take turns to wish for Klein to regain his spirituality before granting their wishes as a miracle invoker. However, the problem was that, even if he could recover his spirituality that many times, he wouldn't be able to maintain the curtain, which was at the level of a sequence 1 for more than an hour. Furthermore, he needed to wait an hour before 002 erased all the previous rules and rewrote them. After some deliberation, Klein nodded slightly and replied with a smile, let's give it a try first. After all, we're rather free right now. I'll give up after my last spirituality recovery attempt. Yes, this will purely depend on the chief shepherd's luck. Perhaps, he might lose control because of anxiety, frustration, and nervousness. As he spoke, Klein dispelled the maintenance of the original curtain, and his left hand moved forward immediately after that. He pulled out a new curtain, allowing it to appear inside the spirit world that corresponded to Beltane City. In an area where saturated colors overlapped one another, Larian, who was wearing a black robe with white edges and a square hat, felt the restriction disappear. Just as he was about to make his way out, he saw a new curtain descend, sealing him off again. The smile on his face instantly froze. A few seconds later, Larian slowly exhaled and composed himself, mentally as he continued to wait. In the next hour, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat repeatedly experienced the despair and pain of having his hopes extinguished. He attempted to find the pattern and attempt to figure out the time interval so as to grasp the fleeting opportunity. He wanted to rush out of the barrier the moment the old curtain disappeared and before the new curtain was produced. However, he eventually discovered that the intervals didn't follow any pattern. The person stopping him didn't restore the barrier only when his spirituality was about to be depleted. At times, the other party would recreate the barrier far ahead of time. If it wasn't for the fact that Phasacian citizens weren't forced to change faiths from the god of combat, and that the decree that Larian was considered a traitor hadn't been widely spread, this grounded angel might have already lost control on the spot. As time passed, Larian once again sensed the collapse of the old curtain. However, this time, there was no new curtain. He has finally reached his limit. Larian was delighted. Without any hesitation, he rushed out of the collapsing nascent divine kingdom. In the next moment, he saw a woman holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, dressed in a complicated long dress, an unknown existence that was wrapped in bandages with yellowish-brown liquid covering the entire, and several strange but abnormally powerful spirit world creatures. The curtain that Klein had summoned the previous times were historical void projections that had been tainted with Saphira Castle's aura. It naturally attracted objects sensitive to it. He wouldn't even be surprised if Eamon was among the group. The smile on Larian's face froze again. Beltane City, in Biles's rental apartment. Klein suddenly raised his head and looked up into the sky. He muttered softly, "Impressive." Following that, he became silent again until the magic mirror emitted an aqueous light that reflected the noticeboard's current state. The rules on the paper disappeared in reverse order of their appearance. This meant that 002 was beginning to erase the rules that it had set up, and was preparing to redo everything. Once the curfew order was abolished, the highly focused Klein immediately pulled Ma'am Ariana and used Flaming Jump to appear outside the shrunken Beltane City Library. As he looked over, he realized that, on the brass pages of 002, the speed at which the rules were being wiped clear had become very fast. In just a blink of an eye, the second half of the book was only left with the clause, "All the following rules are ineffective." Following that, the clause disappeared as a new set of rules rapidly emerged without any gaps. The truncest brass book is the most precious item. No living being is permitted to touch it. Before this clause was completed, Ariana's figure had already appeared beside the rectangular table. Her finger touched the brass page. With a crack, the leader of the Church of Evernights ascetic had her neck suddenly constricted as though an invisible rope had hoisted her up. As an angel, she had actually suffered bone fractures and had difficulties breathing, death by hanging. However, with Ariana's finger sliding over with some difficulty, the first clause that appeared was erased before it was fully displayed. It entered a concealed state. As for all the rules set by 002, it had to be publicized or announced before it could truly be effective. With a whoosh, Ariana picked up the truncest brass book and threw it to Klein, who was outside the window. In the previous hour, Klein had already anticipated all the possible developments and had a discussion with Ariana. He was in no way nervous or flustered. While 002 was still in midair, he dragged another himself wearing a human-skinned glove out of the void. Then, he grabbed the truncest brass book and used his historical projection to teleport away. After his figure disappeared from his spot, Ariana landed on the ground with a loud thud, a deep mark left on her neck. In just a few seconds, Klein, who was holding 002, appeared at the top of the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. He used his spirit vision at the level of an angel and saw the collapsed, dilapidated, and fogged palace. Without any hesitation, Klein allowed his historical projection to take the truncest brass book and blink to the main door of the palace before pushing the door open. What appeared before him was a hall with many corpses hanging from above. Every corpse was different. There were men and women, either dressed beautifully, simply, exquisitely, or casually. Behind each of these hangers was a transparent and slippery tentacle with complicated patterns. They came from the depths of the hall, from that ancient stone chair. On the huge stone chair, transparent and distorted maggots were formed into a ball. They grew wantonly and extended out strange tentacles. This was the half-fool of the Antigonus family, who had lost control and gone mad. Sensing the door open, and sensing Klein's historical projection approach, the cluster of maggots left the stone chair and fiercely flailed their slippery tentacles, causing them to surge towards the door as if they were being affected by an invisible suction force. Similarly, at the bottom of the stone chair, the tarot card with Rassel's image, which was written with a stellar radiance, flew towards the door. Just seeing this scene pushed Klein's historical projection towards experiencing a breakdown. Thankfully, he didn't possess any sentience and was remotely controlled by Klein. He didn't suffer the chaotic thoughts and the negative side effects of the mental mutation, nor did he stand motionless and helpless. Before the historical projection dissipated, it threw the truncest brass book at the terrifying cluster of maggots. The transparent and slippery tentacles sensed danger and instinctively reacted by wrapping around sealed artifact 002. Under such interference and the invisible strong winds, the Fool card had reached the door one step ahead of the strange tentacles. Klein's historical projection had mostly collapsed. Seeing this, he mechanically extended his right hand, grabbed the card of blasphemy, and threw it behind him. In the next instant, the slippery tentacles that were reassembled had reached out to the door, but they were blocked by the fog, unable to exit. All it could do was wildly pound at the barrier. The open door slowly closed, blocking out this scene. Klein, who was hiding somewhere on the mountain peak, frowned slightly. He felt a sense of joy and relief, as well as a strong sense of doubt. In other words, I used 002 to exchange for the Fool's card. The goddess doesn't need me to seek clues regarding the river of eternal darkness for the time being. Klein silently muttered to himself. He walked out of the hidden area and arrived not far from the ancient palace. He bent down and picked up the card of blasphemy. On the surface of the card was Marcel Gustav, who was wearing colorful clothes and holding a stick and luggage. His eyes were filled with a longing for the future, and behind him was a puppy. On the upper left corner of the card, the resplendent stellar radiance outlined a few words. Inside the ancient palace, the truncest brass book fell to the ground and opened up to the first page of the second half of the book. New rules began to form. Just as the two rules just appeared, and before it could inform the owner here, a line of words suddenly appeared between the two halves of the book. All the following rules are ineffective. An hour later, the two rules were wiped out, and new rules were written. However, after just 2 lines, there was an additional clause in front of them. 002 seemed to have reached a blank slate that happened when the entire book was filled up. Again and again, the truncest brass book fell into an endless cycle. Chapter 1290, Fulfilling Wishes. Putting away the Fool card, Klein took out Creeping Hunger from the void, equipped it to his left hand, and activated Teleport. After returning to the miniaturized city library, he immediately said to the servant of concealment, Ariana, it has been thrown into the abandoned palace on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. That was an entrance to the foggy town. As for how to deal with 002 later on, it was the Church of Evernight's problem. All right, Ariana nodded and didn't say anything else. She entered a concealed state and vanished, as though she had been erased. She didn't thank him, nor mention any payment. It was just like how she had never made any requests when she helped Klein in the past. Does Ma'am Ariana know that I've obtained the Fool card? Klein looked around thoughtfully and slowly sighed in the darkness. Although the supernatural incident had been resolved in less than 2 hours, there were still quite a number of people who had lost their lives under the strict rules. The Beltane citizens had more or less committed certain mistakes, but the punishments they suffered were far more disproportionate to the crimes they had committed. The most innocent party in the matter were the tourists who came or passed by Beltane. They had to face a nightmare simply because they were foreigners. Klein had tried his best to do some things to protect many outsiders, including Roy and the others, but he was also limited in what he could do due to the restrictions he suffered. There weren't many loopholes that could be made use of, making it impossible to make it seem like none of that had ever happened. What I need to do next is to mainly provide treatment to the survivors. Klein retracted his gaze and planned on teleporting to Biles's house to deal with the remaining problems. At that moment, Reinette Tinecare, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads and was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, walked out of the void. One of the heads bit onto a black goat's horn. He escaped the spirit world, the remaining 3 heads of Miss Messenger said. As expected of a former chief shepherd, Klein, who had long sensed it, sighed without any surprise. Then, he pointed at the black goat's horn. Did Larian leave that behind? After Klein received the item, Reinette Tinecare's head that hadn't spoken earlier said, yes. After encountering the curse of deformity, he had still managed to barge out of the encirclement and escape from the spirit world. He is indeed powerful. Is this a sequence 2 angel who's best at fighting head-on? Klein flicked his wrist, causing the black goat horn in his palm to shatter into countless tiny specks of light as it dissipated, dispersing the remnant psyche. The limbs left behind by Beander after them undergoing a transformation contain a portion of their Beander characteristics that couldn't return to the main body. When the points of light were reassembled from sequence 9 to sequence 7, as well as a sequence 4 Beander characteristic, Klein chose the sequence 8 pugilist from it and returned the rest to Miss Messenger with a smile. These are your spoils. I'll only collect the intelligence. Fee. Reinette Tinacare didn't stand on ceremony. She raised one of the blonde, red-eyed heads and had it open its mouth, absorbing the sequence 9, sequence 7, and sequence 4 warrior Beander characteristics. After watching Miss Messenger leave Beltane, Klein teleported back to Biles's home and smiled at Roy and company. The problem has been resolved. You are no longer foreigners who have to be treated with animosity. The four Beyonders were just about to respond with heartfelt and relieved smiles when they saw the magical Mr. Magician invite a stranger from the air. It was an old man with a dark red bow tie. He wore a shirt, vest, formal suit, and blue striped trousers. His hair remained thick despite it being all white. His aura was warm and elegant. This was the marionette, Vin Rambus, whom Klein had once possessed. He planned on using this manipulator to seal away their memories of 002. Not being corrupted by a Saphira didn't mean that Biles wouldn't encounter terrifying matters when he recollected the matter. As there was only one relevant period of memory for Biles, and he didn't know the truth of the matter, what Klein needed to do was rather simple. Therefore, he didn't seek Miss Justice's help. He planned on using his marionette's historical void projection to complete it. You didn't tell them about what happened in the city library, right? Klein got Vin Rambus to walk to his side as he asked Biles. Biles hurriedly shook his head and said, I remember your advice. Very good. Next, I'll give you some psychological treatment. I'll help you forget all those matters. Otherwise, you'll be targeted by 002 and never be able to obtain peace until you die. Believe me, sealed artifacts at this level can definitely do something like that, even if it has been taken away. Klein explained his goal frankly. Biles's lips quivered as he said, all right. He chose to obey and believe. After inviting Roy, Pasha, and Phil out of this rental apartment, Klein controlled Vin Rambus to do a series of mental control processes and successfully made Biles forget the brass book he had seen, as well as the contents on it. After doing this, Klein carefully took out the magic mirror and looked at it. Erodes, are there any other hidden dangers? On the surface of the ancient silver mirror, the aqueous light flickered and reflected a line of silver words. Great Master, there aren't any latent risks in Beltane. As for other places in Lowen and Faysac, as it involves 002 itself, I'm unable to see it clearly. Perhaps you can confirm it yourself. All right. Klein nodded slightly, took out a gold coin, and softly chanted the corresponding divination statement. With a ping, the gold coin flicked up and tumbled in the air. During this process, scenes naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. They were chimneys, streets, and cities. They were extremely vague and lacked specific directions. With a slight frown, he collected his thoughts and reached out to catch the gold coin. Then, he got Pasha and the others to return to Biles's home. He smiled and said to Roy, didn't you wish to obtain the next potion? You can make a wish now. Roy's eyes revealed surprise and he asked nervously, I can still make another wish. This is a gift, Klein replied with a smile. Roy's heart stirred. Without asking any more questions, he seized this opportunity to fulfill his wish of obtaining the next potion. Klein then threw the Warrior Pathways Sequence 8 Pugilist Beander characteristic to him. This is essentially a potion, but for safety, I suggest you search for the corresponding formula and find the correct supplementary ingredients. Your amazing feats are worthy of praise. Roy expressed his gratitude. His first potion had, in some sense, been a Warrior Beander characteristic that he devoured. As the apocalypse was approaching, along with his relatively low sequence and good luck, he didn't lose control on the spot. He didn't even have any serious psychological problems. After that, he gradually came into contact with other Beyonders and came into contact with true mysticism. Only then did he learn how dangerous his actions were, and he didn't dare make a similar attempt again. Faced with Roy's praise, Klein looked around and smiled. Next, follow me out of Beltane. This doesn't mean that there's still danger here, but I have to make use of this time to fulfill your wishes. One wish involved Roy hoping that Klein could help them leave the Beltane, while the other wish involved Pasha's wish to have Klein protect them and allow them to leave Beltane City alive. Although these two matters were meaningless under the present situation, to Klein, he had to fulfill the wish even if there was no point in doing it. I'm just a heartless, wish-granting machine, Klein lampooned himself as he smiled at Biles and company. Pasha and the others glanced at each other, not daring to raise any objections. Just like before, they held each other's hands. Then, Klein brought them to the outskirts of Beltane with teleportation. The magic show has come to an end. It's time to say goodbye. Klein took off his hat and bowed. He tried his best to make himself a true wandering magician. This was a habit of his acting. Upon seeing this, Pasha blurted out, "Can we know your name?" Klein smiled and said, "I have too many names. Different people have different names for me. You can call me the miracle magician, Merlin Hermes." "Mr. Hermes, are you a believer of the Evernight goddess?" Roy asked after some hesitation. For a moment, Klein didn't know how to answer. He really wanted to say that he once was, but not anymore. After some consideration, he decided to act as an attendant of mysteries in advance. He immediately restrained his smile and solemnly said, "The one I serve is the Fool, the Lord of the Mysteries, the great ruler above the spirit world. If you wish to believe in this mighty existence, or wish to gain more of an understanding, you can go to the Sonia Sea's Rorsted archipelago. The Lord's missionary, Demonesses, is currently preaching there. Furthermore, the City of Silver definitely has all the potion formulas from the warrior pathway under Sequence 2, Klein silently added, but he didn't say it out loud. Roy nodded slightly and said, "It's my first time knowing of such a mighty existence in this world. Your miraculous nature has shown his brilliance." He didn't directly respond to Mr. Merlin Hermes because he was still hesitant. Pasha, Biles, and Phil were the same. Without another word, Klein turned around and left the Four Beyonders. Before making a detour to Beltane, he didn't forget his purpose in alighting at this tiny city. He planned on immediately finding a room to study the Fool card above the gray fog. In a city in Midseashire, at a particular library, a young law researcher took out a book from the bookshelf and walked to a table by the window and sat down. As he carefully read through the book, he realized that there was a page of yellowish-brown paper in it. "What is this?" The young law researcher muttered to himself in confusion and reached out to pull out the paper. After confirming that it was written in ancient Fasak, the content was rather rare. In the fourth epic, there was a book named the Truncest Brass Book. Chapter 1291, Two Rituals. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein's figure appeared. At that moment, on the high back chair belonging to the Fool sat a person shrouded in grayish-white fog. As Klein returned to Saphira Castle, this person instantly disintegrated, turning into transparent and distorted worms of spirit that flew to Klein and entered his body. Thankfully, the restrictions placed by 002 only involved no leaking of secrets or returning. I didn't have my connection with the worms of spirit that were guarding Saphira Castle severed. Otherwise, they would have already lost control and become monsters. Klein sighed inwardly as he sat at the seat belonging to the Fool and picked up the Fool card he had previously sacrificed to himself. As the card of blasphemy had already been activated, there was no need for him to seek out any additional incantations. All he needed to do was inject spirituality into it to see the corresponding changes. The Fool card quickly transformed into a miniature, illusory book. With Klein's guidance, it kept flipping back until it reached the last 2 pages. This is an angel who serves the profound mysteries. He has gained initial control of the corresponding domain's authorities. He can summon spirit body threads of objects that originally existed. He can combine many physical objects or abstract concepts together. The potion formula is as follows. Main ingredients: 1 attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic. Supplementary ingredients: 9 spirit world specialties. Advancement ritual: build a town consisting only of marionettes, and design a trajectory of fate for every marionette. By letting them interact with each other, they would act as a sufficiently real-life painting and create a corresponding area in the spirit world. The larger the town, the more the marionettes involved, the more detailed the daily lives are, and the more realistic and extensiveness the different fates are, the better the ritual's effects would be. Sequence 0. The Fool. This is a true deity. In a sense, he is an embodiment of the corresponding authorities. He is adept at using all kinds of methods to fool all things, showcasing all kinds of fascinating miracles. Main ingredients: the uniqueness of the Fool. 2 attendant of mysteries Beander characteristics apart from one's characteristic. Supplementary ingredients: control at least a quarter of the fog of history. Advancement ritual: Fool time, history, or fate once. As he read, Klein slowly frowned and silently muttered to himself, compared to the advancement ritual of attendant of mysteries, the Fool's ritual is just too abstract. What does it mean to fool time, history, or fate? How does one decide if it's successful? Controlling at least a quarter of the fog of history is relatively simple for me. On the one hand, I know a lot of ancient secrets and have lit up many historical fragments. On the other hand, I can directly influence the fog of history through Saphira Castle. I'll put the fool's matter aside for now. Currently, my focus is on Attendant of Mysteries. You have to walk one step at a time before running is possible. Of course, some lucky ones can fly directly. It's very easy to find the 9 specialties in the spirit world. Be it to get Miss Messenger to help, or to seek the 7 Lights' advice, this isn't a problem. The advancement ritual is very close to the environment around Zeratul and the Antigonus family's ancestor. Furthermore, it matches what the 7 Lights said about having a close connection with the spirit world. I can determine it to be true for now. With this in mind, Klein took off the topaz pendant wrapped around his left wrist and used divination to confirm the authenticity of the Attendant of Mysteries potion formula. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Emperor Russell, but his fellow countrymen had likely been influenced by Mr. Dor before he created the cards of blasphemy. He had gone to the moon and suffered the corruption and contamination of the mother goddess of depravity, thus, resulting in distorted memories. It was precisely because of this that it was highly possible that Russell had buried some traps in the key areas of the cards of blasphemy in his final days. In this aspect, Klein had always been cautious and careful. Speaking of the primordial moon's true form, the most powerful Great Old One, the mother goddess of depravity, could it be that the Emperor had unknowingly been tainted based on her title on the moon? Perhaps there are many younger brothers and sisters that Bernadette has never met before. Of course, it's unlikely that there are gender differences. The marionettes needed for the Attendant of Mysteries ritual can be obtained from the forsaken land of the gods. The copious number of monsters there is a good thing. Furthermore, I've accumulated quite a few of them previously. As Klein's thoughts wandered, he turned his head to look at the other side of the ancient palace and made the grayish-white fog beside the junk pile dissipate. As the fog receded, rows of brownish-yellow seats appeared, each of which sat a figure. Those figures were either giants covered in silver armor, humans with deformed facial features in linen clothes, and large chunks of flesh overgrown with eyes. They sat quietly in their rows of seats, their eyes glazed over and indifferent as they stared in the direction of the long mottled table. These were all marionettes that Klein had gathered in the forsaken land of the gods. Every time he needed to switch location, and it wasn't convenient for him to carry too many with him, he would sacrifice a batch of them above the gray fog. Of course, this had nothing to do with environmental protection. Instead, it was what had happened to the foggy town and the scene displayed by Zeratul. It made Klein instinctively believe that there was a high chance that a particular ritual would require many marionettes. Therefore, he had always been very frugal in this aspect. As for why he didn't hang these marionettes up, and had made them sit in rows in a conjured theater as members of the audience, this was because Klein felt that the actions of the Antigonus family's ancestor and Zeratul were a little perverse. He had tried to imitate and mimic them, but the goal was for acting. Now, he didn't need it anymore. But how can such a marionette city produce corresponding spirit world information? The spirit world is a gathering of the past, present, and future information, but it doesn't directly include such fake objects. Generated from what others know, every living being's actions and words would be reflected in the spirit world in an abstract manner, becoming the source of divination. When their actions, words, and certain intense feelings are clearly built into a marionette city, the city's spirit world projection would appear, turning into a true existence. The interactions involved in this are linked to the more profound secrets of the spirit world. Klein closed the Fool card in thought and played with it. As he had already reached the angel level, he had a certain understanding regarding the creation of the cards of blasphemy. Back then, not only was Russell able to draw powers from knowledge, but he could also give actual powers to abstract knowledge. As for what kind of material the Emperor used to create it, and how he accomplished the effects of anti-divination and anti-prophecy at the level of deities, Klein was unable to figure it out. After some thought, Klein tried to accommodate the Fool card in his body. His condition immediately changed. His body was covered with colorful clothes, and there was an extremely gorgeous piece of headwear on his head. His aura was deep and terrifying, but it gave off a comical, ridiculous, ludicrous feeling. It was a condition filled with a strange conflict. The space attached to Saphira Castle gently swayed, as though it wanted to surrender to the feet of this indescribable deity. My level has been enhanced a little. There aren't any substantial changes. After all, I'm already the owner of Saphira Castle. Hey, it's like I have a fashionable costume that can accentuate my aura." Klein shook his head and said a few self-deprecating words. At the same time, a transparent and distorted worm of spirit crawled out from his body, forming a figure that was identical to him. After splitting off a worm of spirit of himself that could respond to prayers at any moment, Klein returned to the real world and strolled around Beltane City. He used the method of granting wishes to treat the injuries of people, and he learned about the war from them. Dogshit. Danitz couldn't help but curse when he heard the crew's report. They actually finished the whale oil. Why didn't you stop them? As they passed by the Gargaz archipelago, Danitz and his crew bought a batch of whale oil that hadn't been refined. They planned on bringing it back to Byam and selling it at a high price. Who would have expected that a portion of it had been secretly eaten by the City of Silver's half-giants? The crew member glanced at the oracle and whispered, "They don't understand what we're talking about." "We don't understand what they're talking about either. Only the shortest one can communicate, but it doesn't mean we can find him at any time. He always cogitates in places where the sun shines, changing positions every time." Danitz subconsciously sneered. This is what happens to illiterates. If you could grasp all sorts of languages like Ancient Fasak, Jotun, and Elvish like me, something like that wouldn't have happened. Of course, linguistic talent is related to intelligence. You don't have to force yourself. The crewman carefully looked at Danitz again. "Oracle, they ate the portion of whale oil you bought." Dogshit. Danitz's reaction was faster than his thoughts as he rushed towards the cabin. After a period of chaos, Danitz received compensation with a Sequence 8 Beander characteristic. He didn't know if he had profited or suffered a loss. After all, the dirty bodily fluids left on the characteristic made him feel disgusted and nauseous. By the time the ship returned to peace, City of Generosity, Byam, was already in front of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team. Derek led Leovel, Candace, and the others to the deck and looked at the destination of their journey. Although they had passed by many ports, they had never been allowed to alight from the ship. They could only watch from afar. Now, it was finally time for them to step onto the land outside. Even so, the large number of people, houses, and hardships that they had seen from afar were still unable to conceal their bubbling enthusiasm. They continued to yearn for life in the world of light. Of course, having been used to the darkness and lightning, they took quite some time before they could get used to the sun outside. If not for the fact that they were Beyonders, they would have suffered permanent damage to their eyes. As he looked at the docks and the numerous people, the airships that were traveling high in the sky, and the other ships around him while hearing noises that he could barely understand, Derek suddenly felt a sense of nervousness. This would be the area where the City of Silver would take up residence in the future. As he swept his gaze, he suddenly saw a man standing on the coastal lighthouse. He was wearing a long robe embroidered with the symbol of storm. His hair was dark blue, nearly black, like a clump of seaweed. His face was rough and carved. As their gazes met, Derek instantly calmed down and no longer felt uneasy. Chapter 1292. Entering Byam for the first time. After the huge ship belonging to the Resistance docked, all of the City of Silver citizens changed into round-neck shirts, brown jackets, pantaloons, and dark-colored caps before following Oracle Danitz down the ship. They prepared to pass through the dock to enter the City of Generosity Byam. Those clothes had been prepared beforehand. It's really uncomfortable wearing this. It's not suitable for battle. As he walked, Leovel moved his limbs and whispered to Elder Derek. Derek nodded slightly and said, "But it's better to hide ourselves and not be too eye-catching. We don't want to become the focus of attention." Derek's analysis wasn't a problem at all. After all, they were outsiders and they only numbered 21 people. It was best if they didn't attract the attention of others, but he seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. But, they're all looking at us." Candace quickly surveyed the area and whispered. The workers who were dressed crudely or half-naked at the pier all looked over at the tourists who wore all kinds of get-ups. They're tall. A Byam resident with bronze skin and slightly curly hair could not help but sigh. His height was only around 160. This was the height of all the male commoners in the current colonial era. As for the people of the City of Silver, other than Derek, who was only slightly over 2 meters tall, the rest were on average above 2.3 meters. The tallest of them exceeded 2.5 meters. To have such half-giants walk through the docks amidst the crowd was equally eye-catching no matter what they wore. Phasations. Alonis in a top hat and formal suit turned his head to gossip with his companion. "Has the slave trade begun again?" He believed that the City of Silver entourage were Faysatian slaves that the Rorstad government had bought from the Lowen Kingdom. After all, in this world, the only ones he could think of who had such heights in such numbers were the barbarians who claimed to be descendants of giants. His partner shook his head and frowned. It doesn't seem like the case. Most Faysatians have light blue eyes. Furthermore, even if they are Faysatian, few of them exceed 2 meters in height. Unless these are nobles or high-ranking prisoners of war. Although Faysac didn't have a clear rule, in all kinds of industries, especially in the military, there was a phenomenon that one's height determined one's status. Of course, this wasn't the only condition. It was also a combination of family background, nobility, and ranks. Due to such traditions, the descendants of Faysatian royalty and the military brass were generally taller than 2 meters. This was actually a superficial phenomenon that, at its essence, was an influence of their Beander characteristics. Those who became one of the brass of the Faysac military were either nobles or at least sequence 5. And for the latter, due to the repeated influence of the giant pathways potions, their height would definitely reach the standard height. Those who chose the Red Priest pathway would also have a certain increase in height. However, the signs weren't as obvious in their early stages as those from the giant pathway, and the total increase in height was only a few centimeters. They had to become a demigod to experience a qualitative change. For noble descendants, their ancestors were more or less giants, or had marital alliances with giants. Regardless of whether they inherited the Beander characteristics, the corresponding genes accumulated over generations would definitely allow their normal height to exceed 2 meters. Among them, families who were still in control of a portion of the giant pathways potion formulas, and those who had a certain heritage, tend to be in the same situation as the residents of the City of Silver. The royal family in charge of the Red Priest pathway maintained the heights of their descendants through marital alliances. The residents of the City of Silver, who were being scrutinized by numerous gazes, felt increasingly uneasy. It was as if they had returned to the cursed land where they were being watched by monsters as they walked in the dark. Derek was very calm and composed. He looked around and said to the members of the reconnaissance team, "They don't have any ill intentions." After confirming that Mr. Hanged Man was in this city and how he knew that he had arrived, Derek no longer felt isolated and helpless. It wasn't that he didn't trust the messenger that Mr. Fool had appointed, but that he believed that he didn't want to trouble a god as much as possible in his daily life. The best thing to do was resolve problems himself. And when it came to dealing with his own problems, Derek was ultimately unfamiliar with the outside world, so he wasn't too confident. At this moment, to have an experienced, trustable, extremely intelligent native with a meticulous mind help him would definitely be the best option. Of course, Derek also knew that Mr. Hanged Man wouldn't make any contact with him on the surface because he belonged to another faction. He wasn't a believer of Sea God, so if he acted too warmly over matters regarding the City of Silver, he was bound to be suspected. However, there will always be a proper reason and suitable opportunities to meet, Derek thought in anticipation. Amidst his thoughts, he and the members of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team followed Danitz out of the dock and arrived on the streets. Their vision suddenly broadened as they saw more people than before and heard all sorts of voices. To the people of the City of Silver, this was even more lively than the grandest harvest in their hometown. At a glance, there were countless people dressed in strange clothes with all kinds of unique characteristics. Some were in a hurry, others were strolling leisurely, and some were carrying large pieces of fruit. They used pipes to suck in the liquid, or held food that looked like the delicious pies on the ship, occasionally taking a bite. Apart from these, horse-like creatures that pulled carriages producing tinkling sounds, the metallic objects that moved extremely fast, and the smell of the various spices that filled the streets made people of the City of Silver feel like they had come to another world. And to them, this was indeed another world. Even though they were a little fearful and uneasy, and were not too used to such a scene, everyone could clearly feel the vibrancy of this scene. This was like the sunlight in one's soul, reflecting the sun in the sky. This is the place where we will live, battle, and reproduce in the future. Derek, Leovel, Candace, and the others subconsciously had similar thoughts. They felt a little uneasy but didn't reject any of it. Danitz looked at their faces which had been stunned silly by Byam's bustling scene in satisfaction as he inwardly muttered, "This is only Byam. If you were to go to Trier and Backland, are you going to kneel down and kiss the ground?" This world-famous pirate controlled his urge to mock them, as he was now Mr. Fool's messenger. He couldn't ruin the image of a deity. After leading the City of Silver people to a rather luxurious hotel, Danitz gestured for the crew to handle the check-in as he spoke in fluent Jotun to his guests. It's getting dark. We'll stay here for one night and leave the city tomorrow. The place where you will build your city has been arranged. It's on the other side of the forest. There's a natural harbor and a few roads that lead to Byam. Hey, roads to this city. After that, we'll expand the main road and build a railway that leads to your city. Railway. Derek, who had studied during the tarot gathering, knew what it meant. He nodded gratefully and inwardly praised Mr. Fool once again. Danitz continued. We've already helped you level the area, and left the space needed for some basic facilities such as water pipes and gas pipes. When you begin building houses, we'll send a team over to help with the matters. Also, the corresponding construction materials and temporary tents have been prepared for you. Thank Mr. Fool. There's also the help of the Church of the Lord of Storms in this matter. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to purchase so much material. However, they mainly did so to earn additional funds. The Rorsted new government hadn't been established for long, and its connections with the outside world weren't comprehensive enough. What they didn't expect was that the Church of the Lord of Storms had taken the initiative to provide help on the City of Silver's matter. Water pipes, gas pipes. Derek gradually couldn't understand what was being said, but he still put on a pensive expression. There were a few times when Danitz nearly said the word, dogshit, in passing. Without speaking another word, he introduced the hotel. This is a hotel that Phasacians like to live in at Byam the most. The ceiling might be a little too low for you, but it won't be low enough to hit your heads. With that said, Danitz smiled. At the end of this street is Red Theater. He revealed a smile that all men understood. However, the people of the City of Silver didn't understand. Seriously, the Emperor said that the most ancient human occupation is the selling of their bodies. They actually don't know what I'm talking about. The corners of Danitz's mouth twitched as he gave up on the topic. After his second and third mates were done with the check-in, he led the entourage up to the second floor and assigned them their rooms. After doing this, he took out a stack of cards that he had long written, and he distributed them to the members of the City of Silver, who were scouting the area. Every card has a few words in the local language and the corresponding word in Jotun. If you need any services or food, you can ring the bell here. When the attendant comes over, show him the card. Of course, they might not be able to understand it, but they will definitely seek help from people who understand it. This was a simple and easy method to understand. The people of the City of Silver easily grasped how to use the cards, secretly excited that they could finally communicate with the people here. Following that, Danitz demonstrated how to switch on the water and how to use the toilet, and how to light up the gas wall lamps. It made Derek, Leovel, and Candace feel like they had arrived at a divine kingdom. All it took to have water flow was to press a switch. A button was enough to wash away their excrement without leaving any stains. There was a lantern that kept emitting light once it was ignited. These were all things that they didn't dare to imagine in the past, and these things would become part of their new lives. By the time the City of Silver's members had gotten used to the hotel, the sky had completely darkened. Night had begun to rule the city. Although Derek and company had long confirmed that there was no danger of monsters attacking in the dark in the outside world, they were still instinctively afraid. Therefore, they would either emit light themselves or light up the gas wall lamps. At that moment, they saw gas lamps lighting up one after another on the streets, the houses, both near and far, outside the glass windows. These lights dispersed the darkness in their respective areas. In the eyes of the people of the City of Silver, the bright and dim lights were like the galaxy landing on the ground at night. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.